Chapter 1201. Professional. The pupils of Botis's eyes had already turned deep black, and they were frozen in a look of indescribable fear. It made Klein's heart palpitate when he saw it, as though he could feel the intense changes in Botis's emotions before his death. After a series of inspections, together with divination, he confirmed that these two eyeballs didn't contain any beyonder characteristics, but they contained a strong corruptive force and a power that came from an unknown source. It could be used as a medium for curses, and it could directly affect the target. It was a rather dangerous spiritual material with an extremely long expiry date. I can't bring it with me for extended periods of time. Otherwise, I might be weakened mentally, have nightmares every day, and suffer a physical mutation. Klein casually summoned a square metal box and placed Botis's two eyeballs into it. He didn't attempt to purify it, because once the item was shattered and purified, there would be nothing left. It would be too wasteful. Due to the fact that there was nothing wrong with the Worms of Star and that it was also a material that Klein understood the most, he quickly turned his attention to the black pocket. The results of divination surprised him because it was a so-called interspatial object. The pocket only had the size of an adult man's palm. But in actual fact, it had the size of the two-bedroom apartment that the Moretti family had rented in Tingen in the very beginning. It was big enough to hold many things. This was made by Botis using the powers of a secret sorcerer. In essence, the pocket wasn't an object but an entrance. First, a region in the spirit world is distorted and isolated using space concealment, then, use the chaos created when the spirit world overlaps with reality. As long as there are proper coordinates, one can directly reach their destination, opening the door to that hidden area and entering this pocket space. This is very similar to the method needed for sealing the box of the Great Old Ones. However, one door is in the spirit world, while the other is in the real world. This results in a sealed artifact or mystical item inside the interspatial pocket to also affect the wielder. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be of much use, as it can't eliminate the negative effects. Besides, I'm in the forsaken land of the gods and can't connect to the spirit world. There's no use to having such a pocket. Also, I have to reinforce the power of space concealment from time to time. Otherwise, it will gradually lose its effectiveness. It's only suitable for demigods of the apprentice pathway, or an organization that has demigods of the apprentice pathway or sealed artifacts that provide the relevant support. The name interspatial pocket is too lame. I wonder how Botis named this item. Let's call it Traveler's Bag. After confirming the degree of danger, Klein conjured a fake hand and placed it into the black pocket. Pitter-patter. A bunch of gems poured out as the fake hand was retracted and landed on the long, mottled table. The crystal-clear red, blue, green, white, black, and translucent colors instantly filled his eyes. I should have predicted this. The corresponding materials of the apprentice pathway are gems, all the gems. The expression on Klein's face turned spirited as he sighed with a smile. He reached out with his other hand and picked up a few gems to feel the weight and texture. Apart from these, there were also quite a number of spiritual materials in the traveler's bag. Some were commonly used, while others were relatively rare. The box of the Great Old Ones, the secret sorcerer's beyonder characteristic, 9 Worms of Star, Botis's eyeballs, traveler's bag, and large amounts of gems and materials. This operation can be considered quite a harvest, enough for everyone to split it fairly. Unfortunately, Botis had the ability to record beyonder powers and certain states. There's no need for him to bring too many sealed artifacts and mystical items with him. That would result in many negative effects. As a demigod, he should have a few good sealed artifacts. I wonder if they're hidden somewhere in the spirit world or at the Aurora Order headquarters. It's a pity that Botis's soul had just collapsed as well, preventing me from using spirit channeling on it. Klein shook his head and immediately returned to the real world. He found a hidden spot, put down the lantern, and set up a bestowment ritual. He wanted to see if he could bring 0 to 61, the box of the Great Old Ones, to the forsaken land of the gods. If he could attempt transforming the entire city of silver into toys and placing them on the first level of the sealed artifact. he could directly send it to the outside world through the sacrificial and bestowment rituals. This way, he could bypass the Giant King's Court and Dark Angel Sasria, and could ingeniously complete the Miracle Invoker ritual. After performing a series of tasks, Klein was done with his preparations as he reached out his right hand. He pulled out another himself before his actual body leaped into the fog of history and hid in the void of a time before the first epoch. He was worried that the box of the Great Old Ones would cause a random death the moment it passed through the sacrificial and bestowment door. In the fragments of light deep in the greyish-white fog, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and returned above the grey fog, responding to his own prayers. After the mysterious ancient door of sacrifice and bestowment took form, he slowly opened it. He waved his hand, summoning the box of the Great Old Ones that was enveloped by layers of forces, throwing it into the gap behind the illusory door, towards the boundless darkness behind the door. At that moment, the void's darkness suddenly became corporeal, as though it formed an invisible barrier that blocked the door that had just opened. It floated in midair, unable to move forward. Klein frowned slightly as he watched this scene. He tried to stir the powers of Sapphira Castle and use the power at the level of an angel to push it forward, but he was unable to get the box of the Great Old Ones to break the barrier. Indeed, the Forsaken Land of the Gods is sealed. It's just that I'm closely related to Sapphira Castle, so I could use it to respond. However, this cannot exceed a certain limit. Klein nodded slightly. He retrieved the box of the Great Old Ones and threw it onto the junk pile. Then, he conjured the World German Sparrow and got the fake person to give the detailed information of the box of the Great Old Ones to Hermit and Miss Justice. This was to remind them to bring the box of the Great Old Ones back to the real world within 24 hours, and to release the magician force. While doing so, Klein had informed Miss Justice to sacrifice some top-grade ice cream to the Snake of Fates blessed before praying for the bestowment of the box of the Great Old Ones. As for the hermit Catlear, she didn't need to make any external requests due to her having brief luck. However, she needed to complete everything within a few minutes and sacrifice the box of the Great Old Ones above the grey fog once more. Backland, in the border between East Borough and the bridge area, in an apartment that had been in disrepair for years. Leonard, who was wearing red gloves and a black coat, was leading his team members to check the scene. As the reserve force of the Church of Evernight, they were undoubtedly filled with energy at nearly 10 at night. "Captain, there's a serious crack on the walls here. Some of the walls have even been shattered. This apartment might not hold after the hurricane season next summer." The wine-red-haired Cindy came over and reported to Leonard. Leonard scanned his surroundings with his green eyes and nodded slightly. "Thankfully, this place is dangerous to begin with, and it has been abandoned for a long period of time. However, it's very strange that even tramps don't live here." Cindy thought for a moment and said, "Captain, do you mean that there are beyond us using this apartment, so they're secretly chasing away the tramps who sleep here?" Another red glove, Bob, happened to be checking the bottom of the wall and casually added, "And then, they had an internal strife that developed into a battle. Something was then ignited." "That possibility can't be ruled out," Leonard answered in a professional manner. "But have you noticed? Every place in this room has signs of corrosion, and there's a lack of the remnants left behind by tables and chairs that should exist. It looks too empty. This doesn't look like something a low or mid-sequence Beyonder can create. I suspect that it might involve a higher level of power." After a series of inspections and discovering many abnormalities, the Red Gloves team under Leonard failed to find any further clues. They could only return to St. Samuel Cathedral first. Just as they arrived underground, a bishop came to look for Leonard, asking him to bring 2 members upstairs for a meeting. Leonard nodded thoughtfully. Without asking anything, he led Bob and Cindy through a secret passage into St. Samuel Cathedral. Following that, they followed the spiral staircase and under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, they arrived in a room with many people. It was equipped with a blackboard. With just one glance, Leonard realized that there were quite a number of people who had worked with him before. They were from the Mandated Punishers, the Machinery Hivemind, and MI9. Then, he noticed the 3 demigods, Horamic Haydn, Randall Valentinus, and Anthony Stevenson, as well as a black-haired, golden-eyed man who was clearly at the same level as them. Without waiting for Leonard's greeting, St. Anthony stood up in his red-patterned black robe and said in a deep voice, "There was a high-level battle in the outskirts of Backland. There was a terrifying contamination present, as well as a tarot card, the Hermit. I noticed that you've done some investigations regarding the large number of incidents involving tarot cards. You had also raised a corresponding theory. Now, please give everyone here a detailed introduction." The Hermit card. Leonard expressed his true astonishment, but this was mostly because he was tasked with such a mission. Whom? He cleared his throat, walked to the blackboard, and turned to face the demigods and beyonders of the three churches and the military. He drew a crimson moon on his chest. After organizing his words, this red-glove captain said solemnly, "In the past 2 to 3 years, the incident involving tarot cards that really caught our attention was because of Lenivus's death. He was embroiled in a conspiracy that attempted to allow the true creator's descent, and his body was covered with tarot cards. After that, the tarot cards appeared on the Capim case again. However, this time, there was a change in the arrangement of the tarot cards. It emphasized Judgment and the Emperor. Back then, I linked these matters to an organization that suddenly believed in the Fool in Backland. As you know, the Fool is the starting card of the tarot cards." This bold guess made several demigods and many other beyonders nod slightly. They felt that this might indeed be related to some level of mysticism. Leonard paused before continuing, "And below the Fool, this organization might have quite a number of official members. They use tarot cards as code names, such as Judgment, the Emperor, or the Hermit of this incident." As he spoke, Leonard picked up a deck of cards that he used as a demonstration and randomly picked one. He glanced at it and chuckled. "Such as the Star." Chapter 1202. The Tarot Club. The demigods and beyonders present nodded at Leonard's demonstration, indicating that they understood what the red glove captain meant. One of the mandated punishers raised his arm and took the opportunity to ask a question. In other words, whoever left a tarot card behind is the member executing the mission. That should be the case. Leonard did not give a definite answer. The same mandated punisher continued asking, "What do the tarot cards that were scattered all over Lenivus's corpse mean then?" "There's no specific direction." Leonard immediately picked up a white chalk and wrote the name Lenivus on the blackboard behind him. Then, he drew a circle. "I've just said that in the past 2 to 3 years, the matter involving tarot cards have really caught our attention because of the Lenivus case. This is very likely the beginning of everything. Therefore, without a specific direction, the casually scattered tarot cards might be referring to the whole. This means that the organization that uses the tarot cards as code names has officially stepped onto the stage of history." Please forgive me for using poetic words. That makes a lot of sense. The few mandated punishers were convinced by Leonard. Leonard looked around and continued, "Let me use the Aurora Order, which everyone is familiar with, as a comparison. We all know that there are 22 oracles in the Aurora Order. Each of them will be in charge of a region's affairs. It's very possible that the organization with the tarot card code names is the same. The members of the likes of Judgment, the Emperor, and the Hermit should have their own factions. They will exert their influence in a particular region." Upon hearing this, a member of the machinery hive mind pondered and said, "However, the 3 members corresponding to Judgment, the Emperor, and the Hermit have appeared consecutively in Backland. According to what you just said, does this mean that the organization that uses tarot cards as code names are still lacking in scale, and that the members are all gathered in Lun, or perhaps just in the Backland region? After all, Backland's person in charge for the Aurora Order is only an oracle. As for St. Tenebrous, he's in charge of the entire Lun." Leonard slowly nodded, indicating that he understood what he meant. He organized his words and said, "This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, this is an organization that has only appeared in the past 2 to 3 years. Of course, there might be other reasons. This organization might not be divided based on location demarcation. Instead, they are determined by whether or not they can handle an area alone. They will also work together depending on overlapping situations, such as the Capim case. Seeing that the Beyonders of the three churches and Migh didn't raise any further questions, Leonard deliberated for a few seconds before saying, "Next up will be all my personal guesses. There are also some problems with it. This might be a direction of investigation for the future. The first question, what is the purpose of this organization? If they are like the Aurora Order, with the goal to spread the faith of an evil god, then why haven't we discovered people who believe in the Fool? Even if there are, they're all people who are scamming others in the name of the Fool. Second question, what do they have in common in the few operations? I haven't been able to find it yet. The third question I have is that high-level members who use tarot cards as their code names are not of low sequences and have their own factions. However, they aren't famous in the Beyonder world at all. This is very abnormal. After all, although the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order hide their identities, they have more or less crossed paths with us. They rose up from low-sequence Beyonders to middle-sequence Beyonders under our watch, eventually taking over the spot as Oracle when their predecessor dies or advances. They are all already on our lists. Having said that, Leonard paused and said, if the organization that uses the tarot cards as its code name is really an organization that believes in the Fool, then there is someone who can answer my third question. He's the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. Rumor has it that he believes in the Fool. This name made all the Beyonders from the three churches and Migh fall into silence, as though they were quickly recalling the relevant information. They had long heard that German Sparrow had a mysterious background. He believed in the Fool, and they had obtained quite a bit of information from him. However, they hadn't made any connections like Leonard to string everything together. A few seconds later, the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight, St. Anthony, said in a deep voice, a German Sparrow seems to be in close contact with the original Death Consul of Balaam. That's an angel who's still active over the land. This gave the Beyonders who weren't demigods a fright as they instinctively sat up straight. They all knew about Admiral Hell, but due to the confidential restrictions, they didn't know that the Death Consul represented a grounded angel. That Death Consul doesn't seem to belong to any faction of the numinous episcopate, said a Beyonder from Migh hesitantly. Leonard nodded solemnly. Perhaps he is a member of the secret organization that uses the tarot cards as a code name. Death card. There was another round of silence. All the demigods had to admit that this was possible. The level of the secret organization that was represented by tarot cards suddenly rose, reaching a level that was equal to the Aurora Order. In short, German Sparrow is a clue. Leonard took a deep breath and slowly said, Your Graces, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done. St. Anthony nodded slightly and stood up. He looked around and said, up to now, this secret organization that uses tarot cards as their code names hasn't targeted us yet. It has shown a certain level of friendliness. Now that the war situation is tense, we are severely lacking in manpower, so it's difficult for us to take any major actions. Therefore, I suggest that we try our best to avoid conflict with them and not attempt to eradicate them for the time being. Of course, we have to do what we need to do. A secret organization with the existence of a grounded angel itself represents danger. If we don't understand it or grasp enough information about it, we won't be able to react in time and stop any possible conspiracies. Horamic and the other demigods thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Anthony Stevens looked around, his gaze landing on Leonard's face. This investigation will be led by you. Coordinate it well. Leonard agreed solemnly. At this moment, Deep Blue Efficient Randall Valentina spoke to Leonard impatiently, give them a name. We can't keep saying secret organization that uses tarot cards as a code name. It's quite a mouthful. What suggestions do you have? Leonard considered carefully before saying, Tarot Club. That works. Randall stood up and said with a thunderous voice, let's call it the Tarot Club. Late at night, in Emperor's Borough, in the Hall family's villa. The exclusive dessert chef, Tim, suddenly woke up from his dream and stared at the ceiling in the darkness. He had just dreamed that he was enjoying an ice cream and had just eaten it when he woke up. The more he thought about it, the more intense his cravings became. In the end, he overcame his feelings that it was trouble and got out of bed. Putting on a thick sleeping robe, he walked out of the room and came to a pantry not far away. As a slightly famous dessert chef in the aristocratic circles, Tim was given special privileges by Earl Hall. He could enter the pantry at any time and use the ingredients here to test his new ideas. Meanwhile, Tim had repeatedly returned Earl Hall's trust with high-quality desserts. Of course, he often appeared in the pantry due to midnight cravings for food, just like now. After some serious and hard work, Tim used the remains and prepared ingredients to make a few cups of ice cream and ate half of it. Then, he patted his stomach, washed the cutlery, and left the pantry in satisfaction. The remaining few cups of ice cream were left in the corner, as if they had been completely forgotten. In Sherwood Borough, by the Tussock River, in an uninhabited shallow flat. Wearing a dark-colored cloak, Audrey first made use of dream traversal to arrive nearby before walking over on foot. She skillfully set up the ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool. Soon, a silver-black accessory box embedded with many gems tore through the illusory door and landed in front of Audrey. Audrey tucked a wisp of blonde hair behind her ear and picked up the box of the Great Old Ones, 0 to 61, without any delay. She aimed at a few rocks and pulled open the first layer. Silently, numerous long tables and chairs appeared messily in the area. Several beyonders that had used various means to conceal their faces appeared. One of them was the hooded Force. Their skin quickly changed from that of a toy's to that of a human's, and their eyes began to move. Force, who had the highest sequence, recovered the fastest. Looking around, she was extremely surprised to find that she had unknowingly come to a flat by the side of the river from that apartment. Furthermore, this change was only limited to her overall area. The situation around her was no different from before. Where am I? What happened? Force's gaze landed on the empty altar. After pondering for a second, she seemed to understand something as she asked in surprise, "Has the matter ended?" "Yes," replied Audrey, who was using her psychological invisibility. "It's ended. It's ended." Force followed up with a confused and dazed question. "How's the target?" "He's dead." Audrey was multitasking as she controlled the other 6 beyonders. Her answer was very simple. "He's dead. Saint of Secrets Botis has died. I didn't participate in the battle. I didn't summon German Sparrow's historical void projection." Force's mouth gaped slightly as she felt like she was dreaming. She only felt that she had been terrified for a second and was in a daze for a moment, and the mission had already been completed. At this moment, she saw the surrounding beyonders come to life, but they didn't show any surprise towards the change in environment. It was as if the gathering had been held here. They skillfully destroyed the chairs and long tables and threw them into the Tussock River. Then, they left the flats one after another and returned home under the illumination of the street lamps. "This is a manipulator. How terrifying." Force jumped in fright and completely snapped awake. "Return first." Audrey didn't have time to explain. She turned around and used the altar from before, preparing to sacrifice the box of the Great Old Ones above the grey fog. Force shot a look over, but she didn't ask or say anything. She made her body turn transparent as she vanished from where she was. Author's note: the title of this chapter originally should have been Official Debut, but it was just not serious enough. Chapter 1203. Harves. In the ancient palace above the fog. Dark red starlight shot up, forming several figures. Leonard did a casual glance, and his gaze suddenly froze on the silver-black jewelry box placed on the long mottled table. If he recalled correctly, this was likely a Grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the Great Old Ones that the world Klein Moretti had specially emphasized during the prior private gathering. The Saint of Secrets was really in control of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. And he even used it? Yet, Hermit and Miss Justice succeeded? Leonard's pupils dilated slightly as he nearly couldn't believe his eyes. As an official Beyonder, a red-glove captain of the Church of Evernight, he knew Grade 0 sealed artifacts very well. He knew that these items could easily destroy a city, causing people to suddenly die without putting up any resistance. When facing them, not only was contact with them impossible, but even understanding them was something that should be reduced if possible. Leonard originally believed that Hermit and Miss Justice would leave the battlefield according to the plan after encountering a Grade 0 sealed artifact. They would then think of a way to rescue Miss Magician. To his surprise, they had succeeded, and had even retrieved the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Hermit's mystical reenactment has reached such a high level. Did that feast of betrayal she mentioned really make the sealed artifact rebel? Or could it be that Mr. Fool had provided some help? Leonard muttered silently as he glanced at the world Klein Moretti, who was seated at the bottom end of the long bronze table. He discovered that his former colleague was rather calm. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Congratulations, everyone. The hunt this time was very successful. All the spoils of war are here." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, condensing various bits of mysterious knowledge into a pale white luster. He also included a small number of legends that came from the east, such as Peach Blossom Spring and Lanks Go Match. He wanted Hermit to test if they were mystical or not, and whether there was any real source. "This is your reward." The world Klein made the pale white light fly towards the Hermit Catlear. Then, he pointed at the box of the Great Old Ones, the secret sorcerer's beyond a characteristic, the traveler's luggage, Botis's eyeballs, 9 worms of star, large amounts of gems and materials on the table. In addition, you have the right to choose first. After the battle at the demigod level with the Saint of Secrets, Catlear finally found the bearing and confidence of a saint. She first received the pale white glow and closed her eyes to digest the mysterious knowledge contained within. In the second epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator, the oldest one, left some objects behind. Perhaps it was a kingdom formed from a portion of his body or something that he'd created. There are 9 of these that contain the various Sephiro. They are the Chaos Sea, Sapphira Castle, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge Moor, Tenebrous World, Brood Hive, Nation of Disorder, City of Calamity, and the Key of Light. The ancient sun god came from a place known as Chernobyl. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 0 is called Error. Emperor Rozel's fairytales might have originated from something that happened before. As the mysticism knowledge resonated in her, Catlear couldn't help but open her eyes and look at the world German sparrow. There were too many things inside that shocked her, making her realize that she had opened the door to a whole new world. I never thought of Mr. Fool's origins in the past. Now, I can vaguely grasp it. A thought flashed through Catlear's mind as she had a guess. She immediately controlled herself. She didn't want to think too much, nor did she dare to think too deeply about it. She was afraid that she would come up with an answer that was enough to make her lose control. This is one of the 9 Sephiro. Mr. Fool's goal is to gather all the Sephiro and attempt to recover. Raising her right hand, she nudged her heavy glasses on her nose bridge. Catlear forced herself to focus her attention on the small tails and decided to return to the real world to completely digest the potion before she attempted to create magic with them, allowing her to draw on their power using mystical reenactment. Of course, she also believed that not every one of them would succeed. She believed that a portion of those stories were purely fabricated. After all, this was a gift from Mr. World. There was no guarantee that they would be effective. After all, out of the many fairytales and ancient legends that Emperor Rozel recounted to Queen Mystic back then, only a few of them truly produced magic. She took a few seconds to compose herself and cast her gaze to the middle of the long mottled table, preparing to choose her spoil of war. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching item was the box of the Great Old Ones labeled 0 to 61. The silver-black jewelry box embedded with many gems completely overshadowed all the other items. Catlear wasn't too unfamiliar with Grade 0 sealed artifacts, because Queen Mystic had more than one. It was also because of this reason that the Queen's Element Dawn was able to compete with the ancient organization, Mosa's Ascetic Order, that had been born in the early 4th epoch. The gap between an angel and a saint was not something the magic of a powerful fairy tale could make up for. To become a truly powerful figure, one had to advance to Sequence 2 or possess a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It wasn't that Catlear didn't have any desire for the box of the Great Old Ones, but when she thought of the hint that the world German sparrow had received from Mr. Fool, the terrifying negative effects, the 3rd level's extreme danger, and most of the beyonder powers that she couldn't control, she felt a sense of horror. Although she had brief luck, she still lacked the ability to seal the box of the Great Old One so far. After a series of intense struggles, the hermit Catlear pointed at the dreamy crystal and said, "I want the secret sorcerers beyond a characteristic. If they could find a suitable high-sequence artisan, it could be transformed into a rather good sealed artifact, one that had barely acceptable negative effects." Queen Mystic Bernadette happened to have the resources to do so, but the commission might not necessarily succeed. In the end, even if there's only teleportation, that will be enough. However, it's obvious that a secret sorcerer wouldn't only be able to grasp teleportation. Even if the negative effects are excessive, I can get Queen Mystic to shatter and try again, or I could sell it to Miss Magician. Yes, she said that her teacher would prepare the ingredients for her. Following that, Catlear nodded at the World German Sparrow to confirm her choice. Choosing the secret sorcerers beyond a characteristic? Upon hearing Hermit's reply, a scene appeared in Klein's mind. Wearing a purple-patterned black robe, the lady wearing a dark-colored hood relied on blinks to leave behind many doppelgangers. Then, they would all ignite a match at the same time. The little match girl will turn into countless witches selling matchsticks. This is a horrifying fairy tale. The World Klein couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he tersely acknowledged. "All right, it's your right." He then cast his gaze at Miss Magician. "It's your turn to choose." "I didn't do anything," Force said guiltily. Klein scoffed and said, "You successfully acted as bait." Force didn't know what expression she should use to respond, but she heard Mr. Star seemingly laugh. She slowly took a deep breath and cast her gaze at the spoils of war on the long bronze table. Frankly speaking, she wanted to choose the box of the Great Old Ones because it was an item that her teacher's family had snatched away. She didn't want to use it herself, she wanted to return it to her teacher directly. However, considering that she was only bait, Force felt that she was not qualified to take an item of this level. Grade 0 sealed artifacts were extremely rare, precious, and dangerous. She had already gained a deep impression of them with Mr. Star's introduction. She knew that the value of the box of the Great Old Ones was definitely not something a saint's beyond a characteristic could compare with. With this in mind, she chose Under the World German Sparrow's watch. Force finally gave up the impulse and pointed at the pair of eyeballs. "I'll take them." She wanted to bring the pair of eyes to her teacher and tell him that Botis was dead. It was an end to all the hatred. In addition to such a value of the item, Botis's eye could be made into a powerful hex item or be used as a medium for a curse. It was considered a pretty good item. Klein nodded slightly and did not persuade her. He only pointed at the gems, materials, and the worms of Star and said calmly, "You also paid the price of a moon paper figurine, you can choose something to make up for it." "All right." Force reflexively agreed. As the apprentice pathway needed gems for several charms and rituals and could still be appreciated normally, Force took a portion of the gems and waited for the bestowment ceremony to obtain them. With that, Klein shifted his gaze and said to Miss Judgment, "It's your turn." Zio also knew that she had not contributed much, and she knew that she had no ability to withstand the negative effects of the box of the Great Old Ones, so she didn't even take a look at 0 to 61 and pointed to the black pocket. "I'll choose Traveler's Bag." This way, she could carry heavy weapons with her and might even be able to pull out a cannon at a critical moment. As for the problem of strengthening the hidden space after a period of time, she had also considered it. After all, she could still use it for about a year for the time being. In the future, she could rent a sealed artifact from Hermit to maintain it. Furthermore, at that time, Force might have already become a secret sorcerer. The World Klein nodded and looked at the star Leonard. "It's your turn." Leonard did not stand on ceremony. He scanned the area and tapped a few times. 3 worms of Star, 20 gems, and those ingredients. This feels like I'm paying protection fees to the official organizations. After lampooning his dear poet, Klein turned to Miss Justice and said, "The mission was very successful and I'm very satisfied. Although you have already received your payment, you can still choose a little more." Audrey could decipher the sincerity of Mr. World's words. Without any excuses, she chose a worm of Star and a third of the spiritual materials. At this point, As the mission's commissioner, the World German Sparrow had obtained 5 Worms of Star, a Grade 0 sealed artifact, a third of the spiritual materials, and nearly 30 high-quality gems. He smiled and looked at Force. Remember to tell your teacher about this. Just say that this is a gesture of my goodwill. And I want to make a deal with him. Chapter 1204. Putting Life and Death Aside. Force wasn't surprised by Mr. World's request. She nervously replied, all right. What kind of deal is it exactly? During this period of time, she had communicated with her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, several times. Under Miss Justice's guidance, she had laid quite a lot of foundation for the impending request. The World Klein laughed hoarsely. You don't have to tell him what I want for now. Just lay out my chips for him and see if he's interested. Your bargaining chip is still the promise to break the Abraham family's curse. Force cautiously sought confirmation. Klein nodded and pointed at 0 to 61 on the long model table. It can also be this box of the Great Old Ones. An item used to exchange for a Grade 0 sealed artifact can't be simple. Be it Justice Audrey or the Hermit Catlear, both of them suddenly had such a realization. However, Force paid more attention to the promise of breaking the curse. This was because she had experienced it herself and knew how tragic her teacher's family was. She replied solemnly without hesitation, all right. Backland, Westborough, in the basement of a house. St. Tenebrous, who was hidden in the shadows, suddenly grew out of the darkness. He turned his head as if he was listening to something. The muscles on his cheeks began to twitch. It wasn't just one chunk of flesh, but bits. Not only were they not connected to each other, but they were also interfering with each other. It looked extremely odd. In seconds, Kisma wore an extremely painful expression as his skin tore apart, as flesh and blood beneath squirmed, mixed with a deep black. With a thud, he fell to the ground and prostrated himself before the altar, vomiting out large amounts of organs and shimmering light. St. Tenebrous' head was pressed tightly against the ground as he muttered crazily, Botis actually died. A secret sorcerer who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact died just like that. There's a tarot card, the Hermit. The 2 enemies that attacked were saints. One was a mysticologist, while the other was a manipulator. The organization that believes in the Fool and uses tarot cards as their code names. German Sparrow. Azikegus. After an uncontrollable murmur, St. Tenebrous Kisma cried, feeling both vexed and pained. I repent, I repent, I repent. A few days later, in an apartment room in Pritz Harbor, the disguised Dorian Gray Abraham had received a letter from Force through many hands. He examined it carefully and confirmed that there were no issues. After confirming that there were no abnormal signs, he took out the letter with the help of a letter knife. The beginning of the letter was the usual greeting. Following that, Force directly wrote, We have already killed Saint of Secrets Botis, and obtained the items on his person. Dorian had originally planned on scanning through the letter quickly, but he ended up stuck on this sentence. He read it a few times and forgot to continue reading. Dorian knew how strong and powerful Botis was. He also knew very well how terrifying a secret sorcerer was. But now, the new student he had been teaching for over a year had told him in a very calm tone that Botis had already been taken care of. In an instant, the only things that echoed in Dorian's mind were thoughts of impossible, a lie, and a conspiracy. He suspected that Force had already been controlled by the Aurora Order. In any major faction, sequence for Beyond Us were the absolute upper echelons and extremely important members. How could they be so easily killed? Dorian's throat bobbed up and down as he forcefully focused and continued reading the contents of the letter. We have obtained the box of the Great Old Ones. I believe you aren't unfamiliar with it. After reading another line, Dorian's eyelids twitched a few times. He felt that the letter in his hand was as heavy as a boulder. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with the box of the Great Old Ones. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Abraham family, proof that they had once been glorious. The one that was killed was Botis, who possessed the box of the Great Old Ones. Dorian's shock kept rising. He felt that things had gone beyond his imagination. On the other hand, he felt that there was a possibility that it wasn't impossible. Perhaps the one who really killed Botis was actually the box of the Great Old Ones. He knew very well how dangerous that Grade 0 sealed artifact was. At the same time, he finally noticed a word, we. This was the first time Force had indicated that she had companions and partners. Of course, Dorian had already guessed it, but he hadn't called her out. Indeed. Dorian sighed and eagerly read the rest. I have a friend who wants to show you his goodwill by pushing for this operation against Botis. He said that he wants to make a deal with you, and is willing to use the box of the Great Old Ones or a promise to remove the Abraham family's curse in exchange. He wonders if you are interested. He doesn't know where you are, and I won't tell him. You can totally refuse. A promise to remove the curse? Dorian skipped over the box of the Great Old Ones and ruminated on the extremely important part of the sentence. After the first few letters, he had fully understood the true nature of the family's curse. It was both a sorrowful and helpless matter, a glimmer of hope that was brewed out of the pain. Before this, who would have thought that the person who caused the descendants of the Abraham family to lose control would be their ancestors' cry for help? This was like a cruel joke from fate. Dorian didn't know if Mr. Daw knew the consequences of his actions, nor did he know how to describe his complicated feelings. However, he couldn't help but start searching for a way to make Mr. Daw return and completely remove the family curse. This was a path with very slim hope, but for the Abraham family, it was enough, because a light had finally appeared in the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Dorian folded the letter and smiled bitterly to himself. Goodwill. Such goodwill is frightening. After he muttered to himself, he fell into silence again. His expression was gloomy and his heart seemed to be struggling. Gong! The sound of the wall clock rang punctually, snapping Dorian out of his daze. His expression gradually became solemn, and he finally made a decision. After making up his mind, Dorian felt much more relaxed. He even smiled. He first burned Force letter before packing his bag and heading out to the steam locomotive station in Pritz Harbor. He was going to Southville, but not to hide, but to make some preparations. He planned on handing all his family's items and potion formulas to one of the family members who was staying there before returning to Pritz Harbor. With his identity as Dorian Gray, he would head to Backland to meet his student, Force, and the powerhouse who had shown his goodwill. When the time came, he would consume a type of medicine in advance to allow himself to suffer a powerful curse that rooted itself in his spirit body. He would have to regularly consume another type of medicine to maintain his life. This way, even if he was controlled and unable to commit suicide, he would quickly die because he had no chance to take the medicine. With his spirit body dissipating, he wouldn't leak any key information. For this journey, Dorian had put life and death aside. He was willing to sacrifice his life for that slim hope. Northborough in Backland, beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. Leonard, who had just had a discussion with the members of the mandated Punishers, the Machinery Hivemind, and MI9, returned to his office and sat down. At that moment, the slightly aged voice of Pallas Zoroast resounded in his mind. They finally found the exact location of the Jacob family's treasure trove and are about to enter. Ah! Leonard was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Previously, at the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, he had sold the news of the Jacob family's treasure trove. As no one knew what was inside, no one was willing to offer a high price. And Leonard's main goal was not to trade, so he had only exchanged it for some rare spirits. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Old man, how do you know that?" It's a given that I sent out my avatar to monitor the area," Pallas Zoroast replied unhappily. "Are you underestimating an angel from the Marauder pathway?" Leonard laughed dryly. "Old man, you've recovered quite well. You even have excess characteristics for an avatar. I'm already at the level of a sequence too." Pallas Zoroast scoffed. "Next, don't go out. Just stay inside the cathedral to prevent any accidents from happening." "Are you worried that a trap lies within the treasure?" Leonard asked thoughtfully. "How can a treasure left behind by a marauder angel not have a trap?" Pallas Zoroas said with a scoff. I can't predict what will happen, but staying underground in the cathedral is definitely safe. Leonard nodded and suppressed his voice. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Old man, you promise me that if you can successfully obtain a sequence 2 beyond a characteristic, you will steal a grade 1 sealed artifact from the items they obtained for me. It wasn't that he was concerned about whether he reaped anything out of it, but rather it was to ease his sudden anxiety. Weren't you against stealing? After a mocking remark, Pallas fell silent, as if he was focused on monitoring the situation at the Jacob family's treasure trove. About an hour later, he heaved a sigh of relief in Leonard's mind. Although there were many traps and accidents, they eventually reached the predetermined target. I only took that characteristic and a sealed artifact. The rest will be their payment. Don't be in a hurry to leave this place. Wait until I absorb that characteristic before leaving. When that happens, there won't be any problems. Leonard immediately relaxed and leaned back, crossing his legs as he read the newspaper leisurely. In the evening, Pallas Zoroas finally spoke again. It's done. His voice contained plenty of emotions, but because it was too complicated, Leonard was unable to tell. Seeing that nothing had happened and that old man might still need to digest, Leonard stood up and rubbed his temples. He left St. Samuel Cathedral and returned to 7 Pinster Street. As he passed through the porch, he suddenly saw a person sitting on the sofa. The man was wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. He placed his right leg over his left and was leisurely reading a newspaper. As if sensing Leonard's arrival, that person raised his head and adjusted the monocle on his right eye, revealing a teasing smile. Chapter 1205. 1,000-year-old trap. Amorn. Blasphemer Amorn. Leonard was no stranger to the person in front of him. Not only had he faced his avatar, but he had also heard of his various deeds and nasty character from old man Pallas Zoroas. At that moment, Leonard's thoughts nearly froze as his mind went blank. Only a small number of thoughts could spin. Amorn's lips suddenly quivered as he muttered a raving that was completely at the level of a deity. One voice after another echoed in Leonard's mind as though it came from the countless number of Amorns. Are you pleasantly surprised? Are you shocked? After realizing that I won't be able to get Sapphira Castle anytime soon, I shifted my focus to Backland. If it wasn't to fool all of you, why would I have played such a simple cat-and-mouse game with him? I think you two should be in contact. He must have told you that I'm still tracking him and sabotaging his operations, that I even set a trap for him at his destinations. That's just an avatar that's close to Sequence 1. Ah, right. Pallas, I forgot to tell you that in the later years of the 4th epoch, I pretended to be the ancestor of the Jacob family. I had long swallowed him in secret. Then, I watched Fizzy descendants panic. Then, I thought of a way to add another secret treasure trove to the place where Tudor became Blood Emperor. I didn't finish off these fellows, because I had a premonition that this treasure trove would be very useful. I had an avatar that had been sleeping there for more than 1,000 years, patiently waiting for someone to open the treasure trove. As for the other avatars, I didn't synchronize this information to them. That way, I might be able to create a ruse at some point in time. Yes, this kind of a synchronization is something I invented. Pallas, you're quite behind the times. In order to confirm your whereabouts, I watched that bunch of fellows destroy the traps and take the items away. I watched your avatar steal the characteristic and sealed artifact from their hands. I watched Jimmy carefully devour and digest it. Now, my patience has finally paid off. I guess you must be thinking of how to stall for time and wait for a deity's descent. These voices overlapped each other, tearing through Leonard's thoughts and hurting his soul. It made his head swell and contract, causing a bunch of short black hair to grow on his face. It made his ribs and waist bulge as though it was about to form a new body. With just the ravings alone, Leonard was close to losing control. He was in extreme pain and had no means of resisting. This was the son of the Creator, a king of angels. At the same time, 7 Pinster Street changed. At some point in time, pitch-black stone pillars were erected around them, propping up a majestic cathedral. Each column of the cathedral was embedded with the bones of different races. They were densely packed as they used different eye sockets to stare at the puny Leonard, who stood in the middle as though they were conducting a trial. Amorn stood in front of the cross that was more than 100 meters tall in the depths of the church, smiling as he looked at Leonard's grimacing face. "This corpse cathedral is pretty good, isn't it? I just stole it not long ago. This way, if they wish to discover any abnormalities here and do a deity's descent, it can stall for at least 30 seconds. That's enough." As he spoke, Amorn raised his hand to pinch the crystal monocle that had a beaming face underneath it. Leonard suddenly heard a gong. It was ethereal, as though it came from an infinite distance away. This caused the ear-piercing ravings that tainted Leonard's spirit body to come to an abrupt stop as everything around him turned silent. In Leonard's eyes, beams of light shot out from his body, condensing into a pure figure that was like a wingless angel. The figure was also 100 meters tall, and its body constantly coruscated with a faint glow, as though it was announcing the passage of time. With that, Leonard's body was pushed by an invisible force as he flew towards the door of the corpse cathedral. On the door, transparent and distorted faces appeared. They sealed the inside from the outside, isolating it from the spirit world and the astral world. Gong! Another bell rang. The transparent faces filled with pain froze. Leonard's figure was no longer obstructed. In this short span of time, he passed through the main door of the corpse cathedrals without feeling anything. Everything he saw instantly returned to normal. There was still a bit of light high up in the sky. The gas lamps by the side of the streets were already emitting light, illuminating 7 Pinster Street. From the outside, the building was silent, quiet, and dark. There was nobody around. "Old man." It was only at this moment that Leonard finally found his train of thought. His heart tightened as he strode forward and returned to the house. However, the door to 7 Pinster Street was so heavy that he couldn't open it any time soon. With this obstruction, Leonard finally regained some of his senses. He hurriedly retreated as he quickly thought of what he could do to save Old Man. After a few steps, he stopped and lowered his head with a solemn expression. He quickly chanted in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Leonard already knew that the one inside was Amorn's true body. And to deal with Amorn's true body, he could only seek help from a god. Walking through the darkness with the lantern in hand, Klein entered the historical fog immediately. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. After listening to Leonard's prayer, the puzzled and nonchalant-looking Klein instantly sobered up. It was as if he had just woken up from hibernation and had just climbed out of bed when he was splashed with a basin of cold water. Amorn's true body has gone to Backland. Amorn's true body has found Leonard and Pallas. Amorn stole the corpse cathedral from his brother and used it to delay a divine descent. So it turns out that when he suggested that we play the game of who will be the first to find Black Demonic Wolf Kota, he had never thought of deciding on a winner. He didn't care what the stakes were either. His goal was to draw my attention and believe that he is still pursuing me and trying to steal Sapphira Castle from me. The trap hidden in the Jacob family's treasure trove was planted by Amorn for 1,000 to 2,000 years. It has finally come into play. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he raised his right hand and summoned an item from the junk pile. 0 to 61, Box of the Great Old Ones. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it was also from the Apprentice pathway. It could better utilize the power of Sapphira Castle and produce better results. In the face of Amorn's true body, this might bring Pallas some hope. At the same time, through the prayer light, Klein confirmed that Leonard hadn't been possessed by Amorn. He immediately instructed in the tone of Mr. Fool, leave the scene and go to an Evernight cathedral. Also, pray to Evernight. A pinnacle sequence battle beneath deities was definitely not something that a Beyonder at Leonard's level could participate in. Even though Klein had gained some initial control of Sapphira Castle and held 0 to 61, he didn't have much confidence. He only hoped that he could stall for time until a deity's descent happened. Outside 7 Pinster Street, Leonard heard Mr. Fool's words echoing in his ears. He was stunned for a moment before he looked up at the tightly shut door. Then, he turned around and used his right knuckle to ruthlessly knock on a certain tooth. A series of illusory mud surged out and sprayed onto the top of Leonard's head, enveloping him from top to bottom. Suddenly, Leonard seemed to transform into a mud doll as he kept sinking to the ground and fusing into the earth. This was a rare natural spirit he had exchanged from the Hermit of Fate. It didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, and its powers mainly came from the spirit world. It allowed Leonard to quickly traverse the soil at a speed far faster than the steam metro. As Leonard left the battlefield, Klein had picked up the gem-embedded box of the Great Old Ones. He stirred the power of Sapphira Castle and cast his gaze at the pitch-black church that overlapped with the embedded bones. The cathedral isolated his true vision, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. He could only determine that the battle had yet to end through the flashes of light that the stained glass let through. Use 0-61's first level's powers to swap its interior space with the Corpse Cathedral. No, isn't this equivalent to letting Amon enter Sapphira Castle? Just the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones cannot imprison him. Activate the second level and move the entire 7 Pinster Street somewhere else? No, it won't work either. Once we leave Backland, there won't be a timely divine descent. It will be even more dangerous for Palace Zoroast. Third level? Opening it might lead to a switch in owners of Sapphira Castle. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein came up with an idea. He wanted to narrow the target area to a tiny point and exert pressure on it to crack it. He wanted to exchange the Corpse Cathedral's door and the space in the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones using Sapphira Castle, so that the seal that isolated the spirit world and the astral world would be ineffective. If that was the case, the deities would realize the situation and accelerate the speed of a deity's descent. At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein sat in his high-back chair and aimed at the crimson star representing Leonard as he opened the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones. The surging power in Sapphira Castle suddenly calmed down, returning to its usual concealment as it silently pierced through the crimson star. In the real world at 7 Pinster Street, the door of the Corpse Cathedral that overlapped with ordinary buildings lost its luster. Following that, it became a light pool with gravel and cobblestone. The situation inside and outside suddenly cleared up, and it was reflected in Klein's eyes. In front of the cross that was 100 meters tall, the black-robed, pointed hat, and a monocled Amon slowly turned around to the open door. He held a crystal pillar formed from light and shadows in his hands. There were many 12-ringed worms of time swimming rapidly inside. Everything around them seemed to stop. Amon raised his head and looked up into the sky as the corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 1206. Sly old foxes, every one of them. Too late? After Klein's heart sank, he suddenly felt the box of the Great Old Ones in his hand shake violently. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the surface of the Corpse Cathedral's door, which had shrunken into a toy, emitted rays of light. Every twisted face on the white skull seemed to come alive. Adam's Corpse Cathedral has such a high level. It can withstand the first level of 0-61 with just one door. Without any hesitation, Klein used the crimson star representing Leonard and locked onto a gas lamp on 7 Pinster Street. Suddenly, the door with white bones protruding out with a distorted face returned to the real world. And on the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones, there was an additional toy street lamp. Right on the heels of that, Klein aimed at the Amon inside the Corpse Cathedral as he swiped his right hand, opening the second level of 0-61. At that moment, Palace Zoroast was no longer present on the battlefield. Without any qualms, Klein could move Amon elsewhere. He had designated the destination to be the astral world, hoping that the 7 deities would show him their love, but it was unknown if there would be a random anomaly. At this moment, the door returned to the Corpse Cathedral. Then, the majestic building that overlapped with 7 Pinster Street quickly disintegrated. The process of the collapse was very organized. First, it began from the dome, followed by the arches and the walls. It finally ended with the pitch-black stone pillars. The item that fell didn't hit the ground and instead disappeared in midair. Standing in front of the cross, Amon also began to dissipate along with the collapse of the entire Corpse Cathedral. It was as though he had also been envisioned, an entity that could be removed at any time. Of course, Klein knew very well that this was only Amon exploiting a loophole to use the expiration of the imagined corpse cathedral, so as to also become a figment of imagination to leave Backland. Boom! At some point in time, a thick dark cloud appeared in midair. A ball of lightning the size of a house dragged a silvery white stream of light as it ruthlessly smashed onto the corpse cathedral and Amon's body that had not completely disintegrated. A fine crack appeared on Amon's crystal monocle as the pointed hat on his head collapsed. However, this angel of time didn't panic. When his face twitched uncontrollably, he maintained his smile and held the crystal pillar formed from light and shadows. Like an illusion, he completely disintegrated as the sea of light that filled the corpse cathedral vanished. In the next second, the pitch-black and bone-embedded towering cathedral returned to the realm of fantasy. The house on 7 Pinster Street remained, but there were exaggerated marks on the living room's floor. The mark was like a person lying there, having turned to ashes. This was left behind by the countless avatars of Amon after they were smitten apart. However, Klein knew that Amon's true body had successfully escaped and had achieved his desired goal. When he recovered, this King of Angels was just short of a ritual to reach the divine throne and become the embodiment of all that was erroneous in the world. After I swapped the main door of the corpse cathedral, the first one to notice and react with his powers was the Lord of Storms. The goddess really has no way of performing a divine descent. She can only use various mediums to interfere with reality, making it difficult for her to affect him when he is prepared. I was still feeling happy for myself that I managed to escape from Amon. I was satisfied that I had repeatedly avoided him and didn't fall into his traps, but in the end, he'd ended up pulling off such a huge stunt without any prior warning. When did he transfer his focus to Backland? It should be after I deceived the laws to resurrect elsewhere. He'd caught a hint of Pallas Zoroast, as well as the fact that there's a connection between him and me. He began to target the last sequence 1 beyond a characteristic so as to become a true god. Back then, Leonard didn't explain in detail when he was praying. He only mentioned that there was a problem with the treasure trove of the Jacob family. For a sequence 1 angel who's so familiar with Amon to not notice anything amiss and fall into the trap, Amon must have done something incredible again. Phew, although I've rapidly grown in my battle of wits with Amon and completed a transformation, I'm still far from being a top swindler like him. I'm still too tender? Once Amon becomes a sequence 0 error and can even traverse the land, it will be tough for me. No, I have to figure out the Marauder Pathways ritual to become a god. I need to think of a way to do some damage. I can't let Amon easily ascend to the divine throne. But can this be what Amon wants? He will deliberately hold a ritual and wait for me to knock on his doorstep? As his thoughts raced, Klein let out a long sigh. Then, he sent a message to Leonard in the tone of the fool. There's no need to pray. In St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard had just emerged from the soil in the garden. He was trying to rush into the prayer hall when he heard Mr. Fool's words. There's no need to pray. Leonard slowed down as he repeated the sentence in a daze. He slowed down and finally stopped beside a stone pillar. He lowered his head and raised his hands to cover his face. At this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What are you sad about? I haven't died yet. Ah. Leonard released his hands and said in a daze and pleasant surprise, Old man, you haven't died yet. His eyes were already slightly red. Look at you, what are you saying? Pallas Zoroast's voice was clearly weak. To put it simply, I've died once, but not entirely yet. Leonard finally heaved a sigh of relief and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice and said, Did you successfully deceive Amon? I can't really call it deceiving. Pallas Zoroast sighed and said, All these years, the thing I've thought about the most is what I should do if Amon's true body finds me. After repeated experiments, I've also created a technique. After my true body dies, I can revive in my avatar. However, I will lose the sequence 1 beyond a characteristic and passively lower my level. I haven't been left behind by the times either. In other words, Amorn killed you once and obtained your Sequence 1 characteristic while you resurrected at the Sequence 2 level. Leonard had a rough idea of what was going on as he asked in confirmation. Pallas Zoroas sighed and replied, something like that. Actually, it's not like Amorn didn't notice it. He didn't do anything to stop it when I pushed you out of the Corpse Cathedral. He just wanted to leave some hope for me, and make me lose my will to fight to the death in the upcoming battle. Sigh, if not for that, I wouldn't have been finished by him so quickly. After all, I'd basically recovered after absorbing the treasure troves beyond a characteristic. Leonard blurted out in surprise, Old man, you pushed me out of the Corpse Cathedral because I have your avatar in me. Pallas immediately scoffed. What do you think? Do you really think I'm treating you like a grandson? Don't you have other avatars? Leonard muttered. Pallas grunted and sighed. Amorn actually lied to his avatar. I must admit that he pulled a fast one on me. If it wasn't for the fact that he learned that the Angel of Time didn't know the exact situation of the Jacob family's treasure trove back when he absorbed Amorn's avatars, he definitely would have taken more caution on the matter and would have made more adequate preparations for Amorn's appearance. This was the most important reason. As for the other matters regarding the Jacob family's ancestor or Klein Moretti playing hide-and-seek with Amorn's true body in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, none of them were key in him making up his mind. Leonard thought for a moment and consoled, Old man, you would have fallen for this most fatal of traps in the treasure trove regardless, so it isn't bad for you to have survived it. That's not it, Pallas immediately refuted. If I had a premonition that something dangerous would happen, I would have directly taken up the faith of a true god and become their grounded angel. With their protection, I would head to Jacob family's treasure trove. Sigh, after I absorbed the characteristic and regained the strength of a Sequence 1, I was considering this problem. Should I join the Church of Evernite, or work with the Fool of yours, or remove the parasitizing and hide from Amorn like before? Upon saying this, his emotions became very complicated again. Old man really has quite a plan. Why are you so familiar with seeking refuge from a deity? Leonard sighed inwardly as he focused his attention on the most important matter. Old man, after Amorn obtained your Sequence 1 beyond a characteristic, will he be preparing the apotheosis ritual? Yes. Pallas replied in a deep voice, this means that, for a very long period of time, your former colleague and ourselves would, at most, be harassed by Amorn's lower-level avatars, or nothing at all. What is the requirement of his apotheosis ritual? Leonard pressed. Pallas fell silent for a second before saying, to replace someone during their apotheosis ritual. At this point, Pallas laughed self-deprecatingly. Amorn's next focus will definitely be the apotheosis ritual. This will be our last moments of peace and quiet. Once he becomes a god, he will definitely come to you to deal with the Fool through you. Although I can abandon you and run ahead of time, I have to worry that he has the intention of retrieving all the characteristics at the angel level. Gain control of those rare spirits as soon as possible, digest the potion, and become a demigod. Wield a holy artifact, and obtain the favor of Evernite. Leonard's expression turned serious as he slowly nodded. He immediately found a quiet spot and informed Mr. Fool through a prayer of the key information. Someone else's apotheosis ritual? The only one who seems to be able to become a god anytime soon is Adam. It's good if the two brothers end up fighting. The final period of peace. I hope that the avatars that Amorn leaves behind to interfere with me won't be too strong. I hope that I can find traces of the dark demonic wolf as soon as possible. I hope that Dorian will agree to the deal. Klein sighed and returned to the real world. He continued walking in the dark with his lantern raised. Chapter 1207. Dorian's Decision. Backland, Sherwood Borough. 22, Hope Street, Hat Trick Inn. With broad shoulders and thick arms, Dorian Gray Abraham unknowingly paced back and forth in the room, waiting for his student, Force, to visit. No matter how composed and mentally prepared he was, he couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy when he eventually needed to face the answer. After an unknown period of time, there was a series of knocks on the door. Dorian listened to the rhythm for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. He walked to the door, twisted the handle, and pulled it back. Outside the door was the brown-haired, curly-haired Force, who was wearing a dark-colored long dress and a pair of tinted glasses. Dorian habitually looked behind Force, and after confirming that no one was looking in their direction, he made way for his student to pass. At the same time, he glanced at Force's hands and realized that his student wasn't carrying any luggage. Dorian retracted his gaze and walked to the middle of the room. He found a seat and sat down before pointing to the sofa opposite him. "Have a seat." Force cautiously lifted the ends of her skirt slightly, sat down, and greeted, "Good morning, teacher." Dorian didn't go straight to the point. After some thought, he said, "Did the lot of you really kill Botis?" "Yes." Force took out an exquisite, long cigar case from her pocket and opened it to show Dorian its interior. It was a pair of dark black eyes that were frozen with indescribable horror, as though they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Dorian had originally been mentally prepared. It was just like receiving the terrifying head that would cause nightmares the previous time, one that was put together one bloody fragment at a time. He never expected his student to not carry any luggage and to only take out a lady's cigar case. This made him believe that it was a relic that could prove Botis's identity, but the truth was beyond his expectations once again. This was still Botis's corpse, but there was even less than what Louis Veen left behind. Only a pair of eyes are left. The spiritual intuition of an astrologer convinced Dorian that the eyeball belonged to Botis. Seeing that the teacher had fallen silent, Force subconsciously explained, "His body has completely collapsed and dissipated. Only this pair of eyeballs is still intact." She paused for a moment before saying, "These eyeballs contain the remnants of the terror and contamination of the box of the Great Old Ones before Botis's passing. It's a very strong cursed item, so I didn't send it directly to you. It would cause terrible things to happen to the postman, and he might even die unknowingly. The corruption of the box of the Great Old Ones." Dorian nodded in enlightenment and sighed with a smile. Did he eventually die under the hands of the box of the Great Old Ones? This is really fate. The first item that Botis had stolen after his betrayal from leading the Aurora Order over was the box of the Great Old Ones. Force had heard Hermit's and Miss Justice's description of the general situation at the private gathering where they distributed the spoils of war. She learned how gorgeous and dangerous the battle she had missed was. She thought for a moment and said, "You could say that." However, before he was contaminated by the box of the Great Old Ones, he had already begun losing control. Dorian wasn't surprised as he said to his student, "Keep it. This is a spoil of war you deserve." After Force closed the cigar case and placed it back into her pocket, Dorian leaned forward, clasped his hands, and touched his nose. Botis was one of the most talented apprentices I have ever seen. Who knew that he would end up like this? Having said that, Dorian let out a long sigh as though he was recalling and confessing something. Force didn't know much about the details of what had happened back then, so she didn't dare to speak recklessly. She could only remain silent and wait for her teacher to recover from his mixed emotions. 10 seconds later, Dorian straightened his body and asked, "How did you digest the scribe potion?" This wasn't only to show concern for his student, but also to accumulate experience to provide some guidance to the other members of the family. Force's expression immediately turned complicated as though she was recalling something she didn't wish to recall. "It's mainly because someone had provided me with help. On the one hand, I recorded a lot of unique or high-level abilities. On the other hand, I was brought to many places in the past few months where I recorded a different cultures and beautiful scenery." Dorian fell silent for a moment before nodding. "This isn't easy to imitate." He then asked, "German Sparrow?" "Yes." Force gave an affirmative response. Dorian fell silent again. A few seconds later, he said, "What kind of deal does he want to make? Or rather, what does he want?" Force focused her attention and answered in an embarrassed manner, "He wants the potion formula of a planeswalker, and he plans on using the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in your family's hands." This price was definitely a generous offer. Force had originally thought that Mr. World was going to use a promise to exchange for the planeswalker potion formula and a Grade 0 sealed artifact, but she never expected him to throw in the box of the great old ones. Of course, it was definitely of value to allow the Abraham family to be free of the curse. However, a promise was forever a promise that might not be fulfilled. Dorian wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's request for a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He had long been mentally prepared, and instead, he felt that the conditions were beyond his imagination. After all, the Abraham family didn't have many things that a demigod could covet at this point in time. He frowned slightly and said, "Why does he want the potion formula of a planeswalker?" "I don't know," Force answered frankly. Dorian stood up and started pacing. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Force. "I need to meet him and have a chat before I can make a decision." "All right." Force agreed without any hesitation. Dorian heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to send his student away before quickly taking out the medicine for his consumption. He had arranged to meet at this time because he had taken into consideration that his curse would happen at any moment. If anything were to happen, the enemy wouldn't be able to channel his spirit in time. However, after Force got up, she didn't walk to the door. She stood on the spot and grabbed at the void. Her arm suddenly sank, and she quickly pulled out a figure wearing a black trench coat and silk top hat. This figure had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were cut and cold. It was none other than German Sparrow. German Sparrow's eyes moved slightly as he quickly recovered from his sluggish look and became no different from a real person. "Teacher, he's here." Force introduced seriously, his German Sparrow. This action left Dorian Gray Abraham slightly agape. He forgot to close his mouth and didn't respond for a moment. Although he came from an ancient family clan and knew many secrets, there were many things he couldn't imagine even if he read the description due to him being only a Sequence 7. After moving his consciousness over, Klein reached into his clothes and took out a golden pocket watch. "Pa!" He opened his pocket watch and took a look. Without any emotions, he said to Dorian, "You have 3 minutes." It's exactly as the rumors say. He's cold, arrogant, and crazy. Dorian didn't dare to waste any time and directly said, "Give me a reason to believe in your promise." As he closed his pocket watch, Klein placed it back into his inner pocket and said, "In truth, I'm already aware of the ritual that allows Mr. Dor to return." Dorian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to ask, he heard German Sparrow calmly add, "But I don't plan to do that." "Why?" Dorian and Force were puzzled, but one dared to ask while the other didn't. Klein looked out the window and said, "Do you know about the corruption from the cosmos?" When it came to understanding the cosmos, the Abraham family was definitely ranked first outside the true deities and angels. Klein believed that they must have left behind some hints and hidden records. Dorian nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. I suspect that Mr. Dor has been corrupted by the cosmos," Klein explained simply. "As for my promise, it can be fulfilled right away. However, you might not be willing to do so. Furthermore, it doesn't completely resolve the curse." "What's the solution?" Dorian asked as he controlled his surging emotions. Klein's expression immediately turned serious. "You and your family members will change their faith to my lord. That way, when the full moon or blood moon happens, you will be blessed and no longer suffer from the curse." After completely digesting the scholar of your potion, there was no need for him to pull a person above the grey fog to avoid Mr. Dor's ravings. He could directly use Angel's Embrace to resolve the problem. The only thing he needed to worry about now was that there might be too many members of the Abraham family. It might overwhelm him, or he might not have enough spirituality. "Who is your lord?" Dorian asked after a moment of silence. Klein suppressed his shame and said solemnly, "The great Mr. Fool." "The Fool? Are you from the Antigonus family?" Dorian suddenly made some connections. Klein shook his head and rejected his guess. Dorian fell silent again, but considering that there were only 3 minutes left, he hurriedly asked, "If we believe in that entity, we can avoid the troubles brought about by the curse." As an ancient family member, he knew very well how dangerous it was to believe in an unknown existence. He was afraid that he would resolve Mr. Dor's ravings, but bring about another curse. Klein answered frankly, "This is just a temporary solution. I will find a better solution for you. Dorian nodded and quickly said, I will try to believe in your lord and give you the potion formula of Planeswalker. If the curse can really be resolved temporarily, we will complete the transaction of the Grade 0 sealed artifact. He planned on using himself as an experiment to see if the method worked. Furthermore, he didn't plan on telling the other family members. He wanted to get them to wait for German Sparrow's supposedly better solution until they couldn't wait any longer. All right. Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and scribbled the honorific name of the fool. As for Dorian, he also began to use a crystal ball to aid in his memories, recording down the potion formula of Planeswalker. After the exchange, Klein cast his gaze towards the supplementary ingredients and ritual. Supplementary ingredients: 1 worm of star, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of spirit. Advancement ritual: leave legends in 9 places outside this planet. Chapter 1208. The long-awaited Serenity. Leave legends in 9 places other than this planet. Isn't this the cosmos? Looking at the potion formula in his hand, Klein nearly frowned. He felt that this was more dangerous than the advancement ritual of a miracle invoker. Although the box of the Great Old Ones and the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Abraham family, as well as a number of Grade 1 sealed artifacts, had the ability to send people into the cosmos, making the ritual appear simple, he clearly remembered that the Church of Evernight's ascetic leader, Oriana, had once warned him that the cosmos contained extremely terrifying corruption. It was dangerous to even understand it before becoming an angel. One will be corrupted by the cosmos if they aren't a planeswalker, and to become a planeswalker, one has to travel the cosmos. This has become an impasse. There's no way to resolve it. Perhaps, the Abraham family has records of relatively safe locations in the cosmos. I can't be too pessimistic. Also, I have to use divination to verify the authenticity of this formula when I'm back. Dorian not lying to me doesn't mean that he wouldn't be lied to. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Dorian Gray Abraham opposite him. Where are all the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristics? Having memorized the fool's honorific name, Dorian thought for 2 seconds before saying, 2 of them are in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts in our family. 1 is in the form of the box of the Great Old Ones. 1 is said to be in the hands of the Demonis sect, while another is with the Church of the God of Combat. There is 1 more, but no one has found it since the Second Epoch. If I could use the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 relatively normal Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Abraham family, I wouldn't have to worry about obtaining the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristic. However, that advancement ritual is truly a problem. Besides, the essence of this ritual is clearly to leave a mark in the cosmos. No matter how many changes are made, I won't be able to bypass the cosmos. Klein controlled his expression and nodded at Dorian. I hope you can find the answer when the Crimson Moon becomes full. With that said, his figure rapidly turned faint, having reached force limit. Upon seeing German Sparrow leave like that, Dorian subconsciously looked down at the piece of paper with the honorific name of the fool in his hand. He realized that it had also turned illusory and disappeared. Dorian was unable to find the correct answer from the various Beyonder powers recorded by his family. He turned to look at Force, opened his mouth, intending to ask her. At that moment, he felt a sudden pain in his heart as his pupils rapidly dilated. Oh no! The curse is about to act up. Dorian hurriedly reached into his pocket to retrieve a small metal bottle. He opened the lid and gulped it down. Clang! His actions were so hurried that the lid of the metal bottle fell to the ground. Force watched as her teacher's face turned pale. She watched as he clutched his chest, unable to react to what had happened. As a former surgeon, she quickly came to a conclusion and hurriedly said, "Teacher, are you having a heart attack? Do you have any special medicine?" After asking the last question, Force realized that she had been overly anxious and concerned, making her appear a little silly. The bottle that the teacher drank was definitely the special medicine. "Do you need any help?" "I have the recorded a doctor's powers," Force asked when she saw that her teacher had recovered based on his expression. Dorian shook his head, indicating that he was fine. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. It's because you didn't do as I planned and had directly summoned German Sparrow into this room, causing me to not have time to drink the medicine. Sonia C., the capital of the Rosted Archipelago, the city of generosity, Bayam. The Blue Avenger docked at the port in the evening. During that period of time, the damage brought to the sea traffic around Sonia Island by the Church of the Lord of Storms had finally attracted the actions of the Faesac Empire's demigods. Many captains had died in the line of duty, and their fleet had suffered a severe blow. Alger Wilson and his crew avoided this attack while hiding in the primitive forest of the island while waiting for an opportunity to attack the port. After the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Lund Naval Army declared their goal for this battle had been achieved, they returned to Pazu Island to rest since it was over. After that, Alger deliberately engaged in battle. He appeared pious, passionate, and fervent. He was praised by the cardinals as a result. This was because he was familiar with the area around the Rosted Archipelago. Without a doubt, he had been sent here to strengthen the naval forces of the important colony. Of course, in order to avoid conflict with his past identity, he also made preparations for other matters in the future. Alger and his crew arrived in Bayam in the name of recruiting pirates. In this war, many pirates were recruited, effectively making up for the losses of the navies of the various countries, just like the recruitment of mercenaries during the early and mid-stages of the Fourth Epoch. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some light in the sky, Alger got off the boat and headed straight for Sea King John Copman's Cathedral of Waves. As a Sequence 5 ocean songster, he had the right to directly meet the Church of the Lord of Storms Cardinal, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. As he walked, Alger suddenly saw a familiar face. It was a middle-aged man wearing a formal suit, a bow tie, and glasses. He looked rather refined, but Alger knew very well that he was a believer of sea god Calvetua. He had once been a pirate, and now he was a merchant that did business with both the authorities and the underworld. Long time no see, Ralph. Alger greeted the illegitimate child that had Lun, Faesac, and Rosted mixed blood. Ralph was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't recognize the captain of the Blue Avenger. Alger? Our captain of the ghost ship? After a few seconds, he asked in surprise. Alger smiled and said, "Did I change a lot?" Ralph frowned and replied, "Your temperament has changed a lot. It's even more like the ocean and dark clouds before a storm. Quite a keen eye. However, this is an act I'm deliberately showing. After consuming the ocean songster potion, if there wasn't such a change, I wouldn't seem like someone from the Church of the Lord of Storms." Alger sighed and said, "Because there are too many things to worry about. Now, it's all good, I've already been hired by the Church of the Lord of Storms." Ralph narrowed his eyes as a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. He laughed and said, "This is indeed a good thing, if there was no war." Alger glanced at the spot where Ralph had just come out and asked, "When did a new school appear here?" He could see at a glance that there were 4-story buildings, a cement field, a garden lawn, and many children happily playing. The children had dark skin, but some of them didn't have bronze skin like the locals. Their hair was only slightly curled, and it wasn't too obvious. Without a doubt, this group consisted of mixed-blood children. Ralph looked back and sighed with a smile. "Didn't you donate money to my charity foundation?" "Under God's guidance, I established a few schools in several large cities on the island, specially providing education, 3 meals, and accommodation for these discriminated children. Our childhood was gloomy, and I don't want them to be the same." At the same time Ralph responded, Alger kept staring at the school. When Ralph was done speaking, Alger looked away and said, "I thought you would have taken at least half of it." Ralph broke out into laughter. "Seems like I left a terrible impression on you. How is it? What opinions do you have about this school?" Alger sized him up and said, "Do you think I've been to school before?" He paused for a moment before saying, "Which street is your charity foundation on? I might come to you for something in the future." Thinking that the other party had been hired by the Church of the Lord of Storms, Ralph didn't dare to expose his connection to the resistance. He chuckled and said, "It's fine to donate, but you don't have to come for anything else." After giving the location of the charity foundation, Ralph returned home. He went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of a room. Lord Danitz, I have something to report. In the room, a deep and dignified voice replied, "Come in." Backland, Sherwood Borough. Dorian, who lived in a rented apartment, walked to the window. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. The crimson moon would be full tonight, and the curse of the Abraham family would descend once again. It had been a while since he had shaved his beard. Around his mouth, on both sides of his cheeks and lower jaw, there was a white mustache growing. It appeared out of place with his middle-aged man's appearance. After looking for a while, Dorian bowed his head and recited in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After ending his prayer, he returned to his room and found a sofa to sit down. He waited for the crimson moon to rise and for the period when the spirituality was the strongest to arrive. At that moment, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein had already taken his seat that belonged to the fool. He beckoned for a paper figurine. The paper figurine was surrounded by the power of Sapphira Castle as it passed through Dorian's prayer light and landed on him. During this process, Klein deliberately didn't show any effects, allowing that angel to silently embrace Dorian. He felt that if Mr. Fool were to appear too bombastic, it would scare this ancient family's member, so he chose to keep a low profile. The waiting process was always torturous. From time to time, Dorian would take out his pocket watch, click it open, and take a look. He wanted to know how long more before the full moon possessed its highest spirituality. This was something that could be inferred through the mysticism knowledge. Finally, when it was almost dawn, Dorian instinctively bent down to reduce the pain brought by the curse. However, as time passed, all he heard was complete silence. There were no buzzing ravings. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and shone on Dorian. He looked up in a daze and felt that the surroundings were serene, calm, and indifferent. Nothing abnormal happened. Dorian looked out of the window and saw the crimson moon. It was pure, dignified, gentle, and dreamy, as though it was hanging on his heart. After a moment of silence, Dorian lowered his head and took out his pocket watch. He raised his right hand and rubbed his eyes. He covered his face and didn't loosen his grip for a long time. The white mustache on his face gradually became messy, stained with tears and snot. Chapter 1209. Two choices. Inside the room, the crimson glow was like water that soaked every corner. Dorian slowly lifted his head and looked at the full moon outside the oriel window. He didn't look away for a long time, as if he was admiring a beautiful scenery for the first time. Phew! He let out a breath, stood up, and entered the bathroom. He turned on the tap, held up a mouthful of biting cold water, and splashed it hard on his face. After washing up, Dorian wiped his face with a towel and returned to the living room to sit on the sofa. He lowered his head and muttered piously, "Praise be to Mr. Fool." After completing his prayer, he walked into the study, took out a pen and paper, and wrote to Force. "Please tell Mr. German Sparrow that I have confirmed his promise. I hope he can find a better way to resolve the curse. I will gather the other members of my family to discuss if I should use one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in exchange for the box of the Great Old Ones. Here, let me introduce the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts so that Mr. German Sparrow will have sufficient time to consider which one he wants. One of them is called Scroll of God. It looks like an ordinary oil painting in a brass frame, but the content on it will change at random. When it shows different locations, the wielder can change the surroundings of the target, allowing the corresponding scene to descend. When it shows different figures, the wielder can allow those people to attack their targets with 1 target per figure. When it presents an abstract image that cannot be understood, different real effects will happen, and the only thing we know about the corresponding relationship is a very small portion. When it depicts doors, opening different doors will move one to different places. There's no way to predict where the destination will be. It can be used to exile its target. When it shows the dark underground or deep cosmos, it will be extremely dangerous. It has to be sealed. If no one looks at it or takes in the marvel of the oil painting, then the person inside will come to life. They will reach out their hands from the oil painting and slowly enter the real world. One must pay attention to this when sealing it. Once upon a time, when one of my family's branches were in charge of the Scroll of God, there was a mistake. No one appreciated it for a full minute. And at that moment, it presented an image of an angel revolving around a deity. Then, the deity came alive and walked out of the oil painting. That branch of my family was destroyed just like that. There were only a few members remaining who had lost their minds, while that deity had gone somewhere unknown, but the painting was left behind. We had been worried for quite some time, afraid that the deity would destroy the world. Fortunately, he never appeared again. Perhaps he had already been noticed by the 7 deities and was dealt with. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this is a story made up by those who have lost their minds. However, for most of the members to have died overnight, with a small number going mad, that in itself implies enough. The other Grade 0 sealed artifact is called Staff of the Stars. Its appearance is a black cane with embedded gems. While holding onto it, using corresponding scenes in your mind, one that truly exists and is still in existence, the staff will transport you directly to the destination, but you must be careful. The scene depicted must be absolutely correct. Every detail must be accurate. There cannot be any differences with the original. Otherwise, you will never know where your destination is. Similarly, while holding onto the Staff of the Stars, if some beyonder powers or figures appear in your mind, this cane will reenact the corresponding powers and person. The latter will be a single attack. To achieve such an effect, one has to have sufficient understanding of the powers and figures. Otherwise, you have no idea what kind of anomaly will happen. Once, someone used the Staff of the Stars to release a lightning storm, but he ended up turning himself into a frog. Recovery was only possible once the method to remove the curse was found. The Staff of the Stars is sufficiently hard and can be used to attack. A person struck by it will randomly mutate or suffer strange effects. Previously, I used the Staff of the Stars to hit a beyonder from the Aurora Order. The left side of his body was moved outside a door, and his right side remained where it was. His organs splattered out as a result. The Staff of the Stars will randomly move about. If it isn't properly sealed, it might disappear at some point in time and escape your control. When holding it, one's head has to be empty most of the time. This is because once an image appears, it can trigger the effects I described in the beginning. If there's no one holding onto it, all sorts of abnormalities will happen around the Staff of the Stars. It's hard to predict what will happen. It has to be sealed. Burn upon reading. After writing the letter, Dorian read it several times to make sure that there was no mistake before stuffing it into an envelope and pasting a stamp on it. At that moment, in the ancient palace above the grey fog. Through the prayer point of light, Klein had watched Dorian's entire process of writing the letter. I seem to have forgotten to tell him that he can pass the corresponding information to German Sparrow through Mr. Fool. That's good too. I'll just treat this as a benefit of being a formal member of the Tarot Club. If every believer were to do this, I wouldn't be able to cope if I didn't leave any worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle. Yes, this can also effectively maintain Mr. Fool's prestige. It will ensure that the Abrahams won't dare to belittle Mr. Fool. Klein mumbled before turning his attention onto the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts. He once again confirmed that Grade 0 sealed artifacts had severe negative effects and couldn't be used as common items. Of course, their powers had extremely terrifying and potent effects. They were worthy of the Grade 0. In comparison, the Staff of the Stars is more suitable for me. I can get Miss Justice to hypnotize me in advance so that my subconscious thoughts won't appear in the form of an image or scene. Only by consciously willing it in my mind will I be able to form the outline of a scene. I wonder if the residents of the City of Silver will be able to leave the forsaken land of the gods with the Staff of the Stars in their hands by just outlining the scene of Backland streets in their minds. But there's no way to hypnotize them before this. They haven't really seen Backland. Even if they restore the corresponding scene, it's difficult for them to accurately outline the details. Anyway, it's very troublesome, but I can give it a try and choose a volunteer who isn't afraid of death. If I can exchange for the Staff of the Stars, there's no need to rush to shatter it and turn it back into a characteristic. Who knows when it might come in handy? After all, the advancement ritual might not be completed. With the Staff of the Stars, I can deal with the dark demonic wolf and escape the forsaken land of the gods right under the dark angel's nose. This will give me a little more confidence. Klein sighed as he made his decision. At this moment, he discovered another truth. That was if some of the members of the Abraham family followed Dorian and switched faiths to Mr. Fool, then even if he returned the box of the Great Old Ones to them, it wouldn't be difficult to borrow it in the future. In other words, out of the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the Staff of the Stars, the Scroll of God, and the box of the Great Old Ones, he would gain the right to use 2 of them and have ownership over 1. It's still very useful to develop believers. When the time comes, wouldn't the Abraham family become a subordinate faction of the Tarot Club? However, Dorian definitely won't spread the faith of the Fool so quickly unless some members are already on the brink of losing control, without the ability to resist the curse of the next full moon. For some reason, he felt that the power of the Tarot Club was expanding. He thought about it seriously and felt sad that he would have to respond to his believers 24 hours a day in the future. Only by becoming an angel and truly gaining ownership of Sapphira Castle did he dare leave a few worms of spirit behind so as to resolve this problem. If that really doesn't work, I'll get a Rhodes to be my artificial intelligence customer service. Klein rubbed his temples and left the grey fog before returning to the forsaken land of the gods. Late at night, in the waters of the Rorsted archipelago, a huge sea monster quickly swam to its destination. This was the helper that Alger had requested from sea god Calvetua. At the level of an ocean songster, he was still unable to control a creature of such size. In truth, he could totally swim from Bayum, but that would be too tiring, and he wouldn't be able to resist any accidents. A few seconds later, the sea monster opened its mouth. Alger swam out and approached a beautiful coral thicket. After circling a few obstacles, a dark blue glow suddenly appeared in Alger's eyes. Through this dark blueness, he saw a beautiful coral palace. It was so real, but no one could see it unless there was a specific medium. Alger stared at it for a while before swimming forward. He came to the front of the palace and pushed open the door. The churning water came to a halt as Alger passed through the barrier and landed on the ground thanks to the wind. He looked around and saw that there were murals on both sides. The contents of these murals weren't surprising. The people with elven faces mainly focused on resisting the storm. However, Alger noticed that the ships weren't out at sea, but in the midst of a thick, nearly indestructible blackness. This made Alger think of a phrase, ut abyss. This is somewhat similar to the abyss as spoken in legends, but it's just a little similar, and there aren't any devils either. They seem to be coming from underground. These murals record the history of the elves, but they don't match the corresponding myths. The world said that each elvish word corresponds to a first-generation elf. As Alger pondered, he walked towards the 9 steps ahead. As he drew closer, he saw 2 thrones and a dark blue crystalline coral. On the coral branches, silver bolts of lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings. Alger held his breath as he slowed down his pace and went up the stairs to the throne. He extended his right hand solemnly and picked up the coral. With a splashing sound, the seawater outside the palace suddenly churned. As for the coral, under the cover of a dark blueness, it gradually turned illusory and merged into Alger's body. Lightning bolts bloomed one after another like flower petals. Chapter 12:10 Moon City. In the forsaken land of the gods, at night when the frequency of lightning was very low, a few humanoid creatures cautiously approached a meatball with 6 legs and more than 10 eyes. They were wrapped in animal skins or clothes with materials that couldn't be identified. With the help of a few lanterns, they passed through the endless darkness with heavy expressions. On their faces, there were about 10 to 20 tumors. Some of their eyes were nearly squeezed together, while others didn't have a nose, with only a black hole in that place. After a series of intense battles, they managed to successfully finish off the monster and split into 2 groups. One group guarded the surroundings, and another group reaped the spoils of war. During this process, the man with many meat tumors on his face dissected the monster's corpse. When he was searching for edible parts, he suddenly stopped. Adel, what's the matter? The woman without a nose asked curiously. The man named Adel slowly retracted his right hand and revealed an item he had found from the monster. It was a stone-carved amulet covered with marks of corrosion. This is, the man, whose eyes were nearly squeezed together, seemed to understand the reason and hesitated to finish his sentence. Adel surveyed the area and said, Shin, Russ, this was given to my father when I was young. On the day I became an adult, he felt that he could no longer control himself. He chose to leave the city and enter the depths of the darkness. When Shin and Russ heard that, they fell silent for a moment. They could understand Adel's feelings. This was a common occurrence in Moon City. As there was no safe edible food, they could only pick the mutated plant fruits and collect the flesh of monsters to maintain their survival. This resulted in the accumulation of toxins and madness in the body. After a decline in their physical conditions, they would either die quickly or gradually lose control. In order to not cause any damage to the surroundings and city, those who were part of the latter would often arrange everything after sensing that their conditions weren't right. With a torch and a small amount of food, they would leave the defensive perimeter and wander into the eternal darkness alone, never to return. The residents of Moon City could imagine what would happen to them. They would either be killed by monsters or become monsters. There was no other possibility. After 7 to 8 seconds of silence, the woman without a nose hesitantly said, Perhaps, this is the monster that killed your father. It has a belt made of animal skin wrapped around it. Adel's voice gradually lowered. He picked up the dagger made of bone and forcefully inserted it, cutting out a relatively normal piece of flesh. Amidst the silence, the members of the hunting team completed their harvest skillfully until Russ, whose eyes were nearly squeezed together, suddenly said in a deep voice, There are more and more deformities amongst the newborn. The price of accumulating toxins and madness for generations wasn't as simple as reducing their average life expectancy. The people who still had normal physical conditions were gradually experiencing some mutations, just like Adel, who had many tumors on his face. Similarly, the toxins and madness could also be passed down to their descendants, causing mutations to appear. Russ and Shin from the hunting team were examples. Their lives would be even shorter, making it easier for them to lose control and mutate. The more abnormalities there were, the more obvious the implications were. The hunting teams present knew very well that it might not take more than 2 to 3 generations before the residents of Moon City would lose control before they fully grew up or have children. When that happened, even if there was no external attack, Moon City would quickly be destroyed, leaving behind only stone buildings and murals to prove their existence. I hope the High Priest and the others can find a new direction. Adel stood up with a lantern in hand as he answered weakly. In the past 2 to 3,000 years, it wasn't as if Moon City hadn't found a way to escape their current predicament. They had sent out teams of exploration teams that headed deep into the darkness. Some returned after suffering serious setbacks, with nothing to show for their efforts. Some disappeared into the boundless darkness, and nothing was heard from them ever again. In addition, at a distance away, to the east of Moon City, was a grayish-white fog that blotted out the sky and land. They were like invisible barriers that not only blocked one's vision, but also prevented any living beings from passing through. The residents of Moon City once believed that this was a place of hope. They believed that the area covered by the grayish-white fog was a normal country. They believed that the other side of the grey fog was a land that wasn't cursed. They attempted to enter the grayish-white fog again and again, but all their attempts failed. They had dug a long passageway, hoping to pass through the invisible barrier by going underground. However, the region deep underground was also covered in grayish-white fog. They tried ways to obtain the ability of flight before attempting to cross the barrier at high altitudes, but they didn't manage to see the top of the grayish-white fog before they were struck by lightning. They mobilized the powers of all the demigods and sealed artifacts, attacking the target again and again. Over the past 2 to 3,000 years, the cumulative attacks they performed failed to disperse the invisible barrier at all. Upon hearing Captain Adel's words, the members of the hunting team felt hopeless and sad. It was as though they were sliding down the edge of the abyss, but were unable to save themselves. The deformed ones were people who found it difficult to control their emotions. At that moment, they more or less felt like they were suppressing something in their hearts, eager to unleash it. In Moon City, a deformed person wasn't allowed to become a Beyonder or join the hunting teams 200 to 300 years ago. They could only do harvesting work. However, as their manpower dwindled, the High Priest and the rest of the higher-ups relaxed the restrictions. Let's go. This bit of food isn't enough. Adel looked around, carrying lanterns as he walked deeper into the darkness. They didn't take the risk of extinguishing the fire, causing monsters to surge out in the darkness, as they might not be able to deal with them. In such a quiet and suffocating environment, the members of the Moon City's hunting team couldn't help but have the feeling that they were enveloped in an endless darkness. It was as though it was impossible to find hope regarding the present situation of Moon City, and the amount of time the lanterns in their hands could burn was decreasing. When the last trace of light dissipated, they would be silently devoured by the darkness. As they walked, a faint yellow light suddenly appeared in Adel's eyes. It was a glow that didn't belong to the hunting team. This bit of light immediately shone into the eyes of all the members of the hunting team, filling their pupils. Adel, Shin, Russ, and company couldn't help but widen their eyes as they felt a deep sense of shock. During their lifetime, there had never been any fires that came from external sources in the history of Moon City after the cataclysm. Indeed, many monsters possessed the powers of fire or the sun domain, but before attacking, they were all hidden in the darkness without revealing any hint of light. And now, a fiery glow appeared deep in the darkness. Adel, Shin, and Russ trembled slightly as they thought for a long time but couldn't think of an answer. They quickly recalled the hunting arrangements and confirmed that it was impossible for residents of Moon City to be nearby. Since the fiery glow didn't belong to Moon City, where did it come from? The entire hunting team slowed down. They were shocked, surprised, curious, fearful, worried, and terrified. They had also discovered some destroyed cities and knew that any abnormalities in the darkness could be fatal. Be alert! Adel finally snapped out of his daze and gave the order. The hunting team immediately took up a battle formation, waiting for the faint yellow light to approach. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Every second was slow. Finally, after the fiery glow grew bigger, a figure appeared. A figure? There's only one person. The members of the Moon City hunting team held their breaths. It seemed like, maybe, perhaps, they might have a chance of seeing an outsider. 2,000 to 3,000 years had passed, and finally, someone else had stepped foot on this land. They were not the only ones left in this abandoned world. As for who could travel through endless darkness and reach this place, Adel and company lacked experience, so they had no way of guessing. As the fiery glow became bigger and more obvious, the hunting team members gradually saw the figure. It was a slim young man. He had black hair and brown eyes, and his expression was cold. He was neither a deformed person nor had he any abnormal changes. He wore a strange hat and strange clothes. He held a lantern made of special materials as he walked over from the darkness. The light of his lantern was even brighter than the combined light of the hunting team. It made the surrounding darkness fade rapidly. It didn't take long before the light shone on the bodies of the likes of Adel, Shin, and Russ. The figure stopped and looked at the Moon City hunting team. He asked in a low voice, "Where are you from?" He spoke Jotun. His eyes are clear, and he can communicate. Adel opened his mouth, stopping his subconscious urge to reply. He asked in return, "Who are you?" The figure with the glass lantern replied calmly, "German Sparrow." After half a year of traveling and overcoming one difficult obstacle after another, Klein's spiritual intuition finally told him that he was finally reaching his destination. And he had also encountered the first batch of living people in his trip across the forsaken land of the gods. "Where did you come from?" Adel kept his guard up and pressed. Klein swept his gaze across their faces and said without a change in tone, "I came from the city of Silver. And also from a land beyond the cursed lands." Upon hearing this answer, all the members of the hunting team were in a daze. They suspected whether they were expecting too much, causing them to hallucinate. In the autumn of 1351, Backland, in the midst of the war. Ever since Fainapotter declared war on Lun, the war that had been going on for some time had finally lost its balance. Lun and its allies, Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, had lost a large amount of territory, leaving only the last few lines of defense that they defended with great difficulty. They were on the brink of being overrun. When she saw the long line of people at the food distribution center through the carriage window, Audrey slowly retracted her gaze and said to her personal maidservant, Annie, turn toward St. Samuel Cathedral. Chapter 12:11. Unimaginable. As the carriage drove slowly along the road, Audrey's gaze subconsciously looked out the window. Many passers-by stood by the roadside, staring at the horse that was pulling the carriage. Their eyes seemed to be emitting a greedy glint as they, the lucky ones, successfully collected their food. They ran through the streets surreptitiously and headed for home. A team of policemen in black and white checkered uniforms were patrolling the streets. They had revolvers by their waists and batons in their hands, means to deter anyone from wanting to take risks. Recently, we don't even dare to go on the streets alone, the personal maidservant, Annie, whispered to her. Audrey nodded slightly but didn't respond. After a while, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street and stopped at the square in front of St. Samuel Cathedral. The flock of pigeons that were usually here was nowhere to be seen. The Lund Charity Bursary Foundation, as well as the subsequent establishment of the Lund Poverty Relief Foundation and the Lund Medical Charity Foundation, had all moved from 22 Phelps Street to a few small rooms in the cathedral. This was because the buildings that they were originally housed in had collapsed due to the previous airstrike. To the staff of these three foundations, it was a harrowing memory. If they hadn't left 22 Phelps Street in advance due to different reasons, they would have long been killed. After alighting from the carriage and walking through the main door, Audrey saw a black-haired, brown-eyed girl with a rather thin face approach. Before the other party could speak, she said, Melissa, is there any more food that can be distributed? Melissa shook her head solemnly. Even those injured soldiers who we provided relief for can't receive enough food. Audrey's green eyes dimmed. She didn't show her helplessness or weakness as she nodded slightly. I will think of a way. From the City of Silver? From a land beyond the cursed lands. German Sparrow's words echoed in the ears of the Moon City hunting team members Adel, Shin, and Russ. It made them feel like they were in a dream, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Just as Adel gradually regained his senses and was thinking about what to say when Shin, who was born without a nose, inundated Klein with a series of questions. Where is the City of Silver? What does it look like? How far is it from here? How many normal people are there outside the cursed area? Klein glanced at her and replied in an emotionless voice, the City of Silver is located on the other side of the cursed lands. They discovered a type of plant that can be eaten normally called black-faced grass. This has allowed them to maintain their kind stability and effectively explore the depths of the darkness in a bid to find a way to leave. They recently found some mushrooms. These mushrooms can use monsters as nutrients, forming all kinds of fruits that do not contain toxins and madness. The City of Silver has gone one step further in escaping the madness. Once the newborns become adults, they wouldn't easily lose control even at old age. These words made Adel, Shin, and company feel lost, as though their own persistent efforts had no meaning. The City of Silver described by German Sparrow was the most beautiful scene they could imagine, yet it was something so easily possessed by others. Are there any deformed newborns? Shin asked in a dreamy tone. Klein shook his head. Almost none. Will their parents walk into the depths of the darkness by themselves when their physical condition deteriorates? No, when they become old. Adel subconsciously pressed. Wearing a black trench coat, a top hat, and holding a lantern, Klein replied, no. Because they are burdened with the curse of killing their own kin. If a life cannot be ended by the hands of a blood relative, they will turn into a terrifying evil spirit or monster. The members of the hunting team in Moon City finally found a sense of reality. Their hearts felt like they were slowly rising in warm water as bubbles slowly emerged. These bubbles were weak, empty, and easily pricked. There was nothing inside, but they shimmered with something called hope and light. Russ, whose eyes were nearly squeezed together, couldn't help but repeat the question. How many normal people are there outside the cursed area? Klein looked at them with a complicated expression. They are basically normal. They do not need to be constantly worried about monsters attacking them. They don't have to be afraid of being in the darkness. They don't go crazy after growing old. They aren't burdened by all kinds of curses. They see sunlight every day when they wake up, with sufficiently normal food. Every night, the crimson moon rises. However, all of this is being destroyed now. Klein silently added in his heart. This time, Adel, Shin, and Russ were somewhat at a loss. This was because they found German Sparrow's description as something imaginable, but also seemingly unimaginable. It was just like when they were reading the few ancient books remaining. They could get the spirit of the matter but found it hard to truly understand certain contexts. They had no idea what the sun and what the crimson moon were. However, to have normal food every day without the burden of various curses, the worry of monster attacks or darkness, and the lack of going crazy in old age was a beautiful dream they yearned for day and night. There's such a place in this world? Is this what heaven, as recorded in the ancient books, is? Was this land really cursed? The members of the Moon City hunting team fell silent once again. One of them opened their mouth but was at a loss as to what to ask. Someone wanted to bring German Sparrow back to Moon City and inform the High Priest of the news, wanting to inform everyone, but he was afraid of attracting danger. During this process, they didn't let down their guard or vigilance. Klein wasn't the least bit surprised with their attitude. Instead, he felt that this was the reaction a civilization that could last to this day in the forsaken land of the gods ought to have. With the lantern in hand, he took a step to the left, attempting to walk around the humans who were dressed in strange materials or animal skins, and he continued heading east. Regardless of what story these people had, whether it was worth helping them in passing, he planned to wait until he began his investigations before listening and considering things. This was because his spiritual intuition told him that his destination wasn't far, and that the legendary West Continent was just 2 to 3 hours away on foot. The moment he took a step forward, Adel and company immediately bent their backs, bracing themselves to defend an attack. However, they didn't manage to see German Sparrow approach them. They watched as he walked more than 10 meters to the left and continued heading forward. Seeing this young man dressed in strange black clothes and a strange black hat, with a strange and transparent lantern gradually distancing himself from them, the dim yellow light grew weaker and weaker. Adel's face, which was covered in tumors, changed. He shouted loudly, "Who exactly are you?" Klein didn't turn around. Instead, he held a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light and walked deeper into the darkness. He said in a regular tone, "A missionary. A person to spread my lord's brilliance." Adel, Shin, and company looked at each other, their expressions filled with confusion. They hesitated for a long while, but when there was only a small trace of the dim yellow light left, they instinctively took a step forward and followed behind Klein. They didn't dare to approach him, nor did they want to have him leave their sight. They carried the food they had procured, as though they were monitoring and chasing him in a defensive manner. As for Klein, he walked at an adequate speed, not waiting for them or attempting to shake them off. Just like that, both sides walked in silence under the sparse lightning. At some point in time, Russ and another hunting team had left the main group. They held the animal hide lantern and the food they had obtained and turned around, silently disappearing into the endless darkness. Seconds changed to minutes before Klein finally stopped. Using the lightning that streaked across the sky, he saw a grayish-white fog a few hundred meters away. The mist was connected to the land and extended all the way into the sky, as though it didn't have an apex. At the same time, the fog extended to the two sides without any end. Klein looked at it intently for a long time. Even though there were partitions of darkness, he slowly raised his head. After the second bolt of lightning calmed down, he looked away. Behind the fog or inside it is the disappeared Western Continent. As he thought with a heavy heart, he couldn't help but slow down his breathing. He carried the lantern and continued forward until the dim yellow light emitted a solidified mist. There was no need for him to make any other attempts. From his intuition as a seer, he could tell that the grayish-white fog was an invisible barrier that couldn't be passed through by conventional means. He thought for a moment and stretched out his right hand to scratch at the darkness in front of him again and again. After doing it 4 to 5 consecutive times, Klein pulled out a black cane with many gems embedded in it. This was the Staff of the Stars, a terrifying sealed artifact known as 0 to 62 that had been swapped using the box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, all he did was summon the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. This way, even if there were unnecessary scenes that appeared in his mind, he could use the removal of the historical void projection to stop any corresponding dangers that appeared in a timely manner. To a scholar of yore, this was the best way to regularly use a Grade 0 sealed artifact. However, this limited the effects and was something that couldn't exceed 3 minutes at the moment. Furthermore, there was a certain difference with the original version when it came to their effects. Using a marionette to hold the Staff of the Stars wasn't the best way to avoid any negative effects. This was because a marionette needed to be controlled, and any control had a high chance of transmitting scenes. Of course, if he engaged in a battle he was prepared for, Klein wouldn't have done so. This was because it would occupy one of his 3 precious summoning spots. Furthermore, although the Staff of the Stars belonged to him, it was only in a state of forced ownership, and it remained in a sealed state. Furthermore, the Grade 0 sealed artifact had a rather high level. It was impossible for Klein to successfully summon it at once, so it usually took him 3 to 6 attempts. In a fierce battle, it would require plenty of chances, nothing simple. And it was precisely because of this that when he was prepared to perform, he would hypnotize himself in advance. By using the Staff of the Stars in a special state, he would preserve the ability to summon historical void images like Miss Messenger, Mr. Azik, Mariana, Will or Septin, and other familiar angels. Holding the black staff that was embedded with various gems, a scene of the door slowly opening appeared in Klein's mind. The gems on the staff flashed with a faint glow as the greyish-white fog quickly outlined a door that wasn't sufficiently real. The door opened silently, and behind it was still a grey fog. Door opening doesn't work. Although he wasn't surprised by the outcome, he was still a little disappointed. He thought for a moment and decided to switch tactics. However, just as he was thinking about it, the Staff of the Stars automatically activated as the corresponding scene appeared. Chapter 12:12. Spreading Radiance. Just now, as Klein was thinking of a solution, an image naturally came to mind. The clouds in the 2 mountains began to boil rapidly as they spread out to the left and right, revealing a crack whose bottom couldn't be seen. The orange-red rays of the sunset filled it and formed a corporeal path. This was a scene created when Blasphemer Amon entered the projection of the Giant King's court. And just as he felt that he didn't know enough about the corresponding powers and planned on switching to another method. The red, green, blue, and transparent gems on the Staff of the Stars had already begun to emit a faint glow as they automatically activated. The solidified greyish-white fog was similarly boiling, but it wasn't that intense. They were churning backward as they parted, but the area right in front of him remained an endless greyish-white mass. There was no end to it. Klein sighed in his heart. As he focused on controlling his thoughts, he made other attempts. In the past 3 minutes, he had tried hard at least 10 times. 7 times were of his own will, while 3 times were him venting out, but he was ultimately unable to open the invisible barrier. Indeed, normal methods don't work. With a flick of his wrist, he allowed the historical projection of 0 to 62, which was close to its limit, to disappear from the real world. He stared at the silent greyish-white fog and didn't move for about a minute. It was as if he had turned into a statue. Finally, Klein closed his eyes and looked away. Holding the lantern in his hand, he walked towards the nearby humans who were watching. He didn't plan on making blind attempts, because there was a high chance that he wouldn't succeed. He planned on asking the people who had stood guard in the vicinity for 2,000 to 3,000 years. It was obvious that these ancient survivors had explored the greyish-white fog. He wanted to see if he could find inspiration from their years of experience. Based on Klein's assumption, the humans would definitely react excessively towards him, so he had already prepared the corresponding powers to allow them to speak to him calmly. However, when he looked at the light of dusk on both sides of the lantern, he realized that the ugly or deformed humans were staring at him with their mouths agape. They looked confused and shocked, as if they had temporarily lost their ability to think. Klein frowned slightly. In the darkness, he walked unhurriedly to the ancient survivors and stopped about 2 to 3 meters away. "What do you know about this fog?" Klein asked in Jotun with a deep voice. The language that could stir the powers of nature didn't have any differences because of geography. There was only a slight difference in the accent, but it wasn't much. If the original version was modified, there was a chance its effects in ritualistic magic would be lost. It was only when German Sparrow raised the question that Adel seemed to snap out of his daze. His lips quivered as he answered in an ambiguous tone, We have never caused the fog to change before." Just now, German Sparrow had caused the fog to boil like water and part to the sides. This scene had really frightened them, as though they were witnessing a miracle. The 2,000 to 3,000 years of hard work from numerous generations of Moon City inhabitants were inferior to a person holding a staff with an attempt that didn't last more than 200 heartbeats. This was also the main reason why they had given up on resisting when German Sparrow approached them. They instinctively believed that, no matter how they avoided him, it would be to no avail. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein continued asking, "Do you have any corresponding records?" At this moment, Adel understood what German Sparrow meant. He hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. Yes. However, only the High Priest and the others would frequently look through it. Wearing a black trench coat and half-top hat, Klein thought for a moment and suddenly reached out to pull out an item from the void. It was a cross covered in bronze, with several sharp spikes protruding out from it. It was the historical image of the ancient sun god's unshadowed crucifix. With the cross in hand, Klein raised it a little higher and aimed it at the ancient survivors. Pure, bright, and warm light bloomed, dispersing the darkness around them and illuminating them. Their combat experience made them instinctively attempt to defend themselves, but their action stopped midway through the process. The brightness and warmth wasn't something a bonfire could compare with. This made the remaining members of the Moon City hunting team recall the deities described by the ancient books and the High Priest. They were deities who emitted boundless light and brought boundless warmth. Under the illumination of the bright, pure light, a distorted, struggling illusionary black gas that seemed to have a life of its own began to boil from the bodies of Adel, Shin, and company, quickly rising and dissipating. The members of the Moon City hunting team felt their bodies become more relaxed, and the pressure within their souls disappeared. After purging the cumulative corruption and ailments of their bodies, Klein shook his wrist slightly, causing the unshadowed crucifix to disappear in front of him. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed another cane that looked an ordinary wooden color. This was the former City of Silver's sealed artifact, Life's Cane. Although he had already sacrificed it to the Evernite goddess, as long as it was once owned by a scholar of yore, it would only accompany them in a different way. With Life's Cane in hand, Klein took a few steps forward and used the end of the cane to tap the leader of Moon City's hunting team. The experience from before made Adel unable to dodge. The tumors on his face began to crack as pus flowed, faded, and disappeared. In the end, there wasn't even a single scar left. From the looks of his team members, Adel knew that he had undergone a change. He hesitantly raised his right hand and touched his face. From top to bottom and back up again, he kept repeating it. During this process, he realized that he was in an unprecedented healthy state, one that was better than when he first became an adult. Klein didn't look at him. He took a step diagonally and used Life's Cane to treat the rest of the ancient survivors. With Adel as an example, Shin and the others were on their guard and alert as they accepted contact with the cane, and they felt that they had obtained a new lease of life. Amongst them, the 2 deformed beings who were easily emotional couldn't help but tear up. "Unfortunately, I can't treat natural defects. Mental illnesses can be treated, but some crazy tendencies can't be treated." Klein retracted his right hand and let the historical projection of Life's Cane disappear. He walked to his original spot and turned around. He looked at the ancient survivors and said, "I'm not here to destroy, but to spread the radiance of my Lord, bringing light and warmth. Go back and tell your leader that I'm here. If he's willing, he can come over." He didn't attempt to find out where the gathering point of these ancient survivors was, nor did he plan on going there directly. This would trigger the strongest form of resistance and vigilance. Hence, giving them the choice was the most suitable solution. At that moment, Adel, Shin, and the others were already shocked by German Sparrow's constant pulling out of mystical items. They felt that they were walking into a miracle and had already been cleansed by the divine light, allowing their physical condition to recover to its optimum state. It even exceeded their peak. "All right." A few seconds later, Adel responded. Just as they turned around and prepared to return to Moon City, flames lit up from the depths of the darkness as they rapidly approached. The leader was an old man wearing a dark brown beast hide. His hair was grey and unkempt, and his face was full of real cracks. High Priest, after recognizing the other party, Shin blurted out. It was none other than Moon City's High Priest, Nim. Behind Nim followed Russ and the other members of the hunting team who had returned to the city ahead of time, as well as several other high sequence beyond us. Nim nodded at Adel, Shin, and the rest before walking to the front of the group. Looking at the man who claimed to be a missionary, German Sparrow, he crossed his arms and bowed. "Honorable guest, I am Moon City's High Priest, Nim. Moon City once belonged to vampires, but that civilization had been destroyed in ancient times. Afterwards, we accepted the orders of the great sun god, the Lord who created everything, and we moved here to watch the grayish-white fog and make the corresponding attempts. That continued on even though the land was cursed and the Lord didn't respond to us. To date, 3,722 years have passed." Chapter 12-13. The Eternally Imperturbable Fog. 3,722 years. Indeed, they were sent here when the ancient sun god was still alive. With the City of Silver's continued survival in the darkness for more than 2,000 years as a reference, Klein easily confirmed the words of Moon City's High Priest. He nodded slightly and asked, "Are you guarding this fog to prevent any anomalies from happening to it?" The High Priest of Moon City, who was wrapped in dark brown beast hide, Nim, shook his head. "The revelation that the Lord gave us was to guard the area all day. We needed to know if anyone walks out of the fog." Walks out of the fog? The ancient sun god had a premonition that a person would walk out of this fog. If the other side of the fog is really the Western continent, does this mean that there might still be life and civilization in it? When Klein heard this, an indescribable palpitation struck his heart, but he deeply realized a certain reality. Amorn's father, the second creator, was actually unable to open this grayish-white fog, and even needed to send people here to watch over it. Is there a specific method needed to pass through this invisible barrier? Mr. Hanged Man mentioned before that the Queen of Calamity, Kohainam, said that an incantation or command might be needed. Also, the premise is that the Western continent has already resurfaced. As Klein looked at the High Priest with deep lines on his face, he said without batting an eyelid, "I believe they have already introduced me to you. I'm a missionary. I have come to this land to spread the light of the Lord." The High Priest of Moon City, Nim, maintained his composure and used his grey eyes that were the same color as his long hair to look at Klein. "Your Excellency, which existence do you believe in?" Klein instinctively wanted to answer directly, but considering his identity as a missionary that he had set for himself previously, he held back his shame. With the ability of a clown, he controlled his facial muscles and revealed a slightly fanatical expression. "Please permit me to introduce you to my lord, the savior of this land, the great Mr. Fool." The Fool? Moon City's High Priest, Nim, and the others didn't expect to hear such a word. For a moment, they found it strange, but for some reason, they felt that there was an infinite philosophy hidden within. Finally, their attention was focused on the description. The savior of this land. Nim couldn't help but turn his head to look at Adel and the rest, observing their radiant faces. As a sequence for demigod, he knew very well that this was a result of the cleansing of the toxin and corruption accumulated within their bodies. Furthermore, the members of the hunting team had also been given excellent treatment. If he hadn't seen this group of young people grow up and remembered how they looked before the changes, he definitely wouldn't dare to confirm that they were residents of Moon City. Seeing the High Priest look over, Adel immediately said excitedly, "His Excellency Sparrow prayed for a deity's blessing to save us. Yes, we saw light. We felt warmth." Shin, who was without a nose, added, After the catharsis, she had unknowingly developed a certain belief towards the Lord that German Sparrow mentioned. Compared to the Creator who had never responded to prayers and ignored the suffering that Moon City faced, this existence was more like a deity. Russ and another member of the hunting team that went back to Moon City to inform the High Priest looked covetously at their former companions. They were both envious and had a yearning for the new life they had obtained. The High Priest, Nim, retracted his gaze and looked at German Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat. Is the great Mr. Fool a deity in this world? No, from outside this cursed land. Klein nodded solemnly and slowly. Yes. Then, what about the great sun god who created everything? Nim hesitated for a moment before asking the question he desired answers to the most. Klein changed his tone to that of a charlatan and said, the kings betrayed that existence. Blood, anger, foulness, and shadows began to flow across this land, triggering a huge calamity. Nim's pupils dilated slightly, as if he wanted to absorb more light to see the world in front of him. With great difficulty, he tried his best to suppress something and asked, are you saying that the Lord perished because of this? Not only did he perish, but his flesh and blood were also eaten by the traitors. This piece of land was cursed as a result. Taking advantage of the fact that he was in the forsaken land of the gods, Klein boldly said this. He didn't deliberately distinguish the Amorn brothers from the other 6 kings of angels. He planned on making the residents of Moon City believe that all the kings of angels were traitors. This way, they wouldn't be fooled by Amorn in the future. Over the past half a year of traveling and the various experiments he undertook, he was convinced that the forsaken land of the gods really was sealed. Or rather, it was isolated from the outside world. The only point of contact was either the exit of the giant king's court, or something at the level of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, using the Staff of the Stars here allowed him to move within the confines of the cursed land. He was unable to head to the scenes in the outside world as outlined in his mind. In addition, the box of the Great Old Ones was even suppressed and isolated for its historical projection. The moment the summoning succeeded, the projection would immediately be devoured by the environment. It was completely useless. This made him suspect that even the 3rd level of the box of the Great Old Ones was a little dangerous for true deities such as the true Creator. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, the body of the High Priest of Moon City, Nim, trembled slightly as his pockmarked face instantly turned ashen. The faces of the Beyonders behind him changed as well. It was as if they had suffered an extremely serious blow. One even showed signs of losing control. Seeing this, Klein reached out his hand again and pulled out Life's cane from the void, allowing it to fly through the air and accurately tap the target. The signs of the Beyonders losing control immediately vanished. His forehead was covered in sweat as if he had just overcome a major illness. Following the removal of the historical projection, Life's cane quickly faded away. As for the Beyonders of Moon City, they finally managed to break free from the grievous news. Some of them were filled with suspicion and disbelief, and others were whimpering softly. Some looked at German Sparrow with a lost look, as though he was their final hope. At some point in time, Nim's eyes had already closed. 2 or 3 seconds later, he opened them again and looked at German Sparrow. What else do you have to ask? In less than a minute, he looked like he had aged considerably. His body was beginning to show signs of decay and depression. However, it wasn't completely without hope. It was as if the trees were rotting away, but they were beginning to give birth to new lives. Klein half-turned and pointed at the coagulated grey fog with the lantern in his hand. Since when did you begin attempting to open this screen? What did you achieve? Nim said frankly, in the beginning, it was the Lord's revelation. While he wanted us to watch over it, he also wanted us to think of a way to pass through the fog. After the land was cursed, we used this to mainly guide us so as to seek hope. However, we ultimately didn't achieve anything concrete. No matter what method we used, the solidified mist didn't react. Upon saying that, he hesitated and said, it's not that there's no reaction, but it wasn't the reaction we wanted. Klein instantly saw hope and maintained his normal speaking pace as he asked, what was the reaction? Seeing that the High Priest was somewhat hesitant and not answering immediately, Shin took the initiative to say, High Priest, His Excellency Sparrow has already parted a portion of the fog, a depth deeper than what we managed over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years. Nim couldn't help but look deeply at German Sparrow before saying, more than 1,730 years ago, the High Priest back then was inspired by the cruel fact that Moon City had failed to achieve anything in the past 2,000 years. He felt that we couldn't treat this fog as a seal that needed to be broken through. Instead, it was to be treated as a great existence. He designed the honorific name, prayer stanza, and the corresponding symbols for this fog. He held repeated rituals here, attempting communication, and praying. This is a train of thought that no normal person would have thought of. I didn't think of it just now. Indeed, after all these years, there must have been many people with strange ideas in Moon City. 3,000 years of time isn't for nothing. Klein sighed inwardly as he nodded slightly. Was there any feedback after that? With a nasal grunt as confirmation, Nim replied, there was at one point when the High Priest changed the first sentence of the honorific name to the eternally imperturbable fog. Then, during the subsequent ritual, he vaguely heard a series of voices coming from deep within the fog. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear it clearly no matter how hard he tried, making it impossible to interpret it. From then on, the rituals we held were uncountable. We realized that a response wasn't always guaranteed. Even if there was a response, it might not be a timely one. We needed to wait patiently. As the thoughts raced through his mind, Klein asked, how many times does it roughly take to succeed? There are no patterns. Sometimes, we succeed at once. Sometimes, we might not receive any feedback after a month, Nim said with a sigh. We have made many alterations, but they were all useless. Did you hear what those voices said afterward? Klein asked. No, maybe our sequence isn't high enough or we are still lacking in strength. Nim shook his head. If that's the reason, I can give it a try. After hesitating for a few seconds, he politely asked, may you hold the correct ritual again? I would like to hear those voices. This kind of politeness was something Nim couldn't refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. He hesitated for a moment and said, sure, but many of the materials are in Moon City. You need to wait for some time. After some thought, Klein asked, have you used those materials before? Yes, Nimue answered in confusion. Klein nodded indifferently. Let's just hold it now. Tell me when was the last time you used those materials and where they were nearby. Chapter 12:14. Voice. After hearing the High Priest's reply, Klein held his lantern and walked 20 to 30 steps to the right, parallel to the greyish-white fog. Then, he half closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. This made the Moon City beyonders behind him not dare to make a sound, afraid of disturbing the oracle. After 4 to 5 seconds, Klein stretched out his right hand and slowly grabbed the air ahead. An altar made of stone dropped into the real world. On it were 3 candles made of oil and 7 to 8 spiritual materials. As a sequence for demigod, Nim was taken aback. He found it difficult to believe his eyes. Previously, he had seen German Sparrow take out his cane to treat his companion. He had only believed that German Sparrow possessed the powers of space or had received the favor of Mr. Fool. But now, his judgment had been completely overturned. This was because he found the altar, the few candles, and the spiritual materials very familiar. They were all used by him once. He actually managed to create something that I've used before? Is this a power that comes from history, a power that comes from time? Nim recalled the content of the remnant tomes in Moon City and his understanding of demigods as he came to a preliminary guess. At that moment, Klein turned around and looked at the High Priest. You may begin. Nim quietly drew a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of the likes of the Adel, Shin, and Russ, he walked to the altar and created a wall of spirituality. After taking a look at the symbols, labels, and patterns engraved on the altar and confirming that there were no problems, he followed the process that had been engraved into his memories, and he began the ritual with great familiarity. In the end, he bowed his head and chanted in a low voice. The eternally imperturbable fog. A barrier frozen in space-time. The existence that contains everything. Before the prayer ended, Klein had already placed his attention on the greyish-white fog, hoping to hear sounds coming from deep within. For this, he had secretly controlled the large number of monster marionettes that walked in the surrounding darkness to separate. He spaced them out at a certain distance, hoping that he wouldn't miss any suspicious traces. However, he didn't notice anything unusual until the ritual was completed. After waiting for a while more, Klein cast his gaze at the High Priest of Moon City, Nim, and said calmly, "One more time." Backland, Empress Borough, in the Hall family's study. After receiving permission, Audrey pushed open the door and walked in. Her father, Earl Hall, and her brother, Hibbert, were discussing some matters. "Oh, baby, you don't look too well." Earl Hall cast his gaze towards the door. Audrey didn't act as she forced a smile and said, "There's a huge lack of food at the Poverty Relief Foundation. I would like to collect more. I visited many nobles today, but they told me that there's no more food left. It's the same even if I offered to buy it with gold pounds." When these words were said, the nobles were either in a parlor or at a spot specially used for high tea. In front of them were high-quality black tea and many exquisite desserts. From time to time, they would invite Audrey to evaluate their dessert chef's culinary skills. Their servants had rosy cheeks, and they took very light footsteps. They didn't make a sound to prevent disturbing their guests. The current situation, Earl Hall sighed when he heard that. Audrey thought for a moment and said seriously, "Father, I remember that there should be quite a lot of food at home. Can I buy some of that with money?" "Audrey, you've already done too much. There's no need for you to do more," Hibbert Hall said with a frown. As for Audrey, she only looked at her father and didn't respond to her elder brother's words. Earl Hall's expression that had relaxed after seeing his daughter became serious again. "Audrey, the prerequisite for charity is not to affect your and your family's life. This is a principle I wish for you to remember." Audrey, who was wearing a long, golden-white dress, relaxed her eyebrows and said sincerely, "Father, the amount of food we have stored at home is enough to last everyone in this house for an entire year, or even more. Besides, there's also a lot of food over in East Chester County." As Winter County hadn't completely fallen, the Faysac army that had invaded Mid-Seashire didn't attack East Chester County. As for the Faysac, Intis, and Fainapotter fleet, they were suppressed by the few ironclad warship fleets of Lun. They could only barely deal with the situation and protect the supply line at sea. Seeing his daughter's emerald green eyes for a few seconds, he suddenly sighed and smiled. "Audrey, you have really grown up. You have your own ideas and pretty commendable determination. However, we don't know how long this war will last. We don't know what the outcome will be. We have to leave a lot of food to deal with this. I can accept us having 2 less delicacies for every meal to help those who are in trouble, but I don't want my dining table to become like what the newspaper says about the middle class. This will completely make us lose our dignity as nobles. This is something that we abide with every generation. Do you understand what I mean? I was just making an analogy. The essence of this is that I value the continuation and the future of the family line more. I value our status and standing. Only when it doesn't affect them will I express my love and kindness. Audrey, what I said may be cruel, but you have already grown up. It's time to hear this. Everyone is selfish, but at varying levels. In my heart, the entire Hall family is more important than me and your mother, yourself, Hibbert, and Alfred. Apart from these, it will first be Faith and good friends. Next, it's people we are acquainted with. Finally, it would be all of Backland, those who are in need of help. If it doesn't affect the ones first listed, I don't mind helping them. Unfortunately, I have to consider even more things now." At this point, Earl Hall shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "I'm sorry to let you know that your father is such a selfish person." As Audrey listened to her father's words, her expression changed slightly at first, but then it disappeared. Until the end, there were no additional emotions. At that moment, she was silent for a moment before asking again, "But we've already obtained a lot more than what we need. Can't we even share a portion of it?" Hibbert Hall interrupted angrily, "Why are you giving away the things we painstakingly obtained to others? This is produced from our land, farmland, and forests. This is what we bought with money. And these funds and assets were passed down the family. It was earned by father's acumen and powerful charisma. It was accumulated over generations. By doing charity to help others, it's an additional display of love, not something that we have to do. Do you understand? Earl Hall nodded. What Hibbert said is generally right. I share his thoughts as well. Audrey pursed her lips and slowly nodded. I understand. Earl Hall retracted his gaze and said to Hibbert, we have to keep the food stored properly. If the outcome of the war cannot be reversed, try contacting the fellows from Intes and show them some of our sincerity. The battle has been going on for so long. Quite a number of people have died as well. Many fields have been abandoned, and the prices in the cities have soared. There must be a very high demand for food, cattle, and land. In addition, I have shares in the Intes Suchit Bank, as well as the shares in the Varvat Bank and Backland Bank. I should be able to bribe them. In such times, only by satisfying these aspects can we talk about familial relationships. Intes and Lun often had marriage alliances. Many nobles were relatives, especially the believers of the god of steam. Father, are you considering surrendering? Hibbert asked in surprise. Earl Hall nodded slightly and sighed again. How can I not consider it in light of the current situation? When the time comes, you will be the new Earl Hall. Hibbert's heart palpitated when he heard that, but he was also puzzled. What about you, father? Earl Hall replied with a bitter smile, both your mother and I are devout believers. We have a certain status in the church. When Lun falls and the church is destroyed, the outcome will not be good if we're still unwilling to step down. At this point, he comforted his eldest son. As long as the Hall family is still around and the aristocratic title is still there, we won't lose much of our core assets. We won't be in such a miserable state for our advanced years. Remember to prepare a secret prayer room for us at home after you convert your faith to the god of steam. As the two of them conversed, Audrey, who was wearing a long, golden white dress, watched quietly from the door. She was listening quietly, her green eyes shimmering like gems. After repeated attempts, the projection of the altar vanished. The high priest of Moon City, Nim, said to German Sparrow, who was holding the strange lantern, in deliberation, it looks like it won't work today. We can try it tomorrow. It won't last more than 2 months. At that moment, all Klein could think of was another question. Could it be that the ritual was unsuccessful since it appears too perfunctory using historical void projections? He reflected on himself deeply and decided to listen to the high priest. They could try again tomorrow. When the time came, he would definitely get him to bring the real materials. He was about to nod when he heard a faint voice. The voice sounded from deep within the greyish-white fog. It was layered and indistinct. It's effective? This ritual really does have an effect, but the delay is too great. Klein was delighted as he immediately raised his right hand and pressed down slightly, gesturing for the Beyonders of Moon City to be silent. He immediately held his breath and focused on listening. The voice that echoed within the greyish-white fog seemed to come from many different sources. They intertwined with each other, occasionally overlapping with each other in destructive interference and creating a resonance when in constructive interference. Gradually, the voice became clearer in Klein's ears, especially when it resonated. It seemed to be a language he was familiar with. It seemed like countless people were chanting a name together. The name was the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings. Chapter 12:15. Not time ye. The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings. When he heard the voices deep in the greyish-white mist, Klein trembled slightly as the back of his head turned numb. This feeling quickly spread to every part of his body, causing tiny goosebumps to protrude on his skin. This was the second time he had heard the name the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings in the real world. And the first time, it was said by Amorn after he'd stole his thoughts. In fact, Amorn didn't know the exact meaning behind it, nor did he truly grasp the incantation. Therefore, in essence, this was the first time. At the borders of the legendary Western continent, outside his hometown that had vanished, this was the first time that he heard the incantation that caused him to transmigrate into the real world. He heard one of the most important secrets hidden at the bottom of his heart and heard the Oriental honorific name that was pointed at an unknown existence. He stood there, his mind almost blank. His ears echoed with occasional sounds of chanting and shouting. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When the voices became softer and softer until they almost disappeared, Klein finally recovered his train of thought. As a fake god that had done a lot of guilty matters, his first reaction was, by changing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, will I suffer divine punishment? Back when he had set up the 3-stanza honorific name of the fool, the first stanza described his experience and state. Back then, he had thought that it was a transmigration, and he was afraid of exposing the problem. He had changed the fool from an alternate world to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, but in the end, it pointed to his true nature. The second stanza was to bind the grey fog to him, making the direction clearer. And in order to completely limit and not cause any ambiguity, Klein directly translated the last line of the incantation, which was, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He originally thought that it was nothing, but later on, he suspected that his transmigration was a result of the former owner of the strange door of light in Sapphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Or rather, it was a certain existence hiding their true identity. Of course, it was also possible that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was the actual incarnation before creating another identity that suited the present world. As for what the identity was, Klein wasn't sure. This was because he had never heard the honorific name of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings elsewhere in the real world. Therefore, although there was suspicion and fear present, he didn't actually pay too much attention to it. It seemed like he was already used to it. However, at that moment, the words the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings were like salvos that kept blasting at his heart, bombarding his mind, causing all the concerns and fear that he had accumulated in his subconscious to surge out. After regaining his composure, he began to force himself to use his rationality to think about his current situation. Is this chanting hidden in the greyish-white fog, or is it from the vanished Western continent? I already thought that this fog's color and state is very close to the one below Sapphira Castle. Its power comes from history? One has to have the correct powers over time to open it? Queen of Calamity Kohainem once said that the Western continent would definitely reappear at the dawn of the apocalypse. In other words, only by pushing time towards that temporal node would the greyish-white fog come alive. Only then would it be possible to use the corresponding incantation to open it? The person who made the Western continent vanish, seal it, or create a protective quarantine is the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the existence suspected to be the previous owner of Sapphira Castle. According to all the clues, Sapphira Castle and the rest were left behind by the original creator. They were created by the various parts of his body, or something that he personally created. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is equivalent to the former owner of Sapphira Castle, and also equivalent to the original creator? However, Sapphira Castle existed only after the original creator split. Furthermore, the chants of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings only point to Sapphira Castle and don't affect places like the Chaos Sea. Also, the disappearance of the Western continent is definitely something from before the Second Epoch. As an ancient god, even Elf King Saniathrim was unable to return to his hometown. In other words, in the chaotic and crazy First Epoch or even before then, the original creator, the oldest one, had split into objects like Chaos Sea and Sapphira Castle. More things happened before the ancient gods were born? These matters caused the Western continent to vanish, and the former owner of Sapphira Castle to disappear? The prophecy of the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, is also very interesting. It says that someone will walk out of this greyish-white fog, so he sent people to stay in Moon City and guard this place. Strictly speaking, I actually come from the Western continent or this greyish-white fog. However, I left the Western continent to enter Sapphira Castle in a time long before the ancient sun god's prediction. The year I left the greyish-white fog was 1349 and found myself in Lun. Yes, after going around in circles, I came here again and met with the people from Moon City. The ancient sun god's prophecy really has come true. It's just that the process is a little twisted and complicated, but the way it was achieved is rather unexpected. As he pondered, his mood gradually improved. This was because the situation at the scene and his spiritual intuition had told him that there were still civilizations in the western continent that were isolated by the greyish-white fog. Many people were still alive. This method of making the western continent vanish reminds me of the ritual for Miracle Invoker, as well as using the power of space-time. They are mainly from the Apprentice and Marauder pathways. So, the previous owner of Sapphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, corresponds to these three neighboring pathways. Klein reined in his thoughts as he took 2 steps forward. He then turned around and said to Nim and the rest, "I heard the voice clearly." "What are they saying?" Nim's greyish-white eyes suddenly widened, his deeply pockmarked face filled with excitement. Adel, Shin, Russ, and company had similar reactions, ones that were even more intense. Even their bodies began to tremble. This was a problem that had troubled the residents of Moon City for more than 1,000 years. Resolving this problem was a symbol of escaping their current predicament. Klein took a deep breath and said in the tone of a charlatan, "They are praying to my lord." This was definitely not a lie. After all, as the fool, he had already gained initial mastery of Sapphira Castle. The last sentence of his honorific name was the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, which was equivalent to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Nim and company fell silent. When they looked back at Klein, their eyes were filled with obvious respect and fear. Together with the miracles Klein had displayed, they gradually viewed Mr. Fool as their savior. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Retreat at least 100 meters." "All right, Your Excellency." The High Priest, Nim, agreed without hesitation. After the moon cities beyond us had retreated to a sufficient distance, Klein reached into the void with his right hand and quickly dragged out another projection of himself as his actual body disappeared. Right on the heels of that, the historical void projection of Klein walked to the front of the solidified greyish-white fog. He extended his right hand and pressed it down. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that was slightly cold, blocking everything. After staring at it for 2 seconds, Klein opened his mouth, suppressed his voice, and recited in Chinese, "The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." As his voice echoed out, the greyish-white fog in front of him didn't react at all. It remained still and frozen. He waited for nearly a minute. After some thought, he took a deep breath and muttered again. "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted the Arch of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." This was the complete incantation of the luck enhancement ritual. As the last word was said, Klein's right hand that was pressing on the invisible barrier suddenly felt an obvious tremble. The grey fog began to shake as though a boulder had been thrown into a lake. The ripples quickly spread, overlapping each other as they formed a dot in front of him. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene. Not far away, the pupils of the moon city beyond us widened as they were unable to shift their eyes away. Amongst them, the ones who arrived later felt their hearts waver after witnessing such a scene. They found it impossible to contain themselves. To them, this was undoubtedly a miracle. Klein held his breath as he waited for the door to take shape. However, the ripples finally calmed down. They were only a step away from success. After a moment of silence, Klein repeated the incantations again. However, even if the ripples in the greyish-white fog didn't disappear, they were unable to truly outline the door. For a moment, he wanted to attempt with the complete ritual procedure. In other words, he would place 4 portions of food and recite the incantations while taking 4 steps counterclockwise. But very quickly, he was amused by his idea. Because by doing this, he would enter Sapphira Castle without opening the invisible barrier here. After exhaling, Klein took out a gold coin from the void and used divination to confirm that the effects of the complete ritual would be as he imagined. It really isn't time yet because the apocalypse hasn't dawned on us. Klein looked at the greyish-white fog in front of him for a few minutes without any movement. When a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and illuminated his face, he turned around and walked in front of the Moon City High Priest, Nim, with a lantern in hand. He said calmly, "It hasn't reached the correct point in time to open it, as spoken in the Revelation. There's more than a decade of waiting left." Without waiting for any response from the likes of Nim, Adel, and the rest, Klein pointed to the nearby darkness with his empty right hand. "I will be meditating here for some time. If you want to experience the radiance of the Lord and listen to his teachings, you can come here anytime whenever the lightning frequency is high. I'll do a single purification and treatment session every day, at a time when the lightning is most frequent." He didn't attempt to get the residents of Moon City to convert their faiths, nor did he plan on heading directly to the city or ask about any specific information. He wanted to give them some time to take things in. Nim secretly heaved a sigh of relief and replied with increasingly great respect, "I will pass on your words to everyone." Chapter 12:16. Patience will ultimately pay off. City of Silver, at the top of the spire, in the chief's room. With white hair and an old scar on his face, Colin Iliad looked out of the window at the deep darkness. It was only when a silvery white light suddenly burst out from afar, bringing a few seconds of light, that he retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. Chermont has succeeded in advancing. His gaze landed on the 2-meter-tall youth standing in the middle of the room. "Derek, do you know why I kept delaying the subsequent plans and didn't implement them after the first exploration of the Giant King's Court, despite already becoming a Sequence 3 Silver Knight?" Derek thought for a moment and said, "Your Excellency, on the one hand, you wish to see if there are any other paths you can take to the seaside. On the other hand, you are waiting for the other elders of the 6-member council to advance to Sequence 3. And now, both matters were completed. Nearly 5 months ago, an expedition team of the City of Silver discovered a hidden path. From there, they circled around the mountain where the Giant King's Court was located, and they arrived at the sea. However, the sea was illusory, and there was no way to pass through it. Forcefully entering the water only caused bodies to gradually crumble. Now, another demigod of the 6-member council, Wait Chermont, had finally advanced, becoming a Sequence 3 Silver Knight. He could have an honorific name and receive the prayers of the other residents of the City of Silver within a certain range. Colin Iliad sighed and said, "Very good. You have a very well-rounded understanding of the situation. If I had a choice, I truly do not wish to bring you to the Giant King's Court again and attempt to open the palace where Dark Angel lays in slumber." At this point, Demon Hunter Colin paused for a moment before continuing, "I do not know what danger such an expedition will bring. I can only make ample preparations in advance. Now, Chermont has finally succeeded. Even if an accident happens later and we are unable to return, he and the other elders will be able to support the City of Silver, allowing everything to continue on as we await the next opportunity." He sized up Derek for a few seconds before nodding in acknowledgement. "Your growth is even better than I expected. If not for the fact that the Giant King's Court matter originated because of you, I'd really want to keep you in the City of Silver and be an understudy elder of the 6-member council." Upon hearing this, Derek Berg replied without hesitation, "Even if you wish to keep me here in the City of Silver, I would still apply to go." This was a glimmer of hope that he had seen. This was an opportunity in his heart that could save the City of Silver. He was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Colin Iliad gave a rare smile. "You are still too young. After you experience many things like me, you will understand that compared to drawing your sword and sacrificing your blood in a zealous fervor, enduring humiliation and helplessness, and persisting in the darkness is even more difficult and painful. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chermont later. Ask him if he is willing to lead an expedition team to the Giant King's Court, or stay in the City of Silver." Derek fell into silence, his mouth agape, but not a single word came out of it. Colin Iliad didn't continue on this topic and instead asked, "Have you completely digested the Priest of Light potion?" "I digested it completely last week," Derek replied frankly. Colin Iliad nodded and said, "Have you gathered all the supplementary ingredients?" Derek acknowledged tersely. "I've gathered all of them." I'm just short of preparing the ritual. His ritual required him to extract the strongest emotions that he was unwilling to abandon, before injecting them again after consuming the potion. After a few gatherings with the Tarot Club, as well as Miss Justice's private attempts, they had already come up with a well-formulated plan. He was to complete it by relying on this sequence for Manipulator's control of the Psyche domain, and Mr. Fool's Angel's embrace. Demon Hunter Colin didn't rush him as he calmly said, "Don't be anxious. The second exploration of the Giant King's Court will still take some time." "Until I become an unshadowed?" Derek asked. Colin Iliad didn't deny it as he nodded slightly. "I'm also waiting for Lovia to become a Black Knight. Her ingredients and ritual have been prepared." Upon hearing this, Derek immediately felt pressured. At the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Bayam. At the top of the bell tower of the City of Generosity. The Cardinal of the Church of Storms, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King John Cotman, stood behind the railing, looking at the sea which was no longer that blue. There was wreckage floating above it, burning with the remains of ships. "Humph, in my territory at sea, even a war bishop has to bow his head," the muscular demigod with a chiseled face retracted his gaze as he muttered. He had a head of dark blue hair and a pair of deep blue eyes that were as thick as a worm. He controlled the weather and sea around the Rorsted Archipelago. Alger Wilson, who was standing beside the Sea King, didn't show any signs of frustration. He patiently waited until John Cotman turned his attention onto him. Aside from most of the Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway being bad-tempered, they often trembled in submission when facing high-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway. This was a characteristic of a tyrant. After muttering to himself, Sea King John Cotman finally cast his gaze at Alger, who was leading a pirate fleet. He said without any expression, "Your performance this time was remarkable. The Council of Cardinals has passed your review and has decided that I will preside over your advancement ritual." After receiving the item left behind by Queen of Calamity Kohainam, Alger found an opportunity to report the matter to Sea King John Cotman. Apart from 2 details that he modified, he had given an honest account of the exploration of the elven ruins from the time he arrived in the primitive forest of Sonia Island. Firstly, he claimed that he had headed for the elven ruins as part of him taking the initiative to ambush the Phaeacian troops. They had specially looked for a suitable venue, and there were many sailors present to verify it. The second was to lessen the autonomy of the subsequent actions. He only claimed that he dreamed of a female high elf on the night of his exploration of the ruins. Nothing abnormal happened after he drank a glass of wine from her, so he hadn't paid too much attention to it. When he came to the Rorsted Archipelago and woke up one night from his sleep, he suddenly realized that he had entered a magnificent palace at the bottom of the sea, and had picked up a sparking coral. Although many aspects of the evidence and physical evidence had indicated that Alger's description was real, Sea King John Cotman didn't fully believe it. He was sent back to Parzu Island to be investigated by the Pontiff, Guard 2. With the help of Mangel's embrace, Alger looked like he was trembling in front of the tyrant's aura. Without holding back, he explained that he had developed a certain degree of ambition after meeting the female high elf in his dreams. For this, he had taken the initiative to head to the Rorsted Archipelago in hopes of receiving her inheritance, but in reality, he had covered up the core secrets and the most serious problem. He had used the method of confessing his ambition to pass the investigation. As for the female high elf, whether it was a result of him having some elven blood that a fortuitous encounter was given to him, or if she had any hidden motives, he claimed that he was unsure. He hoped that the Pontiff could figure out the answer to lessen his worries. Alger displayed his fear of the unknown, making the Cardinals believe that this was the main reason why he had reported the fortuitous encounter. This proposal was designed by Alger himself, but with Miss Justice's suggestions, it was tweaked to be more in line with human nature. Of course, as expected, Alger didn't receive the advancement ritual. Instead, he entered an inspection period. The Pontiff of the Church of Storms, the grounded angel, had reinforced the seal in Alger's body, preventing the cataclysmic inter-characteristic from seeping out for 2 years and affecting him. In the past half a year, Alger had led the pirate fleet that had been assigned to him. He had worked hard to harass the ships of Phaesac and Phaenopotter. He had even participated in sea battles, taking great risks and making numerous contributions. This fully expressed his devotion to the Lord of Storms, as well as his submission to the orders given by the Church. Finally, after this roasted sea battle, the situation had escalated. His patience paid off as the Council of Cardinals acknowledged him. Alger took a deep breath and struck his right fist to his left breast, shouting loudly, "Holy Lord of Storms!" His agitation was half an act, while the other half came from the bottom of his heart. This was because in the past half-year, he had suffered quite a bit of pressure. Hermit had already finished digesting the Mysticologist potion and was preparing to advance to Sequence 3, Clairvoyant. Although Miss Justice had yet to fully digest the Manipulator potion, she had made significant progress. Furthermore, she was a complete rookie when she first joined the Tarot Club. Now, she had become a true demigod. She wasn't just a sequence higher than Alger, but a whole tier. Before long, the Sun could advance to Sequence 4, Unshadowed, and obtain Guardhood. The Star had also finished digesting the Sequence 5 potion and had accumulated a significant amount of contributions. He was just waiting for the higher-ups to give him a chance. Miss Magician wasn't far from digesting her potion after traveling time and time again. Furthermore, her teacher had prepared the corresponding sequence for secret sorcerer ingredients for her. There was no need to mention the World German Sparrow. Even if he were to suddenly inform them that he was an angel, Alger wouldn't find it surprising. Miss Judgment was currently a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. She was digesting the potion and was trying her best to keep up with everyone's progress. The Moon, who didn't like to work hard, became anxious as a result and was seeking to become a Sanguine Earl. Faced with such a situation, as one of the most senior members of the Tarot Club, Alger naturally didn't wish to be left behind. He desperately wished to advance to Sequence 4 and become a demigod. So many days had gone by, yet he suppressed his anxiety and patiently waited. There were 2 instances where he showed signs of losing control which required him to hire Miss Justice to treat him. And now, he finally got the answer he wanted the most. He had passed the assessment and was to prepare for the ritual. Chapter 12-17. The 5 Mush and 2 Rooms. Moon City. Many humans walked out of buildings which stood unusually sturdily despite having mottled surfaces. Some of them were obviously deformed, while others had already developed some abnormalities. The humans looked at each other and noticed some confusion on each other's faces. There were still 2 to 3 months before the sun sacrifice. Why was the High Priest summoning everyone to the square? Could something have happened? The residents of Moon City were filled with anxiety, fear, and confusion as they entered the only square from every street. At this moment, the high platform was empty. The person who had convened them appeared to have not arrived. The residents of Moon City gathered together in a very orderly manner according to their respective zones, and they discussed amongst each other in whispers. Why isn't the High Priest here yet? Doesn't he like to wait and not want others to wait for him? What happened exactly? Why did he suddenly gather all the city's residents aside from the guards? Amidst the voices, at the top of a tower near the square, High Priest Nim leaned against the wall and looked at the square from behind the crystal glass with a twisted expression as he endured something. His greyish-white hair flared up as a bunch of short black hair grew on his face. His ribs and waist were squirming, forming a swollen patch. These abnormal changes would disappear and occasionally appear. It was as if he was suffering from relapses again and again. His entire being was sinister and terrifying. After about a minute, he finally calmed down. He let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, he had been resisting the madness that had accumulated in his body. In fact, no matter which Beyonder pathway it was, the higher the sequence, the greater the insanity and inhuman inclinations one had. This gradually exceeded one's own humanity. One had to rely on external anchors to maintain a balance. Normally, such situations weren't obvious at Sequence 4 and Sequence 3. And at the level of an angel, even if there were enough anchors to stabilize them, they would fall into darkness from time to time. In the negative and abnormal states, one had to endure and resist on their own, waiting for them to ease up. They were like a sacred and solemn existence who might appear unproblematic normally, They could respond to prayers, chat normally, and even joke. However, at times, they could only hide in dark rooms and in the shadows. They tore off the surface of their skin, revealing a sinister side that showed signs of madness. As Nim often ate monster flesh, he had accumulated a lot of toxins, corruption, and madness. This forced him to endure such pain despite being a sequence 4. Of course, those who didn't know the acting method and relied on time or luck to advance to sequence 4 and sequence 3 would also share the same fate. After composing himself, he turned and left the room. With the help of an illusory door, he appeared on the high platform in the middle of the square. After the discussions died down, the residents of Moon City cast doubtful and uneasy gazes at the High Priest. Nim looked around and directly said, "The hunting team led by Adel met an outsider." "An outsider?" The eyes of the residents of Moon City suddenly widened as though it was a bolt from out of the blue. This was the first time in 2,000 years for Moon City to encounter an outsider. Of course, this was referring to human interaction and not monsters. Nim took a deep breath and continued, "He claims to be a missionary who's here to spread the light of a deity. He caused the greyish-white fog to undergo obvious changes. He cleansed Adel and the others of the corruption and toxins accumulated within them. Also, he treated their physical mutations." As he spoke, he nodded to the side of the platform, and Adel and Shin, who were hiding in the shadows, immediately passed through the row of torches and walked to his side, using their own conditions to prove what the High Priest had just said. "Oh my God! Is that Adel and Shin? They really?" Exclamations sounded out as surprise and shock mixed together into something almost physical. Adel and Shin exchanged looks, took 2 steps forward, and recounted what their hunting team encountered. The crowd heard about the tiny flame that appeared in the darkness, the cross that emitted a bright light, the cane that could cure any mutations and ailments, the parting of the greyish-white fog, as well as the appearance of the door. Upon hearing the hunting team's delightful description of their excellent condition, the residents of Moon City gradually fell silent. Some of them had already unknowingly teared up, a result of the extreme fatigue and repression. Finally, they saw a ray of light. The tears carried a mild and salty feeling as they flowed past their faces, slipping across the corner of their lips and dripping onto the ground. In addition, a person who was still rational and clear-headed raised his arm to express his opinion. Could that missionary be a special monster from deep within the darkness? Are Adel and Shin acting like this because they've already been controlled and influenced? After the wave of doubt calmed down, Nim said in a deep and clear voice, "I've checked them and have also used the sealed artifacts. I haven't found anything unusual for the time being. I will let them remain in the Black Tower and undergo at least 15 days of quarantine." After making the promise, he paused and said, "That missionary named German Sparrow will be meditating in the vicinity of the greyish-white fog for some time. He has permitted us to experience the glory of the God he believes in, and listen to the corresponding teachings. And every day, at the time when the lightning frequency is highest, he will provide cleansing and treatment. Everyone can make their own decision on heading over there, but they have to report their decision in advance and follow instructions. No one is to act on their own accord and affect the city's defenses. After they return, they will be quarantined for 15 days like Adel and Shin." The residents of Moon City fell silent. They looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. At this moment, Russ and another member of the hunting team, who had previously missed the cleansing and treatment because of their choice to return to inform the High Priest, stepped forward. "High Priest, I'm going." "All right, I'll lead this team tomorrow." Nim nodded and agreed. He had originally planned to give this team a name, but he failed to come up with a good description. He could only stammer and skip it. In his heart, there was actually a name, but he didn't dare say it out loud. It was Pilgrimage. With Russ and company leading the way, several Moon City residents stood forward, indicating that they were willing to take the risk. When the frequency of lightning increased, it was the dawn of a brand new day. A group of 7 to 8 Moon City residents carried animal hide lanterns and began to traverse the darkness, heading towards the periphery of the greyish-white fog. After darkness and light exchanged countless times, Russ and company's eyes suddenly lit up. It was a bonfire that was slowly burning. German Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat, was sitting around it. He held an iron-black long skewer and was roasting something. There were corpses of monsters lying around the bonfire. On these corpses, there were all sorts of strange objects. Some of them were white and full, as if they would spew out liquids the moment they were poked. Some of them were black, embedded with blood-colored lines and marbling. Some were covered with golden spots, while the tops were the size of a palm. These items were densely packed, covering the different parts of the monster's corpse. They had a strange and alluring beauty to them. After taking a few steps forward, High Priest Nim noticed that German Sparrow was roasting one of the strange objects. Drops of oil dripped down and produced sizzling sounds in the fire, brightening the light and allowing an alluring fragrance to spread. Gulp! The residents of Moon City swallowed their saliva instinctively as they developed an irresistible urge to eat. Every cell of theirs was screaming crazily. I wish to eat it. I want to eat it. Give it to me. Sitting on a rock, Klein raised his head and pointed at the colorful objects growing on the corpses of the monsters around him. He said in a deep voice, "These are called mushrooms. They're divided into different types. If you're willing, you can pick and eat them yourself, but do not touch the black ones. Furthermore, they have to be thoroughly cooked before you can eat them. Otherwise, you will encounter a terrifying curse." The High Priest of Moon City thought for a moment and replied on behalf of the others, "We would like to first listen to your Lord's teachings and experience his radiance." With a slight nod, Klein said as he rotated the long barbecue skewer that he had summoned from the historical void, "You may sit down and listen." When the 8 Moon City residents sat opposite the bonfire, he said with a solemn expression, "I came from the Giant King's Court." This was a term that all the residents of Moon City were familiar with. Their spirits were instantly lifted as they cast their attention away from the items above the burning fire and cast it at German Sparrow. Following that, Klein described the situation outside the City of Silver and the situation beyond the Cursed Land. He also shared with them his sightings of city ruins along the way. The residents of Moon City sighed when they heard this. Sometimes, they looked forward to it, but sometimes they found it hard to believe. At times, they could empathize with it and be filled with sorrow. Halfway through his sentence, Klein suddenly stopped. He retracted the black long metal skewer, brought it to his mouth, and bit down on a mushroom. Thick meat juices seeped out and, with a slightly scorching feeling, cleansed his mouth. After spending half a year in the forsaken land of the gods, Klein had already overcome his disgust towards mushrooms. After all, Danitz was often tasked by him with things to do. He was unable to meticulously prepare food and sacrifice things to him. During this period, he could only rely on mushrooms for sustenance. He closed his eyes in satisfaction and handed over the long, black skewer. He smiled and said, "You can try some." High Priest Nim was still hesitant when Russ reached out his hand. As he expressed his gratitude, he got a mushroom and put it into his mouth. He ate too quickly, so much so that his mouth was scalded. However, after his expression twisted, it suddenly froze. Following that, his expression slowly relaxed as he gradually revealed a sense of intoxication, pleasure, and yearning. In the end, Russ's tears flowed out unknowingly as he muttered in a deep, choking voice, "This is the best and most superb food I've ever eaten." Even though their taste for food had changed after generations, humans couldn't adapt to food with toxins and madness. They still yearned for sugar and fat. At that moment, all the residents of Moon City could tell that Russ was moved. Chapter 12:18. Clue. Give it a try too. Klein handed the iron-black long skewer to the other residents of Moon City. Their throats bobbed up and down as they couldn't help but swallow another mouthful of saliva. However, they didn't immediately respond. All of them cast their gazes at the High Priest, waiting for him to nod. In his animal hide clothes, Nim took out an item. It looked like a magnifying glass with a handle. At a glance, Klein almost imagined that he had seen a monocle. This fright made his heart skip a beat. Thankfully, he managed to control himself in time to confirm the details. Holding the metallic handle, he placed the glass object in front of his right eye and observed Russ for a few seconds through the lens. After a brief silence, he put down the item and nodded at the other Moon City residents. People other than Russ finally reached out their hands and carefully removed a mushroom from the iron-black long skewer and stuffed it into their mouths. The item that was void of nauseous smells and foulness made them instantly become intoxicated. Without caring about the scorching feeling in their oral cavities, they swallowed the mushrooms into their stomachs and instinctively reached out for another one. However, all the mushrooms on the iron-black long skewer had already been distributed. Nim retracted his gaze from the iron-black long skewer and waited for German Sparrow to continue explaining his experiences and the fool's teachings. Klein looked around and repeated the words he had previously said. The surrounding mushrooms can be taken at any time, apart from the pure black ones. In addition, they have to be fully cooked before they can be eaten. Otherwise, you will be cursed. The residents of Moon City no longer hesitated. They immediately stood up and chose the mushrooms that they had been longing for. With a glance, Klein added, when the white mushrooms are cooked, they easily split open and have liquids flow out. You need to prepare some containers or drink them once that happens. Without waiting for Russ and company to respond, he continued the topic that he had previously stopped mid-explanation. He went on until he mentioned how he heard the voices in the greyish-white fog chant Mr. Fool's honorific name. Seeing that High Priest Nim so absorbed by his tales, to the point of being a little moved, Klein deliberated and said, there are still many ways to make the greyish-white fog react, but they are all related to my lord. This was a reasonable guess. This was because not only was there one hanging person, but there wasn't only one way to enter the world above the grey fog. If Emperor Razel had brought the mysterious silver plate that he had replicated here, there was a high chance that the invisible barrier would produce an anomaly. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Emperor belonged to one of the three pathways of Seer, Apprentice, or Marauder. Seeing that there were no doubts from the others, Klein said warmly, according to my observations, there isn't only one Beyonder pathway in Moon City. The grizzled Nim didn't hide it from him and simply replied, yes, when we were selected to come to Moon City, the Oracle had intentionally ensured that there was a comprehensive record of Beyonder pathways. Unfortunately, after all these years and the repeated disasters, many of the potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients of the various pathways have been lost. Which pathway are you from? Klein asked casually as he looked at the residents of Moon City using monster bones to roast the mushrooms. I'm a Night Watcher, Nim said frankly. Sequence for Night Watcher of the Evernight pathway? Klein nodded slightly and asked, did anything unusual happen near this greyish-white fog? After pondering for about 10 seconds, Nim with his pockmarked face said, yes. Klein's heart stirred as he calmly asked, what kind of abnormality was it? Nim glanced at the mushrooms that emitted fragrant smells, and he deliberated over his words. A small hill suddenly disappeared, leaving only a deep crater in the ground. There were no signs of an explosion in that area, nor was there any soil scattered around. What's going on? That's a little bizarre. As he threw the mushroom's roots into the fire to turn them into fuel for the flames, Klein asked without any change in expression, did you investigate further? Yes. The High Priest of Moon City nodded and said, an investigation team encountered a demonic wolf there. It wasn't a demonic wolf that has already rotted or mutated, but the kind of demonic wolf from a long time ago. Demonic wolf? Klein didn't expect to hear such information. His pupils changed slightly as he asked, what did that demonic wolf look like? Nim unconsciously took a deep breath and said, it's the same as the demonic wolves described in ancient literature, but it's even bigger. Even though its 8 legs are on the ground, it's still as tall as 2 or 3 people combined. Its fur wasn't pure black. It exuded a dark and deep feeling. Its eyes were very strange. The pupils, black pupils, took up a large part of the eyes. Also, there was a tuft of grey short hair on its head. Isn't that the dark demonic wolf, Kota? It actually came to the far east of the forsaken land of the gods, and was involved in an anomaly. If the power of the Western continent's disappearance really comes from Sapphira Castle, it would still be quite normal for it to attract the mythical creatures that corresponded to Miracle Invoker. Klein frowned slightly and said, it didn't attack your investigation team. Klein had deliberately used it instead of he to prevent frightening the residents of Moon City. In his opinion, it was very easy for the dark demonic wolf, Kota, to wipe out an investigation team. It didn't even need to pay a huge price to turn the city into his marionette kingdom. Yet, this mythical creature had apparently spared Moon City. If not for the spirit body threads that he had seen in advance and that he confirmed their conditions, Klein would have suspected that he was only talking to a few marionettes. No, it left in a hurry, Nim replied. This doesn't match the suspicious and cautious nature of the dark demonic wolf. What frightened him so much that he fled in such a hurry? He didn't even have the time to silence the people who saw him. Or rather, there's something special about the people guarding Moon City under the ancient sun god's revelation, and unless it's necessary, the dark demonic wolf wouldn't attack them? Klein continued without any change in his tone. Did it leave any tracks? No, Nim firmly shook his head. Other than the hill turning into a deep crater, we didn't discover anything unusual. As his thoughts raced, Klein tried to ask from another angle. When did this happen? The more he understood an object from the past, the more he could make contact with it in the fog of history. After some thought, Nim said, 2 years ago, 2 months, and 10 days ago. He immediately explained, there are too few things worth recording. It left a deep impression on me. 2 years ago, 2 months and 10 days ago. Currently, it's the 8th of September, 1351, and subtracting that time, it would be the 28th of June, 1349. This? Klein's right hand suddenly trembled slightly. His pupils and his expression were normal, but this was a result of using his clown powers to control them. He remembered very clearly that on the 28th of June, 1349, he had transmigrated. It was the day he became Klein Moretti. It was the day he repeated the luck enhancement ritual and entered Sapphira Castle. The abnormality here, the appearance of the dark demonic wolf, and the hasty departure of this mythical creature were all related to me. A huge wave of emotion surged through his heart. For a moment, he couldn't find an explanation and pretended that nothing had happened. He thought for a moment and asked, did something similar happen in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years? No, Nim gave a clear answer. What about 208 years ago? Did anything special happen? Klein asked. That was the time when Emperor Roself transmigrated to this world. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Nim said, I can't tell you the answer. I need to go back and read the corresponding records. Thankfully, the information and documents in the past 3 centuries haven't been damaged. At this point, he added, my limited impression tells me that there shouldn't be anything special. If that's the case, then the cause of this anomaly was because I entered the world above the grey fog and bound Sapphira Castle to myself. Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask further. He simply said, tell me where the crater is. By the time the high priest, Nim, gave an answer, the mushrooms that the residents of Moon City had grilled could be eaten. Some of them took a small bite of the white mushrooms and were scalded by the milk inside. They couldn't bear to spit it out. Some chewed repeatedly, reminiscing over the faint sweetness. Some of them couldn't stop eating at all. Nim was taken aback by what he saw, as though he couldn't believe that these people were from Moon City. Every one of them was showing the conflicted looks of having cravings and being satisfied. Their expressions looked twisted, but they were brimming with pure joy. High Priest, try it as well. Russ, whose eyes were very close to each other, handed a mushroom covered in golden spots that emitted a unique and sweet fragrance to Nim. After hesitating for a moment, Nim carefully used the magnifying glass to take a look before taking the mushroom and stuffing it into his mouth. In the next second, his expression changed slightly as he slowly closed his eyes. He had a taste of something similar from some mutated tree roots, but it wasn't as pure or memorable. After an unknown period of time, he looked at the indifferent German sparrow and said with an abnormally sincere tone, Your Excellency, we would like to listen to Mr. Fool's teachings. I haven't had the time to make it up yet. However, as I'm getting closer and closer to being an angel, the corresponding matters should be prioritized. The anchors need to be prepared in advance. As his thoughts raced, Klein recalled what he had said when he had come up with to reform the believers of Sea God. His expression quickly turned solemn as he raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. He pulled out a cross covered in bronze and sharp spikes. Following that, he pressed his right thumb onto a thorn, letting the blood enter the unshadowed crucifix. The bronze-green surface of the unshadowed crucifix quickly peeled off, revealing a body made of pure sunlight. God said. Klein opened his mouth and said in a low voice as he raised the resplendent cross in his hand a lot higher. Warm and bright light surged out like a tidal wave, instantly filling the surrounding area. The darkness and discomfort accumulated in the bodies of Nim, Russ, and company began to rapidly melt away. It was as if their bodies were being cleansed. They were in a daze when they heard the oracle, who was holding the resplendent cross and covered in holy radiance, solemnly say, God said. First commandment, thou shalt not sacrifice unto me living human sacrifices. Second commandment, thou shalt not use my name in vain. Chapter 12:19. Changing the goal. In the fog sea, which hadn't been engulfed by war, the future slowly began to sail towards the Berserk Sea amidst a convoy of ships. Admiral of Stars Katlia Haddon had much to do recently. All she had to do was wait for the Mosa's ascetic order to respond to her request. As she strolled the deck, she enjoyed the sunlight that shone through the thin mist. With a sweep of her gaze, she saw Frank Lee. This first mate of the future, the second most important person of the Star Pirates, was wearing light blue pants and a white shirt with the top 2 buttons unbuttoned, revealing thick brown chest hair. He was like a humanoid giant bear. He stood at the bow of the boat, looking into the distance. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he looked rather down. Katlia involuntarily slowed down a little as she turned to enter the cabin. Captain! Frank noticed her and looked over with anticipation, as though he was waiting for this Admiral of Stars to answer his questions. Katlia's figure paused as she adjusted the heavy glasses on her nose and asked in a seemingly casual manner, What are you stumped with? Frank thought about how to phrase his question and replied in a serious manner, I'm re-evaluating the inventions and creations I've created over the years. What are your thoughts? Katlia asked cooperatively. Frank nodded and said in distress, There are too many matters I need to reflect on. The most important thing is that the things I've created are still missing the most important thing. Katlia was puzzled, but she didn't wish to ask further. In the end, she still held on to the thought of taking responsibility for all the crew members on the future. She deliberated and said, What is it? Frank's expression instantly turned solemn. They all lack souls. It's a good thing that malt, grapes, and mushrooms don't have souls, Katlia subconsciously advised before saying, This isn't something you can dabble in right now. You're only a Sequence 5 druid. Frank's eyes lit up when he heard that as he blurted out, I've got it. Katlia frowned indiscernibly. What did you get? Frank was no longer depressed. I understand the problem. That is, the creations I want have exceeded the limits of a druid's abilities. Therefore, Captain, I'm not going to be a druid anymore. I want to become a classical alchemist. This was Sequence 4 of the planter pathway, the starting point of a demigod. Katlia's expression froze for a few seconds before she took on the posture of a captain and a demigod. She nodded gently and said, Having a goal is a good thing, but you have to understand how difficult it is. Underlying those words, she wanted him to not hold any hopes and not to take this goal seriously. Frank Lee nodded heavily after receiving her encouragement. I will do my best. To prevent Frank Lee from acting rashly, Katlia decided to take the progress of the matter into her own hands. I will help you too. When the time came, even if she had any progress, she could inform Frank Lee that she had tried to no avail. Frank was very happy as he thanked his captain from the bottom of his heart before continuing, I'll also write to German Sparrow and ask him for help. He's my good friend. What Frank didn't know was that the letters he had written for the past half a year had gone through a rather convoluted process. The letter went to the messenger before being delivered to Force. Force would then transfer it to German Sparrow or request Mr. Fool's help at the tarot gathering. Katlia nudged her thick glasses again and, without another word, turned and entered the cabin. She returned to the captain's cabin. Before she could think about what had just happened, she saw a letter on the desk with the brass sextant. Katlia was delighted. Ignoring the use of her Beyonder powers, she quickly walked over, picked up the letter, and opened it. It was from Bernadette. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, she wrote, "If you are free anytime, you can come to La Cha incognito." La Cha was a rather hidden island in the Fog Sea. It hid Queen Mystic's palace, also known as Emerald City. Katleer repeated the sentence a few times before the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Backland, Westborough, within the Odora family's villa. Emlyn White once again met the middle-aged, gentlemanly sanguine Baron, Cosme Odora. What did Lord Nibs say? Emlyn controlled his emotions, trying his best to appear less eager. Cosme looked at Emlyn's bright red eyes and said, "He only wanted me to tell you that the entire sanguine race doesn't have any excess Earl Beyonder characteristics. You can only wait for the present Earls to die of old age or accidents, leaving behind their inheritance. Compared to humans, the sanguine had a long lifespan. Even without a noble title, ordinary ones could live about 300 years old. Under such circumstances, they could slowly accumulate and occupy every level, preventing any excess in Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, it wasn't easy for ordinary ones to advance to Baron or become a Viscount. They either waited for the existing nobles to die, or they would obtain it from external sources. Otherwise, they would have to make sufficient contributions and receive the precious inheritance. Compared to the first two sequences, it was even more difficult for a Viscount to become an Earl. This was because being a sanguine Earl meant being a demigod, and he could easily live for more than 1,000 years. Those Viscounts' descendants had to pass generations before they could wait for a chance of an Earl's passing. And it was precisely because of this that, as long as there was a vacancy in the Earl position, it would immediately be distributed and not in stock. For Baron and Viscount characteristics, they existed in the Sanguine's treasury in the form of Beyonder ingredients and sealed artifacts, but the numbers were few and far between. Every bestowment had to be strictly administered. There really weren't any spare Earl characteristics. This answer was within Emlyn's expectations. He looked at Baron Cosme and nodded slightly. In other words, as long as any count passes away, it will be my turn. No, Cosme shook his head. Although you have contributed plenty, you haven't reached first place on the waiting list yet. What's my ranking? Emlyn first frowned before relaxing his brows to prevent his eagerness from showing. Cosme coughed and cleared his throat. 12th. This might not even happen when the apocalypse arrives. Since the ancestor has given me the important task of saving the race, why didn't she arrange all these matters? My Scarlet Scholar potion has been digested for months. Could it be that another test? Emlyn thought to himself silently for a few seconds before asking thoughtfully, if I obtain an Earl's characteristic from external sources, will the race help me prepare the ritual? Cosme exhaled and said, of course. Emlyn didn't stay any longer. He left Odora's villa and took a carriage back to his residence. Ever since Phainopota declared war on Lun, he had never been to the Harvest Church. He had only heard from the Star that the door had been smashed and many things had been stolen. It had become a place for the homeless. As for Father Utravsky, he spent half a month in a cell behind Channy's gate. The rest of the month was spent in a room on the upper level of St. Samuel Cathedral, with the Archbishop of Backland next door. This arrangement was repeated over and over again. This was because they were worried that if Father Utravsky were to stay behind Channy's gate for an extended period of time, he would suffer irreversible damage. Under such a tense situation, the Church of Evernite wished to leave some buffer time so that they could use this opportunity to express their goodwill and begin negotiations. Although Emlyn wasn't a believer in Evernite, and he even somewhat detested the cathedral, he went to St. Samuel Cathedral twice a month to visit Father Utravsky. Where can I obtain an Earl's characteristic? Emlyn, who felt that he had fallen behind and might not be able to bear the responsibility of saving his race, looked at the bleak streets while seriously considering every possibility. He quickly had some ideas. Hermit had mentioned before that the Aurora Order's Saint Tenebrous, had grazed a Shaman King. This corresponded to the Earl characteristic. If I could hunt this demigod of the Shepherd Pathway like the Saint of Secrets, the problem would be resolved. However, after the previous lesson, Tenebrous probably wouldn't fall into a trap so easily. There's also a possibility of directly attracting a king of angels. This was something everyone had discussed in the Tarot Club. The conclusion was that they had been attacking the Aurora Order for the past year, so it was best not to provoke them further. Apart from St. Tenebrous having a sequence for Shaman King characteristic, Emlyn White could only think of one other option. The Rose School of Thought. Be it the Life School of Thought's artificial vampires or the primordial moon worshippers that originally existed in the southern continent, they were now part of the Rose School of Thought. Of course, there were definitely some people who sought freedom. They hadn't joined any organizations yet, but either they were not at high sequences, or they didn't have enough information to leak out. Upon thinking of the Rose School of Thought, Emlyn instantly recalled a person. Marek. Marek represented the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. It was a faction that resisted the Mother Tree of Desire. They also appear like they want to obtain something from the Rose School of Thought. Perhaps I can cooperate with them. Emlyn nodded slightly. A number of residents in Moon City anxiously gathered at the entrance, casting their sights east from time to time. They were the relatives of the people who had previously been led by the High Priest. They were also the representatives of most people in Moon City. Finally, as the flames flickered, High Priest Nim brought Russ and company closer to Moon City. A man went forward and looked at his sister. He noticed that there were still traces of tears on her face. This Moon City resident, who wasn't deformed, could sense her brother's gaze. She couldn't help but open her mouth, tears streaming down her face. God is here to save us, she started to cry. It was such a sad and free cry as she let out her emotions. Chapter 12:20. A curtain. God is here to save us. The word spoken in a sob-filled voice echoed at the entrance of Moon City, causing the residents who were waiting to fall into a trance. At the edges of the greyish-white fog, a fire quietly burned. After eating another batch of mushrooms, Klein dispelled the iron-black skewer in his hand and looked up at the crater described by Moon City's High Priest, Nim. He then reached out with his right hand and gently pulled, dragging himself out from 15 minutes ago. After exchanging looks, Klein's true form rapidly vanished and entered the fog of history. He ran all the way to a time before the First Epoch, and he sat in the old stacked cities. His historical projection stood up and snapped his fingers repeatedly, flashing through the crimson flames as he headed for his destination. When the crater that was once a hill was almost right in front of him, he stopped. He cautiously extended his right palm and pulled Kona's Kilgar out of the void. The burly Earl of the Fallen's facial muscles twitched as he quickly transformed into another German sparrow. He took out a lantern from the fog of history with one hand and rubbed his temples with the other as he muttered softly, "Why does a marionette have to change its appearance? There's no one else here. I can't develop OCD." A few seconds later, the marionette's projection carried a lantern that emitted faint yellow light as it walked towards the crater not far away. As the light flickered, Klein saw his target location and realized that it wasn't too deep. The difference between the bottom and the ground wasn't more than 2 meters. Of course, compared to the original hill, this change was indeed huge. Inside the crater, the soil was smooth, and there were a few rocks in it. There were many twisted, mutated plants around it whose species were difficult to distinguish. It looked no different from other places. After observing for a while, Klein, who had stealthily activated Spirit Body Threads and Spirit Body Threads vision, slowly entered the crater, planning on following his pre-planned route and reassessing everything worth paying attention to. As he walked, he frowned slightly and let out an exclamation. He realized that his thoughts had turned sluggish, but it didn't affect his thinking. It was as if he had slept too much and had just woken up, having a heavy head with insufficiently active thoughts. This was a situation that a person would occasionally experience. Beyond us of the other pathways might not be able to detect it, but as a demigod of the seer pathway, Klein could clearly sense something amiss. If it were any deeper, it would be close to the effect when a marionettist controls spirit body threads. The influence left behind by Dark Demonic Wolf Kota? That's not right. If he didn't mean to leave it behind, it means that he'd showed his complete mythical creature form back then. That would have resulted in Moon City's investigation team in breaking down and losing control. If he had intentionally left it behind, what would be the purpose? Telling others that he was here? Klein circled the area in puzzlement, but he didn't discover any anomalies. After some thought, he let his main body that was hiding in the historical void in a time before the first epoch take 4 steps counterclockwise as he recited the incantation and went above the grey fog. He wanted to do a divination. With the exact time and location, Nim's description, and a real-world survey of the area, as well as lighting up some of the historical fragments, he believed that the prerequisite for making a divination had basically been met. This didn't mean it was enough, but that he could barely give it a try. Besides, if the hill turning into a crater incident had something to do with Sapphira Castle and him, then the chances of a successful divination would greatly increase. The revelation would be very clear and not be interfered with. Without any further thought, he sat on the fool's high-back chair. He conjured a dark red fountain pen and yellow parchment and wrote, "The 28th of June 1349 of the 5th epoch. The anomaly that happened here." He put down the fountain pen and grabbed with his left hand. He pulled out a handful of crater soil from the fog of history to use it as a medium for divination. With one hand holding the soil and the other holding the parchment, he leaned back in his chair and recited the divination statement 7 times. Then, with the help of cogitation, he fell asleep. In the hazy dream world, Klein saw the greyish-white solidified fog. He saw the hill that was tens of meters high, and the twisted vegetation around it. A few seconds later, the fog began to churn and rapidly vomited a black shadow. The black shadow was like a huge velvet curtain, madly absorbing all the light around it. Its translucency increased as it completely enveloped the hill. Following that, the hill vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a crater. The strange plants at the edge of the crater were also suddenly covered and had black illusory spirit body threads that extended towards different parts of the black curtain. The curtain became more and more transparent and illusory until it reached a point where one couldn't see it with the naked eye. If not for the fact that he had spirit body threads vision to observe the reality of the scene, Klein wouldn't have been able to discover that the curtain had covered the crater's surface. The scene flashed, and the dreamscape twisted to reveal a new scene. Moon City's 5-man patrol team approached and discovered that a crater had replaced the hill that had vanished. They stopped in their tracks and left the area without hesitation. They didn't rashly investigate. After an unknown period of time, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared in another direction. It was a demonic wolf covered in dark fur with 8 legs. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall. The demonic wolf had a tuft of short, greyish-white fur on its forehead. Its pure black pupils covered at least 3/4 of the space of its eyes. It was none other than the dark demonic wolf, Kota. The dark demonic wolf raised his head and opened his mouth, as though he was screaming, but nothing happened. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. It was another him. The dark demonic wolf's historical projection did a simple step with his 8 legs and he instantly arrived beside the crater. After he'd surveyed the area, he'd carefully lowered his head and picked up the completely transparent curtain that had made the entire hill disappear. The curtain suddenly came alive as it rapidly contracted and spun. It wrapped around the black demonic wolf as if it was adding half a black translucent piece of clothing to him. The dark demonic wolf trembled slightly, as if it had become a clothed marionette in 2 to 3 seconds. However, this was only a historical void projection. The next breath didn't happen as the main body stopped maintaining the projection. The curtain lost its support as it instantly collapsed and lay spread out on the ground. Dark demonic wolf Kota didn't give up. He occasionally transformed the monsters around him into marionettes or summoned historical projections, allowing them to go forward again and again, experiencing all kinds of failures. However, in the end, his newest batch of marionettes still managed to pick up and control the curtain. The entire process was silent, as though it was a mime act. Following that, the gigantic demonic wolf made the marionettes bring the curtainer to him. At that moment, the greyish-white fog around him churned again, forming a vortex that was comparable to a hill. The vortex emitted an invisible suction force, causing the strange curtain and dark demonic wolf Kota to be thrown towards it at the same time. Such a scene caused a substantial ripple to appear in the dreamscape. Countless points of light appeared, making it difficult for him to see the specific details. When everything returned to normal, dark demonic wolf Kota draped the transparent curtain around him and rapidly flew away from the solidified fog. And at that moment, the Moon City investigation team arrived and saw the ancient subsidiary god leave. Kota glanced at them, but he didn't stop, vanishing into the darkness. At this point, the scene shattered and the dream ended. Klein woke up. He sat up straight and tapped the edge of the long mottle table with his fingers as he silently muttered, "It's not that there weren't any anomalies before I arrived. More likely it is that the guards from Moon City didn't discover it. After all, the fog extends outwards to an unknown limit. What's that curtain that was spat out by the grayish-white fog? It can cover a hill when it's large, turning it into a crater, as though by magic. When it's small, it can be used as clothes by the demonic wolf, turning him into a marionette. It's a little like a high-sequence item of the seer pathway. It was spat out because I entered the world above the grey fog and completed the binding with Sapphira Castle. It seems to be able to turn the surrounding vegetation into its marionettes. This gives me a familiar feeling. Yes, there was something wrong with the food laid out in the rooms of the foggy town back then. Spirit body threads were growing out of them, reaching out towards the core of the cathedral. Once they've been eaten, one will instantly evaporate and vanish. Yes, they end up hanging in the cathedral and becoming a marionette. In other words, once one reaches the level of miracle invoker or attendant of mysteries, one can make plants or objects with spirituality grow spirit body threads, so as to turn them into marionettes. Is that curtain the beyonder characteristics of a miracle invoker or attendant of mysteries? Judging from the dark demonic wolf's performance, it might very well be the latter. This is the reason why one attendant of mysteries characteristic has been missing for a long period of time. There were only clues, but no one could find it. Before Sapphira Castle had an owner, the greyish-white fog unconsciously attracted the high-sequence characteristics of the three pathways across space and accommodated them. What is it trying to do? That suction force is really very strong. It frightened even dark demonic wolf Kota. He didn't even stop, only having thoughts of escaping. What was he suspecting? What was he afraid of? After some analysis, there was a look of excitement on his face. If he could successfully hunt down an angel like the dark demonic wolf, it would be an unparalleled harvest. Of course, the dark demonic wolf, who now had the curtain, was much harder to deal with than before. This matter had greatly reduced his confidence in succeeding. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly recalled something. From the timing of these sequence of events, the dark demonic wolf clearly had the curtain by the time he arrived in the northern city ruins, Migh. He turned the entire city into marionettes and created a marionette city. It wasn't to settle down, nor was it to accumulate helpers. It was to prepare the ritual for Attendant of Mysteries. Chapter 12:21. Leaving a message. If the dark demonic wolf really is preparing the Attendant of Mysteries ritual, then his whereabouts won't lack traces. Klein nodded slowly. He already had some vague ideas on his mind, but he was still unable to truly sort them out. He instinctively wanted to divine the location of the curtain by using the soil that had been tainted by the curtain, so as to lock onto the location of the dark demonic wolf. However, considering how the latter was an angel, such a method would most likely alarm him, alerting him and causing him to take precautionary measures. Therefore, Klein rationally gave up on this idea and returned to the real world. He thought hard about formulating a plan. The next day, when there was a high frequency of lightning, another batch of Moon City residents came to German Sparrow's bonfire under the leadership of a priest named Duke. They listened to his teachings, enjoyed the mushrooms, and waited to be cleansed. After the residents of Moon City experienced the cleansing, with tears streaming down their faces, Klein looked around and casually asked, "The Sun God told you to guard this land and to take note of anyone walking out of the fog?" Duke, who had been cured of his bloated ailment, knew that the high priest had mentioned this matter to the oracle before him. He answered rather calmly, "Yes." Klein nodded slightly and continued on the topic. "If you really discover someone walking out of the fog, what will you need to do?" Duke said without hesitation, "Recite the honorific name of the great sun god immediately and report this matter to him." As he spoke, his tone became very depressed. In the end, he was unable to formulate his words. This was because the sun god, the creator, hadn't given any response for more than 2,000 years. Even though Moon City had held the most complete rituals and repeatedly chanted the honorific name, there had been no response. Anything else? Klein pressed as he sharply noticed something. This was a revelation from his spiritual intuition, and also a result of a certain degree of deduction. It was obvious that the ancient sun god and the City of Silver creator would have considered this problem. One possibility was that the person who walked out of the grayish-white fog was extremely careful. He was very cautious and didn't enjoy being watched or monitored. After discovering the patrol team in Moon City, he would be inclined to use his Beyonder powers to affect their minds, making them forget that they had seen him or reciting the honorific name. In this situation, the ancient sun god should have made certain arrangements. Of course, this wasn't absolute. If Amon's father could accurately predict that the person walking out of the grayish-white fog was a rookie, then there was no need to say too much in the revelation. However, considering how the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, had made an error in predicting where he would come out from the grayish-white fog, Klein was doubtful of the aforementioned possibility. Duke thought for a moment and hesitated before saying, to welcome that person and tell him a single word. Klein's spirits were immediately lifted as he asked without batting an eyelid, "What word?" Duke's lips quivered as though he was mimicking the pronunciation. Then, he said in a strange tone, "Chernobyl." Klein's mind froze for a second before he let out a silent sigh. The Lund Kingdom, East Chester County, in a forest. The nearby villagers gathered here and plucked strange mushrooms that were covered in roots, deadwood, and shrubs. According to the kingdom's laws, everything that grew in this forest belonged to its owner, Miss Audrey Hall. However, with the war escalating, the demand of food, and the high taxes, these factors made it so that the farmers could no longer care about breaking the law. It was something that needed to be considered only if they survived. Furthermore, with more people participating, they naturally became emboldened. They formed small teams and very efficiently plucked the mushrooms that were covered in golden stars or marbling streaks. They were divided into two parts, and a small portion was reserved for consumption. Most of them were prepared to be sold to grain merchants waiting outside the forest to exchange for gold pounds, for salt, fabric and other essential items. These farmers didn't go overboard. Other than the mushrooms, they only took a portion of the fruits on the trees. They left behind what was sufficient for the rangers of the forest to submit to their masters. In just 2 or 3 hours, the farmers sold large amounts of mushrooms and fruits. With the gold pounds in hand, they returned to their hamlets with beaming smiles. To them, everything that happened today was what they wanted to do, and they had also achieved their predetermined goals. The grain merchant who had a full beard was equally happy because this was an unexpected harvest. With the present situation, he could earn a lot of money. He led the workers with him to move large amounts of mushrooms and fruits to the processing point outside the city. After making the necessary arrangements, he placed them all into the warehouse. As a meticulous businessman, he checked the warehouse again after sending the workers away. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he closed the door and locked it. At this moment, he saw a thick wad of cash on the ground. They were all £10 notes. "When did I drop so much money?" The grain merchant bent down in joy and picked up the stack of notes. As he counted, he suddenly recalled the origins of the money. They were the profits from selling the mushroom powder, dried mushroom, and dried fruits. How generous! The bearded businessman sighed in satisfaction and turned to leave the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Audrey, who was wearing a light blue dress, removed her psychological invisibility and took out a black pocket. This was the traveler's bag that she had rented from Zio. Following that, the blonde, simple-looking Audrey easily threw bags of food into the black pocket. After doing all of this, she took out a hard-covered bronze notebook and flipped to a page with teleportation. This was from Force, Leymano's travels. And what had conspired here was secretly manipulated by Audrey. She first gave the fast-growing mushrooms provided by Hermit to the animals in the woods. With their help, she'd planted them at suitable spots. Following that, she'd influenced the farmers in the surrounding hamlets, strengthening their inner desires, and making them overcome their fear of the law. And that grain merchant happened to pass by and discovered this. This sort of manipulation of a person's heart was intoxicating, like a master of all beings. However, Audrey didn't smile at all. Instead, she sighed softly. It's still not enough. I'm still lacking plenty. Lots. The mushroom she had obtained wasn't the type that Little Sun said could absorb the flesh and blood of monsters to flourish. They needed sufficient nutrients to rapidly grow. Therefore, there was no way to plant a second batch of mushrooms in this forest in a short time, otherwise, it was very likely to become a desert. Staring at the empty cloth bags that had been emptied out, Audrey's green eyes flashed. She couldn't help but think, a large amount of food is concentrated at the church, the royal family, the military, the government, the nobles, and the businessmen. There are also some from Faysac, Intis, and Fainapotter, but who knows how many times I'll have to move them with only traveler's bag. Manipulating the nobles, businessmen, and military personnel is very dangerous. I might be discovered if I'm not careful. If the situation hadn't deteriorated to such a state, I might have never known that some people would have such a side to them. When the environment and circumstances are different, the masks that everyone wears are different. I have to take note of this in the future. As her thoughts raced, Audrey, who lacked experience in handling such matters, decided to seek Mr. World's advice to see if he had any suggestions. As the world German sparrow had been walking alone in the uninhabited forsaken land of the gods, he was surrounded by darkness and despair. Audrey suggested that he should seek her out regularly for psychological counseling. This might not necessarily imply any treatment. A casual chat could effectively relieve the pressure, loneliness, and misery. German Sparrow followed his doctor's advice, and from their chats, Audrey knew that, apart from asking her for medical advice, this powerful adventurer would also gossip with Mr. Star above the grey fog from time to time, maintaining a rather good state of mind. With this decision, Audrey immediately activated her travelling ability and returned to Backland. But on second thought, she felt a little depressed. This was because she knew that, even if she gathered a large amount of food, she could only quell the residents of Backland for some time. If the war didn't end, the situation would still worsen. War! Audrey closed her eyes. She had no idea how she could stop it. She had heard from Hermit that the nature of this war was very likely to be a battle of gods. And the prelude to a battle of gods had always been very consistent. It was to spend a certain amount of time and strength to shake the anchors of their opponents. After some thought, Audrey pursed her lips and decided to start with what she could do. As the notebook emitted a misty glow, her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Beside the quietly burning bonfire, Klein, who had just sent away the guests from Moon City, couldn't help but recall the words blasphemer Amon had said before. He'd said that there were many clues and things in the past that he wanted to explore that were buried deep within Chernobyl. The ancient sun god had also specially emphasized Chernobyl. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly had the urge to explore Chernobyl. This wasn't considered rash. It was something he had always wanted to do. However, he didn't dare to do so because of Amon. I've been heading east for more than half a year. Who would have thought that I would suddenly arrive at Chernobyl? Amon has obtained the last worm of time beyond a characteristic and is preparing the ritual. It's impossible for his true body to still be in Chernobyl. Yes, he is a very patient king of angels. Perhaps, his avatars have been waiting in Chernobyl all this time. After analyzing the present situation, Klein decided to let a projection from the historical void make an attempt. In any case, he would never head there directly with his actual body. After making up his mind, Klein went above the grey fog to do a divination. Then, he returned to the real world and reached out his hand to grab into the void, dragging his past self from 5 minutes ago. As his main body disappeared, his projection gained consciousness. Following that, he grabbed a few times and took out the black staff embedded with many gems. The Staff of the Stars. He wanted to use the power of the Staff of the Stars to directly teleport to Chernobyl. Chapter 1222. Research facility. When he held the Staff of the Stars, Klein pulled out a gold coin out of thin air with his other hand and flicked it. As the gold coin tumbled, a revelation from his divination appeared in his mind. It was an extremely deep ravine. At the bottom of it was a thick and vast building that was covered in layers of greyish-white. Every detail was restored to the Chernobyl that Klein had seen at the beginning. However, it didn't originate from the spirit world, but from his own subconscious. Using the technique of dream divination, he reproduced the images he had seen in his mind. And the moment this scene was completed, the gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars emitted a faint glow. It instantly vanished along with Klein's historical void projection and appeared above the greyish-white building. In just a second, Klein returned from the easternmost front of the forsaken land of the gods to Chernobyl. This was one of the main powers of the Staff of the Stars. If the corresponding scene that surfaced in the mind of the wielder still existed in the real world, then the Staff of the Stars could allow them to cross all obstacles and distances, directly descending to their desired destination. Of course, the prerequisite was that the outline scene had to be absolutely correct and not visually be any different from the original. The reason why he chose the deep ravine where Chernobyl was located, and not the greyish-yellow fog, was because he knew that the Giant King's youngest son, the god of glory, Bladel, had perished after being freed from the curse. The area would definitely experience major changes, and the only thing that wasn't affected was the mysterious Chernobyl, which was valued by the ancient sun god and Amorn. This also didn't mean that the deep ravine and greyish-white building wouldn't have any visible changes. In fact, Klein had already prepared himself for the failure of his teleportation attempt. After all, the person performing it was fake, and the item in his hand was also fake. It wouldn't be a pity if he lost it. In midair, Klein, with the Staff of the Stars in his hand, didn't even have time to examine his surroundings when his entire body suddenly sank and plummeted downwards. He didn't wear creeping hunger, nor did he transform into an avian creature. He was currently unable to fly. Therefore, even though the demigods of the seer pathway were bizarre and terrifying, they actually had a human side to them. As his thoughts raced, a beyonder power appeared in his mind. Following that, the Staff of the Stars lit up with different colors, causing the surroundings to be filled with violent winds. The wind swirled around him, causing his black trench coat to flap and his body to slowly descend. During this process, Klein's right hand trembled, allowing the Staff of the Stars' historical projection to return to its normal location, doing so to prevent accidents from happening to him because of him imagining certain scenes. Right on the heels of that, his left hand pressed down on the half-top hat on his head. Just as the lightning in the sky was about to pass, he pulled out a lantern from the void. Under the dim yellow light of the lantern, Klein stepped firmly onto the ground beneath the deep ravine with his buckle-less leather shoes. The endless darkness around him seemed to contain monsters. He was standing in front of the greyish-white Chernobyl which was formed in layers. Under the synchronized effects of the lightning and the lantern in his hand, Klein quickly discovered a situation. There was no door to this thick and vast greyish-white building. Every place is sealed. I remember that the ancient sun god had opened an illusory crack on the greyish-white wall before coming out. As if in thought, Klein found the spot in his memories and began chanting the honorific name of the fool. At the easternmost front of the forsaken land of the gods, by the solidified fog near Moon City, Klein, who was hiding in the historical void, immediately entered Sapphira Castle. With the help of the prayer light, he used his true vision to scan the situation at Chernobyl. In the deep ravine and desolate plains with remnant greyish-yellow fog, there wasn't a single Amorn present. As for Chernobyl itself, even with the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle, it wasn't enough for him to clearly see what was going on inside. Underneath the layers and layers of greyish-white, there appeared to be absolute nothingness, a space without any color. Indeed, it's not simple. As expected of the place where the ancient sun god, the city of Silver's creator, walked out of. After sighing inwardly, he quickly left Sapphira Castle and returned to the historical fragment from before the first epoch. Klein, who was standing outside of Chernobyl, regained consciousness. He reached out his hand and took out Leymano's Travels. He quickly flipped to one of the pages and prepared to use the door-opening power of an apprentice. Such an action was actually a little rash for him, but considering that this was just a projection in the historical void, he felt that there weren't any problems with that. The Beyonders of the Seer pathway are indeed both cautious and reckless at the same time. They're careful when making preparations, but reckless after making preparations. They show traits of caution and recklessness at the same time. As he lampooned himself, Klein silently passed through the obstacle and entered Chernobyl's interior. After door opening repeatedly, he finally left the greyish-white buildings. He saw an ajar heavy metal door in front of him. The metal door wasn't very tall, only about 2.5 meters tall. It was obviously prepared for humans. In front of it, there were 2 pitch-black Marks II machine guns that were more sci-fi than any weapon belonging to this era. These 2 machine guns looked a little similar to the ones he had seen when he was flipping through some magazines in his previous life. However, he wasn't a fan of such things, so he couldn't be sure. Klein didn't pick them up or attempt to study them. His spiritual intuition told him that the 2 firearm-like weapons had completely corroded. Any contact with them would instantly cause them to disintegrate. After taking a few looks, he dispelled Leymano's travels. With the lantern in hand, he passed through 2 pitch-black Marks and arrived behind the metal door. There was a wide aisle here, and on both sides were rooms of different sizes. The tables and chairs inside were toppled, some were fine and others were broken in half. The walls were covered with black streaks. It looks like a research facility. Klein set off from the remnants and overall layout, coming to a preliminary conclusion. There was no need for him to deliberately search for anything. He quickly found a room with a destroyed machine. There were a few pieces of paper on the table that had a yellow tint to it. It seemed like someone had casually placed it there after collecting it. The ancient sun god Oramorn. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally stepped into the room. The dim yellow light dispersed the darkness inside as he picked up the few pieces of paper and quickly scanned them. 10 seconds later, Klein put down the piece of paper and the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't recognize any of the words on those pages. In my previous life, I only barely passed English, let alone other languages. Klein suddenly felt the feelings of the other Beyonders in this world when they read Roselle's diary. He slowly exhaled as he extended his hand into the void and took out an item. This was a translating device that Zhu Mingrue had bought before going on a trip overseas which he had saved up for. When the luck enhancement ritual was held, it was inside a computer bag by his side. To him, the greatest advantage of this translating device was that it could do offline translations, as long as it didn't exceed the internally stored database. After fiddling with it, he finally understood what the few pages wrote. Research of the appearance of oil in a dried-up oil field. Why would they need to build a research facility in such an unimaginable place for such matters? God, what did they discover deep in the oil field? This is some amazing material. What exactly happened? The doctor turned into a puddle of black oil in front of me. More and more people have turned into oil. This research facility has been sealed from the outside. No one can leave. No one can leave. Mad, they've all gone mad. We're still normal, but our food is almost running out. I seem to be hearing things. There seems to be sounds coming from underground. It's summoning me. Heat is summoning me. These lines of simple words sent a chill down Klein's spine. He felt as though he was walking towards madness and death. At the same time, a thought naturally came to his mind. The corruption that stems from underground. The cause of all this was the unnecessary experiments involved after the discovery of some strange material in a dried-up oil field. Then, the world was destroyed? But if it was a disaster caused by such a coincidence, then there's no reason for me, Emperor Roselle, and the others to obtain items to help us transmigrate ahead of time. Perhaps, there are chances amidst inevitability, and in chance, there is inevitability. The underground corruption has always been influencing the human world in an unobvious manner. It can intermittently bring about certain mysterious events. Only when the research facility probed deeper was he fully awakened. Klein subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With the lantern in hand, he left the room and headed towards the depths of the research facility. He also paid close attention to anything that was worth paying attention to. After walking for nearly a minute, his vision suddenly darkened. More than half of the dim yellow light's radiance was consumed by the area ahead. When he took a closer look, he realized that there was a cliff 2 steps away from him. That portion of the research facility had collapsed into the ground. It was dark and empty, with no end to it. Faintly, he seemed to hear a silent cry. It sounded in his mind from deep underground. This feeling was something Klein had experienced before, from behind the bronze door in the Hall of Truth. He frowned slightly and took a few steps back, prepared to dispel the historical void projection at any moment. At this moment, a palm that was so dry that it only had skin and bone stuck out from the darkness, grabbing onto the edge of the cliff. Then, a figure leaped out and landed in front of him. He was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. He had a monocle on his right eye. It was none other than Angel of Time, Amorn. However, this Amorn's condition was very abnormal. It was like a skeleton covered in a skin membrane. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back and saw the flesh and blood of the man before him rapidly fill up. He adjusted his monocle, said with a smile, "Ah, a visitor. I wasn't expecting that." "And you are?" Chapter 12:23. That level. "Who am I?" Just as Klein was about to remove the historical void projection, he was taken aback by Amorn's question. He controlled himself and didn't frown. Instead of answering, he asked, "You aren't Amorn's true body?" Standing at the edge of the cliff, Amorn took a step forward and smiled. "Of course not. You seem to know my true body or my other avatars." Although the Amorn in front of him didn't take any action, the step he took still gave Klein an indescribable pressure. It wasn't easy for him to keep still without retreating, which would betray his cowardice. He grunted and replied in a low voice, "That's why I'm curious as to why you don't know me." "Are you very famous?" said the Amorn who had crawled out of the darkness. He then raised his hand and adjusted his crystal monocle on his right eye. This action lasted for a few seconds before it came to an end. As though in thought, Amorn muttered, "There are no other enemies nearby." Are there really none, or has the connection been completely severed? What kind of accident caused this Amorn to be independent? No way, I can't believe this fellow's acts. He is a top-notch swindler. Klein's heart stirred at first before he suppressed his corresponding thoughts and asked, "Why did you crawl out from underground?" Amorn's expression returned to normal as he chuckled. "Guess." Be it his actual body or his avatar's, the fact that he has a terrible personality doesn't change. Klein thought to himself and tried to probe with an answer, "You're exploring the secret that lays underground." Amorn nodded slightly and said, "Isn't that obvious?" He then half-turned his body and pointed at the darkness beyond the cliff that the light failed to light up. "My father crawled out of here just like I did." "Ah, right. It has a name. You should have heard of it, Chaos Sea." "Chaos Sea?" "The Chaos Sea, one of the 9 Sephiros. It is indeed hidden deep underground. Is the corruption behind the bronze door really brought about by it? Previously, I was made aware of this mysticism knowledge through my casual chats with Amorn. The ancient sun god was originally a member of this research facility. Then, he fell into the deep depths of the Chaos Sea, only to awaken in the second epoch and crawl out. As he was only an ordinary person back then, based on the law that proximity to the underground increases in danger with higher sequences, he wasn't affected too much. Klein's mind raced as he recalled many matters and came up with various guesses. 3 seconds later, he said in response, "So you took the risk and jumped in to search for the truth of the buried history and the world." "Something like that." Amorn man pinched the edge of his monocle and said in a self-deprecating tone, "But I didn't do it willingly." "Ah." Klein used a terse exclamation to express his doubts. Amorn smiled and said, "Every single one of me knows that it's very dangerous deep underground. We don't want to go down alone. We have tried many detours, including creating a marionette to replace us. However, we failed to succeed and failed to obtain any feedback. In the end, under the True Body's watch, we held a fair vote. Unfortunately, I was chosen. It's a miracle that Amorn hasn't completely gone mad yet." as expected of the god of mischief. Internal decisions have to be done in such a way. Klein resisted the urge to lampoon. And then, you jumped down yourself. What else? Let them throw me down, Amorn said as he spread his hands. Having said that, he seemed to finally understand something as he muttered to himself, the Chaos Sea made me sever ties with my main body and the surrounding avatars? Am I independent? Independent. Previously, in front of the bronze door of the Hall of Truth, I felt that every cell and every worm of spirit were giving birth to a new consciousness, generating a different form of self. It's very normal for there to be similar changes in Amorn's avatar after directly entering the Chaos Sea. An independent Amorn avatar should be able to effectively trick Amorn's true body. No, I can't trust him. Klein validated Amorn's words using his own experience, but he quickly reminded himself not to trust the god of deceit. He smiled and said, I suspect you're bluffing. Amorn held up the crystal monocle and sized up Klein for a few seconds. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Even if I want to find a partner, it wouldn't be someone as weak as you. In the era of the 8 kings of angels, were you very close to Red Angel Medici? Having made up his mind not to trust the independence of the Amorn in front of him, Klein tried asking, what did you discover in the Chaos Sea? Plenty of things. Guess what they are, Amorn said with a smile. You didn't discover anything, Klein said deliberately. Amorn shook his head. The other Ms probably thinks so too. Besides, I haven't been out for a very long time, and I didn't respond. It's logical to believe that I had already been corroded and was digested by Chaos Sea. Without waiting for Klein's response, Amorn continued, Chaos Sea is very large. It almost fills the core, and goes to a further layer. It's also the only Sapphira that merges the real and the illusory and has an entrance in the real world. The others are either completely illusory and hidden somewhere unknown, or they're definitely real while existing in the real world. I found something very interesting inside. The first blasphemy slate was likely born there, but it was later attracted by some power and left the ground before it was complete. My father might have browsed through that blasphemy slate in the beginning, which is why he condensed into the second blasphemy slate when he'd perished. This is the origins of the 2 blasphemy slates. It's no wonder the ancient sun god was so powerful in the late stages of the second epoch. Klein vaguely understood something and subconsciously asked, what's so different about the 2 blasphemy slates? Amorn adjusted the crystal monocle and said, the second blasphemy slate changed some of the sequence names and added content. Those contents contain secrets about transcending sequences. Transcending sequences. Klein's pupils widened slightly. He felt that his long-term guess had been confirmed. Become the creator. Amorn smiled and said, more or less, but this description isn't accurate enough. I like to refer to that level as above the sequences. There are also a number of true deities who name it in other ways. Some call it Great Old Ones, others refer to it as the outer deities or cosmos. Cosmos. The moment Klein heard this term, his spiritual intuition began to give crazy warnings. He remembered very clearly that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Oriana, had told him before that unless he became an angel, he shouldn't attempt to understand the cosmos. Otherwise, just having knowledge of it would bring him great danger. Without any hesitation, Klein, who had been hiding in the historical voids in a time before the first epoch, gave up maintaining the projection. He stood up from the stacked cities of old, and he took 4 steps counterclockwise. Almost at the same time, the violent lightning that streaked across the sky of the forsaken land of the gods calmed down. The endless darkness vanished as well. A gigantic crimson moon covered half the sky. The light on the surface of the crimson moon stretched out as if it was alive. Outside this world, the moon that was revolving around the earth had a crimson sea flowing. It drowned everything, as though it was digesting this huge natural satellite. The blood-colored sea boiled when Klein learned about the news of Great Old Ones, outer deities, and cosmos. They quickly gathered towards the middle, constantly piling together until they formed an indiscernible, blood-red phantom image. This phantom image was many times bigger than the moon. It had countless eyes, and it looked down at the blue planet. It cast its gaze at Klein's main body through the connection that was established the moment he learned about these matters. As the Crimson Sea receded, many craters appeared on the surface of the moon. From the ground, the moon no longer crimson. It was bright and clear. It had remained the same despite the hundreds of millions of years. Further out in space, the brown star, orange star, scarlet planet, gold planet, and blue planet twinkled like the blinking of eyes. In the fog of history, boils began to emerge from the surface of Klein's body. Each boil had a mutated worm of spirit. They wore the faces of Ju Mingrue, Klein Moretti, German Sparrow, and Dwayne Dantes. They were trying their best to drill out of his body. Klein's thoughts quickly turned chaotic. His entire spirit body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible blade, but he still forced himself to finish reciting the last sentence of the incantation. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Silently, Klein's spirit body tore through the grey fog and entered Sapphira Castle. The power of the entire space began to boil as it surged forward and enveloped him, melting away wisps of black gas, streams of red light, and boils, severing the invisible connection. Nearly 10 seconds later, the struggling Klein finally regained consciousness. He stood up using the high back chair as support. Inside Chernobyl, Amon, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, said to himself in a low voice as he adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye, quite a fast reaction. If Klein had been a second slower and was embroiled in that chaotic state, Amon could deceive the connection between the projection and the actual body before Klein could remove the maintenance of the historical projection. He could then appear inside the corresponding historical fragment. Above the grey fog, Klein sat down and rubbed his temples. That Amon was indeed lying. He should be the avatar that stayed behind to guard Chernobyl. When he'd discovered that I had come, he'd hid somewhere between the cliff and the Chaos Sea, pretending that he had just crawled out. He was unable to deal with my main body by bypassing the historical projection. Furthermore, he might not have the strength of a Sequence 2 angel. Therefore, he pretended to be an independent avatar so as to carry out the deceit. On the surface, he'd attempted to make me believe that he was an independent avatar and could be cooperated with. He'd made me focus on this aspect, but in fact, he'd concealed the danger in his words. Even in a normal conversation with the god of deceit, one can still be scammed. However, in order to achieve his goals, he had also given a sufficient amount of secrets. Chapter 12:24. Guesses about the Apocalypse. Lun Kingdom, Backland. Force, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from her dream. She subconsciously cast her gaze out the window. She didn't lack similar experiences. Before she became a member of the Tarot Club, she often woke up in the middle of the night due to the curse of the full moon. But today, she didn't feel any familiar pain, but her heart throbbed for some unknown reason. As the curtain had blocked the window, Force was unable to determine what time it was from the weak light. She subconsciously got out of bed, walked to the window, and drew the curtains. The sunlight that penetrated the thin fog shone into the room, dispersing the accumulated darkness. Force stood by the window and looked up into the sky with an obvious look of confusion. The sun has already risen, and the crimson moon had long set. Why do I still feel the sensation I have during the curse of the full moon? Furthermore, there were still many days to the full moon. The Inti's Republic capital, Trier. One by one, the astronomers, who had woken up early, as well as mysticism enthusiasts, as well as the covert beyonders, cast their gazes high into the sky. The layers of evening clouds disappeared, and the huge and bright moon outshone the light of the stars. The moon's color was no longer the usual crimson color. It was white and unusually bright. All who saw it were stunned. This was a moon that they had never seen before. Be it the normal textbooks of human society or books related to mysticism, none of them recorded similar phenomena. Apart from the common new moon, full moon, and the occasional blood moon, the moon had never experienced such changes. At least for the past 1,300 years since the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, there had been absolutely no such change. At this moment, the onlookers realized that, other than the crimson and blood-red states, the moon had another color. The forsaken land of the gods, the city of silver. As it was in the afternoon when the frequency of lightning was high, Derek and company noticed the abnormality in the sky. They were used to the familiar lightning and darkness. In just a few seconds, all of that completely disappeared without a trace. The blood-colored circular glow that blotted out half the sky was so obvious. Its massive size illuminated everything to great visibility. The people of the City of Silver who had relatively agile thoughts immediately thought of the description and the corresponding picture of the moon in the general knowledge book. They suddenly had a thought that came to them. Could this be the moon? The crimson moon. We actually saw the crimson moon. Soon, the blood-red colors of the crimson moon in front of them drained inch by inch, revealing its bright and clear body. The City of Silver residents were increasingly at a loss, unsure of what had happened. Having heard Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and the other members of the Tarot Club talk about the outside world, Derek Berg was even more shocked and surprised than them. This was because there was no such natural phenomenon outside the forsaken land of the gods. A few seconds later, the moon disappeared and the darkness once again engulfed everything. The frequent flashes of lightning became the main source of light. What happened just now? Did you see that red circle? Moon! That's the moon! That's the crimson moon! Is this a sign that we are about to escape our current situation? Our second exploration of the Giant King's Court will go very smoothly and we will open the door that leads to the outside world. Amidst the confusion, most of the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously treated this phenomenon as a good thing, treating it as an auspicious sign from mysticism. Only the chief, Colin Iliad, and the elders of the six-member council like Lovia had serious looks on their faces as they frowned. Above the greyish-white fog, inside the ancient palace. Having gained a general understanding of Amorn's scam, Klein instinctively turned his attention back to the secret he had learned. He previously had some guesses about the corresponding content, but when it was truly revealed, he realized that it was even more terrifying and exaggerated than he had imagined. It made him even more hopeless. To be able to successfully attract the attention of the cosmos, this means that most of the secrets that Amorn revealed are true. There really is another level above Sequence 0. This should be the level which the ancient sun god was at. However, his condition didn't seem too right. He'd ended up being stabbed in the back, perished, and divided up. According to what Amorn said, using the Creator to describe this level isn't accurate enough. He'd named it as above the sequences. There are also existences who use the term transcending sequences to describe that level, indicating that they have escaped the restrictions of the Beyonder pathway. Deities refer to this level as Great Old Ones, Outer Deities, Cosmos. From this, one can tell that there are two matters. One is the vast universe outside this world. In the boundless cosmos, there are Great Old Ones and Outer Deities who are existences at the Creator's level. For example, the one who controls the moon. From the looks of it, the brown star and orange star were the original planets. They have changed, making Emperor Roselle unable to recognize them. This is because there are Great Old Ones or Outer Deities entrenched in them, watching our world. The box of the Great Old Ones mutated after being corrupted by the cosmos. Yes, there are most likely more than one Great Old One or Outer Deity. Why aren't they all surrounding this planet? What are they spying on? They didn't directly invade because there's a power that temporarily keeps them out? Thanks to the seven deities? Connecting this to the prophecy of the apocalypse in 1368, the seven deities might not be playing a crucial role in this. They have yet to transcend the sequences. When the true barrier disappears in 1368, the Great Old Ones and the Outer Deities will no longer be obstructed. Then, the apocalypse will descend upon us? Upon thinking of this, the questions that he had accumulated in his mind suddenly flashed through his mind. Why did the Evernite goddess take the risk of bringing about a battle of gods to seize the uniqueness of the death pathway? Why did the seven deities tacitly acquiesce to having a black emperor? Why did Adam, Amorn, and the other kings of angels, after being silent for so many years, step out from behind the scenes in this era? Why were the legacies of the ancient gods from the second epoch appearing one after another? Why was there only one transmigrator released from Sapphira Castle in the first 4 epochs, but 2 in the 5th epoch, a period spanning slightly more than 1,000 years? Phew, be they good or bad, everyone is working hard to improve themselves to usher in the apocalypse. The goddess, who is so good at setting things into motion, chose such a risky method because she wanted to transcend the sequences and become a great old one. There's only a decade or so left. Time waits for no man. Did she provide me help in secret because she'd had similar hopes? Adam didn't take action even though he could finish me off twice. Apart from him and me not having any significant grudges, this plays a role in everything? Klein gently rapped the edge of the long, mottled table as he muttered softly, the key to becoming a great old one or outer deity is one of the 9 Sephiro. Looking around the empty Sapphira Castle, Klein sighed and muttered to himself, as for the exact situation, I have to look at the second blasphemy slate to know. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll have a chance. He then focused his attention on something else. I'm not sure if the ancient sun god had completely transcended the sequences. If a native great old one were to be born, humanity might still have a sliver of hope when the apocalypse happens. His death is even more complicated than I imagined. It's no wonder Emperor Razel said that only a sequence 0 could preserve themselves and protect the people they value. I wonder if those great old ones or outer deities have infiltrated the earth with their powers. Yes, according to how the 7 orthodox deities and the other evil gods like the true creator view the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire with animosity, the latter might be great old ones or outer deities. It's no wonder the mother tree of desire could directly mislead my divination above the grey fog. She is the most dangerous existence in my books. I understand what those great old ones and outer deities are gathered around this world for. They likely want to obtain the 9 Sephiro. Destroying the world is just something done in passing. As he thought of this, Klein suddenly recalled the phrase the mother tree of desire had said through Cynthia. Admiral, I want to have a child with you. He couldn't help but shudder as he seriously considered his safety after returning to the real world. He already had a certain level of understanding of the cosmos. As long as he subconsciously thought of something related, he would directly establish a connection with the great old ones and the outer deities, and be corrupted. If not for the fact that Sapphira Castle had cut off all contact from before, I wouldn't dare return to reality. After some thought, Klein decided to invite his psychiatrist, Miss Justice, to help hypnotize him and seal the corresponding information deep within his subconscious. Only when he saw a preset reminder would he recall it. He originally wanted to directly summon the projection of justice from the historical void to do this, but considering that this was an intricate task, it was very likely a mistake or oversight might happen if the person didn't have a deep understanding of the mind. And once there was a slip-up, the great old ones and outer deities would cast their eyes on him. Phew, I need to remember to get Miss Justice to hypnotize herself to forget this matter. After some deliberation, Klein turned the corresponding request into a stream of light and threw it into the crimson star representing justice. Not long after, just after breakfast, Audrey, who had yet to leave home, arrived above the grey fog. The long bronze table had vanished. There was a desk and 2 chairs placed in the ancient palace. Mr. World, what is the matter that you wish to forget this time? Audrey looked at German Sparrow who was sitting opposite her and raised the most important question. Klein rubbed his temples and used a deep voice to describe the secrets of the cosmos, great old ones, and outer deities. Upon hearing this, Audrey's eyes widened bit by bit as if she had been possessed by an evil god. After he was done, she fell silent for a few seconds before saying with the same deep and slightly confused voice, "This is the truth of the apocalypse. Even the 7 deities are unable to save us." Without waiting for Klein's reply, Audrey laughed self-deprecatingly. "I thought what I've been doing recently was very meaningful. I thought the worst news I could think of was the defeat of Lun and the annihilation of the church. But compared to the secrets you told me, all of this is so insignificant." Chapter 12:25. Counseling. When he heard Miss Justice's slightly bleak and confused words, Klein could empathize with her. This was because he had previously had similar thoughts. After recalling snippets from self-help books, he deliberated and said, "A father's death is so insignificant to the entirety of Lun. One or more cases might happen every day, but to his child's family, it is something that can change their fate. Similarly, if we don't reach the level of an angel, everyone's outcome will be sealed, death and be buried. But this doesn't mean that the time from when we were born to the time we die is meaningless. Audrey nodded slightly when she heard that. She once again said in a self-deprecating tone, "I understand all of this. However, the secrets you mentioned had a huge impact on me, and I couldn't control my emotions. As a psychiatrist, I actually needed someone else to counsel me." Klein smiled and said, "Isn't this very normal? Many times, we can tell if someone else's condition is normal, but we can't clearly see our own problems. Didn't you mention that you and Susie counsel each other from time to time?" Due to the fact that Dwayne Dantes had seen Susie, the golden retriever, Audrey didn't hide anything related to her during their chats. Audrey nodded gently and said, "Yes, that's right. I've already straightened my thoughts out. I should do what I can and not leave any regrets." She gradually adjusted her mental state. Klein then said, "It's not just a matter of not leaving any regrets, we might be able to add to the forces that resist against the apocalypse. Compared to the whole, this might be trivial, but even the vastest desert is made up of grains of sand. The boundless ocean is also formed by droplets of water. As long as everyone sends out as much light as the heat inside them, it might bring some hope." Sends out as much light as the heat inside them, Audrey repeated the keywords in German Sparrow's words softly. "Don't quote me," Klein added with a smile. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up as she replied with a faint smile, "Could it be something Emperor Rozelle said? That I don't know. I have to endure a strong sense of shame when flipping through his quotations. I hadn't finished reading it all this time." Klein didn't give an affirmative answer, nor did he deny it. Instead, he said, "Start hypnotizing me. Let me forget things related to the cosmos, and only remember the corresponding reminder. A little while longer. I would like your advice on something." Audrey openly made a request. She took this opportunity to recount what she had been doing recently, as well as the difficulties and perplexities she had encountered. "Mr. World, what suggestions do you have? What should I do to lessen the suffering of the people of Backland before the war ends?" As for stopping the war, although she wanted to, she knew that she didn't have the ability to do so. At the same time, she also understood that even Mr. World wouldn't be able to do it. Even if Mr. Fool personally intervened, he would at most be able to turn the situation around. There was no way to stop the war. After all, this world war was essentially a battle between deities. After hesitating for a few seconds, Klein calmly said, "Although the spectator pathway tries to act behind the scenes as much as possible, and although I always keep the words caution and carefulness in my mind for everything I do, and try not to put myself in a dangerous situation." When he said this, Audrey subconsciously thought to herself, from the various rumors at sea, the descriptions of Force and the others, and the demigod battle I witnessed, I really can't see that caution and carefulness. There's only dominance and radicalism. To be able to do those things and survive on strength alone is indeed not enough. Seeing that Miss Justice was listening seriously with her green eyes filled with attentiveness, he continued, "In this world, nothing can be easily resolved without taking risks. Sometimes, I do something with the thought that the death is a possibility." The muttering in Audrey's heart stopped. She fell silent for a while before slowly saying, "I understand what you mean. There are many times when you can't do what you want while ensuring absolute safety. You can only choose one of them." Klein nodded and decided to let Miss Justice understand the reality of this world better, so as to prevent her from being overly idealistic when she did things. "The method you mentioned just now is the most feasible, with the least risks. The people who can help the people of Backland are the nobles, churches, businessmen, and the royal family. Why don't we rob Faysac, Intis, and the Fainapotter army of their food?" Audrey subconsciously asked. Klein calmly said, "This is because the three armies have already entered the Lun Kingdom's borders. Even if you can escape a demigod's notice and successfully snatch the food, they will not collapse. They will definitely snatch the food from the surrounding people for sustenance. The effects will not be significant in the short term. As for the long term, we might not have the luxury of time to wait that long. When that happened, it was obvious to Audrey who would be the true victims. This was the difference between a war between deities and an ordinary war. Besides, I'm unable to do that. The capacity of Traveler's Bag is limited. It's the same for the teleportation recorded in Leymano's travels. Justice Audrey began to counsel herself as she asked thoughtfully, if I were to really obtain food from the nobles, businessmen, and royal family, what reaction would the church have when they discover traces of my interference? Klein maintained his previous tone and said, a tacit acquiesce. Audrey vaguely felt that this was the answer, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Klein continued, believers are the anchors of the deities. One believer is an anchor point. In this aspect, there is no difference between a noble and a poor person. In essence, no one is nobler or lowlier. Under normal circumstances, nobles and merchants can use their status, power, wealth, and influence to help the church maintain its system and spread its faith. Therefore, they are more important. But in this situation, who is more important, thousands of anchors or millions of anchors? This is a simple problem in mathematics. Faced with the truth of the veil that had been ripped off, Audrey was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Klein added, from this point of view, whatever you want to do on a wider level has its meaning. You will help the Ebonite goddess and the Lord of Storm stabilize their anchors. In the future, this might be critical to resisting the apocalypse. Audrey pursed her lips bit by bit, holding them pursed for a long time before relaxing them. She chuckled and said, only now do I realize that I'm actually a little proud of my status as a noble. Nobility is in your character, not status. Klein helped her finish her sentence. Audrey slowly exhaled and calmed her chaotic inner thoughts. She didn't make up her mind as a result. She casually said, our tarot club and the church. The relationship with the Church of Ebonite seems pretty good. Mr. Fool and the Ebonite goddess are allies. This question stumps me. I do wish to become allies with the goddess, but she might not be interested. After lampooning a few times, Klein said in a serious tone, you can think of them as allies at the moment. He deliberately emphasized that it was only now, so as to prevent himself from being slapped in the face by reality in the future. At the same time, he muttered the real answer in his heart. Based on the current situation, the goddess was an angel investor of the Tarot Club, the major shareholder. Audrey nodded slowly and suddenly smiled. I was just thinking about what you could be mumbling inwardly when you answered allies at the moment. It must be interesting, just like when we were exploring Live's Eid. Lady, a psychiatrist isn't suited to joking with a patient on such matters. Is it because we've been chatting for too long in the past half year and have become much more familiar with each other that you've revealed your true nature? Please show some respect to this adventurer in front of you who is famous for being cold and crazy. Yes, I have to say, the spectator pathway's ability to adjust their own emotions is indeed impressive. It was all Leonard's fault that time. Klein was first taken aback before he pretended that nothing had happened as he leaned back into his chair. Let's begin. Audrey immediately reined in her emotions and began to seriously and carefully attempt to hypnotize him. After everything was over, Klein confirmed that Miss Justice wasn't under the notice of the Great Old Ones through the Crimson Star after she returned to the real world. Of course, he had already forgotten anything regarding the Great Old Ones or outer deities. He was just able to confirm that nothing abnormal had happened from Miss Justice's condition. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He threw the piece of paper that could awaken his memories into the junk pile and told himself to wait until he became an angel. Backland, Bridge area, in an apartment. Emlyn White looked at Marek, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The former took off his hat and bowed in an extremely gentlemanly manner. What's the matter? Marek sat on the sofa and leaned forward, his hands clasped. Emlyn pulled a chair and sat down. He smiled and asked, do you still wish to deal with the important figures of the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction? Do you have any leads? Marek asked indifferently. Emlyn was definitely prepared before he paid the visit, so he said unhurriedly, I do not have any clues regarding the person in charge of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. However, after the war escalated, the the southern continents East and West Balam, Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Hargenti Plains have been thrown into chaos. Many of the Rose School of Thought demigods have emerged and walked onto the stage. They are no longer so difficult to lock onto. Marek looked at the red-eyed and thin-lipped Emlyn and said, "Which Duke or Marquis of the Sanguine are you representing?" "Am I not allowed to represent myself?" Emlyn raised his chin slightly and asked with a smile. Marek shook his head seriously and said, "You are only a sequence 5, you aren't qualified enough." He had said it so directly that Emlyn was momentarily at a loss for words. One quote from a leading figure of modern Chinese literature, Lu Xun. Chapter 12:26. Handing out mushrooms. Emlyn maintained his smile and calmed himself down before responding, "I can find helpers of a sufficient level." He didn't wish to borrow the forces of the Sanguine too much on this matter, because if that happened, he would undoubtedly end up as a liaison, a bystander, and a messenger. He would not have any say in the eventual distribution of the spoils of war. As for the Sanguine dukes and marquises, they had no lack of direct descendants who wished to advance to become a demigod and become an earl. At the very beginning, Emlyn believed in his identity as the Sanguine savior. He believed that the important figures would treat every single member fairly. However, as the Hanged Man analyzed the various high-level Sanguine orders from Marquis Nibs and the other high-level Sanguine, Emlyn gradually became wary of them. He frowned slightly and said, "Sherlock Moretti." Emlyn was puzzled as he shifted in his seat. "Why do you think it's him?" If it was in the past, he would have directly said, "Why are you mentioning Sherlock Moretti? He has been away from Backland for nearly 2 years." But now, he could acutely grasp that there was some hidden information in Marek's words. He subconsciously adjusted his question. In the eyes of this wraith, Sherlock Moretti isn't simple. Yes, indeed, he isn't simple. As he spoke, Emlyn made a guess. Upon hearing Emlyn's question, Marek's expression immediately turned odd, as though it was his first time meeting this Sanguine Viscount. He quickly restrained the abnormality on the surface and said without emotion, "We need to consider it. I hope you can come up with a more convincing plan the next time we meet." "No problem." Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately stood up and bowed gentlemanly. After deciding on the means of communication, he put on his silk hat and walked out of the room. As he returned to his residence, Emlyn couldn't help but run through his initial plan. As long as I complete a cooperative agreement with the demigod of the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction, I can use it to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the marquises and dukes of the race. Using the reason that it's under the cooperating partners' behest that they object to having demigods of the race be involved, I can stop them from directly interfering. Yes, in order to make an agreement, I have to show enough strength to convince Marek and the others. I can only commission the mission at the Tarot Club to see if Hermit, Miss Justice, and Mr. Hanged Man are willing to accept the commission. Miss Magician can also be considered. She can summon the projection of German Sparrow. The biggest problem now is that I can't provide enough compensation. I can only try to make an advance or a promise. Once I become an earl, I'll return the payment one by one. With this in mind, Emlyn suddenly felt thankful that he had joined the Tarot Club. This was the only organization he knew that could use a future promise to exchange for current material goods. And within the Sanguine, or in the Orthodox churches, one had to accumulate enough contributions until one reached the end of the line where the characteristics and advancement ritual was awarded. Sometimes, a Beyonder might not be able to accumulate enough contributions in their entire lives. This is like a credit loan underwritten by Mr. Fool. It can be used to issue missions, and when the advancement succeeds, it can be paid in installments. Emlyn habitually leaned towards the things he was familiar with. Although he had never borrowed money from the bank, some of the Sanguine had rich experience in such areas and would often talk within their own circles. Most of them had a fixed, expensive hobby. The precious items might not be liquidated easily at times, so they had no choice but to borrow money from close friends or the bank to ensure the necessary cash flow. Emlyn remembered that there was a Sanguine who wasn't good at wealth management. He relied solely on his profession as a doctor to earn money. When he took a fancy to a precious piece of art, he bought it using a loan from the Backland Bank. After that, he couldn't bear to pledge his property up for the mortgage. Exploiting his long life, he spent 200 years repaying the debt. Of course, in name, his father had died, and the son took over the debt. When the son died, the grandson took over the debt. Emlyn's evaluation of this was very honest. Northborough in Backland. Outside St. Samuel Cathedral. The citizens lined up in rows as they received the grilled bread, dried mushrooms, preserved fruits, and other food from the workers of the Lund Poverty Relief Foundation. Their lines extended from the main entrance of the cathedral all the way to the square and circled it several times. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. Audrey stood on the steps behind Melissa and took in everything. She saw the pale faces of the citizens, their eyes filled with longing. Seeing a mother holding a baby in her arms, she anxiously coaxed the child while eagerly observing the line in front of her that didn't seem to shorten. She saw many people dressed in bright clothes, formal suits, and long skirts. Some of them pressed down their hats and wore veils, as if they didn't want the people around them to recognize them. At times, some people didn't want to keep order and were dragged out by the priests and policemen who were helping to maintain the order. They were thrown to the back of the lines. As food was delivered, the cloth bags piled behind the long table slowly dwindled until there was none. Finally, all the food had been distributed, but the long line had only been reduced by half. The citizens who were unable to receive the help couldn't resist revealing their disappointment, frustration, and reluctance. However, they didn't make a scene or argue. They moved their feet mechanically towards other handout points. They had experienced this many times in the past 1 or 2 months. They had long known that unnecessary emotions would only waste the energy they had little of. It would hamper their quick movements to other relief points or fair-price food outlets. At this moment, their expressions were numb, their eyes vacant as they left the square like a bunch of zombies. During this process, a woman carrying a child had her legs give way as she fell to the ground. Her child started wailing loudly, his voice laced with pain. As he cried, the child sobbed and said, "Mommy, I'm so hungry. There'll be food soon. There'll be food soon. There's food at Memorial Square." The woman carried the child and patted his back. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Upon seeing this scene, Audrey was just about to say something when she saw Melissa take out a plate of food from a wooden crate under a long table and run towards the mother and son. "I didn't see it just now." "There's still one more." Melissa crouched down and handed the bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruit over. Then, she explained in a soft voice, afraid that it would cause a dispute among the citizens. The rest of the food was actually prepared for the foundation staff who had been busy all this while. The portion that Melissa had given them was hers. The woman took the food and handed it to the child as she said repeatedly, "Thank you, thank you." The child hugged the food tightly and mimicked his mother in his nascent voice, "Thank you, thank you." Audrey subconsciously looked around and noticed that the church's priests, most of the police, as well as the Nighthawks who were mixed among the people to secretly prevent any accidents, were all showing sympathy, pity, and sadness. After the citizens had left, Audrey picked up her own set of food and handed it to Melissa. "You deserve it." Melissa looked at Miss Hall before her and shook her head. "I gave my own share." "Miss Hall, don't worry. I'll have food when I get home. My brother is a civil servant." With a faint smile, Audrey stuffed the grilled bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits into Melissa's hands. "You don't have to worry about me. My family has prepared snacks for me when I'm out busying myself." As she spoke, she took a wooden box from her personal maidservant, Annie, and opened it for Melissa to see. The wooden box contained exquisite cucumber sandwiches, cream muffins, and a small carrot cake. A look of astonishment appeared on Melissa's face. She stared at the snacks for a few seconds before looking up at Miss Audrey Hall. She immediately lowered her head and, without saying a word, she ate the grilled bread and water that St. Samuel Cathedral had prepared. As if petrified by her gaze, Audrey held the wooden box and stood rooted to the ground. For a few seconds, she didn't move and only pursed her lips tightly. After the 5th batch of residents from Moon City received cleansing and treatment and enjoyed the magical mushrooms, this ancient city became a believer of the Fool without any resistance. It welcomed the saint and oracle, German Sparrow, into the city. With that, Klein held a large mass and used the unshadowed crucifix and the life's cane to heal the remaining Moon City residents. High Priest Nim, who had finished his quarantine, came out and respectfully asked at the end of the Mass, "Oracle, what is the complete honorific name of the mighty Lord?" Klein looked around and said solemnly with his face tightened, "The Fool that doesn't belong to this era." After giving out the honorific name, he specially emphasized, "Don't chant the complete honorific name in normal times. Do so only when important matters arise. Otherwise, as Mr. Fool, he would suffer a mental breakdown from all the phone calls from work." Nim wasn't surprised at all, because the ancient sun god was the same. After some thought, he asked, "What are the requirements for the ritual of the Lord?" Klein said confidently like a charlatan, "God says, 8th commandment, serve me with your heart, not with your offerings. The most important thing for a ritual is to be pious. There are no other requirements. It can be very simple. After all, the Lord does not care, 1. After saying that, Klein silently added in his heart. After explaining this, he raised his right hand and pointed at the pile of mushrooms in front of him. "The Lord has bestowed these mushrooms to you because he wants you to enjoy a bumper harvest. These mushrooms are nourished by the flesh and blood of monsters. They can rapidly grow and accumulate all the toxins, corruption, and madness into those pure black mushrooms. This can be used as a medium for curses or to smear the heads of arrows." The Moon City residents listened in excitement as they clasped their hands and bowed their heads, shouting, "Praise be to the Fool." At that moment, it was as if Klein could hear countless illusory voices coming from the air. They were mixed with the real praises, circling him and anchoring him. One quote from the Dark Forest of the Three Body Problem trilogy. Chapter 12:27. Summoning Ritual. Summoning Ritual. After Mass, Klein followed the newly appointed priest of the Fool, Nim, into the Black Tower. With no reservations, Nim gave a detailed description of how many demigods and Grade 1 sealed artifacts there were in Moon City. 3 demigods. 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Moon City isn't weak at all. As expected of a power that can directly receive a revelation and guard the border. Furthermore, they had people relatively well distributed across the 22 Beyonder pathways in the beginning. They could work together effectively so that some rituals didn't need any requests for external help or become restricted by the environment. Yes, compared to the City of Silver in how their surroundings is worse and how they do not have Grade 0 sealed artifacts to support them, it's already extraordinary for them to survive to this day. If it wasn't because they couldn't find suitable food, they should be able to survive in the darkness for centuries. Klein felt wistful after hearing the introduction. At this moment, Nim said respectfully, "Oracle, we are willing to sacrifice all the sealed artifacts and Beyonder characteristics to the Lord. I wonder which one of them will be more pleasing to him." This high priest had previously mentioned that apart from him, a night watcher, Moon City also had an iron-blooded knight and an imperative mage. They were respectively the lightning priest and night priest. As for the 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, one of them belonged to the monster pathway. It seemed to be a portion of Misfortune Mage characteristic mixed with a little of a Chaos Walker's characteristic. One of them came from Puppet from the Mutant pathway, and the other was bestowed by Red Angel Medici. It allowed everyone to gather all their powers together. One of them was suspected to be the amalgamation of a Bizarro Sorcerer's characteristic, and there was one of an unknown pathway. It had extremely strong discernment abilities, but it was rather dangerous due to an unknown corruption. Hearing that, Klein's eyelids twitched as he smiled. "Serve the Lord with your heart, not with your offerings. The Lord accommodates the entire world and doesn't care about these things." Having said that, he paused and said, "Of course, if you don't mind, you can bring me around for a tour to broaden my horizons." "No problem," Nim answered without hesitation. He originally imagined that German Sparrow would take away a Grade 1 sealed artifact while taking the tour, but to his surprise, the Oracle only wanted to get a better understanding of the specific situation and had no intention of reaping any benefits. He picked up every sealed artifact to take a look but put them back in the end. After the tour ended, Klein said to the 3 demigod priests, "The opportunity to leave this cursed land isn't here yet. You need to hold on for a while longer. And I will continue my journey to find other survivors and spread the light of the Lord." "Yes, Oracle," Nim and the other priests replied without any hesitation. With those mushrooms, they would be spared from annihilation for at least another 3 generations. After settling the matters in Moon City, Klein walked out into the darkness in his trench coat and top hat. What he was going to do next was very clear. Find Dark Demonic Wolf Kota and hunt for this god of wishes. My wish is to obtain the miracle invokers beyond a characteristic and that curtain. I wonder if he will be able to help me achieve it. As Klein walked, he made a mockery in his heart. With him out of sight of Moon City's residents, he pulled another him out of the fog of history. His main body entered the historical void, causing his consciousness to shift to the projection. This projection also summoned the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. With its beyonder powers, he descended directly into the place in his mind. The completely destroyed northern ancient city, Migh. After successfully reaching his destination, the projection quickly disappeared, and Klein's body returned to the wilderness outside Moon City. Following that, he summoned the Staff of the Stars' projection and repeated the process, allowing him to instantly reach the Migh ruins. The main purpose of the historical void's projection was to scout ahead and ensure that the scenes that surfaced in his mind were identical to the real world, without having any discrepancies. This prevented the Staff of the Stars from creating its random effects. This was the cautiousness of a scholar of yore. In the middle of the quiet and dark training grounds of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad, who was carrying 2 swords on his back, stood by the side. He watched as Derek Berg set up the ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to send a Holy Spirit down upon him to provide him with help. This was different from a normal summoning ritual. The corresponding incantation was more complicated. The Great Fool. You are the ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for your notice. I pray for the power of concealment and change. I summon in the name of the Great Fool, the Holy Spirit that sees through everything, the loving grace of the King of Yellow and Black, the traveler from the dream and mind. As the Jotun words echoed at the altar, the flames at the tip of the candles suddenly expanded, forming an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns. The door slowly opened and a woman wearing a pure white dress and silver mask walked out. She stepped out of the void and walked across the ground. Her hair was red and her eyes were golden. They were limpid and deep, as if they could see through everyone's hearts. This was Justice Audrey. She had used lie to change her height, and a mask to conceal her main features. She came to the forsaken land of the gods, the City of Silver, in the form of a spirit body. In fact, the summoning ritual wasn't complicated at all. Klein had pulled Audrey's spirit above the grey fog ahead of time. He waited for the door of summoning to be established before helping her open it, allowing her to pass through and settle the entire matter. That also meant that the description of Holy Spirit that sees through everything could equally have changed to Sleeping Princess, the holder of the Golden Apple, the previous owner of the Crystal Slippers, and Justice Audrey would still be able to descend. This was dependent on who Klein allowed to pass through the door of summoning. After all, the key point of the ritual was to use the Fool's name for the summoning and using the power of Sapphire Castle to communicate with the forsaken land of the gods. The silver-masked Audrey secretly surveyed her surroundings. She sized up the lightning-lit sky, the darkness that spelled lurking danger, and the City of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad. She then looked away and nodded at Little Sun. "We can begin." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh at his height. Although this could be seen during the tarot gathering, it was still something that left her in a daze when she met him in real life. She remembered very clearly that the son was a few years younger than her. According to Lund standards, he was definitely still underage. To her surprise, he was more than 2 meters tall. This made Audrey, who had used lie to deliberately increase her height, still have to look up. Without any hesitation, Derek relaxed his mind and cast his gaze at the golden potion placed on the altar. Gradually, he felt a little dazed as scenes involuntarily flashed across his mind. Scenes of his parents who remained alive inside the coffin. The silver sword that stabbed down, hard. The blood that splattered and blinded his eyes momentarily. It was the heartwarming scenes of his family in the past. It was the city of silver that was on the verge of collapse in the darkness. They were teammates who supported each other and watched each other's backs. It was the elders standing in front of everyone, blocking the storm. It was the repeated curses, the hope he saw in the lightning amidst the darkness. It was a dream that had existed for more than 2,000 years. It was something that generations of people yearned for daily. The emotions that Derek was most unwilling to give up were very complicated. It contained his anger towards reality, the fondness of the past, the pain of his circumstances, the repression of history, and the desire to save the city of silver. Audrey slowly separated these emotions as though she had experienced the despair and sadness of the city of silver, experiencing their unity and sacrifices. Her golden eyes sometimes turned gloomy and heavy, while there were glints at other times, as if she had grabbed something and taken it in, yet she still remained lost. After a while, she saw the 12 white-winged angel of light. This was another response from Mr. Fool to the sun. Audrey seized the opportunity and attached all the intense feelings onto the angel phantom, preventing them from disappearing or undergoing a resurgence for a short period of time. By doing so, they didn't stay completely separate from Derek's body. "It's done." She didn't open her mouth, but instead allowed her voice to echo in his heart. At this moment, Derek's eyes became abnormally cold, as if he no longer knew what joy, sadness, pain, and depression were. He picked up the golden potion in front of him and poured it into his mouth. This was a demigod potion obtained from shattering the unshadowed crucifix. The sealed artifact that originated from the ancient sun god no longer existed. Of course, for Klein, anything he once possessed remained as enduring as the universe. A hot, violent liquid gushed down Derek's throat, instantly filling his entire body and occupying his soul. Rays of bright sunlight burst out from his body, washing away the remnants of his body's corruption and the heaviness of his soul. Derek's body became purer and clearer, like a holy spirit formed from pure light. His self-awareness and emotions were being purified and repelled. It wouldn't take long for him to only have the instinct to praise the sun. At this moment, Audrey no longer let the strong emotions that she had stripped from him remain attached to the angel projection. She guided them back towards Little Sun. One scene after another surfaced in Derek's mind, causing him to experience abnormally complicated emotions. He once again experienced the pain of personally killing his parents, the despair brought about by the circumstances of the City of Silver, and the joy of receiving Mr. Fool's loving grace. This drilled deep into him, becoming a foundation of his mind world. It was very sturdy and very reliable, allowing him to withstand the last few rounds of the potion's cleansing forces. Finally, Derek opened his eyes. It was pure white. When he saw a ray of light in front of him, he instinctively extended his right hand in an attempt to grab it. However, the light quickly dimmed and extinguished. Derek was stunned for a moment before he clenched his right hand tightly. Beams of light rose up and enveloped the entire City of Silver. The legendary noon descended for a brief moment. All the residents of the City of Silver were stunned by what they saw. This was even more shocking than any of the previous demigods' advancement. Sunlight. It was sunlight that illuminated the entire city. After ending the summoning, Audrey returned above the grey fog. At that moment, Mr. Fool was no longer around. The ancient palace only had the world German Sparrow, who had planned on observing the ritual. "You don't seem to be in a good state," asked Klein. Audrey sat down and smiled. "I'm just a little edgy, hesitant, and confused. That's very normal. Before truly making up one's mind, everyone would behave like this. There are countless people who retreat and regret their decision," Klein calmly said. Audrey didn't directly answer the topic at hand and instead said with a faint smile, "Ever since I became a spectator, I've always displayed what would be the most acceptable side to them in front of others, taking care of their most delicate emotions. This isn't a bad thing, but this way, I won't be able to know what I really look like in the eyes of others. I won't be able to unveil the gorgeous clothes and see the rotting flesh beneath me. I won't be able to figure out the problem. Recently, I've been trying to show my true state in some details. I want to see how the people around me will react under such a situation. I want to see if they still think that I'm the kind, amiable, and virtuous young lady. At this point, she suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, she sighed and said, "The gap." Chapter 12:28. Wishes. Without waiting for the world German sparrow to respond, Audrey, who was maintaining her posture, slowly said a few words. Heaviness. Pain. Shame. Klein listened silently without commenting on what Miss Justice said. Instead, he asked in a gentle tone that was closer to the image of Dwayne Dante's, "Why do you suddenly want to do such a test?" "It's not a test." Audrey shook her head. "It's just to reveal the details that I usually hide and avoid. I want to see what I really look like in the eyes of others." After pausing for a moment, she moved her lips without a smile. "After our previous conversation, I really am trying to come up with a plan. I plan to secretly do some manipulating, so that the nobles, businessmen, royal family, and the church can release enough food from their stockpiles. Theoretically, this is a simple matter, but when actually trying to put it into action, I realize that I can't be as determined and decisive as I thought. Some of them are my uncles and aunts, some of them are my cousins. Some of them are friends I've known since I was young, while others are elders who have been very protective of me. Some of them I often meet with during various charity events and are rather friendly. They formed my childhood and gave me too much. It was a part of my growth, a part of the beautiful memories of my past. Besides, the food they accumulated wasn't stolen. Their explanation is actually reasonable. I really can't do it, to make them my target in an attempt to rob them of a portion of their wealth. At least, it's like this now." As she spoke, Audrey's voice unknowingly escalated into a crescendo, as if she was arguing with someone. She then realized that she had lost her composure and remained silent for 2 seconds before continuing. "That's why I want to know more about myself. I want to strip away the false image from our past relationships. Under different circumstances, I want to ask myself what I really want, whether my thoughts in the past were impulsive, hypocritical, and naive, or strong beliefs from my heart." At this point, Audrey suddenly smiled. "Although I haven't come to any conclusions, the attempt has already brought some added benefits. I used to think that I had strictly abided by the principle of you're only acting, but now I realize that I'm almost addicted to acting. Other pathways require different identities and occupations. The spectator pathway's acting is completely consistent with one's daily life. Sometimes, it's hard to clearly differentiate between them. The simplest example, who wouldn't want to be loved by everyone? Hence, when facing different people, I would wear a different mask and use the powers of the spectator pathway to create an image that suits the other party's expectations the best. When there are more and more of such things, when you face everyone, you would actually be obsessed with acting. You would almost lose yourself." Klein nodded slightly and said, "That's a good lesson." He didn't comment on Miss Justice's prior words. After a moment of silence, Audrey slowly said, "During this period of time, I've read the East Borough investigation report that my father hired someone to do. I've experienced many different things. Before the war, many of the poor people, workers, and farmers have lived lives that are as difficult as the lives today. They've been in constant hunger and pain. The changes to the poor law, and the strict laws about the working hours and environment, has indeed brought about some improvement to the management of the pollution in the air, but just a little. After the war ends, and if we overcome the apocalypse, will such things happen again?" As she spoke, Audrey pursed her lips tightly and fell into silence. Klein could sense Miss Justice's confusion and perplexity. After some deliberation, he didn't say the answer in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "These questions of yours, including what you said about your true thoughts, require you to find the answers yourself. No one can replace you. I can only give you some advice. Go to the fields and take a look at the hard-working farmers. Go to the factories and take a look at the diligent workers. Go to the East District and experience them. Go to the library and read through the past newspapers and other related works." Audrey listened attentively and nodded seriously. I will try. She immediately stood up and bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. Although Mr. Fool had left, she believed that he was watching. Just as she was waiting for Mr. Fool to send her back to the real world, the world suddenly said, "Hold on." "Oh." Audrey expressed her curiosity with a nasal grunt. Klein looked at her and conjured a piece of paper. "This is the description of a mythical creature's character and behaviors. I hope you can provide me with some help. Based on this analysis, determine what kind of reactions he will carry out in different situations." "All right." Audrey did not refuse and agreed. After she took the piece of paper and finished reading the content, Klein deliberated and said, "Regarding what you just said, I have another suggestion. There are two types of questions that you have. Some of them are indeed very pressing, while the others are not. You can wait for things to calm down and do a deeper investigation. Well, once a person is anxious, they will easily make mistakes. It's best you be clear about the differences." Audrey thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. "I understand." After responding, she suddenly laughed. "I thought you called me at the last moment to give me your blessings, hoping that I will still love this world after seeing the world as it is." Klein was first taken aback before he asked with a smile, "You seem to have read a lot of Emperor Rozel's novels." "He's an outstanding novelist and also a very complicated and contradictory person," Audrey said with a faint smile. Klein nodded indiscernibly and spoke slowly. "If I wanted to give you my blessings, I wouldn't have said that. I would have said, I hope that you will still love your family and friends after seeing them as they are." Audrey was taken aback as her lips quivered, as though she was repeating the words. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Thank you. Sonia C., in the waters of the Rorsted Archipelago. The Blue Avenger led a pirate fleet through the battlefield that was ravaged by war. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew over from nowhere. Intertwined silver beams split apart the surface of the sea, creating a passageway that didn't originally exist. Surrounded by the massive waves on both sides, it pointed straight at the Blue Avenger. Alger Wilson, who was standing at the bow, raised his right hand without a change in expression when he saw this scene. A violent hurricane suddenly appeared, sweeping up the azure blue seawater and curling up the silver rays, like a long snake that shot into the sky, colliding with the huge fireball. Boom! The water splashed down like rain. Alger immediately locked onto a battleship, opened his mouth, and let out an angry roar. With a boom, the boat was suddenly lifted into the air by a ferocious wave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blue Avenger's cannons automatically fired as a series of salvos echoed continuously. Realizing that the Beyonder on the other party's warship was trying to use the force of the fireball's detonation to allow the ship to drift sideways, Alger suddenly pulled down his right hand. A thick bolt of silver lightning struck down, charring the Beyonder's body as he constantly convulsed. Boom! 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 As artillery shells hit their target, the ship disintegrated in midair. At that instant, Alger felt a little dazed. He couldn't help but look down at his right hand. This is the power of a cataclysmic inter. Is this how it feels to be a demigod? He sighed in his heart in a somewhat intoxicated manner before quickly snapping back to his senses. He got the Blue Avenger to pursue the enemy. An hour later, the intense sea battle was over. Lun's side had once again secured the Rorsted Archipelago. Alger was in a rather good mood. After returning to the port on the Blue Avenger, he called the sailors down and headed for one of the few bars that still remained open for business. Lun had already issued an alcohol ban during wartime as a way to add to the food rationing efforts. But to sailors, alcohol was indispensable. Therefore, in the area controlled by the Church of the Lord of Storms, the restrictions in this area weren't too strict. Furthermore, the Rorsted Archipelago had plenty of produce and there weren't too many people. The shipping lines were under control, so their food supply hadn't been disrupted. After walking for a distance, Alger's gaze suddenly froze. The street in front of him had been hit, and many houses had already collapsed. One of them had a huge crater in a concrete field, while the 4-story building beside it was left in ruins. The smile on Alger's face gradually disappeared. On Monday afternoon, 3 p.m. Backland time. Dark red beams of light shot up from both sides of the long bronze table, coagulating into blurry figures. After all the members bowed to Mr. Fool, the gathering's transaction segment began since there weren't any more Roselle diary pages or accumulated questions. Emlyn immediately sat up straight and surveyed the area. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a commission. Which Shaman King do you wish to hunt?" Catley asked according to her understanding of Mr. Moon. Emlyn took 2 seconds to digest her question. He maintained his elegant smile and said, "You guessed correctly." Catley nodded slightly and said, "What kind of payment can you provide?" Emlyn was once again at a loss for words, a little embarrassed to say what he had prepared to say. At this moment, the world at the bottom end of the long bronze table suddenly said, "You found someone from the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction to cooperate with." Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. "That's right. Then I can take on this commission." As this was related to Miss Messenger, Miss Sharon, and Marek, Klein controlled the world to take the initiative to accept the mission. Of course, this requires a certain medium. Without waiting for Emlyn to respond, he made German Sparrow look at Miss Magician. "Make some preparations in advance." Force, who had been watching the entire thing play out like a performance, wore a blank look on her face. Chapter 1229. Collective Wisdom. Collective Wisdom. Seeing that Miss Magician had yet to react, Klein made the world add, "You don't need to be there. Just summon my historical projection in advance." "All right." Force nodded hurriedly. At that moment, because German Sparrow had accepted his mission, Emlyn clearly relaxed. From what he knew, this meant that the success rate of the matter had skyrocketed. In the next second, the world looked at him and hoarsely asked, "What kind of payment can you provide?" Emlyn fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with his eyes darting upward slightly, "Once I become a Shaman King, I'll provide a free promise on similar matters. Also, I only want the Shaman Kings beyond a characteristic. The members of the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction should have a clear goal. The rest will be yours. Mr. Moon isn't very stolid. He doesn't have much confidence." Through his actions and words, Audrey came to a conclusion. This fellow, Emlyn, has learned how to use consumption loans. Klein secretly laughed and made the world indifferently reply, "It looks like you can only afford a demigod like me. If Mr. Moon can provide a large amount of food, I don't mind participating." Justice Audrey mumbled inwardly. However, she didn't need to say anything to know what Mr. Moon would say. Why would we Sanguine be hoarding so many snacks? To the Sanguine, their staple was the blood of humans with abundant spirituality. Bread and meat products were all non-essentials. Seeing that the world German Sparrow didn't reject his offer, Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "What other requests do you have? I'll try my best to fulfill them." German Sparrow thought for a moment before saying, "Give me a mystical item or a sealed artifact that can greatly increase the wielder's spirituality for a short period of time." This was for Miss Magician, allowing her to maintain the historical void projection for a few more minutes. And there was no doubt that the Moon Domain had such beyonder powers. For example, the Scarlet Scholar could create a full moon state, allowing their spirituality to be enhanced. Phew. Emlyn quickly nodded. "All right, no problem." Seeing that the human and vampire had come to an agreement, Force hurriedly raised her hand and said, "No full moon." That way, ignoring the enhancement of her spirituality, she would be considered lucky if she didn't die on the spot. After all, the higher the sequence, the clearer one could hear Mr. Dawes' ravings. Force had long since advanced from Sequence 6 Scribe to Sequence 5 Traveler. Emlyn also knew about Miss Magician's full moon curse, so he had no questions about it. He acknowledged tersely, indicating that he had taken note. At this moment, Alger, who was listening to the completed transaction beside him, said in thought, "Although the Beyonders of the Rose School of Thought are easily controlled by their emotions and instincts, this didn't mean that their brains had already disappeared along with their zombification. Even if they're gone, they still have members of the Moon Domain. Since their demigods were directly involved in the Southern Continent's war and have exposed their locations, they wouldn't dismiss the possibility of an attack from the Sanguine and Temperance faction. I believe there's a high chance of them laying a trap. That's right. Leonard echoed. Many dossiers indicate that, although the Beyonders of the Rose School of Thought are well known for indulging themselves in bloodshed, cruelty, and desires, they still act very meticulously. Their actions show certain cunningness and sinisterness. Zio glanced at her friend and said, I encountered a supernatural incident involving the Rose School of Thought 2 months ago. The target was obviously deceived and fell into a trap. The World German Sparrow listened attentively before scoffing. He then said to Emlyn, which Shaman King is your target? Emlyn didn't hide anything. The Shaman King who led the natives from East Balam's North Olite County to attack the Lund's main colonial city. Upon hearing this, a thought flashed across Klein's mind. The Mother Tree of Desire doesn't seem to want the goddess to control the uniqueness of the death pathway. She was driving the natives and using the war to waver the fundamental faith of the Church of Evernite in the southern continent. As this thought flashed through his mind, he made the World German Sparrow look at Emlyn and chuckle. Then my target will be another Shaman King. This has nothing to do with your operation. There was no need for him to be too direct. Emlyn, Catlear, and company quickly understood his plan. This was a simple plan. German Sparrow hunted another Shaman King and took the initiative to step into a trap to attract the hidden forces of the Rose School of Thought. And at that moment, the Moon and the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction would take the opportunity to attack the real target. Isn't this too dangerous? Emlyn subconsciously replied. The danger was of course directed to German Sparrow who would be walking into a trap. The World German Sparrow replied very calmly, it will just be a historical projection. If he dies, so be it. Upon hearing such an answer, Emlyn, Leonard, and the other members of the Tarot Club were at a loss as to what expression to show as a response. It was unknown if they should reflect on the fact that Sequence 3 demigods were different, or be envious that scholars of yore had such Beyonder powers. Klein continued to let the world speak. If the Rose School of Thought has any doubts about my sudden attack, and only divert a portion of their strength to stop me so as to still maintain a relatively complete trap, then I will try to hunt that Shaman King seriously and turn the false target into the true target. After all you want is the corresponding items. You don't care who the original owner is. A simple but effective plan. The key point is that German Sparrow has to have a strength that exceeds his limits, one that can put up resistance even when facing an angel. Audrey learned from him seriously and evaluated this inwardly. Emlyn no longer had any doubts. After some thought, he said, before the official operation, I need to meet with the members of the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction to finalize the details. The World German Sparrow nodded and said, make arrangements for it. After the exchange, Klein made the world conjure a paper stack and distributed it to the members of the Tarot Club. Some existences and I will be dealing with a mythical creature. You can raise your opinion and share your thoughts. The piece of paper was written with the character and actions of the dark demonic wolf, Kota, as well as the various analysis Miss Justice had made. He hoped that he could find inspiration through different people with their different personalities and knowledge. Mythical creature. The world has set his sights on mythical creatures? Alger, who had been much quieter than usual, couldn't help but look at the bottom end of the long bronze table. Although he was already mentally prepared for this, he felt that he wouldn't be surprised even if the World German Sparrow suddenly called himself an angel. However, when he realized that the other party was really targeting a mythical creature, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked and perturbed. Catlear had similar feelings as well, but she immediately recalled the Snake of Fate, the Death Consul, and the Ancient Bane. This matched the German Sparrow's words of some existences. It was very normal for 3 angels and a Sequence 3 blessed to hunt a mythical creature. One by one, they retracted their gazes from the bottom end of the long, mottled table, and they began reading the information in their hands seriously. At this moment, as they weren't involved in the commission or involved in a transaction, nor were they sharing information, yet, the members of the Tarot Club had a baffling feeling of working together for one common goal. They felt like they were starting to feel like an organization. After reading the contents, Alger was the first to speak. According to Miss Justice's analysis, no bait will trap that paranoid mythical creature. It will only push him to escape further. Under the situation of him suspected to wield a sequence 1 beyond a characteristic, he really doesn't need to chase after other things. Advancing himself is the most important thing at hand. If you want to deal with him, we can only consider it from this point of view. Upon hearing this, Zio said from a professional point of view, but this mythical creature is very cautious. He doesn't leave any clues behind. And according to the intel, the location he can use to prepare for the Sequence 1 ritual isn't actually restricted in an environment like the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Yes, there are too many monsters for him to use. Derek confirmed what Miss Judgment had said. There was silence immediately. Leonard thought for a moment and said, "Can we rely on the law of beyond a characteristics convergence?" As he spoke, he looked at Klein Moretti. "That mythical creature seems to be from the same pathway as you. Just relying on the effect that comes from the convergence of beyond a characteristic at this level to chance upon this mythical creature might take a year or two, perhaps even longer. Furthermore, the other party is a complete mythical creature. He has the ability to cause some interference." Klein overruled Leonard's suggestion. Of course, if he augmented the power of Sapphira Castle onto himself, he might be able to meet the dark demonic wolf the next time he used the Staff of the Stars' random teleportation. However, the problem was that if that happened, the chances of a coincidental encounter with Amon would be much, much higher. This was the standard way of knocking on death's door. After hearing everyone's discussion, Katlia said in thought, according to what the Queen found taboo, "Can we use this mythical creature's honorific name to establish a connection? If the dark demonic wolf hadn't been tracked by Amon in the past, that might have been possible. But now, what can be thought must have been thought of by Amon. Under such circumstances, the fact that the dark demonic wolf hasn't perished implies that he is wary of such matters." The world German Sparrow slowly shook his head. With his paranoid character, he definitely wouldn't respond automatically. Just as he said that, he suddenly had an idea. Not receiving a response from the dark demonic wolf didn't mean that he wouldn't pay attention to the corresponding prayer light. Chapter 12:30. Meeting again. As he had personal experience, Klein placed himself in the shoes of the dark demonic wolf and pondered. Usually, he would shut down the automatic prayer response to prevent an enemy from using the feedback to establish a connection and lock onto his position. Under this premise, to receive a sudden prayer from a stranger would no doubt lead to him relying on the corresponding point of light to observe the supplicant and grasp more information. This allowed him to make preparations for what might happen in the future. If the person chanting the honorific name was a powerful existence like Amon or someone relatively more familiar, it would be best to destroy that point of light immediately. However, if the person was a stranger, under such a situation where he was completely safe, he would monitor him for a long period of time to understand the exact situation and see if there was a need for a counterattack. It was something that every rational creature would most likely do. At the very least, Klein would do so. The essence of this matter was that non-mythical creatures were marked by high-level existences. They could die in a baffling and tragic manner at any moment. To the supplicant, this was equivalent to suicide or something even more terrifying. To the dark demonic wolf, it was only a positive outcome, nothing negative. At the beginning, the suspicious dark demonic wolf would definitely suspect that there was a conspiracy. He wouldn't dare to establish a connection and influence Klein from a distance. However, with the passage of time, as the observations deepened and a confirmation was made that the other party was a non-angel weakling who possessed the aura of Sapphira Castle with signs of being unprepared, he would definitely find an opportunity to attack from afar. At the time when Klein was most unprepared, he would mark the prayer light and deal a remote attack. This aligned with Klein's previous conclusion about his advantage that Klein, "I'm very weak." The only problem with this plan was that the initiative was completely in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. Everything Klein did would be monitored, and there was no way to prepare ahead of time. Once the other party tried to exert his influence on him, he would not be able to fight back and wouldn't be spared. Phew, by doing so, I would successfully bait the prey, but kill the hunter as a result. It's meaningless. Yet, if I don't place myself in such a passive position, it will be difficult to bait an angel of the seer pathway, the paranoid demonic wolf. This is something that a marionette or others cannot do in my stead. If only I can be certain that the dark demonic wolf wouldn't rashly attack remotely because of his paranoia and will only choose to monitor and observe. Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he sought out the possibilities amongst numerous impossibilities. With regards to this, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling regretful for not being an angel from the spectator pathway. According to his assumptions, the angels of the spectator pathway would more or less have some special characteristics of the more others know about you, the more you understand them. When the dark demonic wolf monitored him closely through prayer light and ended up carefully observing an angel from the spectator pathway, his position would undoubtedly be exposed to the other party. Unfortunately, I'm not. Besides, the spectator pathway sequence 2 might not be able to do so. I can only be certain that a sequence 1 has this special trait. Summoning 0-08 from the fog of history? No, let's not talk about whether I can summon that quill without Grozel's travels. Even if I successfully create a projection, the quill is a quill while I am still myself. The dark demonic wolf's understanding of me doesn't make 0-08 do the reverse. Also, I can only use it for a mere 2 minutes. It wouldn't be enough to sense anything. It can be used as supplementary to the plan, writing the development I wish to see happen, making the dark demonic wolf's choice appear reasonable so as to eliminate uncertain elements. Klein considered for a long while, but he failed to find a suitable plan to bait his prey. Apart from feeling regretful that he wasn't a sequence 1 angel of the spectator pathway, he had also thought of the cosmos. Just learning of it would result in corruption from the cosmos. If I had the nature of the cosmos, then after the dark demonic wolf uses the prayer point of light to monitor me, he would be corrupted, allowing me to lock onto his position. However, the cosmos's nature is higher than that of an angel. How could I have it? I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. Klein made the world German sparrow shake his head indiscernibly as he surveyed the area. There's no need to discuss the answer now. You can go back and communicate with the right person with suitable methods. He focused his attention on the star Leonard and the hermit Katlia, hoping that they would be able to get advice from the existences that were more experienced such as Pallas Zoroast and Queen Mystic Bernadette. As for himself, he would return to Backland with the aid of the historical projection. He would seek advice from Miss Messenger, Will or Septin, and the ascetic, Oriana. This is what it means to seek the opinions of angels or quasi-angels before making a major decision. Klein made a self-deprecatory comment. When Leonard and Katlia heard that, they nodded in unison. All right. Following that, the members of the Tarot Club began discussing the situations of the various battlefields until the end of the gathering. After returning to the real world, Leonard, who was resting in St. Samuel Cathedral's basement, spoke in a low voice, explaining all the questions that Klein had posed to him and said, "Old man, do you have any suggestions?" This is him trying to obtain the miracle invoker beyond a characteristic left behind in the forsaken land of the gods. Pallas Zoroast was first enlightened before he chuckled. Tell your former colleague that there's no way he can resolve this matter himself. I only have one suggestion. That is to seek help from the fool. Leonard knew Old Man's character very well. He hurriedly asked, "Is this really the only suggestion?" Pallas Zoroast harumphed and said, "That's a mythical creature that even Amon can't capture. It's possible only by relying on the fool's help." Only then did Leonard nod and sigh. It seems that's the only way. 2 days later, 2 minutes before the meeting time that the Moon Emlyn had agreed to meet Marek. Force sat on a reclining chair beside the fireplace and listened to the commotion on the second floor. She cast her gaze at her friend, Zio. If the war continues, Backland will definitely suffer more attacks. Are you really not going to evacuate your mother and brother to the surrounding villages? Zio's short, light blonde hair was parted in an asymmetrical fashion and was neatly combed. Compared to last year, she looked more serious and had the bearing of an adjudicator. She was like a high-ranking knight leading an order of knights. She hesitantly said, "The population in the surrounding villages has reached its limit. Besides, I can still get enough food from MI9 now." Having said that, she paused and said, if the flames of war really reach Backland, take them traveling to Intis and Fainapotter. It seems that's the only way. Just as Force was about to mention the matter of her buying food in Intis a few days ago, she suddenly heard the alarm ring. She shivered and suddenly sat up straight. She stretched out her right hand, which was wearing a red string, and grabbed into the air. Her arm sank as she pulled out German Sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat without glasses. The cold adventurer's eyes rolled and gained consciousness, reducing the amount of spirituality that Miss Magician had to expend. He nodded gently as he made the glove on his left hand become transparent. In less than a second, German Sparrow teleported away and disappeared from Force and Zio's rented apartment. Force was stunned for a moment before the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She turned to Zio and said, "I think I'm just a tool." The sky was already dark, but the street lamps weren't lit up. Only the crimson moon illuminated the entire city. When Klein arrived at the agreed-upon place, he looked around and saw the unusually cold streets, the burning marks on the walls, and the collapsed buildings not far away for a few seconds. Just based on what he saw, Backland was desolate and dilapidated. It even had the smell of gunpowder wafting through the city. At this moment, Emlyn White walked out of an alley and nodded at the crazy adventurer. According to German Sparrow's instructions, he didn't say a word or bow. To prevent any delay in whatever precious time German Sparrow had, he led him to a nearby house and knocked on the door rhythmically. With a creak, the door opened automatically, revealing a dark environment blanketed with faint moonlight. The moment Emlyn and Klein entered, they saw the white shirt and black-vested Marek sitting on the sofa. The door behind them seemed to have a life of its own as it slammed to a close. After taking a glance at him, Emlyn smiled and pointed at him. "This is my partner, Mr. German Sparrow." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the way Marek looked at him was even odder, as though he was examining an idiot. "Long time no see." Marek immediately stood up, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Since the other party didn't appear in the image of Sherlock Moriarty, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention such matters. "Long time no see." Klein took off his hat and surveyed the area. "Miss Sharon, please come out for the discussion. I have limited time." As he spoke, he took out a silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. A figure wearing a dark and complicated long dress holding for blonde, red-eyed heads walked out from the void. The messenger summoned by the harmonica's historical projection was an objective existence. It didn't increase the spirituality burden of Force. At the same time, Marek nodded and said, "All right." He cast his gaze on the high stool on the other side of the room. Emlyn looked at the wraith in a daze, then at German Sparrow and the spirit world creature he summoned. For some reason, he felt like he had been ostracized and didn't belong here. And on that high stool, a figure quickly outlined itself. Her skin was fair like a doll, and she wore an exquisite black regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her blonde hair and blue eyes were slightly pale in color. Chapter 1231. Visiting everywhere. Emlyn subconsciously looked at the high stool on the other side of the room, and saw the exquisite doll. His eyes immediately revealed a look of amazement, admiration, order, and other mixed emotions. He opened his mouth and almost blurted out the question of where he could buy such a doll and who was the master behind this piece of work. However, he was already an adult and had experienced plenty of things. He knew that bringing up such a question was very impolite, so he planned to find an opportunity to ask after the discussion on serious matters were finished. Sharon frowned indiscernibly as her body floated up. She bowed at Rionette Tynker and Sherlock Moriarty. "There's no need for small talk," Klein said simply. "Our initial plan is this." He shared how he would let his historical projection take the initiative to step into a trap to attract the attention of the Rose School of Thought and described it in detail. Sharon with her black bonnet listened quietly and said with a slightly ethereal voice, "They might not fall for it. After realizing that you are the attacker, that Shaman King will likely choose to retreat under the protection of sealed artifacts or angels. This way, it could only implicate a portion of the Rose School of Thought's strength. Without waiting for Klein and Emlyn to respond, Rionette Tinkers for Heads opened their mouths and said at a faster pace, their main target should likely be me. Emlyn was a little lost hearing this, but he could roughly tell that the spirit world creature that German Sparrow had summoned had quite a status. Furthermore, it had a deep relationship with the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction. That's right. Even if the Mother Tree thinks highly of me, the setup would most likely attract Miss Messenger. After a moment of silence, Klein gave an addendum. Madam, you and I will attack the other Shaman King in the form of historical void projections. German Sparrow is very respectful towards this spirit world creature. Just as this thought flashed through Emlyn's mind, he saw the 8 eyes on the forehead sweep at him. He shivered and instinctively joined in the discussion. Can this fool those from the Rose School of Thought? Since Klein had suggested that, he must have thought of a corresponding solution. I have an item that can be lent to Miss Tinker. Having said that, he looked at Rionette Tinker and said, that item can mimic the Beyonder powers that surface in your mind. I hope you can use it to summon your past self, then move yourself into a concealed state and inject your consciousness into the projection. This way, the Rose School of Thought won't be able to discover anything abnormal in a short period of time. It's very likely that they will fall for it and gather all their strength to surround and kill you and me, allowing Miss Sharon and Emlyn to find a chance to launch a surprise attack. If they're more cautious than I thought? Klein paused for a moment before revealing a smile. In that short period of time, if you join forces with me in your peak condition, there is a chance of killing the Shaman King despite him being under the protection of a sealed artifact. Now, the main point is, do you know enough about the Beyonder powers to summon historical void projections, as well as entering into a concealed state? I can demonstrate the former to you, but I will think of a way for the latter. Rionette Tinkers for Heads shook up and down at the same time. I can. No problem. That's the general gist of it. You can confirm the details in the next few days. Klein silently estimated the time, as if he made his delivery succinct. Sharon nodded indiscernibly and said, the most important thing is intel. Teacher can provide a portion of it. The rest can be obtained through magic mirror divination. Marek echoed, I remember the symbol you drew back then. She also remembered that the question posed by the hidden existence didn't violate much of her privacy, and didn't bring about too much shame. Emlyn thought for a moment and carefully asked, how do we communicate on both sides? If we can't grasp the timing accurately, the plan will definitely fail. The Blood Clan's Oath of Rose was unable to transmit what they saw and heard at such a great distance. Sharon glanced at Rionette Tinker and said, Teacher's main body can stay on our side. 10 seconds after she enters a concealed state, we will take action. Once she exits the concealed state, we will immediately leave regardless of whether we succeed. She. Emlyn jumped in fright as he instinctively turned his head to look at German Sparrow. He remembered very clearly that she was summoned by Mr. World. How terrifying. Emlyn didn't know if he was referring to the spirit world creature or German Sparrow. After the intelligence gathering is done, you can communicate again. Seeing that it was almost time, Klein took off his hat and bade farewell. Emlyn's lips quivered, but he didn't ask anything in the end. He followed German Sparrow out of the house where Sharon and Marek were. Miss Messenger actually didn't ask for any gold coins. This is because I'm helping her. If she really wants payment, all the gold coins I have are historical projections. I can only rely on Emlyn. I have to say, the bangle of spirituality that Emlyn provided to Miss Magician has pretty good effects. On the one hand, it can strengthen Miss Magician's spirituality, and on the other hand, it can speed up her spirituality recovery, allowing her to last this long. Just as the thoughts ran through Klein's mind, he heard Emlyn asked in puzzlement, that Miss Sharon is a sequence for Demigod of the Mutant Pathway. That's right. The potion's name is Puppet, Klein kindly informed him. Emlyn was instantly enlightened as he fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with a complicated expression, if only she didn't speak or move, then she would be perfect. If it wasn't for the fact that a clown could be described as a master in terms of expression management, Klein nearly spewed a mouthful of water at Emlyn. He thought that the other party would praise Miss Sharon's beauty and doll-like characteristics, showing his infatuation and fervor, but in the end, I can't understand what's on this fellow's mind. After controlling his urge to spew out whatever was in his mouth, Klein sighed inwardly. Emlyn glanced at him and seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He scoffed and said, "Which two things do you like the most?" With German Sparrow's character, he wouldn't have answered such a mundane question. However, he was still Sherlock Moriarty, a friend of the vampire in front of him. After some thought, he walked into the alley and casually said, "Money and delicacies." "Then, I'll give you a stack of edible gold pounds. Would you like it?" Emlyn asked further as he walked beside German Sparrow without any fear of the crazy adventurer like Miss Magician. Klein imagined it and felt that this would taint the value of the gold pounds, but also cause the delicacies to lose their attractiveness. Hence, he slowly shook his head. So, the corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up. Although I also like exquisite, beautiful dolls and pure girls, if they were to combine together, it would inevitably make me find it a little odd. Yes, I believe that every doll of mine has their own character and story. If they suddenly come to life and not be like what I imagined, I would be very disappointed and worried. Of course, if I had the chance to obtain the puppet potion and sprinkle some on all my puppets, I might try it. As Emlyn spoke of his contradictory thoughts, he acted like a philosopher. If Miss Justice were here, she should be able to analyze Emlyn's mental state from such a reaction. Before he could respond, Klein's figure instantly faded and vanished. In the rental apartment where Force and Zio lived. In front of the fireplace, Force leaned back against the reclining chair with a pale face. She pulled up the wool blanket covering her body and, with the help of cogitation, entered a deep sleep. 2 hours later, she woke up feeling energized, but there was still some fatigue on her face. This Miss Magician took a slow, deep breath and extended her hand again, pulling German Sparrow out of the air in front of her. Half of her demigod-level records were the summoning of historical void projections. Klein glanced at her. This time, without even nodding his head, he directly teleported out of the house and entered an empty room in a hotel. 2 hours ago, he had been busy with Emlyn and Miss Sharon's matters. This time, he had returned to Backland for himself. Without wasting any time, Klein immediately took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. When Miss Messenger stepped out of the void once again, Klein recounted how he wanted to hunt the dark demonic wolf and finally asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Rionette Tinkers for blonde, red-eyed heads bobbed up and down at the same time. Sapphira Castle. In essence, it's the same as Pallas Zoroast's answer. Klein pressed curiously, "How?" "I don't know." Rionette Tinkers for heads answered in unison. Klein silently exhaled and thanked her. "Sorry to trouble you. You can leave now." The blonde, red-eyed heads held by Rionette Tinker immediately replied. Bill, records, for 1351. September, for I German. Sparrow. Owes me 1 gold coin. With that said, she turned transparent and returned to the spirit world. Klein was stunned for 2 seconds before he slowly took out his wallet from his inner pocket and picked up a paper crane. "I have some questions to ask of you." He wrote on the paper crane he carried with him. After doing all of this, Klein lay on the bed and fell asleep. In the hazy dream world, he once again saw Will Septin, who was lying in a black pram and wrapped in silver silk. "You're already over a year old. Do you still think you're a baby that's a few months old?" Pretending that he didn't see him sucking his fingers, Klein quickly described his conundrum. The plump Will Septin retracted his thumb and sized up Klein. "Isn't the answer obvious?" "Ah." Klein was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Will Septin smiled and said, "You must have been eating too few desserts recently, causing your memory to be bad. Do you still remember what happens to a beyond or below an angel of the fate pathway when they see you directly?" This? Klein's eyes lit up. Chapter 1232. Comparison Experiments. After becoming a demigod and gaining some level of control over Sapphira Castle, Klein was able to prevent its aura from permeating out into the real world and augmenting him. This made him stop considering similar problems. After all, this would result in abnormalities, causing him to be recognized by the Beyonders of the fate pathway at a glance. It was rather unsafe. And at this moment, once he received Will or Septin's reminder, he felt that it opened up new possibilities. When I was only a subsidiary to Sapphira Castle and only had the right to use it, the aura and projection of Sapphira Castle made a saint of the fate pathway not dare to look at me directly. I was equivalent to a mythical creature in the eyes to the corresponding low and mid-sequence Beyonders. Now that I have initial control over Sapphira Castle, there's a high chance I can make the effects better.
This can affect angels who are complete mythical creatures themselves?
Sapphira Castle's level reaches that of Sequence 0 at the very least. Yes, according to my deductions, it might even be higher than Sequence 0.
It has the trait that just knowing of it will result in corruption.
Klein's mind whirred with activity as though streaks of lightning were flashing across his mind. He quickly made up his mind. After returning to the forsaken land of the gods, he would find the monsters in the depths of the darkness and do some experiments with the marionettes in the fog of history, so as to deduce if his idea worked. He smiled and said to the 1-year-old child in the black pram, "I understand what you mean. I'll get someone to send you ice cream soon." Will or Septin, who was wrapped in silver silk, slowly turned his head and looked to the side. "No, there's no need. I've been eating too much ice cream during this period of time, and it's starting to affect my body's development." Klein pricked up his brows and asked, "Genuine, top-grade ice cream produced right from the Inti's capital, Trier? Give it to me next week." Will or Septin hesitated before answering. With that said, the plump 1-year-old child turned around and buried his face into a tiny pillow in the pram. Due to the limited time Miss Magician had at maintaining the historical void projection, Klein didn't say anything else. Using his unique trait, he forcefully escaped the dream and woke up before getting out of bed. Right on the heels of that, he stretched out his right hand and repeatedly pulled at the air. 4 to 5 times later, his arm sank as he dragged out a woman wearing a simple linen robe with a tree bark belt. She was barefooted and had long black hair. She was a lady with average looks. The leader of the ascetics of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment, Oriana. At the same moment, in Hillston Borough, in an apartment, Force, who was sitting in a reclining chair, seemed to be pulled by invisible threads as she sat up abruptly. Her body straightened as the blood vessels on her forehead throbbed. She felt that her spirituality was like a flood that flowed towards the void in front of her, one that she couldn't stop no matter how hard she tried. She was on the brink of being sucked dry. In the next second, this sudden surge eased quite a bit, but it remained frightening. It wasn't something that she could handle now. In a hotel room, Klein spoke succinctly once he saw the historical void projection of Oriana gaining sentience. "I plan on cooperating with others to deal with a particular shaman king of the Rose School of Thought." Oriana nodded gently, indicating that she understood, but she didn't give any suggestions. Seeing that the ascetic leader didn't give him any warnings, Klein felt a lot more at ease with the plan to hunt the Shaman King. He then said, "I've been planning on targeting the dark demonic wolf recently." Oriana opened her mouth slightly and said, "Be careful." Did she mean to say that I shouldn't belittle the dark demonic wolf, Kota? Just as he was about to ask a question, his consciousness suddenly blurred. He saw the woman opposite him and his reflection in her eyes fade away as they quickly disappeared. Thud! Force collapsed into the reclining chair as her facial muscles twitched slightly. This is more tiring than writing all night long, she gritted her teeth and tried cogitating to fall asleep. Extreme exhaustion might sometimes paradoxically cause insomnia to a person. In the forsaken land of the gods, near Migh ancient city in the north, there was no one in the dark wilderness. With the lantern emitting a faint yellow light, Klein circled around to confirm his surroundings. Then, he found a rock and sat down, no longer shielding the aura of the grey fog from seeping into reality. On this foundation, Klein consciously strengthened the projection that Sapphira Castle placed on him. After he was done with his preparations, he quickly turned a monster hidden in the darkness around him into a marionette. The marionette walked out of the darkness. Under the illumination of the lantern, it approached Klein and cast its gaze on him. In the eyes of this monster marionette, other than the coated and hatted Klein having deeper, more profound eyes, his temperament had also become even more indescribable. There wasn't much of a difference from before. After repeatedly testing the different types of monster marionettes, Klein confirmed that ordinary people, or most beyonders, were unable to discover that he had the aura of Sapphire Castle on him. Following that, he reached out with his right hand and pulled out his body from half a day ago. He controlled the rather dull historical projection to cast his gaze over. This time, Klein saw a layer of grayish-white fog covering his body. Its interior was shimmering with light, but it didn't reveal its actual appearance. He then removed the projection support and attempted to pull out Marionettis Rosago and other Beyonders of the Seer pathway to repeat the experiment. Yes, after enhancing the projection, Beyonders of the Seer pathway can directly discover something abnormal. However, those below the level of an angel can at least confirm that I'm related to Sapphire Castle. There's no way to directly see the strange door of light, which is also the projection of Sapphire Castle. This outcome wasn't too surprising for Klein. He took a deep breath and, after preparing himself to rescue himself, he raised his hand and pulled out Winner Inuni from back when he hadn't been his marionette for long. Inuni raised his head bit by bit, and his eyes gradually reflected Klein's figure. There was a faint grey fog that emanated outwards. Deep in the fog, transparent or translucent twisted maggots were clustered around countless spherical lights. The spherical lights formed a door of light that was dyed bluish-black. The door of light was much clearer than before as it appeared even more textured. At the same time, its shape changed as it extended even higher up. This made it look like a tall and thin, brilliant figure. And the greyish-white fog around it was the figure's hooded robe. The spherical lights constantly flashed, making Klein feel like he was being watched by this deep, mysterious, towering, and terrifying figure with his numerous eyes. With a boom, Klein's head involuntarily tilted back as blood mixed with transparent maggots spurted out of his pores. The worms of spirit fell to the ground as they frantically rolled and struggled. Some of them rapidly dissipated, while some eventually calmed down before crawling back into his body and into his pores. Man! It's much better than directly losing consciousness and suffering memory loss the last time. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed silently. Inuni, who was standing in front of him, had already vanished because of the impact that Klein had received. Unable to maintain the historical void projection, Inuni vanished. This was also one of the reasons why Klein didn't suffer too much damage this time. Without Winner Inuni, he was unable to see the mutated strange door of light. This reduced the continuous assault on his senses. After 2 seconds, Klein entered the fog of history, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. Looking at the faint dark glow rising from his body and melting away, Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I nearly corrupted and corroded myself. In the future, I'll use Rosago and the other Beyonders of the Seer pathway to do additional experiments. If there's no direct assault, I need to confirm if there will be a reverse corruption from Sapphire Castle's projection with the increase in observation time. The southern continent, East Balam, Failtech City that was under attack. Under the illumination of the crimson moon, the Lund soldiers hiding behind a simple shelter took turns to rest to recover their energy. Their faces were black and covered with traces of gunpowder. Occasionally, someone would wake up and take out some dried tobacco leaves and casually roll it. Then, they would use the remaining matchstick to light it up and bring it to their mouths to suck deeply at it. In turn, their eyes exuded mostly numbness and blankness. When the soldiers guarding this line of defense smelled the tobacco, they instinctively sniffed and looked over. "Do you still have any more tobacco leaves?" a soldier with a rifle asked his companion in a low voice. His comrade shook his head. "I've already finished smoking it. I don't know when the next batch will arrive. I'm going crazy without the tobacco." The soldier who first spoke gestured outside the shelter with his chin. "Do you see that? There are so many corpses, so many hands and feet. They all belong to living people." Before the sun set, the resistance had launched a fierce attack by feverishly storming the various defensive lines at Failtech City. Their disregard for their own lives frightened the Lund soldiers and servant army who had been guarding the city. They almost had victory at hand, but ultimately failed to break through the critical line of defense. They left behind copious numbers of corpses before receding like the tide. His comrade fell silent for a moment before saying, "Maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we will be joining them." Having said that, he looked up at the crimson moon and said in a dreamy voice, "I wonder how Backland is. I haven't received a letter from home in a long while. I wonder if they have enough food, or if they can find a doctor when they are sick." The soldier who had wanted to smoke was about to curse at the damn war and the damned enemy when his eyes suddenly widened. Trembling, he raised his right hand and pointed ahead. They're alive. One by one, the soldiers looked over and saw that under the crimson moon, the dismembered corpses that the resistance had left behind were beginning to crawl up one by one, swaying as they tried to approach the defense line. In the distance, a mysterious hooded person in black robe with embroidered crimson pattern stood behind the resistance and spread out his arms slightly. The spirituality of the entire battlefield was rapidly being nourished. Chapter 1233. Two spots. Ever since the war became prolonged, the Lund soldiers had seen countless unnatural phenomena. It happened so many that they were somewhat numb to it. However, the scene of the dismembered corpses crawling up remained a shocking scene. It left them horrified and confused. They felt as though they were unable to survive the impending disaster, and would eventually become zombies. Of course, there was a reason why they were able to maintain their morale after seeing such unnatural phenomena. Just as they were feeling extreme fear, a series of chants sounded from behind them. Lacking clothes and food, they have no shelter in the cold. The Evernite did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love. 1. The holy and sympathetic prayer reverberated across the entire defense line, causing the fear in every soldier to quickly dissipate, their bodies and minds turning tranquil. Then, a number of the soldiers followed orders and moved out cannons covered in silver patterns. They adjusted the muzzles and aimed at the dismembered corpses that were rushing at them. Boom! 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 Sparks flew as shells landed in different spots on the battlefield, exploding and emitting a thick darkness. The dismembered corpses collapsed, the strength within them vanishing, otherwise, they were directly destroyed, returning to their eternal slumber. The mysterious black-robed man behind the resistance army raised his arms upon seeing this, as though he was hugging the crimson moon. At that moment, his body suddenly turned incorporeal, his body dyed a faint red as he transformed into a hazy ray of moonlight. The moonlight shattered instantly, turning into red scales before dissipating in place. Moonlight transformation. This was beyond a power that a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar of the Apothecary pathway possessed. To a Sequence for Shaman King, it was almost instinctive. And at the spot where the Shaman King had been, a figure quickly outlined itself. It was a huge cloth doll. It had blonde hair and bright red eyes, and wore a long black Gothic dress with countless mysterious patterns engraved on it. Swirling around it was sinister vines. Its skin had a luster that no human should possess. Radiance. She had used the Staff of the Stars to summon herself back when she was in perfect condition. Of course, the Staff of the Stars that was lent to Miss Messenger was the real one. Klein had brought it back to the real world from above the grey fog ahead of time. If that wasn't the case, it would be equivalent to Klein's historical projection summoning a Staff of the Stars projection. Then, the projection of the Staff of the Stars would summon Radiance in her peak state. The whole burden would be placed on Force, causing her spirituality to be quickly drained. A solution to this problem was to temporarily lend the actual Staff of the Stars to Radiance. The draining of spirituality would be borne by this ancient bane. At the same time, Radiance was probably one of the existences that were the least afraid of the negative effects of the Staff. As a key representative of the Temperance faction, and as a puppet and a cloth doll, she could stop unwanted scenes from surfacing in her mind. And after changing into a concealed state, the Staff of the Stars could hardly affect her historical void projection. The peak state Radiance had attempted to sneak closer to directly possess the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King and instantly end the battle. However, the other party had discovered the danger ahead of time. Using the moonlight's illumination, he was one step ahead of the Wraith's possession. Amidst the crimson glow that enveloped the ground, red scales rapidly reformed into the black-robed, hooded Rose School of Thought Shaman King. His eyes were closed tightly, not daring to look at the ancient Bane opposite him. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a figure rapidly appeared. It was none other than German Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He had a transparent glove on his left hand as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Scarlet flames rose up from various parts of the battlefield, as if they were announcing the beginning of a grand performance. Just as the Shaman King finished reforming, he reached out his left hand and tore apart the clothes on his chest. At that moment, Rionette Tinker's bright red eyes reflected his figure. If things went as expected, the Rose School of Thought Shaman King would have transformed into a rabbit or a goat in the next second. He would lose most of his characteristics and be under powers, but his body only emitted a faint glow without any change. His exposed chest revealed a long, thin brown puppet which was embedded there. The puppet seemed to grow out of the Shaman King's body, its body connected to his internal organs. Its eyes and mouth were like crescents. The surface of its body was grown with dried flowers and withered grass, giving off an indescribable bizarreness in the moonlight. Suddenly, the puppet was dyed red as though it was soaked in blood. It immediately turned into a pool of mud that surged into the organs of the Shaman King. Amidst the mud, an arm stretched out. Its surface was flowing with a black sticky liquid that kept protruding out with strange objects. Some were skulls, some had barbed tongues, while others had three-dimensional eyes. Abomination Soir. This Rose School of Thought's leader, an existence at Sequence 1, had crossed the vast distance and descended with the help of prior arrangements. That evil aura instantly caused the surrounding members of the Rose School of Thought and supporting members to either die, mutate, or wildly attack their comrades. Apart from the Shaman King, no one was spared. West Balam, in a port city. Shaman King Klarman, who wielded the highest authority here, stood at the top floor of a cathedral that once belonged to the Church of Evernight as he looked down at the sparsely lit city. In a house not far away, Emlyn White glanced at the doll-like Sharon and took out a bronze box with many ruby gems embedded in it. Inside the box was an eyeball-shaped glass sphere. It was a sealed artifact which Emlyn had requested from the Sanguine, known as the Vision of White, an artifact of the Sun Domain. It was very effective at dealing with the mutant pathways demigods and Shaman Kings. It could even be considered able to restrain them in certain aspects. Of course, it wouldn't feel any sense of pity and kindness just because Emlyn and Sharon were beyond us on its side. Upon seeing Sharon nod slightly to indicate that there were no problems, Emlyn's body phased away as the moonlight that shone into the room, and he disintegrated into a series of colorful red scales. At the apex of the nearby cathedral, Klarman was pacing back and forth with his puffy, black and white hair. He sneered at the city's Nighthawks and mandated punishers for moving the Lund citizens and all the sealed artifacts away ahead of time. If the group consisted only of Beyonders, it wouldn't be impossible to escape, but with so many ordinary people, how can you effectively move without being noticed? There's no need for me to send people to track you. Simply locking down the surrounding docks and food supplies is enough to break you down without my interference. As he muttered silently to himself, this Shaman King, who had been active in the southern continent since the early 5th Epoch and was even suspected to be dead, cast his gaze out the window and stared at the crimson moon high in the sky. Previously, the abnormal phenomenon of the crimson moon turning white made Klarman feel the anger of the primordial moon. He had always felt uneasy and disturbed. He had become a primordial moon believer over time while researching natural interactions, secret deeds, and other mysterious knowledge. Normally, it was relatively easy for a Shaman King to live 1,000 years, but later on, his physical condition waned, an irreversible form of aging and the decay of his spirit body. Therefore, 1,200 years was commonly the natural limit of Shaman Kings and Sanguine Earls. To continue living, one could only rely on various methods to survive. For example, sealing oneself and sleeping in a coffin deep within a castle. Klarman was nearly 1,400 years old and still brimming with energy. He didn't need to limit his movements, because he had received the primordial moon's blessings. This was also the reason why he had disappeared for so many years. Later on, he received a revelation from the primordial moon and joined the Rose School of Thought. In this aspect, Klarman always had his suspicions. Sometimes, he believed that the Mother Tree of Desire and the primordial moon were one entity. They were different sides of the same great existence. Yet, there were other times when he felt that the Mother Tree of Desire and the primordial moon were not only different, but there was also a deep conflict between them. This resulted in the primordial moon believers not getting enough attention when they later joined the Rose school of thought. Apart from receiving some bestowments in the form of items, they were placed in non-critical positions. Just as Klarman was focused on sensing the crimson moon in an attempt to gain a revelation, the crimson moonlight that fell onto the cathedral's bell tower had pure red scales of light appear as they gathered together. It then manifested into Emlyn White, who wore a tuxedo and a bow tie. Behind this sanguine, a thick black gas emanated, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. Emlyn had already consumed the corresponding potion to remove his scent and spirituality fluctuations, allowing him to approach his target in secret. Of course, he was up against a demigod, a sequence for demigod of the same pathway. Even if he was fully prepared, he didn't dare get too close, or else he would easily be discovered. Looking at the window where Shaman King Klarman was, he examined the projection on the glass for a second. Emlyn White opened the bronze box with the rubies embedded in it, and he used his black velvet-gloved left hand to pick up the vision of White. His expression twisted as he experienced the pain that came from being exposed to the blazing sun. Suppressing the pain, Emlyn pushed the eyeball-shaped glass sphere to his right eye. All the buildings in front of him had suddenly disappeared from his vision, leaving only shadows of cold, crimson, or fallen evil. Among them, there was a figure that was like a huge black whirlpool that was crazily devouring the light around it, causing his body to become distorted. This was Emlyn's target, the ancient Shaman King, Klarman. A ray of light immediately lit up, condensing into a scorching, blinding light. It shot out from the vision of White and went straight for the figure behind the glass window. 1. Adapted from Job 24 verse 8, Old Testament. Chapter 12:34. The projection's descent. The blinding white beam penetrated the glass window and landed on Shaman King Klarman. It then burst into an intense light, melting away all the undead, darkness, and evil. Klarman's figure burned with a white flame, as though he was a paper figurine that had been brought near red embers. But it really was a paper figurine, one that seemed to be condensed from the crimson moonlight. The Shaman King's substitute spell, Moon Paper Figurine. As the paper figurine turned to ash, the ancient Shaman King appeared at the top of the cathedral and cast his cold gaze at Emlyn White, who was standing near the bell tower. At that moment, within Klarman's blood-red eyes, it reflected the figure of Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and a tiny bonnet. Her body stiffened as if she had lost control of herself. Seeing this, Emlyn didn't hesitate. It was as if he had practiced it 1,000 times before. He aimed his vision of White at the Shaman King's left chest and prepared to activate the Sun Domain's unshadowed spear. As long as this attack struck Klarman's heart, this Shaman King Klarman wouldn't be able to use Moonlight Transformation to resolve it. It would also be difficult for him to recover using an artificial vampire's super recovery abilities. Of course, this would definitely cause more serious damage to Sharon, who had possessed Klarman. However, if they could quickly resolve their target, she was willing to pay the corresponding price. In the previous discussions, Emlyn, Sharon, and Marek had already discussed a few similar plans and had come to a consensus. This was also the reason why Sharon didn't restrict Shaman King Klarman by tightening his clothes. Compared to a wraith's possession, that was easier to resolve for the opponent who could use Moonlight Transformation. As for whether Klarman would be ashamed of running naked, the answer from the magic mirror was no. Taking all these under consideration, they eventually chose to let Emlyn White attack the target so as to deplete his moon paper figurine to create an opportunity for Sharon to possess him. The transparent glass sphere in Emlyn's hand glowed once again, extending out into a blazing spear that had turned extremely white. But at this moment, Klarman, who was standing at the top of the cathedral, suddenly underwent a transformation. A crack quickly split open in the middle of his forehead, as if there was a blood moon embedded in it. Moonlight surged out like a tidal wave, causing the illusory, blonde, blue-eyed Sharon to float out of his body uncontrollably. Klarman's stiff and slow movements barely restored to normal and, under the radiance of the full moon, he turned into a pool of blood, splitting into countless fragments of light. His figure rapidly took form on another steeple of the cathedral. Clinging closely behind him was Sharon. As for the unshadowed spear that Emlyn had created, it passed through the spot where Klarman was originally standing and flew into the distance, expanding into a miniature sun. The entire port city was illuminated. At the same time, Klarman's right shoulder began to squirm before something tore through his black robe and burrowed out. This was an exquisite male doll. It was only the size of a palm and wore a dark red, gold-patterned tuxedo. Its eyes had been dug out, leaving behind 2 black holes. The puppet sat on Klarman's shoulder and raised its hands, tapping all its fingers as though it was playing an invisible instrument. Sharon's figure was immediately ejected from Klarman's back, as though she suffered a serious repulsion. Emlyn felt his clothes tighten as they bound him tightly. His bow tie also came alive in a bid to strangle him to death. That doll was a Grade 1 sealed artifact given to Klarman by the Rose School of Thought. It was called the General of the Pupilless Eye. It was an item formed by a sequence for demigod of the mutant pathway who had suffered a sudden death due to an accident. It had a living characteristic and could possess objects with spirits and awaken objects that didn't according to its wielder's will. However, the wielder needed to feed it with their flesh and blood, otherwise, it would gradually grow its eyes. Once this sealed artifact was in a good condition, it would transform into an evil spirit that chased after its original owner while abhorring all humans. When Emlyn heard the sound of his bones crying in pain from the burden, the vision of white that was burning his soul emitted a bright glow, turning the surrounding area into a land without shadows or evil. The effects of General of the Pupilless Eye had on his clothes were severed. However, at that moment, Klarman had already indiscernibly muttered a particular word with a cruel smile. He reached out his hands and pulled out an illusory door with many mysterious symbols engraved on it out of thin air. This was the Door of Summoning. The Moon Pathway Sequence 3 was Summoning Master. Under the illumination of the full blood moon on his forehead, Klarman, who was only at the Shaman King level, was able to complete a summoning. However, because of this, there was a certain change in his overall aura. He had lost a lot of his rationality, and his madness had deepened. Amidst the illusory creaking, the door of summoning opened up a crack. In the gaps, 2 human palms reached out. Their skin had no luster to it, and they lacked texture. They were like a most inferior cloth doll. Outside Failtech City, the Rose School of Thought believers and followers who had originally planned on attacking the Lun army's defense line after the Corpse Horde's attack had begun to kill each other, their rationality completely gone. Some of them, who were originally ordinary people, bent their backs and grew greyish-black wolf fur. The corners of their mouths tore open as sticky saliva constantly dripped. Some of their skin was dyed black and had become as hard as steel. Some lost their hearts and fell to the ground, only to get back on their feet as though nothing had happened. Some of their bodies turned transparent, as if they had become shadows. The descent of Abomination Swara's aura had tainted all the living creatures in the vicinity, causing them to either break down and suffer a tragic death, or turn into werewolves or zombies. As a high-ranking Sequence 1, he could directly bestow the power unto his believers, but there was a time limit. However, this method might not be the hope of the Resistance. On the other side of the battlefield, over 2,000 meters away, behind the Lun shelter. Although the soldiers didn't see or hear anything, transparent blisters began growing on the surface of their skin, and their minds were filled with thoughts of venting all kinds of emotions and desires. It wouldn't take long for them to go mad one by one and turn into irrational beasts. Across this base, even to the interior of Failtech City, it would be a challenge to find humans who could still maintain their clarity of mind. Suddenly, they heard a chant. It was a chant formed from sacred and ethereal voices. This chant came from the Evernite Cathedral in the city. It was as though there were many choirs praising the goddess. The soldiers, citizens, and officers fell asleep one after another behind the shelter, inside the trenches, and on the streets. They dreamed of a tranquil darkness, moon flowers, and night vanilla. Their bodies and minds became extremely peaceful, and they were no longer affected by evil. In the Evernite Cathedral in Failtech City, the high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, the goddess's eye, Ilia, tried her best to maintain the dream that enveloped the entire city. She was unable to interfere with the demigod battle outside. At the same time, Klein and Radiance felt the change in the surrounding spirituality. It seemed to transform into layers of barriers that attempted to restrain them and restrict their actions. And in the bloody mud on the Shaman King's chest, a lump of squirming flesh covered in black sticky liquid drilled out right on the heels of Suara's arm, forming the body of this abomination. Here was like a huge tree that had been splashed with oil. The extended branches were arms which had various strange objects protruding out. On the surface of the trunk that was covered in thick black liquid, bloodshot eyes kept rolling. It cleared the minds of the onlookers, turning them into rabbits, goats, and pigs. The dozens of arms rapidly extended outwards. Some of them sealed off the sky, while others burrowed into the ground. The rest either surrounded them from all sides or headed straight for Klein and Radiance. At the same time, Abomination Suar let out a roar that pierced straight into one spirit body. It caused the two targets to tremble at the same time, causing a certain degree of stiffness to rear its head. It made the crimson moonlight in mid-air become even richer, allowing a scene to appear on the red screen. The core to this scene was a mummy wrapped in a yellowing bandage. It had been pierced by countless brown tree branches and was suspended in mid-air. Its stomach bulged, and at times, different parts bulged and shriveled, as if it was giving birth to new life. The mummy's mouth was agape as it kept screaming. Although Klein couldn't hear any actual sounds, he felt pain resonating with his body and soul, slowly burdening him with the mummy's predicament. The chained god! The roar of Abomination Suar was formed from ancient Hermes words that exceeded the imagination of humans. It was essentially praying to the chained god, and he had successfully received a response. The Mother Tree of Desire was unable to infuse too much power into reality. If one wanted to pray to her and obtain feedback at the angel level, they required a large-scale ritual. Of course, the influence the Mother Tree of Desire directly exerted and her attention via the chained god had qualitative differences. The chained god was originally not a true god, but he had contained the mutant pathway's uniqueness and two sequence one beyonder characteristics, making him a king of angels. After giving birth to Abomination Suar, he even lost a sequence one beyonder characteristic. When he was completely overwhelmed by the Mother Tree of Desire, he similarly suffered a life of isolation. Therefore, regardless of the essence of the Mother Tree of Desire, the effect she had on reality was limited due to the indirect methods used. But no matter what, the trap targeted at Radiance was luxurious enough. As the projection of the chained god appeared, the entire land was dyed with a dark red color. Klein felt that his connection with the spirit world had been severed, and he could no longer use teleportation. His figure instantly leaped into a sea of flames. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Radiance was fighting against Suar, he reached his hand into the void and grabbed at different spots. Finally, Klein pulled out a silver-black jewelry box embedded with various gems. Then, without any hesitation, he opened the second level. Box of the Great Old Ones. This Grade 0 sealed artifact's second level could transfer all living beings within its range to a particular scene recorded by it. Chapter 1235. Most Valued Suppor. The silver-black, three-tiered accessory box with many embedded gems quickly opened, revealing the interior of the second level. It was dark. Even the surrounding barriers seemed to blend in with it. It gave one the feeling that it was a pocket of infinite space. In an instant, the darkness lit up with countless resplendent speckles, as if they had transformed into a miniature cosmos, a miniature universe. These bright points of light rapidly spun as the surrounding scene changed several times in a second. What Klein expected was to move Abomination Suar, the Rose School of Thought Shaman, and many of their followers to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. By making them leave the southern continent, they wouldn't be able to immediately sense that Klarman had been attacked. This way, they wouldn't be able to provide any timely and effective assistance. However, the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones had an element of randomness to it. The act of sending things to the designated scene succeeded a handful of times. Most of the time, the selected destination would suffer an unavoidable change. This was something that couldn't be influenced with luck, and at the very least, no one below Sequence 0 could do so. Therefore, when he opened the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones, Klein didn't know what would happen. It was the same as not using any beyonder powers to cheat at gambling. He had to rely solely on observation to push out all his chips. This left his heart filled with anxiety. Of course, he wasn't too worried. No matter where the box of the Great Old Ones brought him and Miss Messenger, it was impossible to harm him in any way. After all, Radiance was fake, the box of the Great Old Ones was fake, and even he himself was fake. With this in consideration, even if he was thrown underground by the box of the Great Old Ones and faced a terrifying corruption, Klein could instantly dispel the historical void projection, enter Sapphire Castle to do a complete disinfection and sever all connections. Building on this foundation, he had the ability to help Miss Messenger's main body resist the corruption. Since it wasn't directly experienced, through the layer of a historical projection, the outcome was relatively better. The only thing he needed to worry about was that the random scene selected by the box of the Great Old Ones was where Miss Sharon and Emlyn were attacking Shaman King Klarman. That way, it would be equivalent to leading the main enemy force to head straight for his headquarters. This meant that they could only consider giving up on the operation, and he and Radiance would undertake the responsibility of helping all participants escape from the battlefield and escape the southern continent. The probability of this happening was very low, but he had to be wary. At that moment, due to the influence of Abomination Suara's aura, Klein's spirituality had frozen quite a bit. It seemed to bind his body and soul, but it still flowed into the box of the Great Old Ones, maintaining its open state. In the blink of an eye, the scene in the second level of the box of the Great Old Ones changed, revealing a tiny, vast sea. Klein, Radiance, Abomination Suara, the hooded Shaman King, and many Rose School of Thought believers and subordinates to endless yellow sand and the extreme cold of the night. Other than the projection of the chained god, all the living beings on the battlefield were instantly transported to a desert. As for the projection, due to the departure of Abomination Suara, the connection was severed, preventing his powers from seeping into reality. Without the luxury of time to examine where he was currently, Klein dispelled the box of the Great Old Ones and snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet flame as he constantly jumped within them. He had done so to avoid the attention of Abomination Suara, as well as grab the opportunity to complete the summoning of the historical void projection. At that moment, he heard an extremely evil roar. His mind suddenly went blank, and he temporarily lost all his thoughts. The scarlet flames he was immersed in came alive as well and, like a cage, bound him to the ground. With just a roar and the influence of some auras, Abomination Suara had already restrained him to a certain extent. If it wasn't for the fact that Radiance, who was in her peak condition, was his teammate, Klein's projection would have been helplessly executed. Perhaps his actual body would suffer certain effects. At this moment, the huge doll the size of a castle took a step forward and opened its tightly shut mouth. There was no sound, but the distorted wood that was covered in pitch-black liquid seemed to encounter a flood dike. It repelled backward and raised the arms with strange protruding objects. This was a curse that Radiance had been silently accumulating for a very, very long time. The root of the curse was the anger, hatred, and her grudge that had emerged after she'd suffered an attack. However, Abomination Suara didn't show any obvious changes. He only staggered a little and froze for a second before returning to normal. High-level existences were always able to restrain low-level beyonders of the same pathway. They could even exert a certain influence over space. And using this opportunity to escape the restraints of the flames, Klein used Creeping Hunger to flash to another side, avoiding the blood moon arrow created by the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King. He didn't dare to look directly at Abomination Suara. He seized the opportunity and reached out with his right hand to pull out from the void ahead. This time, he didn't drag anything out. Klein continued blinking about and repeated his actions. Then, he successfully dragged out a figure. It was none other than the leader of the Church of Evernights Ascetics, the Angel of the Concealment Domain, Oriana, who wore a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. My report from before worked after all. A thought flashed through his mind as he activated Creeping Hunger once again and teleported elsewhere. The eyes of Oriana's projection darted slightly as her eyes instantly turned dark and deep. Following that, she joined in the battle between Radiance and Abomination Suara. With her help, Radiance, who was in a rather difficult situation and trying hard to create opportunities for him, finally managed to catch her breath. She didn't get possessed by Abomination Soir, nor did she become a real doll. The Rose School of Thought's Shaman King showcased his well-rounded aspect towards the darkness and moon domains. He attempted to use spells like the Abyss Shackles to restrict Klein's movement, but the short-distance blinking was simply too effective. Without the projection of the Chained God and his influence of the surrounding area, and the interference of Abomination, Klein was like a fish in water. He was free and relaxed. He only needed to consider how to deal with his enemy's spells every 2 teleports. However, the Shaman King could hardly stop him in an effective manner due to the unpredictability of where he would appear next. During this process, Klein grabbed at the void a few more times until he dragged out a figure. This figure had bronze skin, black hair, and brown eyes. His facial features were soft and his gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden thread. He wore a golden crown and was none other than the former Death Consul, Azikegas. Another angel. The Shaman King's eyelids twitched as he watched. At this moment, Abomination Soir suddenly inserted multiple black arms into the desert. The desert nearby boiled and was blanketed with a thick black liquid. This extended into the distance and invaded the void, disrupting the overlapping of reality and the spirit world. Taking advantage of the fact that his teleportation wasn't completely affected, Klein blinked behind Mr. Azik. With him shielding him, he quickly grabbed at the air a few times. His arms suddenly sank and he pulled out a silvery white snake's tail. Another angel. The reason why he dared to directly summon the 3 angels was because this historical void projection of his was summoned by Radiance using the Staff of the Stars. The spirituality consumed was born by this ancient bane, not force. Otherwise, force would have already fainted the moment the Servant of Concealment, Oriana, descended. There was no way she could endure spirituality expenditure such as this. Force's purpose was to first summon German Sparrow's historical projection so that he had plenty of time to set up the ritual and bring the Staff of the Stars to the real world. Then, the maintenance of the historical projection would be dispelled, allowing him to return to the fog and have Radiance summoned another him. In less than 10 seconds, as Abomination Soir had focused his attention on Radiance and subconsciously belittled Klein, leading him to not only losing the help of the Chained God's projection, but also being thrown from the state of being the one who had laid in ambush to the one being besieged by 4 powerful angels. Without any hesitation, this sequence one angel opened his mouth and chanted in ancient Hermes words. He had once again prayed to the Chained God. When the door of summoning opened in front of Shaman King Klarman, just the extension of 2 trembling hands was enough for a thought to abruptly flash across Emlyn White's mind. The other angel of the Rose School of Thought, the King of Curses, Baranka. This was information provided by Sharon and Marek. Upon seeing this, Emlyn's mind tensed up. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and threw the vision of white at the door of summoning. This was partly because he was experiencing a battle at the demigod level for the first time, so he couldn't help but overreact. On the other hand, he wasn't worried about losing the vision of white. After all, it belonged to the Sanguine. At worst, he would repay it in the future over time. At the same time, even without the sealed artifact, he still had other mystical items to use, such as Leymano's Travels. With the notebook, Emlyn could summon the unshadowed crucifix to replace the vision of white. After the eyeball-shaped glass sphere flew out, it continuously absorbed the light along the way, bringing with it extreme darkness. When it got close to the door of summoning, the vision of white suddenly exploded into an extremely brilliant glow. Like a blazing sun at noon, it enveloped both the hands and the door, melting away all evil, degenerate, darkness, filth, and undead auras. The full blood moon on Klarman's forehead was clearly affected. All the light beams were compressed to his side, preventing him from affecting his surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Sharon's figure that appeared in midair distorted, turning into a human-sized puppet. This puppet was identical to Shaman King Klarman. It had messy, black and white hair and a pair of bright red eyes. As for Emlyn, he raised his left arm and revealed a translucent ring that was worn outside his gloved index finger. The ring seemed to be made of light red amber, and there was a blood-colored gem embedded on it. Lilith's ring. This was a ring personally made by the sanguine ancestor, the ancient goddess, Lilith. It could project a door that led deep into the spirit world for a certain amount of time, summoning an unknown creature. Emlyn wasn't sure what he would obtain. He only knew that, under normal circumstances, the summoned object was usually slightly stronger than him, but the possibility of directly pulling out a demigod wasn't impossible. At the tip of the ring, the blood-colored gem emitted a faint glow as an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns appeared in front of Emlyn. The door creaked open, the gap in the door widening. Shaman King Klarman had just recovered his senses from the sun's illumination when he saw a moon rise up behind the door of summoning. It was a bright moon, one that was slightly silver in color. Chapter 1236. Linkage. In the eyes of Shaman King Klarman, a bright silver moon rose, quickly filling his irises. This was completely different from the normal crimson moon. It also wasn't the blood moon that occasionally appeared. It was similar to the abnormal state of the moon from not too long ago, but there were also certain differences. It illuminated Klarman's eyes and body, causing him to instantly lose contact with the crimson moon. That also meant that, before things went back to normal, Klarman could no longer attempt moonlight transformation, nor could he teleport within the range of the crimson moonlight's illumination. Suddenly, a word appeared in the mind of this Shaman King of the Moon domain. Lilith! The ancient goddess, Lilith, who once controlled the moon pathway. Such a change was out of Emlyn's expectations, but Sharon, who was good at controlling her emotions and thoughts, wasn't affected. Despite having become a Klarman puppet, she raised her right hand and yanked some of her messy, black and white hair. Almost at the same time, on the Shaman King's head, a tuft of white hair fell on its own without him suffering any attacks. The door of summoning he had just opened had been dissolved by the full might of the vision of white sun rays. This wasn't because the Rose School of Thought's angel, who had been summoned, was unable to resist the Grade 1 sealed artifact, but that the door of summoning couldn't withstand such a special attack. In addition, the King of Curses, Baranka, had only extended 2 hands out. This limited the amount of power that could remotely be projected via his descent. The evil aura that permeated into the real world had also been purified by the vision of white, preventing it from affecting Sharon and Emlyn. At that moment, without the door of summoning, Baranka could only retreat to where he was originally. He'd had to wait for the next summoning or for Shaman King Klarman to pray. As an angel, he had the status required to respond to prayers throughout the world. When that strand of hair fell, Sharon, in her Klarman puppet state, didn't hesitate. Her right hand naturally slid down from her forehead. She grabbed the exaggerated crack that had the full blood moon embedded there and forcefully pressed it down. Klarman couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. The flesh on his forehead turned into a bizarre blur as they filled up the terrifying crack, blocking the miniature full moon. This was one of the beyonder powers of a sequence for Puppet of the Mutant Pathway, called the Source of Curses. Apart from being able to influence non-living creatures, puppets could also turn into mystical puppets and magical paper figurines. Through the connections established, they could use various methods to curse their targets. This beyonder power would undergo a qualitative change when they reached Sequence 3. At the current stage, it resulted in mutually destructive damage. Under normal circumstances, puppet demigods rarely used it. In other words, a puppet had to hurt themselves to hurt their enemy. The reason why Sharon dared to do so was because she was certain that since both she and her target were at Sequence 4, as a wraith and zombie, she would definitely be able to withstand the damage better than a vampire. After knowing in advance that Shaman King Klarman had a Grade 1 sealed artifact, General of the Pupilless Eye, Sharon had never thought of truly succeeding with Wraith's possession. Her main goal was to use this method to establish a connection with Klarman to prepare for the subsequent curse. The tuft of hair she plucked symbolized the official start of the curse. Destroying the target's full blood moon on his forehead was to prevent him from establishing the door of summoning once again, which would lead to pulling a Rose School of Thought's angel into the battlefield. Of course, as a demigod, Klarman wasn't going to die so easily from a curse. In the past, he would be able to use moonlight transformation and illusory bats to weaken the damage brought by the curse. Then, via constantly moving at high speeds, he could avoid attacks while chanting the honorific name of a Rose School of Thought's angel. However, under the silvery white moon's illumination, his body seemed to freeze, preventing him from completing the series of actions. While Klarman's mind raced, the general of the pupilless eye puppet on his shoulder stood up and let out an ear-piercing scream. The glass windows around them shattered, transforming into bullets that shot towards the floating Sharon. Without anyone controlling the eyeball-like glass sphere, it flew up on its own, causing a gigantic pillar of light that had flames swirling around it to descend. The pillar of light enveloped Sharon, causing the surroundings to turn bright as though it was daytime. The general of the pupilless eye could influence ownerless mystical items, allowing them to help it. Amidst the flaring sun, Sharon, who had transformed into Klarman, showed clear signs of melting as her face contorted uncontrollably. Half the large number of glass fragments melted into the pillar of light while the other half pierced through her body. Klarman once again let out a tragic cry. It made Emlin's body turn cold as his blood seemed to frost up. One bloody hole after another appeared on the Shaman King's body. He was like a candle that had been thrown into a furnace as he slowly softened and the oils from his fat dripped. Any damage from Source of Curses would be reflected onto the target. As a demigod of the Rose School of Thought, there was no doubt that Klarman knew of this. His action just now was to use this exchange of damage to force Sharon to stop the curse. The theurgical spells of the Sun Domain clearly dealt more damage to evil creatures that were the likes of puppets, wraiths, zombies, and werewolves than vampires, Potions Professor, Scarlet Scholar, and Shaman Kings. That was to say, the continuous, flaring sun strikes caused Sharon to dissipate, but it would only be able to severely injure Klarman. As for the demigods of the Moon Pathway, they had extremely strong self-recovery abilities. In just a second, Shaman King Klarman used his rich experience and deep knowledge of mysticism to accurately grasp the problem of the Source of Curses and chose the most suitable method to see results in the shortest time possible. However, at that moment, having lost the vision of White, Emlyn White, who had summoned the strange moon, regained his senses. He took out a bronze-green hard-covered notebook and flipped it to one of the pages. A crackling sound could be heard as bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, interweaving into a storm that emitted a strong destructive aura. Instantly, the Shaman King Klarman was swept in. Leymano's Travels, Thunderstorm. Having temporarily lost moonlight transformation and the ability to blink within a certain range, Klarman was unable to dodge the attack. He was smote by bolts of silver lightning. Sharon took the opportunity to dispel Source of Curses to prevent the damage dealt to the target from being reflected onto her. However, her face was clearly much paler than before, and her breathing became weaker. The pillar of light from blazing sun had indeed caused quite a significant amount of damage to her. The silvery white blob that blasted quickly extinguished, and Klarman's body was already pitch black. His charred skin and flesh were constantly peeling off. Pieces of flesh were squirming and growing. The general of the pupilless eye's body rapidly turned incorporeal, as though it had turned into a spectre. It was prepared to possess Klarman and move him away from the area to prevent any subsequent blows. At this moment, a blonde, red-eyed head suddenly appeared and bit the head of the exquisite doll. Klarman, who remained groggy, subconsciously looked over and saw a headless lady. This lady was wearing a dark and complicated gothic long dress and holding four blonde, red-eyed heads. Rionette Tynka. In that vast desert, the eyes of Rionette Tynka, who was attacking Abomination Soir with Azik, Oriana, and the giant silver serpent, suddenly glazed over. Her actions turned stiff as she attacked purely on instinct. This was part of Klein's plan. When the battle on this side had stabilized, with Abomination Soir was unable to extricate himself from it within a short period of time, Rionette Tynka's main body would dispel its concealed state. She would then return to the real world and quickly help Sharon and Emlyn finish the battle. Looking at the tragic-looking mummy projection in mid-air, as Klein controlled the three angels to hold back Abomination Soir, he used their auras to influence the environment around him. He switched from teleportation to flaming jump, and he continued to deal with the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King. During this process, he appeared carefree and relaxed, but in fact, he realized that the affinity between his body and his soul was decreasing bit by bit. His body was gradually becoming a spirit cage, causing his actions to become stiffer and heavier. This reminded him of the core description of prisoner. The body was the cage of the heart, and the world was the cage of the body. As time passed, he understood the meaning of this sentence from another angle. After Abomination Soir began to direct his attention at him, even if he didn't have the chance to attack him directly, he was still able to make him suffer some form of corrosion. After one of Rionette Tinker's heads was in control of General of the Pupilless Eye, another head raised the black staff that it was biting down on with its teeth. The gem-embedded staff lit up with a misty glow. A figure quickly took shape. It was none other than German Sparrow, who was wearing a top hat and a trench coat while holding Death Knell. Bang! A silver-black stream of light flew out and accurately hit Klarman's body. Klarman's thoughts came to a halt as he froze on the spot. Control Spirit Bullet. This was the Control Spirit Bullet shot by German Sparrow that the Staff of the Stars had reenacted. This 0-62 sealed artifact could allow the Beyonder powers and people that surfaced in the minds of the wielder to descend upon reality, while the latter could launch a single attack. On the other side, Sharon immediately turned into a puppet that looked identical to Klarman. She retracted her right hand and ruthlessly stabbed it into her chest. Blood sprayed out as Klarman gaped his mouth, unable to make a sound. To a wraith, the heart definitely wasn't a vital point, but to a vampire, it was lethal. Without giving Klarman any chance to resist, Emlyn flipped through Leymano's travels once again and released the recording of historical void summoning and took out the bronze unshadowed crucifix. His fingers pressed down on a spike, allowing blood to flow out to cleanse the mottled cross. A pure, burning white spear instantly condensed. After Sharon removed Source of Curses, Emlyn threw out the long spear of light and watched it pierce through Shaman King Klarman's chest, pinning him to the high walls of the cathedral. Bright light suddenly expanded and completely extinguished Klarman's last breath. Unshadowed Spear. In the vast desert, Klein suddenly stopped, and while facing Abomination Soir and the Shaman King, he took off his hat, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. His body faded and disappeared. During this process, Klein wasn't worried about being disturbed at all. This was because it wasn't that he was attempting to leave, but that Rionette Tinker had dispelled the historical void projection. This also meant that the operation at the other battlefield had succeeded. Chapter 1237. Distribution. As the golden rays of light shone down, Klarman, a Shaman King, who had lived for more than 1,000 years, collapsed into pieces at the entrance of the Evernight Cathedral. Every part of his body was charred black, completely drained of its blood. Amongst them, something fell out of his black robe ashes. It was a normal-sized palm. Its skin's texture didn't appear human at all, and it had a dim luster. Its fingers were slender with balanced amounts of flesh and bone. If he hadn't seen it on such an occasion, Emlyn definitely would have believed that the palm was a part of an exquisite doll. Another head in Rionette Tinker's hand swung forward as it quickly bit the palm. At the same time, Sharon's figure turned incorporeal as she entered the remains of Shaman King Klarman, speeding up the expelling of his Beyonder characteristic. Emlyn composed himself and looked at the door of summoning created by Lilith's ring. His body suddenly turned into a hazy moonlight. The crimson moonlight shattered into countless fragments of light. The bright and devilish red scale swam around the area enveloped by the moonlight, restructuring beside Klarman's corpse into Emlyn White in his tuxedo and bow tie. Without looking at the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out, he dispelled the unshadowed crucifix, bent down, and picked up the vision of white that he had previously thrown to the side using his black velvet glove. His other hand shook Leymano's travels as he flipped the book to one of the pages. The symbols and mysterious patterns on it all belonged to traveling. Emlyn's figure turned transparent as he vanished from the scene. He followed the plan and was the first to leave after the operation ended. He didn't interfere with Sharon and company's cleanup of the scene and their clearing of traces. After all, he was the weakest one there. He had used up a considerable amount of energy in battle while relying on the sealed artifacts and mystical items. As for the spoils of war, they would be distributed once they returned to Backland. In this aspect, Emlyn fully believed in German Sparrow's promise and the Rose School of Thought's Temperance Department's credit. After teleporting back to an empty house in Backland, he suddenly threw down Leymano's travels. He took out a bronze box with many red gems embedded in it, and he placed the vision of white inside. Only after doing this did Emlyn have the energy to take off the glove on his left hand. He saw that his fingers were filled with blisters, swollen. With the sanguine's regenerative ability, damage at such a level should have long been healed, but in reality, it hadn't improved at all. The burns brought by the vision of white will last at least 7 days. Emlyn took out ointment he had stored in a metal tube and squeezed out some of it to apply it on his wound. The soul-stabbing pain was immediately eased by the cooling sensation. Emlyn slowly exhaled as though he had finally resurrected. He had used a great deal of willpower to restrain himself from throwing the vision of white onto the ground. This was because once the sealed artifact left his control, it would automatically absorb the light around it and emit a radiant glow. To a sanguine, this was an excellent way of committing suicide. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn took out a bottle of his blood that he had extracted beforehand and smeared it on the surface of Leymano's travels. Then, he drank another bottle of blood to ease the bloodthirst that Lilith Ring brought about. After such an operation, he finally removed the negative effects the sealed artifact had on him. Only at this moment did Emlyn have the time to recall the accident that had happened during the battle. The door of summoning that he projected with Lilith Ring didn't summon creatures from deep in the spirit world, but he ended up summoning a strange moon. The moon hung behind the door of summoning and silently illuminated Shaman King Klarman, suppressing the various Beyonder powers that belonged to the moon domain. If not for this change, even if Lilith Ring had summoned a saint-level spirit world creature, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Perhaps they would have had to wait until the Rose School of Thought Temperance Angel descended to gain an overwhelming advantage. A silvery white moon. Could it be that the ancestor had provided me with some help? Emlyn had a thought and made a corresponding guess. This matched the identity of the sanguine savior that the ancestor had appointed. After careful consideration, Emlyn no longer had any doubts about this guess, but unlike the past, he wasn't that excited or thrilled. After experiencing a battle at the demigod level and confirming that he was shouldering such an important responsibility, he felt no sense of pride. His heart was heavy from the pressure. Phew. A few seconds later, Emlyn opened his mouth and whispered, "I'm the savior of the sanguine." When he said this, his expression was abnormally solemn, somewhat dignified, without any hesitation. In the house where Emlyn met Marek and Sharon. When the sanguine saw the perfect doll-like lady take out 2 items, he heard her slightly ethereal voice say, "According to the agreement, we will only take 1 thing. This is the rest." The 2 items were a fist-sized gem condensed from thick blood. It emitted a crimson glow, like a miniature crimson moon. The other item was an exquisite male doll with 2 black holes as its eyes. Shaman King's Beyonder characteristic. General of the pupil-less eye. Emlyn nodded and saw that the 2 items seemed to have a life of their own as they flew over. Just as he reached out to catch it, he heard Miss Sharon add, "The Shaman King Beyonder characteristic has some strange traces of corruption. Even the unshadowed spear was unable to cleanse it. It means that I need to find an angel to help me shatter it to remove the corruption." Emlyn completely understood what Sharon was saying as he nodded slightly. "I understand what to do." Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet, immediately floated up and gave a curtsy. "Thank you for your help." "Likewise." Emlyn took off his hat and bowed in return. Above the greyish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the wisps of black gas emanating from his body, shook his head, and sighed. "I actually got cursed by the abomination without realizing it. The projection of the chained god could be the culprit as well. I was even separated by a historical projection. If it were any saint without Sapphira Castle, they would probably experience a sudden death after thinking they were safe. As for Miss Messenger, there wasn't much of a problem even without the historical projection in between because she was a real angel. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried. After the black gas dissipated, Klein waited for a while. He waited until Emlyn sacrificed the items and requested Mr. Fool to help purify the Shaman King Beyonder characteristic. Strange corruption. From the Mother Tree of Desire or the Primordial Moon. Klein picked up the miniature crimson moon and carefully observed it for a few seconds. During this process, he was on high alert, constantly preparing to mobilize Sapphira Castle's powers. If he wasn't at the level of an angel level here, he wouldn't have agreed to Emlyn's sacrifice. Instead, he would have chosen to smite down with power at the Sequence 2 level, shattering the characteristic and separating the corruption remotely. Back then, Klein didn't even dare to divine the werewolf beyond a characteristic that had been slightly influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire. He had even hurriedly sold it. After examining it seriously, Klein pressed his right hand, causing the entire mysterious space to vibrate. The miniature crimson moon shattered with a crack, splitting into tiny red dots of light. Amongst these light dots, there was a small amount of red mist that evaporated, eventually forming a drop of fresh blood. Then, the red light dots gathered again, constantly condensing before transforming into the miniature crimson moon. However, compared to before, it was more translucent and pure. Klein conjured a fake hand, picked up the drop of seemingly fresh blood, and discovered that it contained immense vitality. It's not at the angel level, but it's a little strange. It seems to have received an evil god's blessings. As Klein cut off all the invisible connections that resulted from the blood, he took a paper figurine and attempted to press the drop of blood onto it. The moment the blood came into contact with the paper figurine, it immediately seeped in. In the next second, the paper figurine's stomach strangely bulged and exploded. At the moment the paper figurine tore apart, a new paper figurine with a hint of crimson crawled out from its stomach. It seemed to have fuller developed features. The power of reproduction. Klein frowned slightly as he stabbed with his right hand, reducing the newly born paper figurine into powder. A tiny amount of blood-colored mist emanated again, condensing into a drop of blood. The characteristic and spirituality were only slightly weakened. It needs to be repeated more than 100 times before it can be completely removed. Klein silently assessed as he gathered the powers of Sapphira Castle to seal the drop of blood. He then looked up and cast his gaze at the male doll on the long model table. The palm-sized doll in a formal suit was prostrating, it didn't dare to look up. Oh, how easy is it to deal with those with living characteristics? Klein chuckled as he gathered the sealed drop of blood and brought it close towards the doll named General of the Pupilless Eye. General of the Pupilless Eye pushed itself up with all four limbs and quickly retreated. After a pause, it pressed its forehead against the table, emitting a sound indecipherable to humans. Declaring your subservience? Very good, Klein replied with a smile and casually instructed, show me your abilities. After a series of demonstrations, he confirmed that General of the Pupilless Eye could possess a target and affect lifeless items. It also had some level of control over mystical items that no one possessed or had spirituality injected into. The latter power might be very useful at certain times. Klein nodded slightly and beckoned for it to jump into a box he conjured. After carefully sealing it, Klein threw the box and the drop of blood into the junk pile to let them familiarize themselves with their future lives. As for the negative effects of General of the Pupilless Eye, Klein believed that they could discuss and resolve it amicably and normally. Chapter 1238. Hypothesis. After dealing with the spoils of war and bestowing the purified Shaman King beyond a characteristic to Emlyn White, Klein was in no hurry to leave Sapphira Castle. He simply reviewed the battle today. One thing he focused on was Abomination Soir's performance in various aspects, so as to assess how powerful an angel was. If I encounter him head-on and do not hold back, I might not even have a chance to summon an angel projection. Unless I succeed on my first attempt. Of course, my target, Dark Demon Wolf, is a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker. As for Abomination Soir, he is already a Sequence 1. The gap between the two is likely quite significant. However, Dark Demonic Wolf shares the same seer pathway as me. He suppresses me in every aspect. I can only be thankful that he hasn't completed the ritual and advanced to Sequence 1, or I wouldn't have any hope of winning. Sequence 1. As his thoughts raced, Klein's gaze suddenly constricted as he sat straight. He had thought of a possibility in a moment of inspiration. Could the Dark Demonic Wolf, Kota, have advanced and become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries? He'd created a marionette city to mislead possible trackers, such as Angel of Time Amorn. It can't be ruled out. Yes, there's another possibility. The dark demonic wolf coater is in complete control of that curtain and has the strength of a quasi-sequence one. The more Klein thought about it, the more he realized that the operation was more dangerous than he imagined. The dark demonic wolf has survived in the forsaken land of the gods for so many years. Even a god of trickery like Amon is unable to capture him. This means that his strength and intelligence has reached a rather high level. I still have to make more preparations for hunting him. Klein frowned slightly and slowly exhaled. Backland, Westborough, within the Odora family's villa. Emlyn sat on a leather sofa in the living room, crossed his right leg, and placed it on his left thigh, patiently waiting for Baron Cosme to enter. Before long, the middle-aged sanguine Baron entered the living room and swept his gaze across Emlyn. "Viscount White, why are you visiting so late at night?" Emlyn smiled and said, "Isn't this just the beginning of a day? Look, the crimson moon outside the window is so beautiful." Cosme wanted to retort to the young sanguine, pointing out how Emlyn followed the good practice of waking up at 7 in the morning and sleeping before 11 back when he went to the Harvest Church. After a moment of hesitation, he resisted the urge and said, "What's the matter?" Emlyn raised his hand to pat the gown, tugged at his bow tie, and slowly got up. He raised his chin slightly and said, "Tell Lord Nibs that he can begin preparing for the Earl conferment ritual." Cosme instinctively asked, "What are you talking about?" Just as he said that, he suddenly came to a realization as he recalled Emlyn's previous application. Why you obtained an Earl, no, a Shaman King's beyond a characteristic. Emlyn enjoyed this very moment as he replied with a smile, "Did you think I was just joking when borrowing Vision of White?" As he spoke, he took out the bronze box inlaid with many ruby gems. He opened it and revealed the eyeball-shaped glass sphere inside, indicating that he hadn't lost it and was about to return it. Cosme's eyes flickered as he said, "The Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction still has such powerful strength. Then why did they cooperate with you?" The upper echelons of the Sanguine in Backland, which was also the grandfather of Cosme, Marquis Nibs Odora, didn't think highly of Emlyn's previous application. He wanted to wait for the cooperation with the Rose School of Thought to fall through before Emlyn had no choice but to seek help from him or their demigods. Emlyn glanced at him and replied with a smile, "It's a secret." This was the tone he learned from German Sparrow. He found it cool and thought that it suited his preferences. At the same time, this was the key point that the Hanged Man had repeatedly told him during the free exchange of the Tarot Club. Only by maintaining a sense of mystery would the upper echelons of the Sanguine experience certain fear. This prevented them from finding excuses or using their status to take away the Shaman King characteristic. Without waiting for Cosme to respond, Emlyn threw the bronze box containing the Vision of White and buttoned up his suit. He walked past the Baron and walked to the door of the living room. As he was about to leave, Emlyn stopped. Without turning his head, he straightened his back and looked straight ahead. "Remember to address me as Earl next time." With the ancestors' blessings and the importance the moon had placed on him, he was filled with confidence in becoming a Shaman King. Cosme's facial muscles twitched, but he maintained his silence. Only after Emlyn left did he find it difficult to control his warped expression. As a Sanguine who had existed since the time of Roselle, he was many years older than Emlyn, but he remained a Baron. He was just slightly better than those without a noble title. As for Emlyn, who was considered a laughingstock amongst the younger generation of the Backland Sanguine, he was about to cross the border separating mortals and gods. He would become a sequence for Shaman King, a Sanguine Earl. How could Cosme not lose his composure? How could he not be jealous? How could he not be shocked? After spending a few minutes to control his emotions, he headed down to the basement. Passing through several secret doors, he arrived at the grey hall where Nibs was sleeping. "Grandfather, Emlyn's operation has succeeded." Inside the black iron coffin, there was a brief silence. After 3 or 4 seconds, Nibs finally said, "The faction backing him is beyond our imagination." This sanguine Marquis's voice was deep and old, with a hint of hoarseness as it echoed in the hall. "Grandfather, Emlyn succeeded by relying on the Vision of White. A portion of the items he obtained rightfully belongs to the race," Cosme said with some anticipation, feeling somewhat indignant. Nibs's voice grew louder. "Buffoon! To be able to hunt a Shaman King while the Rose School of Thought was clearly prepared, is that something any faction can do? The Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction has been in shambles for years, so how much strength can it have left? At most, they have an angel in a poor condition or a grade 0 sealed artifact, as well as 2 to 3 demigods. All these put together wouldn't be able to restrain Abomination Soir and the Rose School of Thought's other angels, other grade 0 sealed artifacts, a sizable number of demigods, as well as the Chained God's projection, and the blessings of the Mother Tree of Desire. If Emlin's operation succeeded, then you can count how many angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts are needed at the very least. This is a power that can match ours. In the future, don't deliberately investigate Emlyn and his other companions. After shouting a few more times, Nibs coughed twice, clearly struggling. Cosme's face turned pale as he finally calmed down.
Then, are you really going to prepare a ritual for him?
What else? Nibs returned with a question before sighing. Perhaps after Emlyn took the risk for the Sanguine's future, the ancestor has truly begun showing to her a concern for him. Fog Sea, La Cha Island. After leaving the future on the safe sea route, Admiral of Stars Catleya used her fairytale magic to arrive at a mountain peak. She recited a passage in Jotun to an empty cliff. Open sesame! A path immediately appeared on the cliff as though it was real and illusory. It was unknown where it led to. Catleya made use of her prophetic means to make a simple assessment of any danger. Then, she stepped onto the path and ventured deep into the cliff. As she walked, her vision cleared up. She saw the sea that appeared clear like sapphires and a beautiful castle made of pure emerald. This was Queen Mystic Bernadette's Emerald City. Catleya wasn't unfamiliar with this place. She easily passed the questions and tests of the magical guards and came to the half-open room that provided the best vista in the castle. The tall queen was standing behind the railing, looking at the waves that surged forward. For some reason, Catleya's hidden excitement, thrill, and joy suddenly calmed down at that moment as she felt a sense of security and freedom. Back when she cruised the seas, she would occasionally feel lonely and sad, like a leaf that had left its tree, allowing the wind to bring her to different places. Now, she seemed to have fallen back to the ground, right beside the tree. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose and simply greeted, "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Bernadette turned around and nodded. "I summoned you back to Emerald City because I have some things to hand over to you." Catleya instinctively asked, "Why are you handing them over to me?" The Queen had a secret organization like Element Dawn and a group of pirates under her. Bernadette didn't directly answer Catleya's question as she said, "I previously received a clue and left Backland in a hurry." "I remember the matter," Catleya interjected. Bernadette's long and straight eyebrows twitched slightly. "Through this clue, I managed to piece together an incomplete sea map from the descendants of Edwards, William, and Polly. It records the area my father had explored in the Fog Sea those years. With the help of this sea map and my prophetic abilities, I can roughly guess that a particular area out at sea that is far away from the safe sea route might be hiding his secret. I plan on heading there on the dawn to do an extended search. I'm not sure when I can return. Perhaps I will never be able to return. Therefore, I have to hand over some items and matters to you in advance." After listening carefully, Catleya said without hesitation, "I'll go with you. It is my father. This is something I have to do, alone." Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly shook her head. Catleya fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "If you don't return, I would do the same." Chapter 1239. Legacy. Upon hearing Catleya's words, Queen Mystic Bernadette looked at her silently for a few seconds before saying, "That is your choice, and also your freedom." Catleya stared straight at the Queen before pursing her lips and saying, "I know. You must have destroyed all the clues that will allow me to pursue your tracks. To you, this is to end the past, all of it, regardless of whether you return." The chestnut-colored hair casually draped over Bernadette's shoulders as she maintained her silence as if she was using this method to confirm the Admiral of Stars' guess. When Catleya saw this, she smiled bitterly and said, "I won't harp on how I'll do everything I can to find you if you were to remain lost for half a year or a year. I just want you to remember to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name when the danger is gravest. She said that title frankly. Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly nodded and said, I will keep that in mind. Catlear immediately revealed a smile as she said with misty eyes, what items and matters need to be handed over to me? With a flip of her hand, Bernadette took out an item from somewhere. The item was entirely gold in color, like a miniaturized kettle. Its surface was covered with mysterious and complicated symbols, and a part of a lamp's wick extended out from the mouth. Its name is the Magic Wishing Lamp. Its serial number is 0-05. It might have originated from the first epoch, and even a true deity can't shatter it. Normally, it wouldn't cause any harm, nor would it be of any use. However, it will constantly tempt you to rub it through dreams and illusions, to summon the genie. Queen Mystic Bernadette simply introduced the item's origins and effects. The genie claims to be eternal and can grant you any 10 wishes, but often, they are fulfilled in an extremely warped manner or with terrifying consequences. My father told me that the holder can avoid the harm brought by the first 2 wishes through proper wording and preparations, but the 3rd wish is absolutely forbidden. At this point, Bernadette emphasized, absolutely forbidden. It sounds easy to get around it, Catlear thought for a moment before saying, can't you make 2 wishes before giving it to me? I'll make another 2 wishes, then give it to Frank, Heath, and the others. This will allow for many things to be done. She was only using Frank as an example. She had no intention of letting him come into contact with something so dangerous. Holding the magic wishing lamp, Bernadette shook her head indiscernibly and said, the owner is different from the wielder. Before I die, even if you obtain the magic wishing lamp, you will only be a wielder. The first wish you make will also be counted as my 3rd wish and your first wish. Also, although we can craft our words and make preparations to avoid the damage caused by the fulfillment of the wishes, this does not mean that the genie isn't intelligent. On the contrary, he is very smart, very cunning, and has a very strong sense of autonomy. Catlear tersely acknowledged. Then, is there any wish that he cannot fulfill? Nothing at the moment, but if it involves the level of a true deity, the distortion of the wish will exceed your imagination. To put it simply, if you wish to become a sequence 0 true deity, then your body and soul will meld into one with an unknown evil god. Remember, the genie's requirement is that the wish has to be simple and concise. Otherwise, he will reject it and treat it as if you have already made a wish, Bernadette explained. With that said, she got an invisible servant to fly towards Catlear with the terrifying sealed artifact 0-05. After Catlear reached out her hand to grab the magic wishing lamp, Bernadette continued, if you dream of the genie and are bewitched by him to make a wish, that means that I can no longer return. Following that, you will be its owner. I hope that your first wish is to retrieve all the items that were carried on Bernadette Gustav's person before she headed out to sea, including her own Beyonder characteristic. Yes, it's best to add the exact date when making a wish. Catlear looked down at the golden lamp and blurted out, can I make a wish to bring you back to life? After a few seconds of silence, Bernadette said, the resurrected me might just be a monster. If you really wish to do so, you can ask Mr. Fool for his opinion. Catlear nodded slightly. Okay. This is the item I'm giving you and the matters I need to settle. I'll leave the rest to the element Dawn. They will have a new leader and won't collapse because of a person's disappearance. Bernadette didn't beat around the bush, indicating that this was the main reason she had summoned Catlear to Emerald City. The level of the divine lamp was extremely high, making it impossible to pass it through a messenger. Without waiting for Catlear's reply, Queen Mystic's expression suddenly softened. Haven't you always wanted to share what happened all these years with me? Catlear was taken aback as she nodded. That's right. She then walked to the Queen's side, pulled a chair over, and sat down, facing the blue sea beyond the emerald railing. Bernadette sat beside her and listened to her talk about all the encounters after she left the Dawn. These matters had been mentioned in a letter by Catlear, but due to the limited length, she didn't provide any detailed descriptions. There were some that she was sharing for the first time. At some point in time, Catlear fell asleep and dreamed of a time many years ago. At that time, she was just a maiden who stubbornly left the Dawn without looking back. Suddenly, she woke up and realized that there was no one beside her. She realized that it had already turned dark at some point in time, and dawn was even approaching. Katlia suddenly reached out and threw out an illusory ball of yarn. The ball of yarn rolled into the void, leaving behind a bright-colored thread. Following this thread, Katlia walked through the spirit world as though she had mastered teleportation and arrived at the periphery of La Cha Island. She stood at the edge of the cliff and cast her gaze into the distance. She saw that on the dark blue sea, a gorgeous and huge sailboat, which was tinted with an orange glow, was steering towards the horizon. Katlia slowly sat down and leaned forward slightly. She hugged her knees and looked in that direction for a long time. The sun gradually rose and shone on her. In Backland, at a soup kitchen. The veil-wearing Stellan Sama no longer lowered her head like the previous few months, afraid that others would recognize her. The only worry on her mind as she anxiously looked ahead was if the free food would last until it was her turn. She could vaguely hear gunshots echoing in the distance. She didn't know if the armies of Faysak, Intis, or Fainapotter had breached the final line of defense, or if the police were dealing with a looter. Please end it. Please end this war quickly. Stellan, who had gone to 3 soup kitchens, silently prayed. At this moment, a staff member raised his voice and said from a few meters away, "All the food here has been handed out." Stellan's face turned ashen. She looked up at the dark sky and dragged her feet in despair and numbness before returning to the house at 17 Minsk Street. The moment she opened the door, her 2 children rushed over and raised their innocent faces. "Mommy, did you get any bread?" "Mommy, I'm hungry." They were twins, a boy and a girl. Both of them were very adorable. Stellan held back her tears and forced a smile. "Yes." She then entered the house, took out some pieces of bread she had stashed, and split it among the 2 children. As she watched the 2 children eat the bread without any regard for etiquette, Stellan's expression kept changing. It cycled between sorrow and pain. Not long after, her husband, Luke Sama, returned home, but he, too, didn't have any food in his hands. Ever since the coin company was taken over by the military during the war, this former manager had lost his job. He could only rely on their past savings and maintain his family via government aid. I didn't manage to, seeing his wife's hopeful gaze, this burly man with a messy beard lowered his head in shame. Stellan, who still looked rather pretty while in her 30s, took a deep breath and said, "Me too. I'll go out and queue again. There should still be places that haven't finished distributing food." Without waiting for her husband to respond, she rushed out of the door. Luke immediately turned around and said to her back, "I'll find another one too." Stellan didn't stop. She walked 2 streets and arrived in front of a house with a garden. Not long after, she saw the owner of the place, a tycoon in his 50s. "I want to buy some food." Stellan took out a stack of crumpled bills. The grizzled elder smiled and said, "And why should I sell it to you? I remember that you rejected me last time." Stellan's face paled. Without a word, she lowered her head and unbuckled her belt with her other hand. With a snap, the leather belt that was originally very exquisite but now had quite a few stains fell to the ground. Luke Sama wandered aimlessly on the streets, unsure where he could find food. Looking at the small number of pedestrians passing by, and the bags that they were trying their best to protect, the scholarly gentleman's eyes gradually turned red. Unknowingly, he followed someone and turned into a street. In less than an hour, the curfew would begin. This was a rare opportunity for him. That person stopped outside a house and walked towards the door feebly. At this moment, the person suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Luke subconsciously took a few steps back before quickly approaching to test the pedestrian's breathing. His gaze unconsciously fell on the paper bag in the man's embrace, and he could smell the aroma of bread. Luke gulped and reached out for the bag. As he moved his hand, he looked back in fear at the house that this pedestrian was trying to enter. He saw a child's drawing pasted on the oriel window. Luke's action stiffened. A few seconds later, he stood up, walked to the door of the house, and rang the doorbell. The house's mistress and child quickly opened the door and saw their weak father and the bag of bread. The curfew arrived very quickly, and Luke returned to Minsk Street dejectedly. Just as he opened the door, he saw his wife smiling at him. "I got food." "That's great." Luke heaved a sigh of relief and hugged her tightly. Audrey walked along the streets and alleys, with no one capable of seeing her. She didn't say anything and walked back to Empress Borough, all the way back into the luxurious mansion where she smelled the aroma of pan-fried foie gras and other delicacies. After staring silently for a while, she saw the maids coming and going. Finally, she headed upstairs to her room. In the middle of the night, she wore a cloak and entered her parents' bedroom before arriving at their bed. After staring at them for a long time, Audrey knelt down on one knee and pressed her forehead against her father's hand. Beads of water dripped onto the carpet. Then, the blonde, green-eyed noble lady slowly raised her head and said to her sleeping parents, choking, "Daddy, Mommy, thank you. Thank you for teaching me what pity, kindness, and virtue are." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and stood up abruptly. Turning around, she walked towards the door, no longer wearing the slightest emotions on her face. Chapter 1240. The Tide. In the early morning, Earl Hall woke up at his usual time and took a stroll in his garden and lawn. By the time he finished looking at his beloved thoroughbreds, he returned to the third floor of the villa and changed out of his outing clothes. His wife, Caitlin, had already woken up and was instructing her lady's maid to relay her thoughts to the rest of the servants. "It's time for breakfast." Earl Hall stood beside the coat rack and smiled at his wife. At that moment, he heard a commotion outside, one that was getting closer and closer, but it did not quell. With a slight frown, Earl Hall turned his head to look at his valet. Without needing the noble to speak, the valet immediately walked to the window and drew open the thin curtain. With a swoosh, more light shone into the bedroom. It was clear. The valet then cast his gaze out the window and scanned his surroundings. His expression suddenly became solemn. He turned around and glanced at Lady Caitlin, who was still talking to the lady's maid. He walked quickly to Earl Hall's side and said in a low voice, "A protest. Many people are protesting." "A protest?" Earl Hall was no stranger to this term. As a powerful Lund Kingdom noble, and the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, he had seen many workers protest in demonstrations, requesting for a rise in their weekly salaries, as well as stipulate for maximum working hours. During the past 2 months, Backlund had also undergone several protests due to various problems, but they were quickly suppressed without causing too much of an impact. His gaze moved back and forth across his valet's face for a few seconds. Eyes narrowed, he acutely sensed that the protest today might be different from what he had imagined. Without batting an eyelid, he walked to the window. Looking out, Earl Hall's eyes suddenly froze. With the advantage of being on the third floor, he saw that the roads were filled with dense hordes of people, extending far into the distance. They gathered together and surged in this direction, as if they were a dark, gigantic cloud that was about to envelop Backlund. "Bread! We want bread!" The shouts of tens of thousands of people, and even more people, grew into a crescendo, one that was loud and clear. It made Earl Hall's scalp tingle. Having participated in the mass at Festival Square, he was no stranger to seeing large masses of people or hearing people booming in one voice. But back then, he could barely be considered a part of the crowd. And today, he was one of the targets of the surging tidal wave. Earl Hall couldn't help but glance towards the end of the protesters, only to realize that there was no end to it. However, with his rich experience in handling matters, he could make a judgment based on the details he had observed. He could see that there were very few police and soldiers on both sides of the protesters. Compared to the large number of people, they were like the eddies created by a tidal wave, a negligible detail. Earl Hall believed that the protesters that targeted Empress Borough would definitely be clamped down upon with the greatest force possible. It would be impossible for large numbers of soldiers and police to be deployed. The current situation could only mean one thing. There were too many people participating in the protest. As such, the soldiers and police were spread too thin. A protest numbering more than 100,000 people. Perhaps more. A protest arising from a food shortage can turn into a riot and looting at any time. It might still seem orderly now, because there are many organizers and leaders. Damn it! Didn't MI9 and the various churches notice any signs? How could such a large-scale protest be organized overnight? Even if Backland has become a gunpowder keg, it would still require quite a number of matchsticks to light it. Thoughts ran through Earl Hall's mind as his expression grew graver. Bread! We want bread! The shouting became louder and more uniform, as if there was a tsunami in the city. At that moment, the servants in Earl Hall's mansion sensed the commotion. All of them went to the windows and looked beyond the compound gates. Their faces turned pale, as though they had encountered a flood that could not be avoided. Bread! We want bread! Countless voices converged together, as the dense masses exuded a suffocating presence. Earl Hall snapped to his senses. He subconsciously wanted to get someone to send a telegram to the royal family to get them to organize an army to suppress the protesters. However, after further observation, he realized that quite a number of protesters were wearing military uniforms and were disabled. Bread! We want bread! The soldiers in charge of maintaining order looked at the protesters with pity and pointed their guns at the sky. Among those people were their old comrades, their parents and children, their friends, neighbors, and large numbers of people who simply desired the same right to live like them. They just didn't want to starve to death. How could they not feel pity and empathy? At first, such feelings might have arisen in a handful of soldiers and police, but it quickly spread to almost everyone. In the past, under their officers' supervision at gunpoint, they would have accepted all orders without any protest. But now, many people were thinking, any son of a B*TCH who dares to get me to fire shall be fired upon. Bread! We want bread! From the shouts and the impact of the huge crowd, the color in Earl Hall's face drained. He couldn't help but retract his gaze and look at the guards and bodyguards gathered outside the house. He looked at the Beyonders of the Church of Evernight who were responsible for protecting his family, and he realized that the reactions of the two were different. The guards and bodyguards were filled with fear. The expressions of the secretly hired Beyonders had already become rather solemn. As for the protectors from the Church of Evernight, their gazes were filled with pity and empathy. To the Church, I might be equivalent to 1,000 believers, but there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more. Earl Hall instantly came to a realization of the consequences of what he had planned to do. Even though they were armed to the teeth, there was no way they could fend off so many protesters with just a few bodyguards. Once the conflict erupted, the Beyonders of the Church of Evernight couldn't be counted on at all. It was already a blessing by the goddess if his family could escape Empress Borough with the bodyguards he hired. For the first time, Earl Hall experienced the strength of the masses. He experienced the terror of the unity of people. As this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately turned his head and instructed his valet, send a telegram to the Prime Minister and send a telegram to the other nobles. Say that I'm willing to take the lead and donate most of our food. Get them to remain calm. As the radio signals exchanged across the air, the nobles living in Empress Borough all learned of his attitude. The present Duke Negan looked out the window with a serious expression. After a moment of silence, he exhaled and said to the male secretary beside him, protect the mansion and give up any forceful stance. Follow Earl Hall's lead. Also, make the merchants who are hoarding food the first examples. By the time the upper-class society came to a consensus and came up with a solution, Earl Hall's heart finally settled back to its original position. He had the energy to head to the dining room to meet his family. When he passed through the dining hall's entrance, he subconsciously scanned the situation inside. His wife stood by the window, looking out the window with worry. His eldest son kept pacing back and forth, appearing very angry and anxious. His daughter stood beside his wife, watching the tidal wave like protesters in silence. Fog Sea, future. Catlear stepped on a resplendent bridge formed from starlight and returned to the deck. Captain, you have to do something about Frank this time. Bosun Nina rushed over and shouted. Catlear's depressed and sorrowful mood was instantly shattered as she frowned slightly. What did he do again? Nina said angrily. He asked me if I knew how to have children. He wants to study how life is born and how the soul is created.
Did you hit him?
Katlia fell silent for a second.
I did.
Nina didn't hide anything. Katlia then looked at Frank, who was not far away, ignoring his bruised face. You should first study how fish breed.
All right.
Frank scratched his head and heeded his captain's orders. Following that, Katlia nodded at the shadow which extended out from the cabin, the pale-faced, bloodless Heath Doyle.
Everything's fine now.
Heath Doyle clearly relaxed.
Yes, Captain.
After this farce with her crew, Katlia finally returned to the real world. While they weren't paying attention, she rubbed her temples and flew into the captain's cabin. Following that, she sealed the cabin with magic and took out the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Magic Wishing Lamp. After finishing her preparations, Katlia sat at her desk and lowered her head. She used Jotun to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name to report to him about Queen Mystic. Holding a lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the surrounding area of the northern city ruins. He turned his head slightly and listened for a few seconds before following the process of entering the world above the grey fog. He then sat on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool at the end of the long mottled table, spreading his spirituality towards the crimson star representing the hermit. Queen Mystic has some preliminary clues to the primitive island. She plans on leaving the safe sea route to do an extended search. That primitive island was discovered by Emperor Rozelle by chance. It's very likely that one of his 9 secret mausoleums is hidden on it. This is the only one that hasn't been discovered and destroyed at the moment. It's the hope of the Emperor's resurrection. However, the living beings on that primitive island seem to worship an unknown power that comes from the cosmos. Just understanding the cosmos that will lead to corruption.
I need to remind Hermit to warn Queen Mystic.
Magic Wishing Lamp.
Magic Wishing Lamp?
So this Grade 0 sealed artifact is in the hands of Queen Mystic. It's a combination of a miracle invoker's beyond a characteristic and a characteristic of unknown origins. Even a true deity can't shatter it. Just as he finished listening to 0-05's description, he immediately adjusted his vision and enlarged the scene of the golden kettle-like magic wishing lamp. Suddenly, the wick at the mouth of the magic wishing lamp lit up. Chapter 1241. Genie. The light emitted by the lamp's core was extremely viscous, like water that had been infused with quite a bit of sugar. It spewed out, forming a distorted and blurry golden figure. This figure instantly occupied the crimson star representing the hermit, cutting off his ability to sense Katlia. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein's eyes widened as a thought subconsciously flashed across his mind. As expected of a sealed artifact labeled 0-05. Although the serial number of Grade 0 sealed artifacts was usually based on the order of the time the Orthodox churches obtained or understood them, it had to be known that this set of rules was officially established after the 7 churches truly ruled over the world, which was the late 4th epoch and early 5th epoch. Back then, most Grade 0 sealed artifacts had already appeared, and they had been learned of or obtained by the Orthodox churches. This resulted in a situation where the ones with smaller serial numbers being Grade 0 sealed artifacts that were more powerful, terrifying, and unimaginable. Then, the rest were labeled based on the order of appearance. In addition, although it wasn't wrong to say that an item was more powerful the more ancient it was, for an item from the first epoch that the ancient gods were unable to affect, it definitely meant that even deities didn't fully comprehend their secrets. This way, the smaller the number was, the more terrifying the Grade 0 sealed artifact was. Of course, based on this rule, the Grade 0 sealed artifacts with higher serial numbers weren't necessarily worse than the first 10. Perhaps it was simply because they were discovered or obtained by the church at a later date. Without any numbers left for them, they could only be serialized. Just as a thought flashed through his mind, the golden figure's gaze pierced through the crimson star representing the hermit and towards the ancient palace above the grey fog. Following that, his voice echoed in an unusually magnificent manner. "Long time no see. Long time no see? Long time no see." He knows the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? No, It should be him, a genie who claims to be eternal. He can actually use Hermit's prayer to directly talk to me. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he tensed up. Based on his experience over the recent years, as well as his ability as a clown, his body suddenly relaxed and he leisurely leaned back into his chair. Following that, Klein replied, "Heh." He didn't give an affirmative answer, nor did he deny that he was a fake. He only showed a look of contempt and wore a supercilious look. The blurry golden figure harumphed. "You've actually been weakened so much. It's no wonder that I haven't heard of your honorific name in the past few millennia." Honorific name? Weak? He really knows the former owner of Sapphira Castle. Is that an existence who was active during the First Epoch? Amidst his thoughts, Klein smiled and said, "What you see might not be the truth." "Ha ha." The twisted and blurry golden figure laughed and said, "You're still your usual self, always trying to scam others, but the condition of Sapphira Castle cannot fool me. Under normal circumstances, there's no way for me to pass through the outer layers of protection to communicate with you." "How do you know that I didn't do it on purpose?" Klein asked in a relaxed manner. "There's no point in lying to me," the distorted, blurry golden genie immediately replied. "Why do I feel like the victim of fraud is saying that I'm penniless, to the point of having sold my kidney? Back then, what did the previous owner of Sapphira Castle, the one suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, do to the genie?" Part of the characteristics of this magic wishing lamp is that of a miracle invoker. Using his lampooning to relieve the pressure in his heart, Klein smiled. "It's not up to you to decide whether there's any point." The blurry golden figure trembled slightly. "From the state of Sapphira Castle, you seem to have a need for a miracle invoker beyond a characteristic." He did not harp on the topic and instead pointed out the situation he had observed. "This fellow can actually see through this matter. His level is really very high. He is able to separate the miracle invoker beyond a characteristic from the magic wishing lamp?" Klein's eyes narrowed as he nearly lost his composure. He immediately controlled his actions and expression and replied with a smile, "If you think so." The blurry and distorted golden figure once again made his magnificent voice echo above the grey fog. "We can make a deal. You will remove my seal and give me freedom. I will leave the miracle invoker beyond a characteristic to you and only take away the portion that belongs to me. As for a witness, let's use our Sephiro. Although both you and I have means to resist the backlash and reduce the damage caused by breaching the contract, it won't be without a price. We both need to consider the consequences. I promise I won't stay here any longer than necessary." Sealed? Sephiro. The terrifying nature of the magic wishing lamp is a seal of an existence that's at least at the true deity level. With a thought, Klein quickly analyzed the viability of the matter. Soon, he made a decision. He was not to be bewitched. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, he wasn't the real owner of Sapphira Castle. There was a limit to what he could do and handle. Secondly, he had received some mysticism education and had gleaned experiences as a Nighthawk. He knew not to trade with unknown existences or bear any hope in being lucky. Having made up his mind, he calmed down and focused on how to gather more information. The genie was suspected to originate from the darkest, most chaotic, and most mysterious First Epoch, so he definitely knew a lot. After some thought, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Do you think such conditions can move me?" He planned to see how high the chips the genie could offer, so as to pry into certain of his secrets. Upon hearing this, the flickering golden figure's eyes suddenly lit up in a literal manner. His gaze seemed to land directly on Klein as his magnificent voice quaked the ancient palace like thunder. "You are not him. You are not him." At that moment, Klein was a little stunned and also a little frightened. It was as if he was performing a grand magic show only to have a member of the audience suddenly point out his trick. He didn't know what was wrong with his rhetorical question, nor did he know what exactly was wrong. It was difficult for him to analyze the pros and cons in a short period of time and give a reaction that matched the current situation. Why did he suddenly realize that I'm not the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the suspected celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Isn't my rhetoric question very reasonable? Since we're talking about a deal, bargaining should be allowed. The former owner of Sapphire Castle that the genie knew wasn't like that? Impossible. Why would a person who's good at deceit show his hand so readily? How can there not be some level of negotiation and pressure? *T, too many thoughts are running through my mind. Nearly 10 seconds have passed. I didn't immediately answer the genie's accusation, so it's a form of indirect admittance. When it came to being exposed, Klein didn't have much experience. He was momentarily unsure for a response. Just as he raised his vigilance and was about to produce the Staff of the Stars and activate Sapphire Castle's powers to resist the possible attack from the genie, the golden and blurry figure suddenly laughed. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! This laughter seemed to stir his soul, causing Klein, who was inside Sapphire Castle, to nearly show signs of losing control. It wasn't easy for him to remain calm. There's no intention to attack, but the influence of natural dissipation. What's the genie laughing about? What's so funny? Klein frowned as he thought of one possibility after another, but he felt that they didn't match reality. After a few seconds, the genie's laughter stopped and he happily quipped, "Even for existences at our level, fate is still so miraculous. Regardless of who you are, the deal I proposed is still on the table. As long as you remove the seal and release me, I will return to the cosmos with the portion that belongs to me. As for the rest, I will leave the miracle invoker beyond a characteristic to you. In addition, I will grant you 3 wishes. How's that? Isn't that enough? Cosmos." When Klein heard that, his eyelids twitched as he sharply sensed danger. This was a warning from his spiritual intuition. He had originally thought that he could pretend to agree and obtain more information before using Sapphire Castle to go back on his promise, but now he suddenly felt that he could not make the promise. Hence, Klein decisively said, "Leave." As he spoke, he cut off the connection between himself and the crimson star representing the hermit. The blurry and distorted golden figure suddenly expanded and dissipated, leaving only his voice echoing. "You will eventually agree." Only when the world above the grey fog had its calm completely restored did Klein slowly let out a breath and silently mutter to himself, "The genie is a powerful creature from the cosmos." Was it sealed within the magical wishing lamp in the first epoch or earlier? The person who sealed him might be the previous owner of Sapphire Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This can be inferred from the ingredients used to form the magic wishing lamps beyond a characteristics. So, that's how the genie sensed that I wasn't the previous owner of Sapphire Castle when he'd questioned me. But I did consider this point, so my question wasn't logically unsound. Unless, back then, the former owner of Sapphire Castle and the genie had come to some sort of tacit understanding or had some secret. The bulk of the genie's powers likely can't extend out of the seal, but he can use the beyonder characteristic that forms the seal. The unique characteristic of granting wishes is likely from the miracle invoker characteristic. Then, the genie uses his level to magnify it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein raised his head to look at the crimson star representing the hermit. He discovered that Katleer didn't notice anything unusual with the magic wishing lamp. Phew! Klein formed a stream of light that contained his warnings and threw it into the crimson star. Chapter 1242. The baffling actions of the human. The primitive island that the Emperor found by chance. The creatures on the island worship an unknown power that comes from the cosmos. Without reaching the level of an angel, just knowledge of it will result in corruption from the cosmos. Try not to make a wish to the genie, nor bring it to that primitive island. Katleer finally received feedback from Mr. Fool as she heaved a sigh of relief, even more worried about the Queen's quest. She turned her head to look at the unresponsive magic wishing lamp and quickly put it away. Then, she spread out a letter, picked up a fountain pen, and paraphrased the information she had just received, hoping that Queen Mystic Bernadette would take it seriously. In a dilapidated apartment in Backland, a man with a full beard was sitting on a chair with his hands cuffed behind him. Zio, who had become a middle-ranking MI9 member through her own capabilities, stood in front of the man, with a triangular blade in hand and her 2 subordinates flanking her. We already have enough witnesses and evidence to prove that you're one of the main organizers of the protest. If you wish to reduce your punishment, answer my questions honestly." Before Zio could say a word, the bearded man felt an extremely powerful suppressive force. When she finished speaking, even his mind began to tremble. It was as though bolts of electricity were generated and a pain and numbness that couldn't be perceived could explode at any moment. The bearded man suppressed the fear and weakness in his heart and said, "No one instigated me. I just did what I wanted to do. Don't you all know? The entirety of Backland has become a gunpowder keg. Even a tiny spark can set off the entire city. And there are countless sparks like me who are willing to take the risk. Those darn nobles and merchants hoarded so much food while there are already people in East Borough who are starving to death. You can do whatever you want to do to me. I've never believed in their promises. The reason why we agreed to end the protest was because everyone had received a lot of food." Zio was about to ask further when she suddenly turned her head to listen to the commotion in the distance. Sounds of rumbling could be heard from somewhere. It was deep, hoarse, and layered. "Has the Faysac, Intis, or Fainapotter army broken through our defenses and begun to attack Backland's defenses?" Zio's expression instantly turned solemn. Back in the forsaken land of the gods, after Klein returned to the real world, he immediately attempted to reach out his hand to see if he could pull out the magic wishing lamp from the fog of history. Soon, he confirmed that he couldn't summon sealed artifact 0-05. Indeed, it involves a uniqueness, or should I say, Sapphira? In short, the genie is indeed a high-ranking existence that was sealed. At the very least, he is a king of angels. There's no way to make use of him. Klein let out a breath and turned his attention back to the hunt of dark demonic wolf Kota. He had made a lot of preparations during this period of time, and he ran through and confirmed the plan above the grey fog. However, he was in no hurry to take action. He spent quite a bit of time checking the loopholes and mending the imperfections. 2 to 3 days later, it was dark and silent in the wilderness. Wearing a silk top hat and a long black trench coat, Klein held a lantern that emitted a faint yellow glow. With a solemn expression, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the world, illuminating it. Following that, he dragged out a figure. It was him holding the illusory staff of the stars and a lantern. Right on the heels of that, his true body entered the fog of history as he dashed to a time before the first epoch. He hid inside the old stacked cities. His historical void projection suddenly came alive as an area that he had been exploring recently had surfaced in his mind. He used the power of the Staff of the Stars to directly move to it. This was a huge distance away from where his actual body was. Even if there was a problem with the projection, no one would be able to lock onto the exact location of where his true body was when he returned to reality. Surveying the area, he took in a dried riverbed and a boulder that stood deep in the darkness like a monster. He no longer maintained his Staff of the Stars historical projection, letting it quickly fade away and disappear with a shake of his right hand. After doing all of this, he walked to the boulder, put down the lantern, and began chanting an honorific name in Jotun. The Dark Lord that exists alongside history. The embodiment of countless miracles. The God of Wishes. This was the dark demonic wolf's honorific name that he had obtained from the Evernight goddess. Although the mythical creature might not be using it anymore, or had perhaps changed it a long time ago, it was undoubtedly referring to him when it came to mysticism. Deep within a mountain range, in an ancient castle. Giants, elves, humans, and vampires each held the role as gardeners, chefs, servants, and guards. They all had different expressions and would whisper to each other when they met, making them appear lively and intelligent. However, once they returned to their rooms, they would immediately turn dull. Their eyes would no longer move as their bodies floated up and hung from the ceiling. In the depths of the castle, in a hall where only lightning could light it up from outside the window, a huge figure lay quietly in the darkness. Its body was like a tiny mountain that was covered in dark short fur. Its pitch-black pupils covered at least 3/4 of its eyes, and at its forehead was a tuft of greyish-white fur. Its head resembled a magnified, twisted feral wolf. This was none other than the God of Wishes, dark demonic wolf Kota. Suddenly, this demonic wolf, which was more exaggerated than an ordinary giant, raised his head. Every strand of his dark and short hair began to sway as all the servants in the castle followed his actions. Kota's eyes moved slightly as he turned his head slightly, as though he was listening to something. In the next second, he opened his mouth and let out a soundless roar and summoned another hymn. As soon as this dark demonic wolf appeared, Kota's body leaped into the greyish-white fog as he dashed to a certain historical spot of light in the Second Epoch. This was a piece of secret history that he knew. In the real world, the dark demonic wolf's historical void projection made a wish in a tongue-twisting language. Then, with a flash of his figure, he directly moved to a mountain near the northern city of Migh. After making the necessary preparations, the god of wishes allowed a strand of dark, short hair to fall off, turning into an illusory worm of spirit that expanded into the corresponding prayer point of light. With its help, Kota saw who was praying to him. It was a young man wearing a strange hat and strange clothes. He stood beside a glass lantern and softly chanted the honorific name of the god of wishes. The dark demonic wolf's huge, pitch-black pupils turned and saw that the young man was covered in a layer of greyish-white fog. There were some things that could not be seen clearly in the fog. As a Sequence 2 angel of the seer pathway, this mythical creature could clearly sense that the fog was similar to the fog of history. It could sense a strong attraction force from something in the fog. Sapphira Castle? Having heard some matters from the ancient god, Phlegria, the king of demonic wolves, he instantly had a guess. Under this premise, he had many thoughts regarding the young man. Using Sapphira Castle to attract me and make me attack him on my own accord, and then confirming my location. This is a bait? Indeed, he's just a historical void projection. It's unknown which time fragment his true body is hiding in. It's unknown where the ambusher is hiding. Previously, Sapphira Castle clearly had an anomaly. I controlled myself and didn't attempt to search for the corresponding region or the clues that might be left behind. Why do they think I will fall for it? It's just an attempt, switching to another when it doesn't work. Or is there something wrong with this prayer? I've lived for thousands of years. After experiencing so many things, what kind of situation have I not seen? The best solution now is to ignore him and not spy on him. I'll just remember him. The dark demonic wolf quickly made a decision and planned to observe for a while longer before destroying that prayer point of light. At this moment, he saw the young man open his mouth again. The sun that is eternal. You are an inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. The dark demonic wolf was somewhat puzzled as to what the young man was trying to do. In this forsaken land, praying to the other true deities was useless. In the next second, Klein once again chanted another deity's name. The Lord that created everything. The Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows. The degenerated nature of all living things. The dark demonic wolf's pupils dilated slightly. He was confused by the actions of the human in the prayer light. Before he could make any guesses, Klein muttered the third honorific name. The clock hand that tampers with time. The shadow that roams across fate. The embodiment of deceit and trickery. Amorn. He is praying to Amorn. The dark demonic wolf was already completely at a loss as to what the other party was up to. He instinctively felt that something was amiss and immediately wanted to wipe away the corresponding prayer point of light. Suddenly, he saw the young man lift his head and smile. He then took out a crystal monocle and put it on his right eye. In just one prayer, Klein's historical void projection had turned into Blasphemer Amorn's avatar. Almost at the same time, the dark demonic wolf felt the other party's gaze pass through the prayer light and land on him. Then, Amorn looked past him and into the fog of history where his true body was. Without any hesitation, he immediately destroyed the prayer light. As for his true body, he had dispelled the gaze and removed the maintenance of the historical projection. In the fog of history, in the stacked city of old, Klein suddenly stood up. A scene surfaced in his mind. A few seconds before this scene took shape, he had severed the connection between his body and the historical void projection, doing so in order to avoid having Amorn descend right beside him. The baffling actions that he had previously done were mainly to confuse the dark demonic wolf. He wanted him to continue observing after realizing that the supplicant wasn't the true body. This made him increase the time he'd spied on Sapphira Castle. In the end, he prayed to Amon, using the possible descent and influence of the god of deceit to hide the tracks of Sapphira Castle's reverse corruption of the dark demonic wolf. If Amon hadn't responded and merely watched by the sidelines, Klein would use the monocle he had prepared to deceive the dark demonic wolf. Chapter 1243. Hectic but not confused. Deep within a mountain range, in the ancient castle. As soon as dark demonic wolf Kota returned from the fog of history, he instinctively removed all connections with the outside world. He was prepared to abandon this place and move elsewhere. Although he still hadn't figured out what had happened, with an accident already happening, his experience told him that he couldn't take any chances at all. He should retreat and give up as required of him. At the same time, a thought came to Klein's mind in the city of old. His figure instantly appeared in the ancient palace above the grey fog. At the seat belonging to the fool, he merged with the constantly distorted and scattered crimson figure and took form. In this mysterious space, the crimson stars that represented justice, the hanged man, the star, and the other members of the Tarot Club were constantly expanding and shrinking. They emitted layers of ripples that formed a mighty wave. This was one of the preparations that Klein had made in advance. In the name of German Sparrow, he had used different reasons to get the members of the Tarot Club to pray to Mr. Fool one after another, asking this existence to pass a certain answer to Mr. World. As such, the crimson stars resonated, affecting Sapphira Castle in reverse, thus allowing it to summon the fool to resolve the problem. This was one of the key factors that could help him escape from Amon's clutches. It could help him remove the need to take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the incantations. He could directly enter Sapphira Castle without wasting any time. And in a battle at the level of angels, the difference a second makes would perhaps determine the difference in the outcome. To fight someone more powerful than him, Klein had to consider every detail. Sitting in the high back chair belonging to the fool, he beckoned for the staff of the stars and sea god scepter while observing the other changes in Sapphira Castle. In the greyish-white fog, there was an additional crimson glow that was rapidly shrinking, almost disappearing in no time. Around the fool's seat, ripples of light bloomed as though they were forming a pure passageway. He could barely make out a gigantic demonic wolf's figure from the crimson glow. This was a result of Kota's spying on Sapphira Castle. Through the passage of time, he had gained a certain understanding of the situation and had unknowingly been invaded. As such, he'd established a preliminary connection with Sapphira Castle. Of course, as an angel and a god of wishes of the second epoch, he had the right level and ability to sever such a connection and get rid of the corresponding corruption. If Klein didn't make use of these 1 or 2 seconds, he would lose his lock on the dark demonic wolf. And at the side of the fool's seat, the rippling lights reflected the figure wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat, German Sparrow. On his right eye was a crystal monocle. Amon. It was unknown what loophole this blasphemer's avatar could use to slow down the rate at which Klein's historical void projection dissipated. Then, he used the subtle connection between German Sparrow, Klein's actual body, and Sapphira Castle in an attempt to invade the world above the grey fog from the special scene summoned by Sapphira Castle. As the halo spread out, German Sparrow's long and powerful palm pierced through the barrier and suddenly entered the ancient palace, as though it had opened an invisible door. Although Klein had already prepared for this and knew that it wouldn't be easy to get rid of Amon, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw this scene. He was afraid that in the next second, he would grab a crystal monocle and put it on his right eye. This was something that had to be resolved in 1 or 2 seconds. Otherwise, the ownership of Sapphira Castle would be a question left in the air. Without any hesitation, distorted and transparent worms of spirit appeared on the surface of his skin. They quickly gathered together, forming another Klein. After catching the sea god scepter, Klein stirred the power of Sapphira Castle. With the augmentation of the layers of invisible waves, the blue gems lit up, causing violent bolts of lightning to form silver balls that rolled into the rippling light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the palm that pierced through Sapphira Castle instantly shattered and evaporated. The spherical lightning that was filled with destructive aura expanded outwards, descending into reality, enveloping the monocled German sparrow. This historical void projection was only barely maintained with the use of loopholes, so it collapsed after suffering such a strike. He could only adjust the crystal monocle and shake his head in regret as he watched his figure rapidly fade away after being shattered by the electric bolts. As a small portion of the worms of spirit responded to Amorn's prayer, Klein grabbed the Staff of the Stars with his actual body. He held the staff embedded with many gems and aimed the Grade 0 sealed artifact at the rapidly shrinking crimson light. At the same time, a scene appeared in his mind. The rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and pearls on the Staff of the Stars lit up one after another. Gong! The sound of a distant bell seemed to have transcended an infinite amount of time as it echoed within the greyish-white fog, reverberating within the crimson light. The pitch-black darkness in front of dark demonic wolf Kota suddenly faded, revealing a huge stone wall clock. The wall clock was ancient and mottled, and its surface was greyish-white and bluish-black, split into 12 segments. Each segment had different symbols that represented the different times of the day. At the core of the wall clock, 3 needles seemed to be formed from worms of time of 3 different lengths, short, medium, and long, were filled with a feeling that time had left its mark on. This was a Beyonder power from Angel of Time, Amorn. Using the Staff of the Stars, Klein had made it appear again. Normally speaking, a Beyonder power at this level wasn't something that could be understood by just witnessing once or twice. It wasn't so easy to record it, but Klein wasn't fighting alone. During this period of time, he had made use of Miss Magician summoning to return to Backland frequently. He went to the Star Leonard to chat directly with Pallas Zoroast, and he gained a deeper understanding of the corresponding mysticism knowledge and supernatural details. Although Pallas had already dropped to the Sequence 2 level and was unable to use the powers of the time domain, his experience and knowledge remained. Gong! On the ancient and mysterious stone wall clock, the second hand suddenly jerked, causing everything around dark demonic wolf Kota to slow down. Even the deep darkness seemed to freeze. This miracle invoker, who was just about to completely cut off contact with the outside world and distance himself from where he was by granting his own wish, suddenly froze on the spot. There was a brief moment of him being fixed in place. There was no doubt that there was a huge gap in power between the original Beyonder powers and those replicated by the Staff of the Stars. However, for Klein, the effect was already enough. The moment he saw the dark demonic wolf being affected by the ancient wall clock, he immediately dropped the Staff of the Stars and made the worm of spirit he had just separated from his body to fly back into his body. With a thought, he returned to the City of Oil before the first epoch. Then, he appeared in the dark desolate plains with the lantern that emitted a faint yellow glow. His right hand extended forward and successfully pulled out a projection of the Staff of the Stars. This method could effectively increase the success rate of summoning the Staff of the Stars, but it would clearly reduce the might of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, he was summoning a historical projection of a historical projection. Of course, as it was a race against time, making such a choice was very easy. Klein didn't enter the fog of history again. He reached out to grab his shoulder, and he used dream divination to outline the feedback he received from using Sapphira Castle to reverse corrupt the dark demonic wolf. In the dark, unlit hall in the ancient castle, the mountain-like demonic wolf stood up. Quickly filling in the details, Klein slightly adjusted the details according to the scene of his frozen target. On the black staff, the corresponding gems lit up. In his mind, the scene that resembled an oil painting suddenly swelled up, interweaving with reality, making it impossible to separate from each other. He descended into that ancient castle's dark hall, landing in front of dark demonic wolf Kota, who had just raised his body with his late legs. He had finally officially met the god of wishes that had been living since the second epoch. Without any hesitation, Klein took the opportunity of the dark demonic wolf having just escaped the influence of the ancient wall clock. As he dispelled the historical void projection, he took out an iron cigar case from his pocket and opened it. Inside the cigar case, there was a lung gold coin. Its surface flashed, reflecting Rionette Tynka, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress and holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. One of the preparations Klein made was to use the method that he had used to bring around Admiral of Blood Seigneur. This allowed him to bring Miss Messenger to the forsaken land of the gods. Radiance was no doubt a wraith. Furthermore, she was an even more powerful wraith. She could also possess the smooth surface of a gold coin. In addition, she was a spirit world creature and was intrinsically a spirit. She could enter the world above the grey fog and descend upon the forsaken land of the gods just like Justice Audrey. Based on this condition, in order to not expose the secret within Sapphira Castle and not expose the fool's true identity, he first made Miss Messenger possess the gold coin before using the iron cigar case to seal it. Then, he sacrificed the item to the grey fog before bringing it to the forsaken land of the gods through a bestowment ritual. Of course, the prerequisite for these actions was that Klein had the level and strength of a Sequence 2 angel in Sapphira Castle. Even if something went wrong with Radiance, he could still handle it. As for Radiance, she happily agreed to this matter because German Sparrow had just helped her retrieve a portion of her body. Silently, Miss Messenger left the gold coin and occupied the pitch-black pupil of the dark demonic wolf's eyes. Wraith's Possession. Chapter 1244. Wish. Just as Radiance's figure appeared in dark demonic wolf Kota's pupils, she'd left the window to the heart and began expanding back to her original size. This meant that her wraith's possession attempt had failed. The dark demonic wolf's body rapidly shrunk and thinned as he madly absorbed the light around him, becoming a translucent black velvet curtain. This was an item that Klein had seen via dream divination. It was ejected from the greyish-white fog and had landed in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. It was suspected to contain the Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic of the seer pathway. At this moment, dark demonic wolf Kota had borrowed some of the powers of the curtain to dodge Radiance's wraith's possession at the critical moment via some unknown means, effectively avoiding the subsequent series of control. The curtain was stowed away after he used it, allowing the dark demonic wolf with his dark, short fur to appear in a spot that was originally empty. Radiance wasn't surprised by the failure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a golden-haired, red-eyed head in her hand spat out a rectangular, diamond-like charm. The other three heads used ancient Hermes, Jotun, and Elvish to say a word. Yesterday. The rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly engulfed in transparent flames as it fused with the void. Radiance's body swelled as the four blonde, red-eyed heads flew up and landed on her empty neck, stacked upon one another. In the blink of an eye, Miss Messenger had transformed into a huge doll that could almost break through the dark demonic wolf's castle. She was wearing a black gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines. Her eyes were blood red and she exuded an aura that no human should possess. Dark demonic wolf Kota didn't attempt to stop Radiance from borrowing strength from her past, nor did he immediately show his complete mythical creature form. With 8 feet on the ground, he raised his neck and let out a roar. This roar seemed to be of a higher level, containing words similar to Jotun. It made the curtain float up and instantly expand, blanketing the ancient castle from top to bottom. The curtain quickly turned transparent and fused with the building. It was as though it had never appeared or had any effect on it. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this place was already isolated from the outside world. If he wanted to leave, he had to first break the invisible barrier. In other words, that curtain made the dark demonic wolf's castle become an independent kingdom. This was the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Klein, who had just failed and planned on continuing to summon angels to help him, had a spark of inspiration. He instantly changed his mind, reaching into the void and dragging out another hymn. It was German Sparrow, one who was holding a historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. Right on the heels of that, Klein controlled his historical projection to turn him into his marionette and transfer some worms of spirit over. While he was busy with these matters, Radiance had already recovered to her peak condition. Her bright red eyes reflected the 8-legged demonic wolf. With a faint flash, the dark demonic wolf turned into a white goat. However, outside the dark hall, a giant holding a broom suddenly trembled and transformed into a demonic wolf with a tuft of grey hair on its forehead. At the moment when the curse was cast on him, a miracle invoker, he had swapped places with his marionette. He opened his mouth once again and let out a roar. This roar also contained words that mostly resembled the source of Jotun, describing a beautiful wish. "I wish for all godhood here to dissipate." In the next second, as the god of wishes, the dark demonic wolf granted his wish. Klein immediately felt his godhood being repressed. The beyonder powers that stemmed from Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer could no longer be used. Fortunately, the historical projection was maintained with spirituality. As long as the summoning was successful, it wouldn't be dispelled by the dark demonic wolf's wish. Similarly, as Klein had already turned his historical projection into a marionette and transferred a number of worms of spirit over, he could still swap locations with his projection. Apart from him, Rionette Tinker and Dark Demonic Wolf were also affected by the wish that had been granted. Their beyonder powers above Sequence 5 had vanished into thin air, making it difficult to use them. Of course, be it the demonic wolf marionette that had turned into a goat, or the gigantic doll-like Rionette Tinker, there was no change in their form. What existed was reasonable, so it couldn't be eliminated by the power of wishes. After making this wish, the dark demonic wolf arched his back and bent his body slightly. It looked like he was about to engage in a battle with Klein and Rionette Tinker. At that moment, his mountain-like body was about the size of the castle-like doll. He looked down coldly at Klein, capable of crushing him with a single swipe of his claw. In addition, the castle had many marionettes rushing over. They consisted of giants, elves, vampires, humans, and deformed monsters. Only a number of them were at Sequence 5, but now, they had Kota's worms of spirit in their bodies. In other words, in this special environment, all of them were at Sequence 5. After the dissipation of godhood, in this independent kingdom, Dark Demonic Wolf Kota's advantage became obvious. More than 100 Sequence 5s were besieging 2 Sequence 5s. Furthermore, the Dark Demonic Wolf was itself a mutant. Even if he couldn't reveal any godhood, his massive size and terrifying strength made him adept at combat. He wasn't on the same level as a weak human like marionettist Klein. At this moment, the body of Rionette Tinker, who was dressed in a black gothic dress that twined with sinister vines, suddenly turned incorporeal. First, she reflected on a floor-to-ceiling window, then it jumped into the pitch-black pupils of the dark demonic wolf. She had once again attempted Wraith's possession. However, Dark Demonic Wolf Kota swapped locations with another marionette in a timely fashion, preventing Rionette Tinker from successfully possessing his body. Rionette Tinker wasn't discouraged as she continued using mediums such as glass windows, chandeliers, and eyeballs to jump through the different marionettes in pursuit of the real Dark Demonic Wolf. As for the Dark Demonic Wolf, he relied on his numerous marionettes and had the advantage of copious numbers of worms of spirit. He swapped between different marionettes without any pause to avoid being forcibly possessed by the ancient bane. Amidst the two angels' silent conflict, a large number of the Dark Demonic Wolf's marionettes had surrounded the two Kleins. Beyonder powers like a vampire's abyss shackles, a giant's hurricane of light, an elf's wind binding, and a human's psychic piercings and holy light summoning inundated their targets. They controlled, weakened, attacked, and purified Klein, acting with great rapport. Klein was only able to dodge a portion of the attacks before being drowned by the attacks. Plasma exploded as the light blasted out. Klein's Staff of the Stars holding figure quickly outlined itself to the side. At that critical moment, he had exchanged spots with his marionette in time. He imagined his traveling powers and had used the Staff of the Stars to complete the teleportation. In this special scenario, this was essentially a release of recorded powers. After dodging this round of attacks, Klein discovered that a marionette was controlling his spirit body threads before he could catch his breath. At the same time, a human marionette reached out his right hand under the influence of the Dark Demonic Wolf and aimed at the Miracle Invoker's actual body. In the next second, the Dark Demonic Wolf and another marionette switched positions. As for the marionette, it was possessed by Rionette Tinker. This way, the human marionette's right hand was targeted at Rionette Tinker. The marionette's palm clenched tightly as his wrist spun half a circle, stealing away the target's subsequent thoughts. Right on the heels of that, he jumped and pounced on an ally. Rionette Tinker was momentarily rooted to the ground. When the Dark Demonic Wolf saw this, he immediately got several marionettes to spread open their arms and summon pure pillars of cleansing flames to surround them. In the holy light, Wraith Rionette-Tinker's body first began to melt. Following that, using a mirror jump, she moved to a glass window situated high above the castle to avoid the subsequent purification. In just a few seconds, she and Klein inevitably fell into a perilous situation. The restricted environment, being on his home ground, and his trait as the god of wishes had magnified dark demonic wolf coater advantage to the extreme. If it were any other scholar of yore, there was only one problem he needed to consider: how to rely on Rionette-Tinker to escape, but Klein had his trump card. Just as he pulled back his spirit body threads, he didn't hesitate to stir the powers of Sapphira Castle. This trait of his wasn't suppressed by the dark demonic wolf's wish. This was something even the forsaken land of the gods couldn't screen. In midair, greyish-white fog appeared. The ancient palace above the spirit world appeared faint. Its appearance brought with it slight tremors. A certain power followed the connection and shook the demonic wolf's castle, causing the translucent black velvet curtain to jolt out of place a little, allowing the independent kingdom to intersect with reality. Seizing this opportunity, Klein opened his mouth and shouted out a name in Jotun. Leodero! Boom! 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 Thousands of thick silver lightning bolts descended from the sky, smiting dark demonic wolf coater's castle. The area transformed into a lightning forest that emitted a strong destructive aura. Chapter 1245. Help available even without summoning help. Boom! 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 The bolts of silver lightning that were as thick as an anaconda struck the translucent black velvet curtain. It shook violently as it distorted. Taking advantage of this opening, Rionette-Tinker's figure, which was reflected on the castle's glass, jumped back into Klein's pocket and returned to the surface of the gold coin in the iron cigar case. The prepared Klein raised his right arm and calmly aimed the staff of the stars at the floor tiles in the hall. A scene surfaced in his mind. It represented one of the beyonder powers of a druid. The ground beneath his feet instantly softened, turning into a marsh. It made his body sink like it had fallen into a sea. Underground slink. Boom! The translucent black velvet curtain could no longer withstand the cleansing from the lightning storm the moment the marsh solidified. It curled into a ball and fell back into the castle. No longer restricted, the few thousand thick bolts of lightning rained down the ancient castle. A tower collapsed and the hall was left in shambles. One marionette after another burst into ephemeral illusions under the pricking of such a lightning strike. They were instantly charred black and reduced to ashes. When the silver light that illuminated the entire mountain range subsided, dark demonic wolf coater's castle was in ruins. Many spots were burning with red flames. Klein immediately emerged from the bottom of a deep pit and saw that the demonic wolf, covered in dark and short fur, had performed the same action. Relying on the 3 druids among his marionettes, he had successfully hidden underground to avoid the lightning bombardment. And at that moment, the independent kingdom created by the curtain had completely disintegrated. However, the dark demonic wolf's wish hadn't completely expired. The return of guard had still needed some time. Without any hesitation, both parties engaged in another intense battle. Coater allowed the crinkled curtain to fly up and drape him, so as to prevent the wraith's possession. After all, there were only 3 of his marionettes left. Of course, this way, he could no longer swap locations with his marionettes. At the same time, Rionette-Tinker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and floated towards the 8-legged demonic wolf. She had given up on the idea of possession as her arms suddenly swelled. A few strands of grey hair grew from the back of her hand, and her nails became long, sharp, and firm. Werewolf transformation. This doll-like baneful entity became a huge werewolf. She kept moving at high speeds, waving her sharp claws as she'd engaged in an intense battle with the hill-like dark demonic wolf. Amidst the clashing sounds, Klein was attacked by Coater's 3 remaining marionettes. One of them raised his head and roared, causing brown short hair to tear through his clothes. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying giant bear that was twice the height of a person. One crouched down, pressing his palms against the ground, while the other raised his right hand and yanked his hair. At that moment, a crimson flame surged out of Klein's clothes, instantly devouring him. His figure appeared in a sea of flames to the side. Then, he jumped out, raised his staff, and charged straight at the huge brown bear. And at the spot where he was originally standing, dark green mutated vines pierced through the ground and grew wildly, stirring the remnant flames in the middle. Tap! 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 The huge brown bear didn't back down. With heavy strides, it rushed towards Klein like a high-speed steam locomotive. It spread open its arms, trying to give him a passionate hug that could crush all his bones and squeeze all his chest muscles together. Tap! 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 As his black trench coat flailed to his back, Klein didn't retreat. He was about to collide with the huge brown bear. Suddenly, he kicked his left foot and twisted his waist. He forcefully jumped up and flew past the brown bear diagonally. Thud! As the two crossed each other, Klein swung his black staff down and ruthlessly struck the brown bear's shoulder. Normally, such an attack wouldn't have been able to hurt the thick hide of the brown bear. However, with the Staff of the Stars, the physical attack would lead to random abnormal changes or strange effects. Of course, under the God of Wishes' suppression, these changes and effects wouldn't exceed that of a sequence for Beyond a Power. Thud! As the sound of the staff strike reverberated, the huge brown bear's shoulder tore open diagonally from its shoulder. The bottom half of its torso teleported more than 10 meters away while the remaining portion remained in place. The brown bear's internal organs and blood gushed to the ground in a rather shocking scene. However, the brown bear wasn't dead yet. Its two halves were squirming as it struggled to stabilize his center of mass and continued attacking. As a marionette, he had long died. Such damage was nothing. At this moment, Klein had already jumped behind the brown bear, his feet stepping on the ground. Another wave of scarlet flames surged out, drowning his figure. A flame that was about to be extinguished rose up as Klein leaped out and arrived close to the marionette, which had both hands on the ground. With his silk top hat, he ran past the marionette without turning his head as he swung the staff to the side. Thud! The marionette's body burst into golden flames as his figure instantly vanished. A flame surged into the sky as the marionette jumped down. However, the golden flames didn't extinguish, quickly burning him to ashes. Without even looking over, Klein had already rushed in front of the marionette that was yanking his hair. The marionette immediately threw out the hair in his hand. These strands of hair began to burn as they emitted black gases, sounding alarms to Klein's spirituality senses. Poison! An unknown poison! With a creak, he forcefully stopped using his ability as a clown. Using the inertia of his body, he extended his black staff. All sorts of thoughts rapidly reformed in his mind, quickly forming a scene. Before this operation, Klein had requested Miss Justice's help to hypnotize him. It made his brain unable to form scenes when he subconsciously thought of one. There would only be a single thought resonating in his mind, and he had to take the initiative to control it to construct the scene. This allowed him to use the Staff of the Stars for a long time without being affected by the negative effects. As for the flaws of thinking in such a manner, Klein felt that it was still acceptable under predetermined conditions. Without a sound, the gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars lit up. A pure white and holy pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the black gas and the corresponding marionette. The poison quickly melted under the sun's burning. It was the same with the marionette. With a remnant glow still in his eyes, Klein instinctively turned around and aimed his staff at the brown bear that was split into two. Silver lightning flashed spontaneously before the separated brown bear's body finally collapsed, unable to get up again. In just a few seconds, Klein had finished off the remaining marionettes of the dark demonic wolf. After Sapphira Castle's anomaly, be it him or the God of Wishes, time became abnormally precious. No one was willing to stall for time, because it wouldn't be long before high-level existences like the true creator and angel of time Amorn in the forsaken land of the gods descended. Upon seeing this, dark demonic wolf Kota trembled violently and flung out the translucent velvet curtain. The curtain first vanished into thin air before it suddenly appeared behind Klein. Just as his spirituality was about to send a warning, it covered him and wrapped him within it. Klein's vision immediately darkened as he felt his thoughts turn sluggish. His spirit body threads were being inoculated onto the curtain one thread at a time. He attempted using Flaming Jump, softening his bones, and using the Staff of the Stars, but he was unable to succeed in such an abnormal state. The black velvet curtain became tighter and tighter, revealing the corresponding marks of his eyes, nose, and mouth, as though it was squeezing out a brand new person. Radiance immediately jumped and appeared on the translucent curtain, purging it from Klein's body and teleporting elsewhere. The dark demonic wolf seized the opportunity and raised his neck, letting out a roar. The curtain stood up, as if it had become a cloak draped over an invisible person's body. A terrifying suction force was born, causing the spirit body threads of Radiance and Klein to uncontrollably float over. If they didn't have the corresponding Beyonder powers, their spirit body threads would have merged into the cloak in just 3 to 4 seconds, while they would become its marionettes. Fortunately, Klein was a marionettist himself. He immediately focused his attention and controlled his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads. He followed the method that he learned from Zaratul, allowing them to circle around him and return to their original positions, forming loops. Roar! The dark demonic wolf spat out a gas ball, sending it flying towards Klein like a cannonball. As he was focused on controlling his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads, Klein could barely duck. Just as he was about to be struck, Radiance floated over and stood in front of him. Boom! Radiance's blonde hair scattered as the evil vines wrapped around her body broke apart. The dark demonic wolf's follow-up actions were one smooth continuous series of actions. Taking advantage of the moment when the curtain was desperately pulling at its target spirit body threads, he launched repeated attacks on Klein, forcing Radiance to block them. It caused the tough ancient Bane to tremble under the attack of his claws, air blobs, and flaming attacks. More and more wounds appeared, making it look like she could not last any longer. At this critical moment, as Klein controlled the spirit body threads to resist the attraction of the curtain, he reached into his pocket and took out another iron cigar case. The seal was removed and the box was opened. Inside, there was also a gold coin lying quietly. There was also a wraith on the surface of the gold coin. This was a blurry female wraith, a true undying creature, and not a wraith from the mutant pathway. It was the strongest trump card that Klein had prepared. Previously, because he was inside the isolated kingdom that wasn't connected to the outside world. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain the desired effect. Only when the curtains targeted him and Miss Messenger did he feel that the opportunity was here. As the box was opened, the wraith suddenly jumped onto the surface of a glass fragment. On it were nearly illusory black tubes that extended into infinity, connecting to the unknown. This was the symbol of artificial death. An artificial death was equivalent to the Evernight Goddess. This trump card of his was the reenactment of the time when the Evernight Goddess had used God of Glory Bladdle's corpse to foil Amorn's attempt to snatch Sapphira Castle. For this, he deliberately found a wraith-like monster in the forsaken land of the gods and imprisoned it, placing it together with the artificial death project's white feathers he summoned from the fog of history. Through his repeated experiments and prayers during his specific trips to Backland, this wraith had finally established a certain connection with artificial death, allowing the Evernight Goddess to use this opportunity to exert a rather low level of influence. Chapter 1246. Following his true feelings, Cowardice. The dark demonic wolf that was attacking Radiance seemed to sense something. He'd slowed down and turned to look at the wraith that had just appeared. His pupils, which already occupied 2/3 of his eyes, had suddenly dilated, as if he caught scent of a familiar but dangerous aura. In the blink of an eye, the wraith raised her arms. The power of wishes in the surrounding area rapidly diminished at an accelerated rate. Guard had begun to return, having reached the level of Sequence 4. Under the soil beneath the dark demonic wolf's feet, pale white and illusory arms emerged. They were densely packed like a forest, grabbing onto Kota's 8 legs, making this miracle invoker feel like he had fallen into a cold and dead silence. He was temporarily unable to break free. Using this opportunity, Radiance, who had turned sluggish due to her controlled spirit body threads, turned illusory as she vanished. In the pitch-black pupils of the dark demonic wolf, the blonde Miss Messenger in a dark and complicated long dress that was wrapped with vines suddenly phased into existence and completed the possession process. The actions of the god of wishes instantly stiffened, as if he had degraded from a living creature to a marionette. He attempted to influence Radiance's spirit body threads, so as to resist the wraith's possession. However, from time to time, he would be interrupted by the pale white arms created by the female wraith. Success eluded him. Klein maintained the looping of their spirit body threads as he slowly raised the staff of the stars, aiming it at the black velvet curtain that had turned into a cloak. He then constructed a scene in his mind. The surrounding darkness suddenly flowed, as if it contained an unimaginable secret. Bit by bit, illusory candles lit up in such an environment, illuminating a long table laid out with flesh and blood. On the two sides of the long table, 3 extremely blurry figures were holding up the flesh and blood, ravenously devouring them. In the next second, the 3 figures turned their heads simultaneously and cast their gazes at the translucent black velvet curtain. The crazy suction force emitted by the curtain came to an abrupt halt as it hovered in its original spot. It was as if it had momentarily forgotten who it was, whose side it was on, and what it should do. Feast of Betrayal! Fairy tale magic's Feast of Betrayal! The fairy tale magic that Klein had just used was the Feast of Betrayal that originated from the hermit Catlear. Its effect was to temporarily awaken the items in the target's hands or imbue them with intelligence, allowing them to carry out betrayals. This was a sequence for Beyond a Power, so it couldn't be used under the restrictions of the Power of Wishes. At the same time, as the Staff of the Stars' emulated spell was lacking compared to the original spell, as well as the fact that it didn't harbor any ill intentions towards the dark demonic wolf, it only appeared lost and didn't fervently attack its master. And the moment Klein extricated himself from the influence of the curtain, he immediately snapped his fingers, letting the scarlet flames drown him. In an instant, he appeared in a flame beside the dark demonic wolf wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. The scarlet flame soared up, transforming into a blazing flame that allowed him to easily leap out. He arched his back slightly and raised the Staff of Stars as he dashed towards the towering demonic wolf. Tap! 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 Klein ran faster and faster, as though transforming into a strong gust of wind. What welcomed him was the dark demonic wolf that barely managed to lift up his front 2 claws that had broken free of the restraints. Pa! Pa! Klein waved his black staff to his left and right, accurately hitting the 2 front claws of Kota, making them pause momentarily. At the same time, he crouched down and slid under the dark demonic wolf's 2 front claws. Amidst the howling winds, Klein turned around in midair and thrust upwards with the Staff of the Stars. With a puff, the gem-embedded black staff pierced through the dark and short-furred skin, driving deeply into the dark demonic wolf's body. A ludicrous gash tore open. Whoosh! Deep black blood with hints of red gushed out like a flood, spraying a substance with strong corrosive properties that belonged to a mythical creature at Klein. But at that moment, Klein's momentum had brought him flying under the dark demonic wolf. He was preparing to launch his second round of attacks. Suddenly, he heard an intermittent roar. This was from Wraith's possession. Due to the difficulty in moving, what dark demonic wolf Kota meant was Leo, de, Ro. Klein's gaze froze as the dark demonic wolf's mocking smile appeared in his mind. He wasn't the only one who could stir the remaining divine powers. He could do so, but so could dark demonic wolf Kota. Even though this miracle invoker didn't know that Wind Angel, Leodero, had already become the Lord of Storms, he naturally knew what to do thanks to Klein's demonstration from before. Who wouldn't know how to do a simple imitation? Boom! 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 Silvery white bolts of lightning smoked down like gushing water from a water pipe. They rained over the ruins of the ancient castle, completely drowning all the figures. Klein didn't manage to react in time. After hearing the first half of the word, he had already used the powers of Clown to forcefully twist his body around. With a stomp of his right foot, he returned under the dark demonic wolf's body. As for Radiance, she had jumped onto the gold coin in his pocket. Immediately following that, Klein genuflected and inserted the Staff of the Stars into the ground. Boom! 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 The vast storm tore through everything in its way. By the time the terrifying lightning forest dissipated, the ancient castle that belonged to the dark demonic wolf couldn't even be considered a ruin. There were no traces of it at all, leaving only a charred crater. Within the deep pit, paper figurines were blown up as they were reduced to ashes. Without a sound, a piece of soil that shimmered with the glint of rainbow-colored glass softened. Klein's burnt hand reached out. With the dark demonic wolf suffering the brunt of the damage, he had used paper figurine substitutes and underground slinks to barely survive. He could faintly smell the aroma of roasted meat exuding from his body. After returning to the ground, the tattered-clothed Klein turned his gaze and took in the battlefield situation. The remnants of the dark demonic wolf's corpse were scattered everywhere. Its flesh was charred and lifeless. The curtain was curled into a ball, having fallen to the edge of the deep crater, motionless. The power of wishes had been completely wiped out, and Guard had returned to this region. The wraith that had a connection with artificial death had been destroyed. If it were any other Beyonder, they would probably think that the dark demonic wolf had chosen an outcome of mutual destruction, but as a demigod of the seer pathway, and having enjoyed the benefits of a miracle invoker ahead of time, something else flashed across Klein's mind. What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead. When the dark demonic wolf saw that the situation wasn't right, he didn't hesitate to summon divine punishment in an attempt to kill everyone. Then, he could revive somewhere nearby. I almost used up my last revival. With regards to such matters, Klein had a certain contingency plan. He immediately used a charm engraved with the Fool's patterns, and used it as a proxy for praying to Mr. Fool in front of Miss Messenger. Then, he used the desummoning of Sapphira Castle that had yet to disappear to enter the world above the grey fog with a thought. He then relied on the prayer light's true vision to inspect the surroundings to seek out the resurrected dark demonic wolf. At this moment, Rionette left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and appeared beside the curtain that was curled into a ball. Her voice was slightly ethereal as she said, "It has a miracle invoker Beyonder characteristic." A miracle invoker's Beyonder characteristic? That's right. The dark demonic wolf possesses one of the 6 Miss Miracle Invoker characteristics under the premise that all the attendants of mysteries are accounted for. Under normal circumstances, the remaining attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic also has one set of Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. As Miss Messenger spoke, Klein's spiritual intuition also sensed it. After confirming her judgment, he connected it to Will or Septin's answer. There should be a total of 9 Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristics, but under the premise that the attendant of mysteries are all filled, the 3 sequence ones would definitely each occupy 1 sequence 2 characteristic. The remaining 6 Miracle Invoker characteristics belong to Zaratul, Antigonus, the Magic Wishing Lamp, Theatre with Curtains That Never Draw, The Last Banquet, and the Dark Demonic Wolf respectively. He had originally hoped to obtain the Dark Demonic Wolf's characteristic, but he hadn't expected that the curtain not only had a Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries characteristic but also a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker characteristic. It was also the one that had disappeared. It looks like the reason for its disappearance was also because of the grey fog. Later on, it was spat out. Do I still seek out the resurrected Dark Demonic Wolf? No, I don't know when the true creator Anamorn will descend. Furthermore, I've already exhausted most of my preparations. The Dark Demonic Wolf is still in perfect condition. He can make a wish, summon, and create miracles. After all, my goal has already been met. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked up and said to Miss Messenger, "I'll put this curtain away." He gave up the thought of chasing after the dark demonic wolf and decided to control the curtain while it was still weak. Rionette nodded slightly and turned her head, casting her gaze at the charred remains of the dark demonic wolf. The remains immediately emitted a faint glow, either turning into white rabbits or transforming into goats. They were the kind that smelled rich and flavorful. In a hidden area nearby, the dark, short-furred dark demonic wolf quickly took shape. He gave up on his original corpse and immediately made a wish and granted it. He teleported to a distant spot and then ran off without looking back. This god of wishes didn't even consider the loss of the curtain. He didn't choose to revive where he'd died because he hoped to use the curtain to stall the fellow who was closely related to Evernight. This gave him plenty of time to escape. Since he could survive from the second epoch until now, he had followed his true feelings, cowardice. He refused to be greedy when the situation didn't allow for it. With a flash, the demonic wolf with a grey tuft of hair on his forehead disappeared into the darkness. Klein didn't stop Miss Messenger from venting her anger. As he approached the curtain, he sighed inwardly. An angel is really hard to kill. It's especially so for the seer pathway. As this thought flashed through his mind, and just as he was about to drag his past self out to pick up the curtain, he suddenly felt a familiar aura descend. This aura was dark, foul, and full of degeneration. It immediately made him think of the true creator. The curtain suddenly floated up and turned into a cloak. Inside the cloak, the darkness turned into a whirlpool as it hummed. Mysteries. Chapter 1247. Finally. Mysteries. Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. He subconsciously wanted to return to Sapphira Castle and leave the scene. However, no matter how much he tried, his spirit body remained inside his body without any changes. Man! This vexed Klein. He instinctively cast his gaze towards Radiance who was beside him. He saw that Miss Messenger had already floated over, looking like she was facing a terrifying enemy. And the surrounding darkness froze like a cold lake. Lightning stopped streaking across the sky. Mysteries. Klein felt a slight sense of security as he thought back to the title he had just heard. He was no stranger to that. However, the last person who addressed him in this manner was the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, from 2,000 years ago. Before he died, he sensed Klein's divination and shouted this out through an insurmountable distance of space and time. No way. The true creator is equivalent to the ancient sun god? No, he is only a sequence zero true god, far from the level of the creator that I assumed. Furthermore, from Amorn's attitude, the ancient sun god must have really perished. The true creator is the pitch-black infant that emerged from the ancient sun god's stomach and inherited some of the ancient sun god's characteristics and memories. He is the degenerated body of that creator? Klein composed himself and attempted to rapidly think of a solution to his present conundrum. At this moment, in the cloak formed by the curtain, the dark whirlpool made another sound. Go to the Giant King's court and meet Sasria. This sentence directly reverberated in Klein's mind. Then, in the form of an illusory word, it shrunk into a pitch-black membrane, forming a strange seed. The seed immediately fell into his body and spirit body, melting inside. Without waiting for a response, the dark whirlpool dissipated. The cloak formed by the curtain lost its support and fell back onto the ground. The true creator's consciousness that descended had corroded a portion of my spirit body and some of my physical body. I'm compelled to go to the Giant King's court and open the slumbering dark angel Sasria's palace. This is a matter that many deities are paying attention to. After watching for a long time, the true creator has finally found an opportunity to force me to do it. Klein looked around and summoned his past self, picking up the curtain. Then, he said to Miss Messenger without hesitation, "Let's leave immediately." The true creator had already sent a sliver of his will over. Would Amorn still be far away? In addition, Klein also tried to seize the opportunity to enter the world above the grey fog, hoping to use the power of Sapphira Castle to remove the corrosive influences that plagued him. All right. Radiance nodded, allowing the numerous beyonder characteristics left behind in the crater to fly over and be contained within her. According to their prior agreement, other than the spoils of war that involved the high sequences of the seer pathway, half of them would go to her, with her having the priority to choose. After all, Klein had also received some of the spoils back when dealing with Shaman King Klarman. As for the remaining half of the spoils, Klein planned on offering it to the Evernight goddess as a form of gratitude. Regardless of whether the deity needed it or not, he still needed to do the necessary procedures. He had to express his gratitude when needed. After clearing the battlefield, Radiance entered the iron cigar case in Klein's pocket and possessed the gold coin surface. Klein didn't immediately seal her. Holding the Staff of the Stars, he conjured a scene in his mind. That was one of the scenes he had memorized during his inspection of the terrain. As the gems flashed, his figure disappeared from the crater as he teleported far away. A few seconds later, the air there fluctuated as a tiny creature that was difficult to see with the naked eye crawled out. The creature rapidly expanded, turning into Amon, who wore a pointed hat and classic black robe. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up as he adjusted the monocle on his right eye and chuckled. Someone is finally opening that door. After 2 rounds of teleportation, Klein took out the iron cigar case that Miss Messenger was hiding in, and used the Staff of the Stars to create several layers of seals, the kind that would be removed the moment he touched it. Right on the heels of that, he entered the fog of history and dashed all the way to a time before the first epoch. He relied on the prayers he had yet to reply to and instantly entered the world above the grey fog through the summoning of Sapphira Castle. As the roars and the ravings echoed, he felt the corrosion in his spirit body gather together, curling into a ball. Despite passing through layers of cleansing effects, it managed to maintain its stability and didn't completely evaporate. Is this the power and level of a true deity? Yes, and it's a true deity who wields the domain of degeneration. Sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein frowned slightly as he observed his state. The corrosion created by the true creator wasn't strong. If they were to leave the protection of Klein's spirit body, they wouldn't be able to last long above the grey fog. This was also the main reason why he had made the judgment and dared to directly enter Sapphira Castle. However, unless he planned on dying again, there was no way he could bypass his own spirit body to remove the corrosion. With the help of divination and other abilities, Klein quickly figured out the various effects of the corrosion. It wouldn't mutate, send a message to the true creator, or interfere with what he did. It would only continue to steer him via mystic means towards the giant king's court. It compelled Klein to open the palace where Dark Angel Sasria was in deep sleep. It's partly in the mind, and also at the level of fate. When I become a miracle invoker and become an angel, deepening my control of Sapphira Castle, I should be able to clear this corruption. However, if I want to become a miracle invoker and become an angel, I have to go to the giant king's court and open the door to that palace, helping the city of Silver find a way to leave the forsaken land of the gods. As Klein thought, he revealed a wry smile. Fortunately, this was something he was prepared to do, and it didn't burden him further. Following that, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix from the fog of history, attempting to use the power of Sapphira Castle to drive it into purifying his body. Unfortunately, part of his body was also merged together with the corrosion, preventing him from completely cleansing it. This also made him truly understand how terrifying Sequence 0 was. I can't just pray to an evil god like the true creator unless I'm in a hopeless situation. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world before sacrificing the curtain above the grey fog. It does indeed contain the Beyonder characteristic of an attendant of mysteries, as well as a miracle invoker's Beyonder characteristic. There's even Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer characteristics. It has a rather high level. The power I can use from Sapphira Castle at present isn't able to directly shatter it. However, this place seems to be at the highest level of the seer pathway, so it can effectively suppress it. Through the accumulation of time, I should be able to slowly separate it. The first to be separated should be the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic. The rest can be used to concoct a potion directly. It doesn't have any living characteristics. The one that was summoned just now has already disappeared. With the translucent black velvet curtain in hand, he looked at it for a while. Then, he activated Sapphira Castle and conjured a metal pot which was boiling with invisible power. After staring at it for a few seconds, he threw the curtain into the metal pot and pressed down with layers of seals onto the pot's lid. In about 3 to 4 days, the Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic would separate. The supplementary ingredients could be thrown into what remained, and it would then be a miracle invoker potion, one that included the characteristics from sequence 9 to 2. Looking around, he raised his right hand and took a piece of paper from the junk pile. This was one of his other preparations. He had spent a large amount of time in advance and had failed time and time again to successfully summon 0-08. Using this quill, he wrote down what reasonable reactions Dark Demonic Wolf would have. This was to prevent the other party from reacting in unexpected ways from the very beginning, causing his plans to fail. With the cooperation of this short script, the Dark Demonic Wolf had been attracted by Klein's strange behavior. Therefore, it was very reasonable that he didn't extinguish the prayer light immediately. Similarly, without knowing how many enemies or what strength the other party had, the Dark Demonic Wolf didn't flee in a hurry. Instead, he created a complete independent kingdom, isolating it from any possible reinforcements. It was a very reasonable reaction. With a flick of his wrist, Klein burned the piece of paper, then he hurriedly sacrificed the sealed iron cigar case to Sapphire Castle. He then responded to Miss Magician's prayer and relayed the world's message. Force didn't dare to delay any further. She immediately got up and used her recording Beyonder powers to grab at the area ahead, dragging out German Sparrow from history. With that, Klein teleported to the empty room in a nearby hotel. He set up a ritual and brought the iron cigar case back to reality, releasing Rionette Tynke. After thanking Miss Messenger and watching her take away half of the Beyonder characteristics, he changed the ritual and began to perform a sacrifice to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, he prayed with anticipation. I pray for a hint on how to purify the corrosive influences in my body. In his opinion, at present, only an existence at the level of the Evernight goddess could deal with the corrosion provided by the true creator. If the goddess agreed to it, Klein planned to descend in a way that would allow his actual spirit to return to Backland and receive purification. As for removing the part of his body that had been corroded, he hadn't thought of a solution yet. As he said that, a ball of darkness enveloped the altar. When the darkness vanished, all the Beyonder characteristics disappeared. Apart from that, there were no other hints. It looks like I can only rely on myself. Klein wasn't depressed. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times, drawing the crimson moon. Praise the lady! His gratitude was very sincere. After all, he had received a lot of help. After dealing with the subsequent matters, his historical projection vanished and he returned to the forsaken land of the gods in person. He held the lantern he had pulled out from the past, and he looked at the silent and desolate plains under the dim yellow light. He felt much more relaxed and couldn't help but sigh. Finally. Chapter 1248. 1,000 Years of Waiting. In the primitive forest outside Bayam city of the Rorsted archipelago. The leaders of the resistance gathered in a mountain cave as they looked respectfully at the sea god's blessed. He was wearing a black cloak, his brows were yellow, and his blue eyes were dark blue. Lord Danitz, this is an opportunity, a bald man in a wheelchair with a green beard, Kalat, said in excitement. His partner, Edmonton, whose face was colored with short red patterns, immediately said, Lord Danitz, according to our intelligence officers, the situation in Bayam is chaotic. Be it the Church of the Lord of Storms or the Governor-General's office, everyone is feeling anxious because of the encirclement of Backland by the Fasak military forces. Having said that, Edmonton looked at Kalat and got the person in charge of the corresponding field to give a more detailed description. Kalat looked at the solemn-looking Lord Danitz and deliberated over his words. Internal cracks amongst them can already be seen. Some people wish to commandeer the forces of the colonies to support Backland, while others wish to hold on to this place as the tinder for their resurgence. This difference in opinion has caused the military and the Beyonders of the Church of the Lord of Storms to be at a loss. There are flaws in every aspect. Lord Danitz, this is our chance. We can agree to the conditions of Fasak and the Fainapotter Navy. We can cooperate with them to attack Bayam and take back our kingdom. It's indeed an opportunity. But is this something I can decide? It's not like I'm stupid. Danitz listened quietly to the leaders of the resistance and muttered to himself. Having grown up in Intes, this famous pirate, treasure hunter didn't have any qualms about attacking the Lun colonies. He had zero hesitation or uncertainty about it. Of course, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Intes Republic either. In fact, when he was occasionally a part-time pirate, he preferred targeting businessmen from Intes. This was because they often carried more valuable luxury items with them. There was only one reason why Danitz didn't agree on the spot to the request of the Resistance's leaders. It was because he had become a conspirer, so he knew very well what his position was. A human mouthpiece. A tool that was responsible for passing messages between German Sparrow and the leaders of the Resistance. German is most likely Lonese. If I were to agree to it directly, I might not be able to see tomorrow's sun. However, he acts like he doesn't care about Lun at all. T. I can't be fooled by such superficial appearances. Danitz cleared his throat and surveyed the area. This matter is of grave importance. Prepare a clean and serene altar immediately. I need to pray to God. In an organization that believed in the sea god, such a request didn't surprise the likes of Kalat, Edmonton, and the others. It even met their expectations. Hence, they immediately arranged for people to prepare for the sacrifice. The Resistance in the Rorsted Archipelago can't sit still any longer. They were also supported by countries like Faysac, Intis, and Fainapota to survive this long, or else they would have been annihilated by Lun and the three churches. I even got them to extract quite a bit of help from the various countries. After hearing Danitz's prayers, he sighed. Sitting in the ancient palace, he lightly tapped the edge of the mottle table in front of him. After pondering for a few seconds, he conjured the world German Sparrow. The crazy adventurer immediately took on a praying posture and said in a deep voice, "Use the current situation to directly negotiate with the upper echelons of the Church of Storms and the Governor-General's office. Exert pressure on them. The goal is to force them to give in and accept the idea of self-governance by the people of the Rorsted Archipelago. The Resistance can guarantee that the Lonese will have most of their interests protected, allowing them to mobilize the troops and beyonders to reinforce Backland." Inside the clean and tidy altar, Danitz, who received the feedback, straightened his back. He turned around and looked at the leaders waiting outside. He said with a solemn expression, "I have received a revelation. God has informed us that every citizen of his is precious. Unnecessary sacrifices for the sake of war should be avoided. We absolutely wouldn't want to start a war, but we are not afraid of having one. In short, let's try to use the present situation to negotiate with Lun with our forces, forcing them to make a concession that will satisfy most of us. If not, we can consider war. God says to remember the hatred, but don't let it blind your rationality. The people around you and a beautiful future are the most important things." After becoming a conspirer, Danitz realized that his powers of persuasion and his ability to fabricate explanations were increasing by leaps and bounds. Many a time, his thoughts would automatically take shape when he opened his mouth. Kalat, Edmonton, and the other leaders of the Resistance all had a deep hatred for the Lun colonial masters, but the words of the sea god and Lord Danitz had successfully wavered their resolve. They had a clear understanding of how powerful the Sea King was over this period of time. If the war developed to the point where both parties were blinded with bloodlust, the Blue Mountain Island where Byam was located might be completely submerged by the sea and become a ruin. All the locals would end up being dragged to the grave by their actions. The powerhouses from Faysac and Fainapota were indeed capable of stopping the situation from collapsing. However, how much power could they divert to this peripheral battlefield in the Rorsted Archipelago? As for them, Kalat and the other leaders of the Resistance didn't trust them much. They believed that these fellows were no different from the Lonese. They were all bandits from the northern continent and could rip off their masks at any time to become the new colonial masters. After a moment of silence, Kalat, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the man in a black cloak on the altar and said, "Lord Danitz, we are willing to work hard for peace." He paused for a moment before saying, "According to the intel, the one who has the final say in the Rorsted Archipelago is Sea King John Cotman. It's best if we negotiate with him directly." Danitz nodded slightly and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. We need to send someone to represent us and enter Byam to face John Cotman." Just as he was about to ask who was willing to go, he suddenly noticed that the gazes of Kalat, Edmonton, and the others were all on his face. It was as though they were saying that the blessed of sea god, the Intis pirate who had a relatively extraordinary status, was the most suitable candidate. T. Danitz cursed silently as he looked at the crowd and quickly thought of something. Yes, this is an honor, and it also contains extreme danger. I know that some of you are filled with the spirit of sacrifice and want to make the necessary contributions. How about this? Let's draw lots to decide. This is the fairest way. I have no objections. Kalat and company didn't hesitate to give an answer. A few minutes later, Danitz looked at the card in his hand as his facial muscles twitched. City of Silver, at the top of the spire, in the chief's room. Colin Iliad cast his gaze at Derek Berg, who appeared less physically developed when placed in contrast to his surroundings. Are you ready? With the leg bone-like object in his hand, Derek held the ghostly blue thunder god's roar, which was wrapped in lightning bolts, and nodded heavily. Ready and good to go. He didn't act like a Beyonder from the Sun Domain, but more like a berserk warrior. With white hair and an old scar on his face, Colin Iliad immediately shifted his gaze and looked at Lovia. Are you ready? Lovia, who had a head of silvery grey hair and a pair of light grey eyes, no longer wore the usual black robe with purple stripes. Instead, she wore a set of black armor. She nodded her head indiscernibly and said, ready. Demon Hunter Colin, who had become a Silver Knight, cast his gaze on the others in the room and asked if they were ready. After receiving a positive response, Colin Iliad slowly walked to a wall, removed the two swords hanging on it, and carried them behind him. Let's set off. The City of Silver chief gave the order in a concise manner. The team that he led would once again head to the afternoon town camp. They would explore the Giant King's Court further, and find a path to the real sea. Amidst the clinking sounds of metal, Lovia, Derek, and company silently followed behind the chief. They walked out of the room and down the stairs in an orderly manner. Along the way, they saw Waite Chermont and the other elders of the six-member council. They saw the City of Silver residents maintaining order in the spire. These people were either leaning on a railing or waiting at the staircase. Their expressions were abnormally solemn, as though they were sending off the team that was carrying hope. No one spoke. The entire place was silent, but when Colin Iliad and the others passed by, the City of Silver residents raised their right arm and clenched their fists. Amidst the sound of this action, Colin and the other members of the expedition team left the spire and hit the road. They immediately lit lanterns covered in animal hide. Under the dim yellow light, residents of the City of Silver walked out of their houses and stopped by the roadside. They looked at Derek and company with admiration and anticipation. One by one, they raised their right arm and clenched their fists in front of their foreheads. Derek subconsciously straightened his back, his heart burning. Just like that, the expedition team followed the path to the city gate under the watchful gazes of the crowd and walked out of the City of Silver. As though they had a tacit understanding, Colin, Derek, and Lovia, who had just left the protection of the city walls, turned their heads at the same time to look at their home, which had stood in the darkness for 2,584 years. They saw that the residents of the City of Silver hadn't left. They were all standing near the city gates, looking at them. With a swoosh, everyone raised their right arm and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. This was the highest form of respect and also the deepest heartfelt blessing they could give. Colin Iliad stared silently for a few seconds, then he closed his eyes and raised his right arm, waving it downwards. Set off. Derek and company immediately turned around and carried the animal hide lanterns which emitted a faint yellow light. They stepped onto the dark path in silence and determination. Destination, Giant King's Court. Chapter 1249. Showcasing his Migh. Boom. Boom. In an underground shelter in Backland, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting attire, listened to the distant explosions. When she turned around, she happened to see Melissa looking at her in confusion. The young girl, who had just reached adulthood, asked in a dreamy tone, "Miss Audrey, will the war end if we're completely defeated? Will we no longer have to worry about bombardments, raids, and having insufficient food?" Audrey looked at her deeply and said, "But if that happens, you will have to change your faith." Melissa hesitated, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a commoner curled up against the wall blurted out, "I believe in the god of steam and machinery." Even if Faye Sack and Inties win, I don't need to change my faith. When that happens, life would return to its original warm and peaceful state. These words stirred the commoners who were hiding in the shelter. They whispered to each other and discussed possible developments. There were no lack of Evernite believers. To most people, faith wasn't that important compared to life. After all, a true deity would eventually still protect them. The police officers who maintained the order of the shelter didn't stop the commotion from spreading. They watched on coldly, some even having a hint of anticipation. However, the defeated will definitely suffer something far crueler than you can imagine. It's not something that can be summarized with just a change of faith. Be it a lesson from history or her conclusion deduced from the human psyche, all of them made Audrey more pessimistic than everyone present. She looked around and could not help but sigh inwardly. The goddess's anchor is already greatly shaken. If not for the grain support from before, it might have completely collapsed. As for what this situation meant, Audrey knew very well in her heart. She closed her eyes, tilted her head slightly, and muttered to herself silently, the battle of gods is about to begin. The final outcome was about to appear. After nodding at Melissa, Audrey turned and left the area, arriving at the entrance of the shelter. The golden retriever, Susie, was seated there, looking like a qualified guard. You don't seem like you plan to return. Susie's nose twitched as she asked with a suppressed voice. Audrey had hidden herself in this shelter from the beginning of the siege that began today, therefore, she hadn't had the time to return to her own residence in Empress Borough. As the battle had decreased in intensity slightly, Earl Hall had already sent 2 people to urge her to return, so that she could head for a sanctuary for nobles. Audrey shook her head and said with a faint smile, I have to do what I need to do. Without waiting for Susie's reply, she smiled and said, stay here on my behalf and secretly placate them. Don't let any commotions happen here. If they want to pad you, let them do so. Susie hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, all right. Audrey didn't say anything else. She left the shelter, completely ignored by the troop of soldiers guarding the shelter. The sky outside was dark, and there were many buildings that had collapsed. They burned with flames that were about to be extinguished. The streets were empty, with no carriages or pedestrians. This was completely different from what Audrey remembered of Backland. Backland was originally blue, yellow, and beige. It was lively, bustling, and full of vitality. But now, it was grey, black, and scarlet. It was in shambles, disorder, and somewhat silent. Looking left and right, Audrey identified her bearings while in her hunting attire, and walked towards the city borders. What she wanted to do was simple. Join the war and do her best to help Lun not collapse before the end of the Battle of Gods. If the winner of the Battle of Gods was the opposing side, she would use various methods, such as hypnosis, mental plague, and other means, to prevent the soldiers, officers, and beyonders from venting their emotions, as well as reduce the damage brought by the war. Amidst the flickering flames, Audrey quickly passed through them and ran into the distance. Ralsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Bayam. In a room at the top of the Cathedral of Waves. Dressed in a black cloak, Danitz met the legendary Cardinal of the Church of Storms, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King John Cotman. Glancing at the muscles that filled up his priest robes, Danitz swallowed the words he was about to say, and he deliberated for a moment before saying, I come with good intentions. For some reason, he felt that his skin was numb, as though invisible lightning was dancing on them. Good intentions? The tall, muscular, well-defined John Cotman grunted. I had already considered the fact that fellows from the sailor pathway are more irritable, making them incapable of telling the difference between a joke and sarcasm. Once their anger erupts, they don't even consider the overall situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to speak like this. T. Danitz mumbled to himself, maintaining his smile as he explained the Resistance's intentions. John Cotman stared at the pirate whose affiliation with the Golden Dream remained unknown and suddenly sneered. If we withdraw most of our strength, can you defend Bayam and the archipelago? If you can't defend it, how are you going to guarantee that the interests of the Lun migrants will be maintained when the Feysac and Feynapotter combined navy forces breach the defense lines? As a demigod, he was extremely certain that sea god Calvetua had already perished. However, he didn't know who it was that was using the name of sea god, or if that entity had the ability to protect the Rorsted archipelago. That's a good question. Only with questions can there be room for a successful negotiation. In fact, Danitz had never thought of how the resistance would defend against the Feysac and Feynapotter after Lund's powerhouses were transferred back to Backland. He fully believed that German Sparrow and Mr. Fool behind him had the ability to protect this place. As his thoughts raced, Danitz looked at the extremely oppressive Sea King and said, "I will pray to my lord and ask him to protect the Rorsted archipelago." Oh. Sea King John Cotman narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The aura from the tyrant pathway made Danitz involuntarily take 2 steps back. He lowered his head and prayed on the spot. Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua, please send down your powers to protect the Rorsted archipelago. After the prayer, Danitz carefully cast his gaze out the window, but he didn't discover anything unusual. John Cotman sized him up for a few seconds before saying, "Your god doesn't seem to be responding." "Whom?" Danitz cleared his throat and felt his heart beating like a drum. At that moment, the sky outside suddenly darkened. It was as if a large number of dark clouds were flying over, blotting out the sun. Sea King John Cotman instinctively turned his head and looked out the window. He saw a shadow cast over the border between the sea and the sky. With his control of the archipelago's waters, scenes of the overall situation rapidly surfaced in the Cardinal's mind. The Rorsted archipelago, along with the surrounding seas, was shrouded by thick fog. It became indistinct and surreal. A seabird flew past and attempted to land on the dock, but it failed to pass through it, unable to set foot. The commoners in the archipelago continued living normally, aside from noticing the brewing storm. This? John Cotman's dark blue pupils dilated significantly. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the sea god's blessed, blazing Danitz. Danitz's mouth gaped slightly as he forgot to close it. His shock was not lesser than the shock Sea King experienced. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated and the shadows faded away. Everything in the Rorsted archipelago returned to normal. Danitz blinked. When Sea King John Cotman looked over again, Danitz chuckled and said, "My lord has responded to my prayers." As he spoke, the pirate with a bounty of more than £10,000 slapped himself inwardly. Dogsh*T. You actually dare to suspect Mr. Fool? Isn't this the might of Mr. Fool? John Cotman remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "I will consider your proposal carefully. I will immediately convene a meeting with the key figures in Byam to discuss this matter. I will give you an answer in an hour." Danitz lifted his chin slightly and laughed. "I will wait patiently." With that said, he followed his instincts as a hunter, and he indifferently bowed before leaving the room. Amidst the creaking sound, silver bolts of lightning lit up in the blue eyes of John Cotman. In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein threw the curtain back into the metal pot and sealed it again. He had used the power of a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries and stirred the power of Sapphira Castle to respond, creating a shocking effect for John Cotman. In another half a day, the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic will be separated, and the rest can be used to concoct the miracle invoker potion. Yes, when it's only at the Sequence 2 level, I can attempt to use the power Sapphira Castle to shatter it and let the beyonder characteristics such as the Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer to seep out in a shorter amount of time. That will lower the risk brought by the potion. Klein mumbled before rapidly returning to the real world. He wasn't situated in the Dark Moors anymore, but the frozen dusk of the Giant King's Court. He had entered the Giant King's Court before the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at the afternoon town encampment. Under the orange light, Klein felt the degeneration and exhaustion of his body. He cast his gaze at the magnificent and beautiful buildings situated high above. The countless palaces and towers still had the remnant glory of the Second Epoch, as though they were a manifestation of myths. No, it was a myth. Before the City of Silver's exploration team officially took action, Klein planned on attempting to open the palace where Dark Angel Sasria was sleeping. This way, if there were any accidents, the City of Silver's expedition team would still have time to make targeted preparations. As for Klein himself, it would definitely be much safer for him compared to the others since he was using a historical projection. Chapter 1250. Behind the Door. As he had the information from the City of Silver's previous explorations, Klein knew which places were dangerous and how to avoid them. It didn't take long for him to follow the small path, pass through the waning forest, barren tunnel, and use the ancient elevator to arrive at the residence of the guards. After waiting for a while, until the curtain above the grey fog split into two, separating the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic, Klein reached out to pull his past self out. He didn't know if the other divine kingdoms would isolate the fog of history, but at least without the giant king's court having its owner present, no one would be able to stop his attempts. Unfortunately, this matter involves too many levels. I can't obtain any results from divination, otherwise, I will feel more at ease. Klein shook his head and muttered to himself. He was in no hurry to jump into the fog of history. He first took out 2 items and handed them to his projection. One of them was a deep black wooden box. It contained the ashes of giant guardian Grozel. Klein had never forgotten his promise. He had originally wanted to wait for Little Sun's second exploration of the giant king's court before handing him Grozel's ashes and getting him to help do the burial. However, due to various matters, he ended up coming to the forsaken land of the gods and entering the giant king's court. As for Snowman's ashes, Klein planned on scattering it into the Golden Sea just as he was about to leave the forsaken land of the gods. It was a sea churning with the divine blood of the ancient sun god. After handing over the urn and the black iron key from Vice Admiral Iceberg, Klein followed his usual practice and leaped into the fog. He dashed to the fragment of light that represented a time before the first epoch, and he allowed his consciousness to naturally shift to the projection he had summoned. This projection didn't hold the staff of the stars and only wore creeping hunger. This was because the palace that the giant king lived in was still quite a distance away. There were many troll statues blocking him, so Klein couldn't guarantee that he would reach his destination in 5 minutes. Right on the heels of that, he made the glove on his left hand transparent as he disappeared from where he was. In the next second, Klein appeared outside the guard's residence with the huge black iron key. He hadn't teleported too far away. Yes, in the giant king's court, it's clear that most of the powers within have weakened. Only a guard acknowledged by the divine kingdom can perform at relatively normal standards. Beyond a power similar to teleportation have also been suppressed. I can only do blink within a relatively small area. From the looks of it, even if I were to summon the staff of the stars, I wouldn't be able to appear outside the giant king's palace by outlining the corresponding scene in my mind. As expected of an ancient god's divine kingdom. Klein seriously observed the influence his surroundings brought him. After making a preliminary judgment, he turned and walked back to the guard's residence. Opening the wooden box in his right hand, he solemnly scattered Grozel's ashes in every corner. According to the scene he saw in Grozel's dream, this guard's residence was where the giant lived for a long period of time. It was the home that he had the deepest impression and was most fond of. It could be imagined that during that period of time in ancient times, Grozel and the other rational giant guardians from future generations would rest, rabble, gossip, talk about music, and think of fun games to play. They didn't need to worry about food and ailments. They would live every day of their lives happily. With the shaking of Klein's hands, the ashes scattered on the wall, the ground, the bedside, the tables, chairs, and stone pillars. The orange light outside the window shone forever, making everything look peaceful. When the last speck of ashes was scattered, the dusk suddenly deepened. It dyed the scattered ashes orange, becoming a part of the divine kingdom. Klein closed his eyes as though he could sense Grozel's joy. A vagrant who had been forced to leave his hometown for 3,000 years had finally returned to the place he had missed day and night. The light of the dusk softened, making Klein feel that he was less ostracized. It's equivalent to being acknowledged to a certain extent. I've become a guard that has been accepted by a number of people. Klein emanated his spirituality to confirm the changes. he didn't stay any longer. He used creeping hunger and the path scouted by the City of Silver's expedition team to constantly blink and take detours. From time to time, he would pull out the unshadowed crucifix. He passed through the hall where the fateful plot was made with relatively little difficulty, and he arrived at the residence of the Giant King. There, he saw a row of huge stone columns on the left that formed railings. Beyond the railings was an orange-red gas and a churning dark blue sea. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the hall he had just exited. He reached out his hand and dragged out the marionette, Inuni, who hadn't been parasitized by Amorn. Even if it was a historical projection, he didn't want to open the door himself. Looking at the slightly dazed Inuni, Klein handed the black iron key that he had tucked under his armpit over to him. He controlled Inuni to leave the hall and follow the railings formed from stone pillars to the tallest and most magnificent building in the Giant King's court. The dusk's glow seemed to be corporeal as it covered the palace's surface, bringing with it a strong sense of decadence, as though the curtains had drawn on everything in the world. Lining both sides of the palace were separately steeples and spires. The greyish-blue front door was covered with mysterious symbols as it stood at a height exceeding 10 meters. To the left of the door, there was a pitch-black hole that was the size of an adult's fist at the height of 3 to 4 meters. Inuni stared at it for a few seconds before raising the black iron key that resembled a 7-string guitar and inserting it into the deep crevice in front of him. It fit perfectly without leaving a single gap. As the gigantic black iron key entered the deep hole, Klein held his breath in the nearby Grand Hall, constantly preparing to remove his existence. With a click, the black iron key in Inuni's hand reached the end. It suddenly turned soft, as if it had fused with the hole as it emitted greyish-blue light. The various symbols, labels, and patterns on the door lit up as they protruded. All the lights quickly interfered in a constructive manner, pressing down heavily into the inner chamber as it slowly opened the greyish-blue palace door. The gap between the door widened when Inuni's eye suddenly reflected a turbulent pitch-black, viscous, and illusory sea. Not good. Warning bells sounded in Klein's mind. Without any hesitation, his consciousness returned to his body as he severed the connection with his historical void projection. In the next second, his vision suddenly darkened. The left side of his head felt a sharp pain, as though someone had inserted a red-hot chisel into it and kept rotating it. At the same time, he heard indistinguishable ravings that seemed to come from an era older than ancient times. Klein's expression instantly twisted, appearing extremely ferocious. He could still barely maintain his rationality, but he had no energy left to remain in the historical fragment. Without a sound, Klein landed in the guard residence of the Giant King's court. With a thought, he entered the world above the grey fog. Before undertaking such a dangerous task, he had no doubt found a reason and excuse to arrange for the members of the Tarot Club to pray collectively to awaken Sapphira Castle's ability to summon its master. This allowed him to skip taking 4 steps counterclockwise and reciting the incantation at critical moments to return above the grey fog. However, just as Klein's spirit body saw the greyish-white fog, he heard a familiar roar. He felt himself be rejected by Sapphira Castle, as though it had accepted an order from someone else to stop him from entering. This? In his shock, he saw a black shadow leap past him, heading straight for Sapphira Castle. It wasn't a Morn, but a shadow that exuded an aura identical to his. Subconsciously, Klein influenced Sapphira Castle and made it reject the intruder. Then, he succeeded. The shadow was also blocked by the greyish-white fog as well. Right on the heels of that, he and the shadow fell back into the real world at the same time. After his spirit body returned to his body, Klein bent down in pain, like a curled shrimp. The half-top hat on his head fell to the ground. He took several seconds to eventually recover. He slowly straightened his body and cast his gaze on a glass window ground from orange gems. The window reflected his current appearance. With the bridge of his nose as a border, his right face was the same as usual, but countless objects were crawling out of his left face. Klein narrowed his eyes. He hurriedly took a deep breath to calm himself down and regain the clown powers of control. His mind outlined a clear image of his appearance. He was dressed in a black trench coat, had black hair and brown eyes. The right side of German Sparrow's cut face was the same as usual, while the left side had become translucent and was formed from twisting maggots. As he looked down, his neck was in a similar state. It was the same with his body that lay beneath his clothes. The edge of losing control. Man, I need to resist the inclination towards intense madness.
Why?
Suddenly, he sensed something. He instinctively lowered his head and looked at his feet. It was empty. He was missing the shadow that was supposed to exist. The orange light of the evening shone through the window, but it didn't create a shadow by his side. Ha ha, I understand. Klein bent down and laughed uncontrollably. He suspected that the seawater that surged out from the giant king's palace had not only drowned his marionette and historical projection, but it had also used the latter to slice off his own shadow, causing his spirit to lose its completeness. He was unable to completely suppress his inclination towards losing control. As for the shadow, which was slightly equivalent to him, it could also affect Sapphira Castle. This resulted in a situation in which both parties were unable to head above the grey fog. As long as I get rid of that shadow, the problem can be solved. The corner of his right forehead twitched as he straightened his back. At that moment, the orange light that shone from outside was dyed gold, becoming rather resplendent. It made the entire giant king's court seem to retrograde from dusk to noon. With a thought, he cast his gaze out the window as an image appeared in his mind. In front of the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court, Marionette Inuni stood there, facing the door. It was dark past the door, impossible to see anything clearly. Suddenly, Inuni turned around and looked down. His face was covered in a shadow, and his hair turned deep black that draped over his shoulders and curled up slightly. On his back, there were pairs of dark illusory wings. In the grand hall nearby, a pure shadow's lower body was pressed against a stone brick as its upper body came over in a ramrod manner.